In April 1639, the customs farming magnate Paul Pindar raised £100,000 for the crown. Then, in June 1639, the crown returned to the city, first with a demand for a £100,000 loan, then with a request that the aldermen raise £30,000 a month from among themselves and wealthy commoners in the city. The aldermanic court replied in the negative, with 15 aldermen refusing outright to lend. A few days earlier, when the Privy Council had called the aldermen and other wealthy citizens before it to discuss raising funds, only 2 aldermen and 2 sheriffs had even appeared. 133 It is somewhat difficult to interpret these acts of resistance by the aldermanic court, for among the loan refusers were such arch royalists as the Levant East India Company magnates Sir Henry Garway, Sir Anthony Abdy, Sir Christopher Clitheroe, and John Cordell, as well as Sir Richard Gurney. All of these men were leading organizers of the King's party throughout the period. In any case, this was the greatest show of opposition by the aldermen, or any organized section of the city elite, for the entire period, through the revolution of 1640 to 1642.134. Short Parliament. By the end of 1639 the king was obliged to recall Parliament. Shortly thereafter, in early April 1640, in a further attempt to secure money, Charles asked the aldermen to make up lists of the richest men in their wards, provided that the Common Council not meddle in it. Even with Parliament about to sit, all but 7 of the 24 aldermen agreed to compose their lists. However, the fact that 7 refused to do so shows that opposition to the king was, at this point, hardly impossible to carry through. Indeed, in the period leading up to the meeting of Parliament, the county governing classes throughout England, especially those of the South East, were drawing up petitions of grievances for presentation to Parliament. It would have been an ideal occasion for the city to register its dissent from royal policies from a conservative standpoint, but it is more than doubtful that it wished to do this. 135. Neither the official city nor, for that matter, any other section of the London merchant elite made any sort of protest against Crown policies to the Short Parliament. On the contrary, the East India Company Directorate indicated the political priorities of the top city merchants at this point when it quashed a proposal by some of the company's members to present a petition of economic grievances. During the 1630s, the East India Company directors had, on several occasions, conveyed their many grievances to the king. The royally sponsored privateering venture within their privileges carried out by Cobb and Ayres in 1630, the king's backing of Courtines' interloping project, the monarchy's raising of the impositions on East India Company goods in 1635 to 1636, and the government's failure to win compensation from the Dutch for their attacks on the East India Company in the Far East. Nevertheless, the king had done little, concretely, to address these complaints. It was therefore natural that some of the company's members should attempt to take advantage of the convening of Parliament to seek redress. On April 17, 1640, at a general court called by the East India Company Directorate to launch the subscription for a new joint stock, several stockholders spoke up about the wrongs and injuries committed by the Dutch, especially Amboina, for which, in spite of promises made by the king and the states, no satisfaction has been given. For these reasons, they stated, they and others would not be persuaded to underwrite for a new stock. They proposed instead that a petition be presented to the House of Commons, complaining of the sufferings caused by the Dutch and of the depredations of Cobb and Ayres in the Red Sea, and imploring aid and direction for reparation and satisfaction. The company's directors saw, however, that any move to take the company's case to Parliament would reflect dissatisfaction with the royal government at a time when the king's position was already weakened. The directors therefore told the General Court that, on that very morning, they themselves had discussed the question of going to Parliament and had resolved to follow the advice of the city recorder Sir Thomas Gardiner, a royal appointee and one of the city's staunchest supporters of the royal government. Hardly surprisingly, Gardiner had recommended against the company's petitioning Parliament. Governor Clitheroe therefore expressed his hearty sorrow that, the generality will not rely on the king's gracious promises and underwrite for a subscription sufficient to prosecute the trade, and the matter was summarily dropped. Clearly, the great city merchants who sat on the East India Company's board of directors wished to avoid taking action that might undermine the king's political position at this critical moment merely for the sake of some economic grievances. 136. On the other hand, the king's decision to recall Parliament did open the way for an emerging London opposition, operating largely outside the official city, to make its greatest show of strength up to that time. Common Hall, composed of the city's liverymen, met to choose London's 4 representatives to Parliament. The men they elected had all previously distinguished themselves in the anti-court opposition in both the 1620s and 1630s, and 2 of them, Matthew Craddock and Samuel Vassall, were leading representatives of the colonial merchant leadership. The careers of these 2 traders were not, however, typical of the new merchant leadership as a whole. Both Craddock and Vassall had been heavily involved in the trade with the Eastern Mediterranean, and both had become officers in the Levant East India Combine. Both also rose to high positions in their livery companies. However, with neither Craddock nor Vassall did commercial success in the chartered companies result in the sort of conservative approach to commercial life and politics that was so characteristic of the company merchant establishment. Both Craddock and Vassall were leaders in American colonization from the late 1620s, deeply involved in Virginia and the West Indies, and, at one time or another, Maurice Thompson's partners. Craddock was the preeminent figure from the city behind the oppositionist Massachusetts Bay Company and that company's first governor, as well as one of its representatives before the Privy Council when the government brought quo warranto proceedings against it in 1635. He was also a leading force in the anti-directorate, anti-court faction within the East India Company. Vassall, too, was a supporter of the Massachusetts Bay Company and Colony, and he also represented that company before the government. In addition, Vassall was one of the handful of outstanding leaders in the city campaigns against the forced loan in 1627, impositions and tonnage and poundage in 1628 to 1630, and ship money in the middle 1630s. Vassall's political career is neatly captured in his own account of his damages, submitted to the House of Commons on December 2, 1640, and summarized by Sir John Northcote, 16 times committed, £5,000 damages. Loss of his trade, £10,000 more. His credit impaired. Total £20,000. By 1640, Craddock and Vassall had gained position and experience that were rare among the colonial interloping merchants, a combination of long-time identification with opposition forces in the city and real prominence within the city's leading institutions. They were natural choices, therefore, for the first city-wide challenge to the court and the municipal political establishment. 137. With the convocation of the short parliament, the emerging parliamentary opposition wasted little time in putting forward its program, not only for political and religious reform, but for a new approach in the sphere of colonization. In his famous speech shortly after the opening of Parliament, Pym exhaustively catalogued the grievances in church and state that had piled up during the long years without Parliament, and called for their reformation. 138. At the same time, in the tradition of the anti-Spanish opposition going back to the 1620s, Pym did not, at this critical political juncture, pass up the opportunity to set forth the main points of the commercial program of the Allied colonizing aristocrats and new merchant leaders. 139. He asked for lower import duties on colonial products, he demanded customs-free re-exports, and he called for an aggressive anti-Spanish foreign policy in the West Indies that might ultimately be linked to the recovery of the Palatinate. The customs levies on the American tobacco monoculture, said Pym, were confiscatory. The adventurers in this noble work have for the most part no other support but tobacco, upon which such a heavy rate is set, that the king receives twice as much as the true value of the commodity to the owner. These excessive burdens had forced merchants to take their goods directly to the European markets, bypassing London, but now hath been lately endeavoured to set an imposition upon this trade, so that the king will have a duty even out of those commodities which never come within his dominions. Most important of all, the differences and discontents betwixt his majesty and the people at home have in all likelihood diverted his royal thoughts and counsels from those great opportunities which he might have, not only to weaken the House of Austria and to restore the Palatinate, but to gain a higher pitch of power and greatness than any of his ancestors, for it is not unknown how weak, how distracted, how discontented the Spanish colonies are in the West Indies. There are now in those parts, in New England, Virginia, and the Carib Islands, and in the Bermudas, at least 60,000 able persons of this nation, many of them well armed, and their bodies seasoned to that climate, which, with a very small charge, might be set down in some advantageous parts of these pleasant, rich, and fruitful countries, and easily make his majesty master of all that treasure, which not only foments the war, but is the great support of popery in all parts of Christendom. These demands had been impossible to fulfill during the 1630s because of the interlocking financial, political, and commercial requirements of Caroline absolutism. Customs could not be lowered because of the monarch's constricted financial base in a period of non-parliamentary government. A strong anti-Spanish policy was also probably impossible, simply because of its cost. From another viewpoint, peace with Spain was desirable in order to protect the lucrative, customs-bearing trades with the Mediterranean, and, equally important, to help ensure the continuing financial and political support of that key group of mercantile magnates who were commercially involved in the Mediterranean area. But the return of Parliament transformed all these priorities. Before any action could be taken on these colonial commercial issues or any others, the king dissolved Parliament. But this move did little to put off the deepening national crisis or to disrupt the accelerating organization of a movement for political change on both the parliamentary and the municipal levels. Even before the meeting of the short Parliament, the city opposition, with leadership from the new merchants, had begun to show its strength, and in some unexpected places. In late 1639 the colonial merchant leader John Warner was elected Sheriff of London and then, in March 1640, was chosen city alderman. Warner was a well-known political Puritan who worked in partnership with his brother Samuel, an interloper in the East Indian and merchant adventurers trades who happened also to be the father-in-law of Maurice Thompson's brother William. The Warners ran a shop in Bucklersbury, London, from which they carried on a retail tobacco business as well as a long-distance colonial trade with the Americas. Warner's election to the aldermanic board helped the city opposition create a small but strategic fifth column within the heart of the largely royalist magistracy. 140 Warner was one of the 7 aldermen who in April 1640 refused to make up lists of wealthy citizens in his ward, joining the aldermen MPs Isaac Pennington and Thomas Soames, as well as John Gayer, John Wollaston, Thomas Atkins, and Sir Nicholas Rainton. 141. Similarly subversive forces were also at work even within the arch-conservative East India Company Directorate. In January 1640, Matthew Craddock had raised a challenge to the Directorate's program for issuing a new joint stock. Craddock reported that many adventurers except against the government of the company. This was very likely an attempt to revive the opposition to the company leadership that had been sparked by the Puritan lords beginning in 1629. Its objective was to reform the company by limiting the power of the members of the merchant elite who dominated the directorate. Craddock's initiative was defeated by the company's directors. 142 But it was a portent of things to come, both within the East India Company and London generally, an early crossing of swords between representatives of the merchant elite drawn largely from the Levant Company and the East India Company Directorate, who would form the heart of city royalism, and the new merchant leaders, who would help lead an emergent London parliamentary movement. Following the dissolution of the short Parliament, city opposition forces went immediately into action. By June, citizens were circulating a petition reciting their grievances and calling for the return of Parliament. The Privy Council's response was to arrest for seducing the King's people the 2 men thought to be the main organizers of the petition: Samuel Vassall, the recently elected city MP, and Richard Chambers, famed for his resistance to tonnage and poundage as well as his opposition to impositions and ship money. Both had been symbols of constitutional resistance in the city since the 1620s, and both were by this time closely connected with the new merchant leadership of the colonial trades. The government's action served only to provoke heightened resistance. The Venetian ambassador referred at this juncture to an open revolt against the government, while Salvetti reported that the court feared a popular uprising. On June 11, Common Council, responding to the growing popular movement in London, refused the Crown's request to lend 4,000 troops. 143. Meanwhile, pro-royal forces in the city were attempting to help the Crown shore up its finances in order to stave off the recall of Parliament. In the early summer, the Customs Farming Syndicate, which included at least 5 aldermen, among them the great Levant Company merchants Anthony Abdy and John Cordell, as well as the elite merchant adventurer William Whitmore, lent the huge sum of £250,000. On July 23 a hybrid assembly composed of the aldermen, the sheriffs, and 2 leading representatives from each ward volunteered £20,000 to the king, but the government refused to accept this pittance. 144. Then, in August, the Crown and the leading officers of the East India Company engineered the famous Pepper Loan, by which the Crown obtained some £50,000 in ready money through buying up the company's recently landed pepper shipment on credit and reselling it at a loss to several merchants. It has been argued that this loan/sale actually benefited both parties, since the Crown paid the price the company had stipulated and offered reasonable security. 145. Nevertheless, as Professor Ashton has explained, this argument is difficult to sustain. The Crown was allowed a significantly longer time to repay than the company had offered to its merchant purchasers. Moreover, the Crown's ability to repay the loan even in the time designated was quite doubtful. Third, the Crown was not required to pay interest. Finally, the security offered by the Crown tallies on the great customs and bonds by a number of private sureties was, in view of the profound crisis of royal policy and the catastrophic condition of royal finances at this point, dubious to say the least. 146. As it was, on August 22, 1640, 2 days following Charles's departure northward for his campaign against the Scots, Lord Cottingham, counting on the loyalty of the East India Company's directorate, directly approached a few of its leading officers about the loan, representing the king's many and urgent occasions, especially against the Scotch. They, in turn, explained to their colleagues on the company's board of directors the pivotal importance of the loan to the Crown's tottering position. According to the minutes of the East India Company Court of Committees for August 26, Mr. Governor reports, "Their lordships advised that this business be handled very tenderly at General Court, that so no affront be put to the king or the proposed securities." Appreciating the Crown's citation, and having heard presentations favouring the loan from their governor, as well as Lord Mayor Henry Garway, the company directors quickly approved the loan and deftly pushed it through the General Court in the face of some opposition from the membership. 147. Nevertheless, by late summer 1640, the Scots once more had succeeded in pushing the Crown over the brink, and the stage was set for the kind of powerful demonstration of cooperation between the London radical citizenry and the great parliamentary magnates that was to become common over the following years. The 12 peers presented on September 5, 1640 their petition calling for the return of Parliament. This document was the work of the parliamentary opposition leadership, heavily drawn from the colonizing companies. It was written by John Pym and Oliver St. John, and its presentation to the King at York followed immediately upon a secret meeting in London of the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Bedford, Bedford's son Russell, Lord Brooke, Lord Say, the Earl of Essex, John Hampden, and Pym. 148. The leaders of the London opposition obviously were in close touch with developments at the Conference of Magnates. As the peers delivered their petition to Charles I, citizens began circulating a parallel document in the city. The Londoners' petition was fuller than that of the peers. It expressed opposition to ship money, impositions, and monopoly patents, protested innovations in religion, attacked the war against the Scots, and derided the sudden calling and dissolving parliaments without the redress of grievances. 149. The city opposition leaders were to make the mass petition one of their favorite weapons. Their frequent resort to the London populace was no doubt one factor tending, over time, to alienate the city's company merchants who were politically conservative in the municipal context, profoundly concerned with social order and deeply attached to the city constitution, but potentially favorable to parliamentary reform at the national level. In contrast, the parliamentary leaders' supreme confidence in their ability to use the mass movement is striking. It must have been based in large part on their long-time intimate working relationships with some of the leading new merchants, as well as with some of the more radical Puritan ministers, who were leaders of the city popular forces. Having attracted no fewer than 10,000 signatures, the citizens' petition was carried to York by Londoners with no legitimate connection to the official seats of power. Maurice Thomson and Richard Chute were the two men who presented it to the king, and both were to become major figures in the city's pro-parliamentary movement, especially its radical wing. They were also, of course, leading representatives of the colonial interloping leadership. Maurice Thomson was the preeminent colonial merchant of his day, active in every developing commercial area. Interestingly enough, he never seems to have become a London citizen, but was apparently content to influence the course of political events by organizing popular pressure and popular institutions, through his direct contacts with the parliamentary aristocracy, and through holding national office in the parliamentary regime. Richard Chute's early career is obscure, but he was closely associated with Thomson throughout the period, both commercially and politically. He was probably Thomson's commercial factor, and he seems to have functioned as Thomson's representative in the political arena as well. 150. John Venn was a third Londoner mentioned by contemporaries as instrumental in organising the citizens' petition. The son of a yeoman family of Somerset, Venn traded in wool and silk with the west of England and Ireland. Although Venn apparently was not an active trader with the Americas, he did work with some of the members of the colonial interloping merchant leadership in the founding of the Massachusetts Bay Company and in the defense of that company against the government's quo warranto proceedings against it. Moreover, he remained in close touch with the Massachusetts Bay Colony during the 1640s, especially through correspondence with John Winthrop. A Puritan militant in his parish of Allhallows Bread Street, Venn, like Maurice Thomson and Richard Chute, would be prominent in many similar militant mass actions by the London citizenry over the following decade. 151. The citizens' mass petition, while hardly radical, failed to win the approval of the municipality. On September 22, 1640, the Court of Aldermen condemned the petition. A few days earlier, Lord Mayor Henry Garway had refused even to accept the petition or to present it to Parliament. 152. This response by the official municipality was essentially the same one it had given to the Common Council's petition of grievances a year and a half earlier. If, as Professor Ashton thinks, the aldermen were essentially pro-Parliament, though politically conservative, it is hard to understand why they refused either to support this effort, which did not go beyond protesting the worst abuses of Charles I's unparliamentary rule, or to frame a parallel protest of their own. Given their enormous political influence in London, they could have played a powerful role in creating a politically moderate, yet pro-parliamentary, party in London, had they actually desired to do so. The fact is, however, that no significant section of the city elite, at any time during the struggle, would lend its open and explicit support to the parliamentary cause. Not only did elite merchants fail, as described, to protest royal policies in the crises of the spring and the fall of 1640, i.e., in the periods immediately leading up to the short parliament and just before the long parliament, when they could presumably have taken action with little fear of reprisal. They would also refuse to support parliamentary reform at any time during the period of the parliamentary legislative revolution between November 1640 and the summer of 1641. All pro-parliamentary initiatives in London throughout the period had to come from outside the official municipality. The refusal of the city's merchant political elite to break from the Crown and to back Parliament was fraught with political implications. First, it meant that most of the chief leaders of London's merchant community were unavailable to Parliament. Parliament's ability during the later 1620s to attract the support of key merchant magnates, it will be remembered, had been a critical source of strength for London's parliamentary opposition. Second, it meant that to back Parliament successfully in London, it would be necessary, to some extent, to attack the city government, for the aldermanic court was, of course, the legitimate seat of authority in London. Third, it meant that Parliament could not simply count on London's support, it had to search the city for allies and forge alliances. All this naturally had enormous consequences for the political actions and alignments of the community of overseas traders. The overriding result was that those overseas company merchants who might have wished to support Parliament and national reform, but from a generally conservative political standpoint, found it difficult to do so. On the one hand, they would have had to resist the pressures emanating from the merchant elite to remain loyal to the crown, despite the fact that the elite merchants were their relatives and longtime friends and their accustomed leaders in both commercial and political affairs. On the other hand, they would have had to find a way to ally with radical citizens of lower rank in support of Parliament, while at the same time opposing those citizens' extremist political and religious projects. This would have been no easy path to follow. At the same time, the merchant elite's loyalty to the crown obviously offered a large political opening to the mass of pro-parliamentary citizens from outside and below the ranks of the company merchants, above all the new merchant leadership. Parliament had little choice but to work with these citizens if it wished to avail itself of London's enormous resources, both financial and political. Moreover, because the official city refused to support Parliament, the London parliamentary movement found an immediate justification for carrying out a powerful attack, not only on individual pro-royal magistrates, but on the whole structure of authority in the city. From the start, the militant citizens were able to combine steadfast support for Parliament with a powerful assault on the city constitution. They would be hard to resist. Merchants and Revolution. Political activities and alignments of London's merchant community both expressed and helped determine the character of city and national conflict in the period leading up to the outbreak of the Civil War. From November 1640, London politics and national politics became ever more inextricably intertwined, and overseas merchants played key roles at both levels. Nevertheless, the struggles in Parliament and the city, though forming a unified whole, were not entirely analogous. At each level different types of men fought different sorts of opponents for different goals. In Parliament, men long accustomed to rule headed an opposition to the crown that into the summer of 1641 had the support of a strong majority of the English landed classes. They sought through parliamentary legislation and through representation on the King's Council to ensure powers and privileges that they felt to be theirs by custom, but to be endangered by an innovating monarchical authority. In London, in contrast, citizens largely excluded from the centres of governmental authority provided much of the leadership of the parliamentary movement from its inception. They aimed not only to secure pro-parliamentary reform, but also to radically alter the city's constitution and to reform the church root and branch. They were opposed from the first by the city's governing elite and, as time went on, by increasing numbers of substantial citizens who sought to defend the city's oligarchic government. Civil war became inevitable when city and parliamentary conflicts became fully merged through the consolidation of alliances between the city radical movement and the opposition in Parliament, on the one hand, and the city conservative movement and the Crown, on the other. These alignments did not take place spontaneously or immediately but only through complex and extended disputes in which fundamental interests were clarified, while certain strategic options were foreclosed. In these processes the city merchant elite, based heavily on the Levant, East India Combine, and the new merchant leadership stood at opposite political poles and played key organizing roles. Representatives of the merchant elite were, of course, at the core of pro-royal forces in London from the return of Parliament in 1640. But a city royalist movement was fully consolidated only from the second half of 1641. It came to include both longtime supporters of the court and former backers of anti-absolutist reform who chose to ally with the crown in order to oppose the increasingly radical aspirations of a London popular movement led by non-merchant citizens and tied ever more closely to the opposition in Parliament. An overwhelming majority of company merchants ultimately fell into one of these two allied political categories. But it is difficult to be sure how they were distributed between them specifically, to determine at what point in time each ultimately royalist merchant definitively came to identify with the crown, because surviving evidence on the political orientation of large numbers of citizens is available only for the period beginning in July 1641. By this time the separation between ex-supporters of Parliament from a conservative political position and outright backers of the court had been largely superseded by the rise of a movement in the city devoted to the maintenance of the established socio-political order and tied to the king. This is a problem to which I will return. In any case, through the course of the struggle for power in London that took place during the autumn and winter of 1641 to 1642, the overseas company merchants were overwhelmingly royalist and formed the core of the pro-royal forces in the city. The defection of the company merchants from their position of the later 1620s of overwhelming support for the parliamentary opposition was one of the main factors determining the course of political conflict in London and nationally in the period leading up to the outbreak of the Civil War. In much the same way that the merchant elite derived to a large degree from the Levant East India trades, stood at the centre of London conservatism, providing the key political links between the emerging city and national royalist movements. The traders of the colonial interloping leadership stood at the head of the city popular movement and played a critical role in connecting that movement to the national parliamentary opposition. The new merchants' continuing intimate ties with London's domestic trading community put them closely in touch with a city parliamentary movement that was overwhelmingly composed of non-merchants. Meanwhile, their activities in the colonial field gave them pivotal links with those Puritan colonizing aristocrats who constituted a key component of the national parliamentary leadership. Although the parliamentary movements at the city and national levels differed significantly in their ultimate goals, they were able to work closely together during the opening phases of the revolution, and the new merchant leadership was instrumental in making this possible. It was thus a coordinated, city parliamentary opposition movement that struggled against Charles I and the conservative municipal authorities in 1640 to 1642. In these conflicts, the leading role of the new merchants and the colonizing aristocrats was evident at every important turning point. During the period from November 1640 through the summer of 1641, these groups gave one another mutual support in moving toward the reform of the monarchy and the alteration of traditional constitutional practices in the city. Ultimately, from November 1641 onward, they worked together toward city and national revolution, parliamentary control over the king's councillors and the army, the destruction of the aldermanic oligarchy and the elevation of the Common Council to a dominant decision-making role within the city government, and the root and branch Puritan reformation of the Church. Over the same period, these same two groups also moved together toward the fulfillment of objectives in the colonizing field that had long been frustrated by the monarchy-specific, cost-conscious foreign policy. It would be absurd to argue that these groups provoked revolution and civil war simply to achieve their commercial colonial aims. Nevertheless, as has been emphasized, since the early 1620s the colonizing aristocratic leadership had viewed the assault against Spain's fleet and its West Indian colonies as integrally tied to the general struggle for the fundamentally important Protestant cause of foreign policy of alliance with Protestant states against the papal Antichrist represented by Spain, especially to recover the Palatinate, which was closely linked to a domestic policy of suppressing English Catholics. The centrality of the anti-Spanish struggle had only become more salient for the colonizing aristocrats during the late 1620s and the 1630s, as the Caroline government combined a pro-Spanish foreign policy with fiercely anti-Calvinist religious courses, the open toleration of Catholics, a disdain for the rights of subjects, and, at last, the dispensing with parliamentary institutions. When, in the latter part of the 1630s, the Caroline government showed its willingness to enter into regular diplomatic relations with the papacy, to countenance the increasingly open practice of Catholicism at court, not only by foreigners around the Queen but by leading English aristocrats, and, finally, in 1639 to 1640, to seek aid from Spain against its domestic opponents, while threatening them with Strafford's Papist army in Ireland. It confirmed the deepening conviction of the aristocratic colonizing oppositionists that the struggle against Spain and Popery was fundamental to the struggle for the rights of the subject and in defense of Protestant religion. 1. By 1640, then, the emergent parliamentary leadership, headed by Pym and notably supported by the leading figures from among the colonizing lords and gentry, considered the reform of the monarchy inseparable from the reform of a church that had both promoted Charles's personal, non-parliamentary rule and subverted Calvinist religion. They conceptualized their cause as, fundamentally, a struggle against an international popish conspiracy, associated domestically with arbitrary government in church and state and the semi-Catholicizing of religion, and internationally with Spanish hegemony. In the eyes of the colonizing aristocratic opposition and their new merchant allies, the plan for an attack on Spain's Atlantic fleet and its West Indian colonies formed an indispensable element within an overall program for politico-Protestant reform. They never, even for a moment, lost sight of its importance, and they brought it to the fore at each successive stage of the developing struggle. Parliamentary reform, the rise of city radicalism, and the colonial offensive. Between November 1640 and July 1641, the greater landed classes represented in Parliament carried out what amounted to a legislative revolution. The parliamentary legislation of 1640 to 1641 was precise in its accomplishments. It destroyed the most potent instruments of judicial, financial, and administrative absolutism and formally established Parliament as a regular, permanent, and self-sustaining institution of government. Had this legislation taken effect, it would have radically reduced the king's freedom to act without the direct cooperation of the greater landed classes. Nevertheless, its authors pretended to avoid any direct attack on royal authority or the institution of monarchy itself. In the minds of its supporters, who included a strong majority of the nobles and gentry represented in Parliament, the thrust of this legislation was fundamentally conservative, to root out abusive innovations imposed by the monarchical government in order to restore the traditional forms of shared authority between Crown and Parliament. At first, relatively few in Parliament thought of formal constitutional controls over the King's Council or his army. The strong majority sought to consolidate and enforce their legislation simply through having the King accept their parliamentary leaders as his primary councillors. The cry of evil councillors was a true reflection of their own understanding of the nature of the problem, as well as of their self-imposed boundaries of reform. In some contrast, as early as the fall of 1640 the parliamentary movement in London was beginning to assume a more explicitly innovative and radical character. This evolution in London toward greater radicalization was, from one standpoint, simply a natural response to the extreme separation of most of the citizenry from the city's profoundly oligarchic political and ecclesiastical institutions. The result was that, even by 1640, the opposition movements located in Parliament and London were voicing divergent aspirations, in large part in consequence of the different positions occupied by their constituents in relation to the sources of political and ecclesiastical authority. In the countryside, 2 centuries of socio-political transformation had left local political and ecclesiastical institutions strongly under the influence of the greater landed classes, while endowing national representative institutions with a pivotal, if ultimately ambiguous, place in national governance. Through Parliament, the county commissions and militias, and parish church patronage, the greater landed classes already had a firm grip on the basic institutional mechanisms they needed for the assertion of their political and religious domination. All that was necessary for the full realization of their potential power was to put an end to the limitations on these mechanisms that were set by overarching centralized hierarchies in church and state. Once the incrustation of independent monarchical and episcopal administration had been torn away, or at least brought under control, the powerful aristocratic structures of governance that had grown up beneath it could function unimpeded. The parliamentary opposition did not consciously seek sovereignty, let alone the destruction of monarchy or episcopacy in what it considered to be their purified or moderated forms. In fact, it was committed to both as authoritarian symbols and safeguards of the established social order. Only a tiny handful of MPs were Republicans, and an overwhelming majority were opposed to tampering with the Church beyond eliminating the innovative abuses of the Caroline regime, Arminianism and Laudianism, the incursion of bishops into national politics, and the encroachment of the ecclesiastical courts into secular affairs. The situation in London, in contrast, seemed to lead more directly and naturally toward revolutionary alternatives. The city government's bicameral aldermanic court common council structure, headed by the Lord Mayor who was assisted by 2 city sheriffs, was analogous in form to the national governing structure, but it was quite different in substance. Despite the constitutional tradition by which the Court of Common Council, composed of some 237 citizens elected by all the city's freemen, claimed to make bylaws independently of any other power in the kingdom, the largely self-recruited and intensely oligarchic 26-man Court of Aldermen, along with the Lord Mayor, actually dominated city government. The Common Council could not convene unless it was called by the Lord Mayor, who also had the right to dissolve it. The aldermanic court had veto power over Common Council rulings, and the aldermen even claimed the right to set Common Council agendas. The aldermen sat more or less continuously, while the Common Council rarely met more than 5 or 6 times a year, sometimes only twice. As a result, with relatively rare exceptions, the aldermanic court ran London. 2 The Common Council's place within city governance simply was not comparable to that of the House of Commons on the national level. The institutions of ecclesiastical authority were even more cut off from the control of the citizens than were the institutions of secular authority, and more directly tied to the royal and episcopal hierarchies. The Crown and the bishops between them held patronage rights over more than 2/3 of the parishes. Lay impropriators, including the city government and city companies, controlled appointments for most of the rest. The parishioners themselves had the right to select their own minister in only 6 parishes. At least within the city's official church structure, there was no analogy to that local control exercised by the landed classes that did so much to mitigate the impact of the episcopal hierarchy in the counties. 3. Radical electoral initiatives. If a tendency to strive for religio-political revolution was thus, in a general sense, inherent in a city parliamentary movement composed mainly of citizens largely cut off from effective participation in secular and ecclesiastical government, that movement's radicalization actually took place primarily as a practical response to the problem of giving support to Parliament's drive for reform in the face of the hostility of the aldermanic court. The Court of Aldermen's strong allegiance to the Crown forced the city's supporters of Parliament to go outside the official structure of government, and ultimately to attack the municipality's very principles of organization. While the 26-man aldermanic court, acting as a nearly solid block, had taken responsibility for enforcing royal policy throughout the entire period between 1625 and 1640, the Court of Common Council had provided a more favorable terrain for expressing popular protest and organizing the parliamentary opposition. The Common Council's precise political makeup in the period before 1642 is difficult to decipher because of the rarity of its meetings and problems in ascertaining its membership. But Dr. Valerie Pearl's statement that the Common Council appears to have had little sympathy with Pym and the parliamentary opposition probably implies more willingness to go along with the aldermen in support of royal policies than was present in this body. As Dr. Pearl herself points out, the Common Council did express strong opposition to royal policies in the crisis of 1639 to 1640, and this recalcitrance in the face of royal command was quite evident to the royal government, which consistently warned the city authorities to leave the Common Council out of any consultation concerning city efforts, financial or otherwise, designed to help the king. 4 At least 8 out of the 12 Common Councillors who were to serve on the Committee of Safety that would lead the city revolution starting in January 1642 already held Common Council seats in 1640 to 1641.5. Moreover, About 40% of those common councillors who sat on the city's Court of Requests in 1640 to 1641 and who can be politically identified ultimately allied themselves with Parliament, that is, roughly 24 were pro-parliamentary and about 34 were royalist. The 18-man Court of Requests was chosen monthly by statute from among the common councillors and may perhaps be taken as representative of the common councillors. 6. Still, to assert that the Common Council contained a relatively large number of members who opposed the royal court is in no way to argue that this body could become a primary focus for opposition activity. The Common Council was de jure and de facto unable to act independently of the Court of Aldermen, which remained the seat of city authority. In consequence, the parliamentary movement in London was forced to base its operations almost entirely outside the city governing structure, to challenge city customs, and, finally, to carry out a constitutional revolution. Before that revolution took place in December-January 1641 to 1642, the only official citywide governmental institution that offered the parliamentary movement the potential of an effective political base inside the city itself was Common Hall, the electoral body composed of all of London's freemen. 7. On September 28, 1640, Common Hall met for the annual election of the Lord Mayor. According to city custom, the citizens were obliged to nominate the senior alderman, and in this case the candidate should have been Sir William Acton, a staunch supporter of the court who was infamous for his refusal in 1629, while city sheriff, to grant or replace Evan to the merchants imprisoned by the Crown for refusing to pay tonnage and poundage. But Common Hall refused to put Acton forward. The citizens nominated instead Alderman Thomas Soames, a Levant Company merchant famed for his refusal in 1638, when sheriff, to enforce ship money, and Alderman John Gayer, who was a Levant Company merchant who had been imprisoned the previous May for failing to submit the names of the citizens in his ward with the resources to pay the government's forced loan. Common Hall's insubordination naturally caused extreme consternation in court circles. The crisis was ultimately resolved through the selection of a third candidate approved by both sides. But the citizens had shown their power, and had begun to assume the initiative. 8. Not long after the election of the Lord Mayor, the citizens in Common Hall elected to the upcoming Parliament the same 4 oppositionist MPs they had chosen the previous spring for the short Parliament. These included not only the new merchant leaders and longtime city oppositionists Matthew Craddock and Samuel Vassall, but also the key Puritan leader Isaac Pennington. Pennington, a minor Levant Company trader and London brewer, was not apparently active in the trades with the Americas or an outstanding militant in the parliamentary opposition in its early phases. Nevertheless, he was soon to emerge as perhaps the foremost leader of London's parliamentary movement, no doubt partly by virtue of the intimate ties he had established with both colonizing aristocrats and the new merchant leaders. From the late 1620s, Pennington played a prominent part in the Calvinist cause and, apparently in this way, forged connections with the aristocratic colonizing opposition. Pennington was a strong supporter of the London minister's project for raising money for clerical refugees from the Palatinate in 1627 and, at about the same time, made clear his belief in the indispensability of Protestant war against Spain. As he wrote to his cousin Capt. John Pennington, I pray God incline the heart of the king to yield that which may further God's glory, and tend to the reformation of that which is amiss, that so we may live and enjoy peace and prosperity under him. I mean peace with all the world but war with Spain, for I am confident that we shall never have peace with them but to our prejudice. During the 1630s, Pennington was active in the militantly Puritan London parish of St. Stephen's Coleman Street, where the independent John Davenport and the soon-to-be independent John Goodwin were successively ministers. It may have been through Goodwin that Pennington established ties with John Hampden and John Pym. In any case, by 1640 Pennington was, in Clarendon's words, a man in the highest confidence of the party, working closely with the parliamentary leadership. By this time Pennington also had almost certainly built substantial links with the new merchant leadership, in part through his kinsman Randall Mainwaring, a relative of Matthew Craddock and a leading trader with the Americas. Mainwaring would serve as Pennington's right-hand man in numerous radical initiatives throughout the following decade. 9. The election of the 4 oppositionist London MPs turned out to have enormous significance. Over the following months, the Court of Aldermen refused to support parliamentary reform in any way and was obliged to abdicate its traditional role of representing the city in national politics. The East India Company Directorate similarly refused to break with Charles. With the city's traditional political elite thus immobilized, the city's 4 oppositionist MPs were able to take over the part of mediators between London and Parliament. In collaboration with the rising mass movement in the city, they were able to make sure that the city's enormous financial and political resources were mobilized behind Pym and against the royal government in the first period of legislative revolution. 10. The Root and Branch Petition. With the assembling of Parliament in early November, the London citizens, fresh from their first partial victory in revising city political institutions, wasted little time in forwarding plans for radical change in the realm of religion. During the years of Charles's rule, the government's close control over local ecclesiastical institutions had made it essentially impossible to implement even moderate reform within the official parish structures. Puritan counter-structures offered the only viable alternative. Reformation was therefore pursued through the foundation of lectureships and the endowment of sermons by godly citizens. Less respectably, it was carried on through an underground network of illegal sectarian congregations, or, most desperately, it proceeded through the support of overseas havens for Puritan émigrés. None of these approaches could be entirely satisfactory, although at times the construction of something like an alternative system of city lectureships appeared to offer a way out, and during the darkest days of the Laudian period all became more difficult to implement. As soon as political breakdown in 1640 offered the opportunity, the London citizens were ready to push forward their demands for greater control of their own religious life. From the parishes came petitions demanding parliamentary sanction for all sorts of changes in church practice, government, and personnel. Most strikingly, on December 11, 1640, an impressive contingent of respected and well-to-do citizens, numbering perhaps 75, carried into Parliament a petition calling for the abolition of episcopacy root and branch, signed by some 15,000 to 20,000 Londoners. Alderman Pennington presented it to the House. Within the Puritan movement in London there was no unanimity on what type of religious settlement should be instituted. But most were agreed that the destruction of bishops and the hierarchy they dominated was a necessary precondition for any true reformation. In 1640 to 1641, such a proposal could have won the support of only a small minority of the greater landed classes who dominated the opposition to the crown. For this reason the parliamentary leaders had tried to get their citizen supporters to hold back on the root and branch petition, so as to avoid provoking division in Parliament. They were unsuccessful, and differences on the nature of the required religious reformation became a serious source of conflict between the movement in Parliament and that in the city. 11. Anti-Spanish initiatives. The new merchants and colonizing aristocrats in the city and parliamentary opposition never lost sight of their commercial aims, even for a moment. Shortly after Parliament reconvened, they took the initial steps to have put into practice the long-neglected, long-desired program for aggression against Spain in the Caribbean that Pym had raised again in the short Parliament. On December 11, 1640, divers merchants and citizens of London active in the trades with the Americas petitioned Parliament to send down a favourable ruling in the case of the tobacco merchant Joseph Hawes, who had suffered the loss of some £12,000 in a trading voyage to Virginia when the ship he had hired was captured by the Spanish West Indian fleet. Hawes was one of the great colonial merchants of the day, the major figure in a pivotally important partnership that included his brother Nathaniel Hawes and his brothers-in-law Capt. George Payne and Randall Mainwaring. Mainwaring, as just noted, was a relative and close collaborator of both Matthew Craddock and Isaac Pennington, and was at this time becoming a key figure in both the trade with the Americas and the city opposition. Hawes had attempted to recover his loss by extracting reprisals from a captured Spanish ship brought from Bermuda into an English port, but had been prevented from doing so by the successful intervention with the English court of Roger Kilvert, a Spanish agent. According to the petitioners, By these and like practices the English merchants are much discouraged and disabled in their trading, whilst the Spanish boldly surpriseth them, and they are ruined one after another abroad and want redress at home. They therefore requested that Parliament rule so as to encourage the petitioners to continue their trade to America. 12. The threat of Spanish attack had long been a stumbling block to the development of American commerce. Maurice Thompson and his partners had lost an enormous boatload of tobacco to the Spanish not long before Hawes's loss, and many other merchants had suffered the same fate at the hands of either the Spanish or the Dunkirk privateers. Both St. Kitts and Nevis were temporarily lost to Spain in 1629. The Providence Island Company itself had sustained a great setback when Spain captured its island of Association in 1635. The military defense of commercial enterprise in the Americas was clearly a top priority for the colonial entrepreneurs, both aristocrats and merchants. As a symbol of the Caroline government's capitulation to Spain and of its betrayal of the Elizabethan heritage, Hawes's case called forth an impressive show of concern by the merchants and gentry behind the colonial projects. The new merchant leadership organized the petition in favor of Hawes, and the petition's signers included most of the top colonial traders of the pre-Civil War period. In addition to Hawes's partners and brothers-in-law Randall Mainwaring and Capt. George Payne, the petitioners included Maurice Thompson, Morris's brother-in-law William Tucker, Morris's brothers George, Robert, and William Thompson, William Thompson's father-in-law Samuel Warner, and Samuel's brother John Warner, the Berkeley Hundred purchaser Thomas Deacon, the Martins Brandon purchasers and longtime partners, the brothers-in-law John Sadler and Richard Quiney, the Kent Island promoter Simon Turgis, who was also a partner of Sadler and Quiney, the trader with Canada, William Barkeely and his partner Timothy Felton, Thomas Frere, who was a collaborator of Maurice Thompson's and William Penhoyer's in Capt. William Jackson's marauding venture in Central America, and 40 other colonial traders. 13. The broad support for Hawes's petition shows that the new merchant leaders could organize the mass of colonial traders around their common commercial interests, at the same time that they were helping to build the London parliamentary movement. Many of the petition's signers were already active or soon to be active alongside one another in the London popular movement. It is particularly worth noting, in this respect, that among the traders who signed the pro-Hawes petition was the outstanding parliamentary oppositionist Richard Chambers, famed for his unyielding resistance to the Crown on tonnage and poundage, ship money, and a host of other issues. The new merchant leaders do not appear to have worked previously with Chambers, who was active in the Levantine trade. But their ability, in ways such as this, to continually broaden their circle of collaborators was one important key to their growing influence. 14. It was another sign of the times that the new merchants' petition supporting Hawes was brought into Parliament and presented to the House of Commons by none other than John Pym. 15. At the same time that the parliamentary leaders were moving to help themselves and their merchant collaborators by beginning to implement a more militant policy towards Spain in the Americas, they were taking action on another grievance that Pym had raised in his speech to the Short Parliament, that of the customs in general, and the tobacco imposition in particular. On November 11, 1640, in response to another petition by Joseph Hawes, Parliament granted a stay of all extents on bonds given by merchants to the customs farmers for the custom and impost on tobacco. 16. The order resulting from Hawes's petition was almost as good as a declaration that debts by merchants to the customs farmers arising from failure to pay their customs immediately would now be void. It opened the way for a series of actions against the customs farmers by new merchant leaders who had long been waging an overt and covert war on the whole system of taxation on their trades. Although there is no way of assessing the extent of smuggling, it is known that such leading colonial merchants as Maurice Thompson, Edward Thompson, William Tucker, Jeremy Blackman, Samuel Vassall, and Vassall's brother-in-law Peter Andrews were all cited before governmental bodies for customs evasion at various points in the 1630s. The return of Parliament gave men such as these the opportunity to carry their fight into the open. Shortly thereafter, the merchants trading with the Americas and their friends in the Commons made a coordinated effort to get Parliament to take more formal action against the tobacco imposition. On January 6, 1641, Oliver St. John, the famed ship money protester who was also a Providence Island patentee and now a leading collaborator of Pym's, moved that he had a petition of great moment to prefer from the merchants, shipowners, planters, and adventurers to America, which concerned the good and welfare of all the plantations in America, and wherein was set forth what cruel exactions the customers demanded and took of such as went into any of those plantations or came from them, compelling such as went to enter into great bonds so to bring their goods, with divers other great extortions and oppressions. St. John did further explain those exactions and oppressions, but the petition was sent to committee and did not re-emerge until the following summer. 17. Meanwhile, on January 25, 1641, the tobacco merchant Samuel Warner, brother of the new merchant Alderman John Warner and father-in-law of Morris's brother William Thompson, called on Parliament to go a bit further than it had for Hawes, and force the customs farmers to hand over goods of Warner's they already had seized for his failure to make good on his bonds. Parliament responded favorably to Warner's plea, ordering the release of his goods, but a counter-petition by the customs farmers forced a more extended debate on the matter. The customs farmers rested their case on the strict formalities of the law. They were officially in charge of collecting the customs and therefore had the right to demand that the merchants pay their bonds and, if they refused, to seize their goods directly in lieu of payment. Warner, now together with Joseph Hawes, responded by attacking the very legality of the duty. The custom and impost on Virginian and West Indian tobacco, said Warner and Hawes, at 4d. a pound and 6d. a pound respectively, were at the same level that they had been in the time of James I, when the price of tobacco had been 10 times higher, and now amounted to more than the retail price of the tobacco. The constitutional customs rate was 5% ad valorem. The Book of Rates and the tobacco imposition derived from it were thus, in their view, clearly illegal. 18. It seems as if Hawes and Warner won their argument, if not a final resolution of the whole issue. Warner's goods were ordered released on February 2, 1641. On the same day, in a very similar case, Parliament ordered the customers to show cause why they should not release the goods of the new merchant leader and MP Samuel Vassall, who had been one of the leaders of the constitutional struggle against the currents imposition and tonnage and poundage during the late 1620s. A month later, the House of Commons passed a similar ruling on the petition of the new merchants and colonizing aristocrats of the Somers Island Company, thus bringing to fruition a protest launched by John Pym as long before as the Parliament of 1628.19. Finance, the Scots, and Strafford. During the winter and spring of 1640 to 1641, Parliament began the process of reform, and the city MPs and the London citizens were crucial in making this possible. Practically from the point of the meeting of Parliament, the London MPs, led by the militant oppositionist Alderman Isaac Pennington, set themselves up as the main mediators between Parliament and the city on the question of city advances to Parliament. Massive amounts of money were needed to pay the Scottish army still encamped at the border. The city MPs' control over loans from London allowed the parliamentary leadership headed by Pym to raise enough money to make Parliament indispensable to the king for paying off the army, yet not enough to allow the Scots to be sent home. In this way, the city MPs and their supporters in London allowed Pym and his friends to use the Scottish army to maintain pressure on the king while they were moving to realise their programme. As Clarendon put it, the task of borrowing money gave them opportunity of pressing their own designs to facilitate their work, as, if anything they proposed in the House was crossed, presently the city would lend no more money because of this or that obstruction. 20. The success of the city MPs in establishing themselves early on as go-betweens was aided by the reluctance of the Court of Aldermen to speed the lending process. On November 16, 1640, Pennington reported that the city had agreed to lend only £25,000 of the £50,000 Parliament had asked for. The city MP and new merchant leader Matthew Craddock immediately warned that he feared it might hinder the business to rely upon the aldermen. After some cajoling, the aldermen did come through with the remaining £25,000. But Pennington solidified the position of the city MPs by having himself and Alderman Soames chosen to be the two treasurers of the loan from the city. Shortly thereafter Pennington achieved a real coup by getting the House to go, via the MPs, directly to Common Hall for the next loan from the city of £60,000 and 21 pence. This was an absolutely pivotal tactical breakthrough, for Common Hall, with its broad-based membership, was the only official city institution in which the London parliamentary militants, still a minority on the Common Council, were politically dominant. 22. While the city MPs and their citizen allies thus provided the parliamentary leadership with an indispensable weapon against the Crown, they could wield the same weapon for their own ends. At crucial moments, they did not merely diverge from the policies of Pym and his friends, but sharply opposed them. Conflict arose not only over the root and branch reformation of the Church, but also over the handling of the Scottish army and the disposition of the Earl of Strafford. The resolution of the latter two interrelated issues was the condition for consolidating parliamentary revolution. Yet, at critical junctures during the spring of 1641, Pym and those closest to him seem to have found themselves dangerously squeezed between an alliance of London militants and House of Commons radicals, which was bent on preventing any agreement between Charles and the parliamentary leadership that might save Strafford's life, and an emergent crypto-royalist group in the Commons, which sought to extricate the king from the vulnerable position in which he found himself. On January 23, 1641, Alderman Pennington announced to the House of Commons that the citizens would refuse to hand over the £60,000 they had promised because the king had not only countenanced the delinquents Lord Keeper John Finch and Secretary of State Sir Francis Winbank, but also had reprieved the condemned priest John Goodman. The citizens were obsessed with the pardon of Goodman because they saw it as establishing a precedent for a much more important reprieve they believed to be contemplated by the king, that of the Earl of Strafford. Both Houses of Parliament were clearly impressed by the citizens' threat to withhold funds, and they rushed to remonstrate with the king, urging him to have Goodman executed and the laws against papists strictly enforced. 23. Meanwhile, probably to assuage the citizens, they ordered the dispatch of a commission to deface, demolish, and take away altars on January 23, accepted and read the London minister's petition on religion on January 23 and February 2, and gave a first reading to the bill. Brought in by Alderman Pennington for abolishing superstition and idolatry and for settling true religion on 5 February. 24. Under pressure, the king finally agreed, in his speech of February 4, 1641, to leave Goodman to the will of Parliament, and he ordered all priests to leave London within a month. Meanwhile, the Queen proclaimed her desire to collaborate with Parliament. Apparently satisfied, Parliament allowed Goodman to languish in prison. But on February 6, Pennington announced to the House of Commons that the citizens of London were unhappy with the King's speech, since it had not resulted in Goodman's execution. Parliament, however, would not be bullied, and the Commons ordered the Speaker to inform the citizens that it was perfectly content with the King's speech and to request of the Lord Mayor that the money underwritten by the citizens be collected and paid. This did not, however, resolve the matter. 25. 2 days later, renewed conflict broke out between the citizen oppositionists and a goodly number of moderate MPs. When Parliament turned to the consideration of the Citizens' Root and Branch Bill on February 8, a group in the House led by Digby, Falkland, Hyde, and Culpeper sought to prevent the bill from even being considered, not only because of its contents, but because of the petitioners' brazen appeal beyond the duly constituted city authorities to the London masses. Speaking not to have the London petition committed, because tumultuarily brought, Digby said that he looked upon this petition not as a petition from the City of London, but from I know not what 15,000 Londoners, all that could be got to subscribe. The new merchant MP Samuel Vassall promptly replied that many able men's hands were to the petition. And the next day Alderman Pennington took up Digby's challenge head-on. As Simons Dews reported, Pennington stood up and justified the London petition to have been warranted by the hands of men of worth and known integrity. And if there were any mean men's hands to it, yet if they were honest men, there was no reason but their hands should be received. And for the delivery of it himself was one of them who received it from persons of quality and worth. It was done without tumult. There was no course used to rake up hands, for he might boldly say, if that course had been taken instead of 15,000 they might have had 15 times 15,000s. Nevertheless, Digby's telling distinction between London's official governors, who did not support the root and branch petition, and the constitutionally unauthorised citizens' movement, which had brought it into Parliament, undoubtedly hit a nerve, and would become a source of ever greater political embarrassment and strategic difficulty for Pym and his friends. As an emerging crypto-royalist party would pound home with ever-increasing effectiveness over the following year, the parliamentary opposition depended upon popular forces in London that were not only devoted to unacceptably radical religious alternatives, but bent on overthrowing traditional authority and hierarchy in the city and who knew where else. The parliamentary leadership made sure that the moderates' attack on the root and branch petition was turned aside and that the bill went to committee. However, the committee was instructed for the time being not to consider the question of the abolition of episcopacy. 26. Pennington did not quickly let the House forget the insult to the citizens. On February 10, the Commons requested a further £15,000 from the Londoners to pay for the navy. Pennington replied the next day that the citizens would bring in the money, but that they took themselves much injured that it was said that the names subscribed to their petition were tapsters and ostlers, and subsequently added that they were much discouraged by some malevolent speeches. 27. As it was, the citizens continued to withhold the money they had promised, and this led to sudden open conflict with their erstwhile allies among the parliamentary leadership. On February 18, 1641, Sir William Uvedale, treasurer of the money for the King's Army and the Scots, complained to the House that although Alderman Pennington had claimed the previous day that the greater part of the £60,000 promised by the citizens had been brought into the Chamber of London, in fact only £21,000 had been collected. 28 Speaking on this problem on February 20, Sir Symonds d'Ewes pointed out that the citizens' money would quickly be forthcoming if the two main barriers to its provision were summarily removed: the King's failure to execute Goodman and his refusal to disband Strafford's army in Ireland. Others explicitly proclaimed that there was no hope for money from London until some final action was taken on Strafford. 29 At this point, a frustrated John Pym suddenly moved that in respect of the great necessity of the public, we might compel the Londoners to lend money. 30. The House would not hear of Pym's shocking proposal. But the underlying conflict immediately flared up again, now around the issue of the subsidy. By this point, the more militant MPs, apparently in collaboration with the London citizens, were refusing to approve, even in principle, the further raising of money until something was done about Goodman, the Irish army, and, by clear implication, Strafford. Led by the anti-Scottish moderates Sir John Strangeways and Sir Robert Pye, the Commons, only with relative difficulty, passed the Act for 2 additional subsidies. The vote was 195 to 129, with the later regicide John Moore and the militant parliamentarian John Ray Tellers for the noes. 31. The refusal of Pennington and his citizen allies to bring in funds gave a giant opening to moderate, anti-Scottish forces in the House of Commons and, apparently, in the City. On February 23, the House appointed a 12-person committee dominated by known moderates and later royalists to treat with merchants and such other persons as they shall think fit about raising a loan. 32 On February 24, Sir Arthur Capel, speaking for the committee, reported that members had visited the city and were hopeful of raising funds there. Sir John Strangeways, another of the committee's members, then took the opportunity to make an inflammatory call for the removal of the Scots from England by 16 March. 33 This linking of city money with the Scots withdrawal was not fortuitous. A few days later, on February 27, Sir Edward Hyde reported that the committee had conferred with the most substantial and best reputed men of the city. They had promised money, he said, but only if certain demands were met. These men were very much troubled and melancholy to see 2 armies kept on foot at so vast a charge within the bounds of the kingdom, where, all danger of war was removed, and they who were very able to make good what they promised had frankly undertaken that if a peremptory day was appointed for being rid of those armies, there should be not want of moneys to discharge them. Hyde reported to the House that the committee had mobilized 25 persons in the city who would lend a total of £50,000, but who held back from doing so because of their objections to the recently released Scotch paper. This document was a statement by the Scottish commissioners that proclaimed their desire to have episcopacy abolished and Strafford executed, but that had been intended for limited circulation only within the House of Commons. Its broad public circulation is something of a puzzle. It is possible that Isaac Pennington, or one of the other radical city MPs, sensing that power was slipping from the hands of the militant citizens and their parliamentary allies, leaked this document so as to bring Scots pressure directly to bear on Parliament in support of the militants' programme. But its publication in the city played into the hands of those who opposed the Scots and sought to stem the parliamentary tide. 34 Obviously, the citizens with whom these MPs had consulted had the opposite political perspective from that of Pennington's supporters. Strongly sympathetic to the Crown, they were almost certainly drawn, as Pennington's supporters were not, primarily from among the city's company merchant establishment. The proposal to use city money to pay for the removal of the Scots represented the efforts of an emergent faction around Sir Robert Pye, Sir John Strangeways, Sir Henry Jermyn, Sir Arthur Capel, Sir Edmund Waller, and others who, from early February 1641, sought to lift the pressure from the Crown by securing the withdrawal of the Scottish army and, in that way, to moderate the parliamentary offensive. Their apparent success, in the wake of the boycott of funds by the city's radicals, in mobilizing a similarly royally inclined group inside the city in support of their cause, posed a mortal threat to those in Parliament who feared the King and wished to push further parliamentary reform. During the previous month, Alderman Pennington and his friends in the city had sought to withhold city funds in order to increase the threat of a Scottish invasion and, in that way, to pressure Parliament for Strafford's execution. Now, in a rather analogous way, the parliamentary moderates were attempting to use the same sort of financial bludgeon from London for the opposite purpose, to rid the country of the Scots, an action that would have had the effect of depriving the parliamentary leadership of its main weapon against the King. The quandary thus posed for the parliamentary leadership was well stated by Clarendon in his History. If the governing party embraced the opportunity to procure a supply of money which was really wanted, it would be too great a countenance to the persons who had procured it, and whose reputation they were willing to depress. Besides, it would imply their approbation of what had been said of the disbanding, at least would be a ground of often mentioning and pressing it, which was the thing they most abhorred. 35. The moderates' attempt to use city money to force the withdrawal of the Scottish army appears to have precipitated something of a crisis for Pym and those great parliamentary nobles, notably the Earl of Bedford, with whom he was working. Pym and his friends were walking a narrow line in this period. On the one hand, they were trying to use the city radicals and their control of funds to force the King to make a settlement. On the other hand, since any settlement of the conflict acceptable to the King might require saving Strafford's life, Pym and his friends were also seeking to prevent the citizens and their parliamentary collaborators from using their financial leverage simply to force through Strafford's execution. 36 Nevertheless, the life and death threat represented by the parliamentary moderates and crypto-royalists' attempt to raise funds in the city may have forced them, at least temporarily, back into the arms of Pennington and the radicals. On March 1, 1641, in an effort to recover his position, Pennington declared that the citizens would now forward the promised funds if certain MPs named by him would visit the Lord Mayor and the Aldermanic Court. He went on to designate the parliamentary leaders John Pym, John Hampden, Denzil Hollis, Nathaniel Fiennes, Sir Walter Earle, and Sir Henry Vane the Younger, along with the 4 city MPs, Matthew Craddock, Samuel Vassell, Thomas Soames, and himself. This was a delegation in which parliamentary militants enjoyed substantial representation. Pennington also took this opportunity to cast aspersions on the group in the city from whom the parliamentary moderates were attempting to raise money, calling it a colloquintida, or polluted source. 37 Pennington's comments, and especially his subsequent failure to come up with the promised funds, provoked the bitterest conflict, so much heat, as had scarce happened before in the House. The radical MP Henry Martin, along with Nathaniel Fiennes, was obliged to rush to Pennington's defence. Sir Edmund Waller and Sir Thomas Jermyn violently attacked him, and Jermyn demanded that Thomas Soames, the one relative moderate among the city's 4 MPs, henceforth replace Pennington as the representative of the House to the city. To stem the Conservative tide, a number of more militant MPs, including D.U.'s, Sir Thomas Barrington, Sir Henry Martin, Sir Arthur Haselrig, and others, seemed to have hastily improvised a plan whereby members of the House would themselves bring in the needed funds. 38. It would be very useful to know with whom in the city the Conservative MPs were negotiating for funds at this point. Unfortunately, there appears to be little surviving evidence on this score. 39. In any case, as it turned out, they were unable to come up with any money in London, and the effectiveness of the radical citizens' boycott only increased. 40. The parliamentary leadership was now caught in a tightening vice. The pressure from the north was increasing. On March 17, the Scottish commissioners declared that unless funds were soon forthcoming, the Scottish army might have to march south. The possibility of a confrontation between it and the English army seemed to be mounting daily, increased by the desire of some in the English army to attack the Scots. To compound the problem, as Pym soon learned, some of the officers in the north were plotting with the king to march on London and Parliament. 41. Meanwhile, the radicals in both London and Parliament were increasing their resolve to hold back funds. On March 20, after the House had been informed that it still owed the armies the staggering sum of £278,000, Sir Henry Martin made the explicit proposal that Parliament advance no more money for any purpose until justice was done to the Earl of Strafford. The fiery spirits Sir Walter Earle and William Strode immediately seconded his proposition. On the same day, the House of Lords passed a motion to prevent people from massing at Westminster. The Commons radicals and city militants were working in close coordination. 42. A few days later, on March 24, Parliament made one more desperate plea to London. To prepare the ground, they sent a delegation to the king requesting he disband the Irish army, disperse all Catholics from around the court, and disarm all recusants. But on March 30, Digby, who headed the delegation of both houses to London, was obliged to report that the recorder had made a long speech, the effect of which was, in brief, that the Lord Mayor etc. had called a common council. But, in fine, no moneys would be promised. The Lord Mayor, and Court of Aldermen, and himself were willing to yield their best endeavours to the furtherance of the service, but they were no constitutive body, nor able to make laws for the lending of moneys, and therefore could but persuade, and not compel. 43. Apparently, the Lord Mayor, the Recorder, and the Aldermen could not persuade the Court of the Common Council or Common Hall, the bodies in the city that did have constituted authority to raise money from the citizens. Digby's account reveals much about the constellation of forces in London at this crucial moment. The aldermen were more than willing to help undercut the city's militants and come up with the needed funds. But they were unable to do so in the face of the resolve of the Common Council and behind the Common Council and placing great pressure on it the radical mass movement, based in Common Hall and the London streets, which was bent on destroying Strafford. Whatever the wishes of the official city government, no loan could, at this point, be collected over the opposition of the London militants. Shortly after the opening of Strafford's trial on March 22, the citizens further tightened the screws by starting to circulate a petition calling for the Earl's execution and the reform of the Church. On April 10, Haselrig made his fateful motion for Strafford's attainder. On the very same day, recognizing the potentially decisive role of pressure from the citizens in resolving this issue, the King called on London's Lord Mayor to curtail all mass petitioning in the city, and to repress in particular the citizens' petition against Strafford. Nevertheless, the Londoners' campaign could not be stopped, and on April 21 a great multitude of citizens, numbering perhaps 10,000, brought their petition against Strafford into Parliament. This was the very day that the House of Commons approved Strafford's attainder. 44. The citizens' petition contained between 10,000 and 30,000 signatures, depending on the estimate. The identities of the two citizens who are named by the journals of the House of Commons as presenting the petition to Parliament gives a further idea as to who was leading the city movement at this critical juncture, besides the three militant London MPs, Isaac Pennington, Matthew Craddock, and Samuel Vassell. One of the presenters was John Venn, who, along with Maurice Thompson and Richard Shute, had gained prominence the previous autumn as a leading organizer of the citizens' petition of grievances. Venn, a militant Puritan and Massachusetts Bay backer, would replace Matthew Craddock as city MP when Craddock died in May 1641, and would play a leading part in the city radical movement throughout the Revolutionary period. The other presenter named was Capt. John Bradley. A citizen of obscure origins, Bradley was a leader in the trade with the Americas, having imported 60,000 pounds of Virginian tobacco in 1640. By June 1641, Bradley would be helping to lead a new push by Common Hall to revise the city constitution. Aside from Venn and Bradley, two ether citizens can be identified as among those heading up the city movement in those tumultuous days. First, John Fowke, a longtime opponent of the East India Company and an interloper in its trade, who, as a Levant Company trader, had been prominent in the struggle against arbitrary taxation in the late 1620s. Second, Randall Mainwaring, the kinsman and close collaborator of both Matthew Craddock and Isaac Pennington, who had recently petitioned Parliament against Spanish privateers, along with his brother-in-law Joseph Hawes and many other new merchants. Further direct evidence of the leadership of the London movement in those critical days would certainly be desirable. Nonetheless, even from the information available, it can hardly be doubted that its composition was largely the same as it had been from the beginning of the conflict. Indeed, much the same group of people would maintain leadership in London throughout the period of deepening revolution, right through to the middle of 1643. Over this whole period, they would prove indispensable to the parliamentary leadership, but also, at certain critical moments, quite intolerable to it. 45. It is difficult to say how far the parliamentary opposition leaders originally planned to take the legislative revolution. They must have been aware, however, that to try to go much further than they did during the summer of 1641 would invite division in what had been, until that point, a tolerably unified parliamentary force. It is, in fact, fairly clear that, from a comparatively early stage, the parliamentary leaders were looking for ways simply to protect what they already had gained. The limits of their political and ideological vision are implicit in their plans of the winter and spring of 1641 to consolidate the parliamentary revolution by replacing Charles's leading advisers with their own representatives. The chief instigators of this plan were John Pym and the Earl of Bedford, who was probably the real chief of the parliamentary party. Even as the trial of Strafford was reaching its climax in late April and early May, Bedford and Pym were negotiating with the king to bring about a settlement and seeking to win influential men in Parliament to its support. In exchange for the appointment of Bedford as Lord Treasurer and Pym as Chancellor of the Exchequer, the king demanded, first, adequate revenue for the crown, second, the maintenance of episcopacy, and third, the saving of Strafford's life. Apparently, Bedford and Pym were willing to satisfy the king on all 3 points, but Bedford died in early May 1641, and the arrangement was never finalized. 46. It is not entirely clear why this agreement was not consummated, although many possible reasons have been brought out. The king himself was, in this period, under strong pressure from his courtiers to promote all sorts of plots, with the army and others. He may never really have accepted the plan. On the other hand, some MPs believed that if the great men got positions, they would do little to reduce the cost of the court, and would become desirous more to pacify the irate prince and to comply with his desire in keeping up bishops and other things than to carry out the thorough reformation of church and state. Then there was the oft-cited veto of the plan by the great Earl of Essex, whose support Pym and Bedford appear to have felt they needed. 47. Any or all of these factors may have caused the failure of the negotiations. Nevertheless, it is questionable whether the plan had a chance of success in any case. The king demanded, above all, the reprieve of Strafford, but, as has been described, the parliamentary movement in London was set on Strafford's execution. It is not clear how Pym and his friends could have struck a bargain with the king given, on the one hand, the mounting pressures for funds from both the king's army and the Scottish forces in the north and, on the other, the citizens' refusal to grant a loan unless Strafford's execution was assured. During the last week of April the citizens, once again, affirmed this condition. Immediately after the House of Commons had voted Strafford's execution, the city suddenly agreed to advance the long-requested £120,000 on the security of the subsidy, but as soon as the House of Lords expressed its hesitation about condemning Strafford, the city immediately reneged on its commitment. According to the Venetian ambassador, the city presented a paper to Parliament, stating that they will not be able to find the loan of £120,000 promised unless this minister pays the penalty for his alleged crimes with his life, as the people express a determination not to contribute before they obtain this satisfaction. Nor is it obvious how Pym and his friends could have dealt with the mounting pressure from those masses of Londoners who crowded into the streets of Westminster in the early days of May and succeeded in frightening the House of Lords into changing its mind and approving Strafford's attainder. Indeed, it has been plausibly argued that the citizens' demonstrated ability to mobilize the London masses for the direct application of force made it impossible for the Commons, the Lords, or the King successfully to come to Strafford's defence. Finally, there is reason to think that, in the face of the plots against Parliament unleashed at this time, from within London and within the army after all, it had no coercive, military capacity of its own. Parliament was quite dependent on the London parliamentary movement for its defence, and therefore had little choice but to grant the citizens' wishes. 48 In a way, the crisis of Strafford's trial represented a preview of the drama that would be more fully played out during the following winter, when the fate of the parliamentary revolution was entirely in the hands of the city mass opposition movement. During the first crisis-filled week in May, the parliamentary leadership seems to have been functioning in close harmony with the London citizens. On May 3, as thousands of citizens were lining the approachways to the House of Lords to ensure Strafford's conviction and execution, the city MPs Isaac Pennington and Matthew Craddock brought word to the House of Commons that the Crown was seeking to seize the Tower of London on the pretext of fortifying it and that Sir John Suckling was bringing armed men into the city. The parliamentary leadership used this news, along with the by now widely perceived threat of an army plot, to win parliamentary approval of the protestation, a loyalty oath to Parliament aimed at mobilising the country against the danger of a counter-coup on the day after it was proposed in the Commons. The city radicals quickly saw that they could use the protestation to provide themselves with parliamentary sanction for continuing to organise the London populace under their own leadership. So on May 4, the colonial merchant MPs Matthew Craddock and Samuel Vassell, accompanied by several ministers and captains of the city's trained bands, brought in a new mass petition from the citizens requesting that Parliament allow the protestation to be administered to every citizen of London. This was tantamount to direct resort by Parliament to the London masses, but the Commons immediately approved it. On May 11, the Court of Aldermen took the protestation. But they refused to sanction the idea of administering it to the citizens, despite the fact that the House of Commons itself had explicitly ordered this. The citizens circulated the protestation despite the aldermen's disapproval. There could hardly be a clearer expression of the chasm that persisted between the city elite and the London parliamentary movement. 49. On May 5, the citizens further flexed their muscles when Isaac Pennington brought in a bill stating that Parliament could not be dissolved without its own consent. There is no evidence that this idea had previously been part of the agenda of the parliamentary opposition. The citizens justified it as a means to assure potential creditors of Parliament that they would be repaid before any dissolution of Parliament by the King. But it also fit in with their desire for further constitutional revolution. The House of Commons approved it unanimously. On May 8 the House of Lords approved Strafford's attainder, the King followed suit on May 10, and Strafford was executed 2 days later. The London movement had gotten its way. 50. Deepening radicalization. The collapse of the proposed arrangement between the king and the parliamentary leadership and the subsequent execution of Strafford opened a period of profound uncertainty at the top and increasing mobilization below. In consequence, it was a time of intensifying political conflict. In mid-May, Charles announced his plan to go to Scotland, an idea viewed with profound suspicion by Parliament and its supporters. Meanwhile, he plotted with all parties. To make matters worse, during June and July the House of Lords, under the influence of its strong contingent of bishops, seemed to make it clear that it would oppose any thorough reform of the Church. By early June, the Lords had rejected the proposal, originating in the Commons, to remove the bishops from their house. By the end of July, the Lords had also turned down the bill for securing true religion, an attempt to root out Catholics from offices in Church and State. In response, the Commons leaders reintroduced the Root and Branch Bill on May 27. They appear to have done so initially to provide themselves with a tactical weapon to compel the Lords either to expel the bishops or to face the abolition of the episcopal hierarchy altogether. Nevertheless, the Root and Branch Bill was framed so as to radically strengthen the control over the Church's policy, administration, and wealth exerted by the leading landed classes and, largely for that reason, it appears to have attracted the rather strong support of the House of Commons. Indeed, during much of the summer, the Root and Branch Bill appeared to be proceeding toward passage. It is obvious that most of those MPs who supported the Root and Branch Bill did so for purposes very different from those of the forces in London that sought root and branch reformation in order to bring in Presbyterian or independent forms of ecclesiastical organization so as to strengthen popular, local control of the Church. Nevertheless, the unintended consequence of the Commons' support for the Root and Branch Bill and for a variety of other initiatives aiming to reform the Church was to further discredit the established Church authorities and thereby encourage radical religious forces to pursue reformation on their own. The rising wave of popular initiatives for unilateral reform of local Church practices, or, worse, the organization of sectarian congregations, naturally called forth, in reaction, the increasing alarm of the political nation. On June 24, desperately seeking a settlement before conflict heightened further, Pym put forward the 10 propositions, in which the king was promised ample funds if he would disband the army, cancel his trip to Scotland, remove evil councillors, and appoint those in whom Parliament could trust. But Charles demonstrated little interest in such a bargain. In late July he reaffirmed his intention of proceeding to Scotland, and on August 10 he departed over the protest of Parliament. Meanwhile, the promotions to high office that Charles made on August 8 gave no evidence of any desire on his part to build bridges to Parliament. 51. Unable to force a settlement on the king or to remove the danger of a royal counter-coup, Pym and his friends appear to have been decreasingly able or willing to hold off their militant supporters, especially those in London on whom they ultimately depended for protection. In the words of one of Charles's advisers, London's mobilized masses had by now become Parliament's anchor-hold and only interest. 52 and the summer of 1641 did indeed witness a significant radicalization. Militant citizens stepped up their drive to reform the city constitution. Merchant companies came under increasing pressure. The proposal for an anti-Spanish war was renewed. Perhaps most ominous of all, militant forces in Parliament and in London pushed harder for further religious reformation. The outcome was a serious increase of political and religious polarization. Revising the city constitution. The city opposition movement did not hesitate to exploit the momentum it had gained in the crisis-filled days around Strafford's execution and the continuing inability of Parliament to reach an agreement with the king. In the last week of June, directly defying city custom, the London Freemen meeting in Common Hall attempted to elect both sheriffs, even though by tradition the Lord Mayor had the right to choose one. Characteristically, the Lord Mayor and the aldermen quickly shot off a petition of protest, not to Parliament but to the Privy Council. But the king, well understanding the sensitiveness of the issue, refused to rule in favour of the magistrates and referred the case to the House of Lords. After a further meeting of Common Hall failed to produce an agreement, the Lords instructed Common Hall to choose 6 representatives to negotiate a compromise with the Lord Mayor and Aldermen. 53. The names of the 6 men chosen by Common Hall are further evidence of who was leading the city parliamentary movement at this time. 5 of these 6 were active with the new merchant leadership in the colonial and interloping trades. These included Capt. John Bradley, the tobacco trader who, on April 21, along with John Venn, had carried into the House of Commons the citizens' petition demanding Strafford's execution; Stephen Estwick, a partner in Maurice Thompson's project for interloping in the East Indies, who during the 1630s had fought against the Crown silk monopoly and suffered imprisonment for resisting ship money; and Randall Mainwaring, the relative of both Matthew Craddock and Isaac Pennington, who, along with his partner and brother-in-law the great trader in American tobacco Joseph Hawes, had petitioned Parliament in December 1640 for the right to take reprisals from a Spanish ship and, more generally, for a more militant English policy in the West Indies. Also among Common Hall's delegates were Richard Chambers and John Fowke, Levant Company traders who had been among the most prominent of the London oppositionists to impositions, tonnage and poundage, and a host of similar oppressive measures since the 1620s. Like those other Levant Company oppositionists, the colonial traders Matthew Craddock and Samuel Vassall, both Chambers and Fowke had established ties with the colonial interloping combine by the time of the Civil War. Chambers was among the traders with the Americas who signed the anti-Spanish petition in support of Joseph Hawes in December 1640. Fowke, an arch-rival of the East India Company, carried on a personal suit against that company from the late 1620s through the 1640s, was involved with Sir William Courteen's interloping venture, and during the Civil War years helped lead the struggle against the company's monopoly privileges. The decision of the House of Lords to invite representatives of Common Hall to negotiate with the Lord Mayor and Aldermen came as a tremendous blow to the city oligarchy and its supporters. It gave prima facie legitimacy to the citizens' claims and, equally important, recognized Common Hall's right to negotiate with the Lord Mayor and Court of Aldermen on what was effectively an equal basis. In response, on July 21, 1641, the city's leading citizens brought in their own petition. They demanded that the House of Lords uphold the Lord Mayor's traditional right to appoint one sheriff and, in the process, sought to disparage the 6 citizens representing Common Hall as persons not well affected to the present government. The organizers of this petition would form the heart of a conservative movement in the city that would grow in strength and audacity over the succeeding months. Of the petition's 172 signers, no fewer than 90 would also support, in February 1642, a parallel mass petition containing 330 signatures of protesters against the legality of the newly established Committee of Public Safety, the city's chief revolutionary institution. 54 of these 90, more than 50% were overseas company merchants. At least 22 were Levant Company traders, at least 13 were merchant adventurers, at least 10 were past, present, or future East India Company directors, at least 5 were French wine traders, and at least 3 were Eastland Company merchants. Clearly, the city's company merchants strongly identified with the city's traditional constitution and saw it was in danger. Over the next 6 months or so, they would openly ally with the Crown to defend their oligarchic government from a radical parliamentary movement in London composed almost entirely of citizens from outside the ranks of the overseas trading companies. The House of Lords' ultimate verdict turned out to be a major victory for the city oppositionists. The Lords ruled that, in this specific case, Common Hall did have the right to elect both sheriffs, although the Lords were quick to state that their ruling established no precedent. They recommended, moreover, that Common Hall elect the person the Lord Mayor had nominated, and Common Hall complied with this request. Nevertheless, the Lord Mayor and Court of Aldermen were not appeased. On August 26, 1641 they appeared as a body before the House of Lords and threatened to resign their positions unless the House revoked its order. But the House of Lords stuck to its decision, and the city counter-revolution began to gather momentum. 55. Company merchants under pressure. While Parliament was showing unprecedented sympathy for the claims of the largely non-merchant citizenry who dominated Common Hall, it was demonstrating a correlative lack of sensitivity for the needs of the city's overseas company merchants. Parliament could not, of course, have been expected to go out of its way to protect the East India Company. That company's directorate had steadfastly backed the Crown throughout the entire period of crisis. In April 1640, the company's directorate, as noted, had cut short an attempt by members of the company's General Court to forward a petition of grievances to Parliament against the Crown's policies toward the company. In August 1640, the directorate again had come to the Crown's aid when it forced the famous pepper loan through the General Court. It is true that, in December 1640, the East India Company had actually gone so far as to draw up a petition for presentation to Parliament against Endymion Porter and his associates for their marauding voyage of 1630 in the Red Sea, and another against Sir William Courtine for his interloping voyages in the company's privileged trading areas. Had these petitions actually been presented, they might have proved sorely embarrassing for the king, since Charles himself had been deeply involved with Porter's privateering venture and had, of course, directly sanctioned Courtine's interloping project. Occurring during the House of Commons' vigorous campaign against courtiers and promoters, the exposure of the king's close connection with Endymion Porter would likely have proved particularly damaging. In consequence, when he heard about these petitions, the king called in the company's governor Sir Christopher Clitheroe and its deputy governor William Cocken and pleaded with them to have the petitions withdrawn, stating that Porter had nothing to do in the business, his name only being used, and that what was done was His Majesty's act. Although the East India Company had already placed its petitions in the hands of the City MP Sir Thomas Soames for delivery to the House, Clitheroe and Cocken succeeded in having them recalled before they could be presented, so as to save the king from harm. When the board of directors was the next day apprised of what had transpired, it heartily approved of Clitheroe and Cocken's withdrawal of the petitions and, 3 days later, it got the company's General Court to sanction this action. 56. Despite its sympathy for the Crown and the knowledge that it could expect little support from Parliament, the East India Company must have found the House of Commons decision in the spring of 1641 to give consideration to the petition against it of one Thomas Smethwick especially galling. Smethwick's chief claim to fame had been his persistent attacks on the East India Company Directorate's management of the trade over a period of more than a decade. These attacks were not particularly representative of either popular or pro-parliamentary forces in the company. On the contrary, Smethwick had won the support of the Crown for his schemes beginning in 1628 when he sought to have the company credit the king with £10,000 of company stock free of charge. When Smethwick's petition first came before Parliament in December 1640, the East India Company's directorate sought to have it dismissed by demonstrating to the House of Commons that Smethwick had no support among the members and by informing the House of Smethwick's insolences and disturbances. But this effort failed when the House of Commons Committee on Trade, headed by Sir Robert Harley, ordered all books, letters, etc. concerning the management of the East India trade be brought into Commons, which, in the words of the company's minutes, will cause a great deal of trouble, especially now that the ships are about to be dispatched. Smethwick did not, it seems, ultimately win his case. The House of Lords entertained a further petition from him in June 1641, but he died later that year or in early 1642, and nothing further was done. Nevertheless, Parliament's willingness to countenance Smethwick's petition as a way to attack the company was a painful blow at a time when the company was attempting to raise money for a new joint stock and was already having difficulty maintaining the public's confidence. 57. Nor did Parliament show great concern for the merchant adventurers over this period of deepening parliamentary reform and rising city radicalism. As soon as Parliament was recalled, the House of Commons took up the offensive against the merchant adventurers that had reached a high point in the middle 1620s. In January 1641, the Commons Committee on Trade called in all of the adventurers' patents and books since 1406. The issue was not immediately pursued. Indeed, at the end of May 1641, the adventurers appear to have stemmed the tide against them by offering a huge loan to Parliament of some £150,000 or £200,000. Nevertheless, on June 18, the House of Commons resolved that the contract between the House and the Company of Merchant Adventurers for the loan of £200,000, upon the terms formerly agreed, shall be dissolved, and ordered that Sir Robert Harley shall bring in the petition exhibited to the Grand Committee of Trade against the merchant adventurers. On July 14, 1641, there was the familiar order to the Committee on Trade to take into consideration of the several patents granted the merchant adventurers concerning the transport of cloths and, to examine all complaints that are made touching the abuse by that company in particular. As late as October 27, 1641, the Commons Subcommittee to consider the adventurers' patents was still examining petitions and complaints against the company. 58. Parliament did not, in the end, carry through its attack on the merchant adventurers, but the immediate reason for its failing to do so is not far to seek. As the crisis deepened in the fall of 1641, Parliament was desperate for money and willing to confirm the charters not only of the merchant adventurers, but even those of its sworn enemies, the Levant and East India Companies, in exchange for loans. By December 1641, the adventurers had already forwarded Parliament £30,000, and over the following 2 years they advanced £110,000 more. 59. The merchants importing French and Spanish wine did not get off so easily. It will be remembered that in 1638 Charles had entered into a contract with certain courtiers and leading wine merchants whereby he had imposed an additional tax on wine. In turn, over the bitter protests of the wine sellers, Charles had compensated the wine import merchants by ordering that the city wine sellers be directed to buy up annually a certain minimum amount of wine at a price set by the government. Not surprisingly, with the recalling of Parliament in the spring of 1640 and the subsequent national resistance to paying taxes to Charles's government during the following summer, the Vintners Company retailers saw a chance to turn the tables. On April 21, 1640, a committee inside the company was formed to consider the grievances of the wine sellers. But because the major merchant leadership of the Vintners Company had packed this committee with participants in the wine contract, the generality of the membership refused to recognize it. Nor would the generality agree to a petition to the Crown that was subsequently drawn up by the Vintners Company directors. Moreover, from about this time, wine sellers began refusing to pay the tax on wine. Finally, when Parliament returned in November, the retailers defied the Vintners' leadership by bringing into the House of Commons their own petition against the wine contract without having first gotten the approval of the company. 60. The House of Commons appears to have taken swift initial retribution against the leading wine contractors, jailing William Abel and certain of his main collaborators. But after that, the complex case wandered through Parliament for close to 10 months. 61. However, in August 1641, the House of Commons finally came to a decision. It took the very substantial step of declaring some 40 wine importers, French company merchants and traders in Spanish wine to be delinquents for taking part in the wine contract, and threw a good number in prison. This was strong medicine indeed. Parliament had sided decisively with city shopkeepers against Crown-supported company merchants. Ironically, 2 of the men declared delinquents were none other than Henry Lee and Martin Bradgate, 2 of the leading wine traders whose refusal to pay impositions had sparked the merchants' opposition in the city in the later 1620s. 62. Of course, much had occurred in the interim. Buckingham had passed from the scene. The Crown had sought to entice the merchants from their support for Parliament through the grant of privileges. A chasm had opened up between formerly allied aristocratic parliamentary leaders and London elite merchants. But no doubt most important, London's elite merchants had refused to back Parliament, and a city radical movement drawn from the same non-merchant social layers from which the wine sellers came was ferociously attacking the city's constitution. Parliament's action of August 13, 1641 against the wine merchants was followed within less than 2 weeks by its decision against the Court of Aldermen and in support of Common Hall in its dispute over the election of sheriff. It is not unlikely that the city's wine sellers, like the citizens in common hall, saw their grievance against the wine merchants as connected with a more general complaint against a structure of city authority that was dominated by company overseas merchants and that largely excluded people like themselves. On the other hand, the company merchants probably viewed the persecution of the French company merchants and traders in Spanish wine as part of a more general pattern of parliamentary support for the city's popular forces. In any case, from the late summer of 1641 political polarization and constitutional conflict in the city rapidly intensified. The West Indian Offensive. While helping to pursue further the reform of the city constitution during the summer of 1641, the new merchant leaders did not forget their colonial interests. On August 3, they finally succeeded in getting a very favorable resolution of the issue of tobacco customs. After having neglected the issue for many months, the House of Commons settled the question of seizures. This House holds it fit, that all such petitioners about tobaccos of Somers Islands, and other English plantations etc. as have had their ships and tobacco taken on the seas, or by commanders of any of His Majesty's forts and castles, and men put into them, or by any of them enforced to enter bond to bring their ships and goods to London, or otherwise enforced to land their tobaccos in any other port, and by any of the farmers' officers detained, ought to have their tobaccos delivered them, without payment of any customs, or other duties, for warehouse room, or otherwise, and such of them as have been compelled to pay any sums of money, or given bonds for the payment of monies, that the officers, which received their monies or bonds, ought to make them restitution therefor. 63. On August 13, the Commons voted by a narrow margin to lower the total duty on tobacco from 6d. a pound and 4d. a pound for Virginian tobacco and West Indian tobacco, respectively, to a uniform rate of 2d. a pound. 64. Several weeks later the new merchants and colonizing aristocrats followed up their victory on the customs issue by coming forward to present their long-delayed plan for a full-scale offensive in the West Indies. Here, once again, they used the familiar tactic of new merchant initiative coupled with parliamentary support. On August 30, 1641, divers merchants of quality about London presented a petition to Parliament that called for the implementation of the anti-Spanish program in almost exactly the same terms as John Pym had employed in his opening speech to the short Parliament. Pointing out that the Spanish party is now grown weak, they declared that it was an appropriate time to send out a number of armed ships to the Americas and Africa under a new company to be erected for that purpose in order to possess ourselves with the riches of those countries, gain command of the North and South Seas, and make us formidable to our enemies abroad. If Parliament did not act swiftly and decisively, they warned, the English would be quickly preempted in the Caribbean and the Atlantic by the French, Portuguese, and Dutch. An interesting commentary on the rapidly changing balance of power in the region and on the need for a changing English policy toward it. 65. The new merchants undoubtedly had received prior sanction for their petition from their allies in Parliament. For close to 2 decades the colonizing aristocrats had been advancing similar plans for a state-sanctioned war in the West Indies to be undertaken by a private company of patriotic Englishmen who would subsequently take over trade with the region. They had put forward, with broad encouragement from the Commons as a whole, quite analogous initiatives in the Parliaments of 1621, 1624, 1626, and 1628, and had done so again at the time of the so-called French opening at court in 1636 to 1637, in the short Parliament, and in the current Parliament when Joseph Hus had presented his petition. In the late spring of 1641, the Providence Island Company had suffered a great blow when the Spanish had captured its island of Providence, and its members, who included, of course, much of the top parliamentary leadership, must have been anxious to try to recoup. It was therefore to be expected that when the new merchant MP Samuel Vassall brought in the merchants' petition, it was well approved of by the House and especially committed to Mr. Pym and Sir John Culpeper. As John Pym cautiously commented, "'Tis very hopeful if the Spanish party at court undermine it not." Pym and Culpeper headed up a 26-man committee that included such veteran supporters of the Puritan colonizing adventures and anti-Spanish offensive as Sir Benjamin Rudyard, Sir Thomas Barrington, Sir Henry Vane, Oliver St. John, and Vassall himself. 66 During the last days of the session, the revelation that the King of Spain was hindering English shipping at Calais produced a further groundswell of support for the West Indian project. "This puts the House into a great rage," said one newsletter, "everyone being desirous to consent to a war with the Spaniard in the West Indies." At the adjournment of Parliament, the members of interim committees of each House, including Warwick and Mandeville for the Lords and Pym, Barrington, St. John, and Gerard for the Commons, were directed, among other things, to consider of forming and constituting a West India Company. 67. Deepening Reformation? Meanwhile, perhaps exploiting the heightened tension and fear that resulted from the King's rejection in early August of Parliament's request that he postpone his departure to Scotland, militant forces in Parliament and in the city sought to push forward religious reformation, if necessary on a piecemeal basis. On August 8, Alderman Isaac Pennington, reporting from the Committee for Abolishing Idolatry and Superstition, established the previous February, succeeded in getting the House of Commons to order the pulling down of altar rails and the removing of communion tables in local churches. On September 1, the House went further, passing an order that enjoined the parishes to reverse Laud's altar policy, to eradicate superstitious ceremonies such as bowing at the name of Jesus, to eliminate candles, images, and the like, and to enforce strict Sabbatarian. This move provoked such intense opposition and division in the Commons that it had to be reconsidered, but the House eventually issued the order on 8 September. 68. Meanwhile, on September 6, the House had taken the significant step of sanctioning, on its own authority, the petition of the citizens of Stepney Parish in London to hire lecturers at their own expense for Sunday mornings and afternoons and for Thursdays. This petition was brought into the Commons by Sir Gilbert Gerard, a Providence Island Company activist, veteran parliamentary oppositionist, and son-in-law of the Essex Puritan Sir Thomas Barrington. The ministers Stepney Parish appointed were the militant independents William Greenhill and Jeremiah Burrows, two East Anglian clerics who had been expelled from their positions for their nonconformity during the 1630s and who would soon play leading roles, in close collaboration with the new merchant leadership, in the radicalization of the city revolution. Within 2 days, Oliver Cromwell was demanding that the order of September 6 be generalized. Cromwell moved that it shall be lawful for the parishioners of any parish in the kingdom, to set up a lecture and to maintain an orthodox minister at their own charge, to preach every Lord's Day, where there is no preaching, and to preach 1 day in every week, when there is no weekly lecturer. Under the prodding of Pennington and others including Jeremiah Burrows who preached before the House on that day, the Commons passed Cromwell's proposal on September 8. As Dr. Pearl has pointed out, if this bill had become law, the whole vexed question of ecclesiastical structure could have been bypassed, and the victory of Puritanism, achieved painlessly and even without further parliamentary action. 69. As it was, the House of Lords rejected both of the Commons' orders of September 8. The Lords' reversal of the General Order on Laudian innovations provoked a strong protest from 6 leading parliamentary opposition peers: Bedford, Warwick, Mandeville, Wharton, Clare, and Newport. In turn, the House of Commons Committee for the Recess used its own temporary authority to see that the orders were nonetheless circulated throughout the nation between sessions. 70. From Reform to Revolution. When Parliament returned from adjournment on October 20, 1641, Pym and his colleagues faced the same problem that had plagued the parliamentary leaders since they had begun to pass their legislation in November 1640, how to come to some arrangement with the king that would conclude and consolidate their reform of government. It had long been obvious that legislation in itself meant little. From the time of the Petition of Right, Charles showed with what ease he could ignore parliamentary enactments that he himself had approved. In order to have their reforms actually implemented and indeed to secure the safety of the reformers themselves, Pym and his friends were obliged to obtain more concrete controls over Charles's government. Yet Charles would, on his own, agree to none of these. This posed a conundrum that Pym and his friends would never solve. On the one hand, were they to trust the king, they would risk not only their legislation but Parliament's safety. Not only had Charles made it clear that he had accepted a good part of Parliament's legislation only under duress, and possessed no personal commitment to the principles that lay behind it, he had also, on a whole series of occasions, entered into or sanctioned plots that, if successful, would have overthrown Parliament. On the other hand, were they to seek to impose the controls they required on the king, they would tend to alienate their own supporters within Parliament and among the landed classes more generally. This was, in part, because direct controls on the monarch, however minimal, were almost bound to appear innovative to parliamentary reformers acutely desirous of framing their reforms in conservative terms. More significantly, it was because any attempt to impose controls on the king required coercive means that could be had only outside Parliament, specifically through reliance on the London mass movement. Yet any move toward dependence on the citizens was naturally seen as fraught with danger, for it could threaten hierarchy, endanger the oligarchic control of politics traditionally exercised by the landed classes and urban elites, and place new, unwanted programs on the political agenda, above all, radical religious reformation. Pym and his colleagues thus faced a double bind. They could not trust Charles without endangering reform and their own safety, yet they could not move to safeguard reform and themselves against Charles without weakening their own position with their parliamentary supporters. Initially, Pym and his colleagues had sought a settlement by attempting to get the king to agree to the removal of Strafford and other leading ministers and to the appointment in their place of leading members of the parliamentary opposition. But the parliamentary leadership had secured Strafford's removal and their own safety in the face of the king's plotting only by turning to the London mass movement. This appears to have helped precipitate the formation of the first royalist party, the pro-Straffordians. Then, with the apparent failure of the policy of bridge appointments, Pym had sought to achieve further reform and to consolidate a settlement by advancing the 10 propositions and ejecting the bishops from the House of Lords. But Charles had engaged in the Second Army plot and had departed for Scotland. As a result, largely for strategic reasons to confront and get around the resistance of the House of Lords, as well as of Charles himself, Pym and the other parliamentary leaders were obliged to resort to even stronger measures, notably the reintroduction of root and branch and the implicit sanctioning of local forces, especially in London, to pursue certain religious reforms on their own. But this de facto collaboration with popular elements had brought about further polarization. By the end of the parliamentary recess of September-October 1641, Pym and his colleagues faced further complication. Over the period since the Long Parliament had first sat, the meaning of religious reformation had, for growing sections of the parliamentary classes, been essentially transmuted. In November 1640, an overwhelming majority of the parliamentary classes had strongly supported far-reaching religious reformation. They were deeply committed to removing the bishops and church courts from influence over secular affairs, to recovering royal and parliamentary supremacy from a usurping ecclesiastical hierarchy, to rooting out Arminianism and restoring Calvinism to its rightful place at the center of the religious order, and to eliminating Laudian innovations in church practice, while placing preaching at the core of day-to-day religious observance. Initially, none of the changes they desired seemed to require major alterations in the ecclesiastical structure, let alone a root and branch upheaval. Nor did these changes seem to pose a threat to the socio-political order, for one of their main objectives was to endow the parliamentary classes with firmer control over the church. Nevertheless, by the time Parliament returned from its recess almost a year later, many in the landed classes were coming to view religious reformation as inseparable from social subversion. In seeking to carry out ecclesiastical reform in the face of the implacable opposition of the House of Lords and King Charles, the House of Commons had, largely unintentionally, encouraged forces normally outside the political nation to take unilateral initiatives to reform religion and, even worse, had accelerated the formation of sectarian congregations, not to mention the rise of lay preaching. The process of religious reformation seemed to be getting out of hand, opening the way to popular revolution. 71. The fact is that, at the start of the new session, Pym and the parliamentary leadership seemed to be in danger of losing support within Parliament and among the parliamentary classes more broadly as a result of their own close association with both religious reform and the London movement that especially supported it. One widely circulated pamphlet charged that the parliamentary leadership had protected the ignorant and licentious sectaries and schismatics to stir up sedition, to bring in atheism and discountenanced all reverend ministers, and have endeavored to take away the common prayer book. Especially singled out for condemnation was, say, the Anabaptist, who was alleged to be the leader of a pack of half-wit lords that included Bedford, Warwick, Mandeville, Brooke, Wharton, and Essex, along with the MPs John Hampden, Denzil Hollis, Arthur Hasselrig, Henry Martin, Isaac Pennington, Oliver St. John, Henry Vane the Younger, and John Van. 72. The sort of attack, despite its hyperbole, was not constructed out of whole cloth, and for this reason it posed serious dangers to the parliamentary leadership. The Earl of Warwick, for example, had long shown his willingness to work with radical Puritans, even separatists, to strengthen political opposition and to further religious reformation. Say and Brooke were themselves independents of some sort. Perhaps more to the point, since Parliament's return, these leaders had proved themselves ready to risk a certain amount of religious disorder in order to pursue religious reformation, especially in order to satisfy their radical supporters within London's militant pro-parliamentary movement, and they were loath to discourage zealous reformers, even those who held extremist views. Above all, at the time of Strafford's trial, the parliamentary leaders had not only worked closely with London radical leaders like Pennington, Vassall, Craddock, and Venn, but had depended on the street action of the London mass movement to achieve their ends and to defend themselves against the king. There was no reason to believe that the parliamentary leadership would refrain from resorting once again to the London citizens were that to prove necessary. Yet growing numbers among the parliamentary classes, faced with rising popular initiatives, especially in the realm of religion, appear to have been increasingly willing to place their reforms in the hands of the king, if the only alternative was to place the future of their project in the hands of the London populace. Acutely aware of the rising fear of social subversion within the parliamentary classes, Charles seems, by the end of the summer, to have taken the advice of such confidants as Sir Edward Nicholas and to have placed the protection of order and social hierarchy at the core of his programme, making the defence of a non-Laudian episcopacy and of the prayer book the central plank on which to build a royalist party. This strategy posed a grave threat to the parliamentary leadership. 73. The split in Parliament. At the start of the new session on October 20, 1641, Pym and his colleagues, faced with the potential defection of their supporters, apparently sought to moderate their policies in order to consolidate their position and to concentrate their forces on pressuring the king for a settlement. In particular, they appear to have pulled back from their more controversial proposals for the reform of the Church of the previous summer, notably Root and Branch and the Commons Orders of 8 September, and to have focused their energies on winning control of the House of Lords by eliminating the bishops and lay Catholics from that body. Just after Parliament's return, the City Radical MP and Massachusetts Bay Colony backer John Venn sought to have the Commons continue to enforce the Order of September 8 by which parishes were given the right to hire their own lecturers, with or without the House of Lords' sanction. On October 21, Venn brought into the House of Commons a motion against one Thomas Booth, minister at St. Giles Cripplegate in London, for his having attacked a parishioner who was attempting to implement the House's order for the taking away of innovations and, in particular, for his having blocked the parish's attempt to appoint a lecturer under the Order of September 8. Because the House of Lords had rejected it, the Order of September 8 for parish appointment of lecturers was without legal standing. Nevertheless, radical forces within London and Parliament seem to have wished to pose a test case, either of Parliament's will to further the Reformation or of the Commons' willingness to give force to its own act over and against a House of Lords controlled by bishops and papists, or both. The radical MP Henry Martin and the root and brancher Sir Symonds d'Ewes leaped to Venn's aid. Nevertheless, although they may well have agreed with the views advanced by Venn and Company. Pym and his colleagues appear to have wished to avoid a confrontation over explosive questions such as these, and the moderate forces easily won the day in the House. 74. Radical elements not only in Parliament but also in London soon fell in line with the desire of the parliamentary leadership to focus on the elimination of the bishops from the House of Lords and to avoid any appearance of extremism. Demands for further religious reform ceased, for a significant period, to emanate from London. In fact, shortly after Parliament's return, city independents and mainstream London Puritans held a crucial meeting on strategy at the home of the leading London minister Edmund Calamy, an important protégé of the Earl of Warwick. They agreed to unite in the attack on bishops in the House of Lords and to avoid raising disputed questions. They also agreed to use the prayer book to the extent possible in order to placate moderate Anglicans, while the independents took it on themselves to try to persuade lay preachers not to discredit the Puritan cause by preaching in public. 75. Nevertheless, with the outbreak of the Irish Rebellion at the end of October, Pym found his options radically reduced. Now, the King and Parliament had to raise an army for Ireland, and the question of control over coercive power could not be put off much longer. As Professor Russell has put it, from this time onwards, disputes increasingly concentrated on three issues: the winning of a majority in the House of Lords, control of the militia, and control of the London streets. Of these it was probably the third which was most important. 76. On November 8, Pym issued his revised additional instruction. This declared that if the king did not agree to the principle of parliamentary approval of royal officers, though we would continue in that obedience and loyalty to him which was due by the laws of God and his kingdom, yet we should take such a course for the securing of Ireland as might likewise secure ourselves. The bitterly contested vote of 151 for and no against on the additional instruction showed how deeply divided the House had become. With the decision to revive the Grand Remonstrance, Pym and his group made it abundantly clear that they no longer believed that they could both protect themselves and the parliamentary reforms already achieved and at the same time maintain the unity of the parliamentary classes. They had, they felt, no choice but to turn to London to defend their position, and they could not, as a result, avoid profoundly splitting Parliament and the parliamentary classes more generally. The content of the Grand Remonstrance was decidedly and intentionally moderate, but in this case the medium was the message. A detailed justification of Parliament's programme and actions, the Remonstrance was an open appeal from the parliamentary leadership to the people above all the citizens of London, and as such it horrified much of the political nation. As Sir John Coke ironically remarked, whereas other remonstrances had been complaints of the people to the king, some say this is a complaint of the king to the people. Sir Edward Deering, who only the previous spring had been willing to reintroduce into Parliament the Root and Branch Bill, expressed very well the widespread fears of impending socio-political breakdown when he remarked that he did not dream that we should remonstrate downward, tell stories to the people and talk of the king as of a third party. But Pym, refusing to hide the intentions of the parliamentary leadership, resolutely affirmed that the remonstrance would bind the people's hearts to us, when they see how we have been used. 77. It is significant that at this climactic moment, the parliamentary leaders were careful to bring out the critical place of policy towards Spain in their dispute with the Crown and to reaffirm their devotion to the anti-Spanish offensive in the West Indies as the best way to advance the Protestant cause. The government's reneging on its commitment to fight Spain in the West Indies in the middle 1620s, they made clear, was an important initial source of the conflict. The Grand Remonstrance therefore bitterly protested the diverting of His Majesty's course of war from the West Indies, which was the most facile and hopeful way for this kingdom to prevail against the Spaniard, to an expenseful and successless attempt upon Cadiz, which was so ordered, as if it had rather been intended to make us weary of war than to prosper in it. 78. The decision by Pym and his colleagues to revive the Grand Remonstrance had far-reaching political consequences. But the split within Parliament and the parliamentary classes generally that thereby resulted represented no division over basic principles. Pym and his colleagues did not have the goal of making further constitutional innovations, nor did many of them differ irreconcilably even on religious conceptions from most of those who opposed them. They ultimately moved toward parliamentary control of the king's councillors and the militia only very reluctantly, and only out of what they judged to be a strategic necessity. What therefore distinguished Pym and the parliamentary leadership from those opting for the crown was less their general ideology or specific program than their willingness to embrace a strategy of entrusting the parliamentary cause to an alliance with London citizens, which risked further political and especially religious radicalization. In contrast, those who became royalists chose, in essence, a strategy of placing the reform program of 1640 to 1641, which they basically shared with Pym and his colleagues, in the hands of Charles I, rather than risk losing control of the political process to popular forces. To explain just what brought those who became parliamentarians to act as they did, in contrast with those who chose to support the crown, still requires further research. But what must have been a central facilitating factor for the aristocratic colonizing oppositionists who formed such a crucial element within the parliamentary leadership was their long-term working relationship with the new merchant leadership, with leading city Puritan clerics, and, through those groups, with the London mass movement. Led in particular by the Earl of Warwick, the colonizing aristocrats had worked hand in hand, from the later 1620s through the whole period of personal rule, with new merchant citizens and radical clerics like Hugh Peter in opposing arbitrary royal policies such as the forced loan, in resisting the Arminian and Laudian movements within the Church, in furthering the Protestant cause both at home and abroad, in developing commercial and privateering projects for the West Indies, and in building exile colonies in the New World for Puritan experimentation and resistance. That whole experience was undoubtedly crucial in making it possible for the parliamentary leadership to work closely with the new merchant leaders and the city mass movement in furthering the cause of political reform, of Protestant Reformation, and of the anti-Spanish offensive in the West Indies during the first phase of parliamentary struggle. The parliamentary aristocratic leaders had become used to collaborating with radical citizens and clerics normally outside the political nation, not only in commercial and colonial projects but also in political resistance to Charles I and, above all, in the movement against Arminianism and Laudianism and for a fully Calvinist settlement of religion during the years of arbitrary government. Such collaboration had proved especially fruitful in the pursuit of reform once Parliament had returned. As a result, these men had a much firmer basis for confidence than did many of their colleagues in Parliament and among the parliamentary classes in general that they could trust their militant lower status allies outside Parliament and keep them within bounds. Revolution in London. Such confidence must have been vitally important, for, in turning to London in November 1641, Pym and his friends unquestionably were aware that they were placing their cause in the hands of a city parliamentary movement largely controlled by radicals. This was because, by the time of the Grand Remonstrance, the London citizenry had become totally polarized. Since the previous summer, the king had sought with growing openness and success to woo the increasingly cohesive and audacious London conservative movement, which had rapidly emerged to head off the radicals' offensive and to defend the city constitution. By late November 1641, therefore, London constitutional conservatism was almost entirely royalist, just as London support for Parliament was very heavily constitutionally radical. The city's merchant political elite, as has been emphasized, at no time during the crisis that began at the end of the 1630s had given their allegiance to Parliament. But significant numbers of company merchants outside the elite probably did desire, at least for a time, from a politically conservative standpoint, to gain some type of reform of the monarchy. Despite the Crown's support for their privileges, these merchants could hardly have welcomed Charles's arbitrary rule, and must have hoped that Parliament could moderate his policies. The Levant Company, unlike the East India Company, did not refrain from presenting its grievances to Parliament, despite the risk of embarrassing the king. Its petition, forwarded on December 22, 1640, protested among other things the raising of customs duties. The second-generation Levant East India Company magnate Thomas Soames went much further. An opposer of ship money while serving as sheriff in 1638, Soames stood as one of the 4 opposition candidates for city MP in April 1640 and November 1640 and refused to submit the names of wealthy citizens in his ward as payers of the government's forced loan in the spring of 1640. John Gayer was another top Levant Company trader who, as alderman, refused to cooperate in the spring of 1640 with the government's forced loan. He also stood as a popular candidate for Lord Mayor in September 1640. How many other politically conservative company merchants at least covertly sympathized with Gayer and Soames is impossible to say, but there may have been a significant number. 79. Nevertheless, pressured on one side by a merchant political elite that refused to oppose the king or support parliamentary reform, and repelled on the other by an increasingly radical city parliamentary movement, company merchants who were politically conservative in the London context but who supported reform at the national level seem to have found working openly for Parliament rather difficult at every stage. The problem was only exacerbated by their dependence on the Crown for their privileges. It is possible that many company merchants hoped to have their cake and eat it too, to have Parliament impose reforms on the Crown without their having to take such overt and militant action against the king as to endanger their commercial charters. But for whatever reason, it is striking how relatively few of London's overseas company merchants were at all prominent in the city's parliamentary movement at any time between April 1640 and July 1641, especially in view of their wealth and preeminent position within London's political life. The result was that the city parliamentary movement was, from its inception, largely beyond the control of the company merchants. It brought the incursion of new socio-economic forces into city and national political life and represented a shift in the locus of power within the city, not only away from the city's traditional elite merchant rulers but away from the company merchant community as a whole. Certainly, once Common Hall opened its attack in June 1641 on the Lord Mayor's traditional privilege of appointing one city sheriff, most of those conservative citizens who at first had identified with the parliamentary cause rushed to embrace the king as the best means to maintain the city's oligarchic political order. Within the space of a few months, the overwhelming majority of the city's overseas company merchants, along with many other substantial citizens, had definitively entered the king's camp. On July 23, 1641, at the very time the conservative citizens were protesting the House of Lords countenancing of Common Hall's attempt to elect both sheriffs, the king was promising the East India Company that he would renew its charter and remedy its grievances. A month or so later, when Parliament made an ill-considered decision not to renew the highly prized rebate of customs on re-exports, the king took the opportunity to further endear himself to the merchants. When the merchants asked Parliament to reverse itself on the re-export issue, the king told his Lord Keeper to tell the city in my name that though their own burgesses forget them in Parliament, yet I mean to supply that defect out of my affection to them, so that they need no mediators to me aiding. From the fall of 1641, the king's secretary Edward Nicholas made every effort to bring the king and the leading citizens together. Meanwhile, at the election for Lord Mayor held on September 28, the Conservative citizens gave renewed evidence that they were on the offensive. When Common Hall once again sought to elect its own candidate for mayor in place of the senior alderman Richard Gurney, Sheriff George Clark simply dismissed the freeman and carried Gurney's name to the aldermanic court for approval. Clark was one of the city's leading overseas traders, a second-generation elite merchant. A merchant adventurer who had exported more than 2,000 cloths to the Netherlands and Hamburg in 1640, he had also served for several years as a director of the East India Company and had just that August been elected alderman. 81. The king's decision of early November 1641 to return to London constituted an open threat to Parliament. But the Lord Mayor and the aldermanic court pushed forward preparations for a city banquet in the king's honour, despite the attempt by the city MP John Venn to prevent this as a thing displeasing to Parliament. On November 22, the Commons passed the Grand Remonstrance. But 3 days later, on November 25, the city magistrates feted the king in London amid pomp and parade designed to awe a restive populace. Shortly thereafter a deputation of top city magistrates visited the king at Hampton Court. There they received honours, offices, and promises of favour for the city. The counter-revolution was in motion, and the battle for London would decide its fate. 82. As early as the beginning of November, when Parliament had approached the city for a loan of £50,000 to suppress the Irish rebellion, the city recorder Sir Thomas Gardiner had complained of Parliament's failure to back up the city magistrates against the London militants. There is now such a sliding of the government of the city that there is an equality between the mayor and the commons, the power of the mayor being no more than that of the commoners of the city. As something of a counterpoint to Gardiner's remarks, the citizens of Common Hall attached to their approval of the loan to Parliament proposals that the persons of the great lords of the Popish religion and other papists of quality, be secured, and that the bishops' votes in the House of Lords be taken away. These demands were, of course, designed to put pressure on the House of Lords to pass the Commons Bill for the removal of the bishops from the upper house. It showed the degree to which the broadly representative Common Hall had diverged from the aldermanic court. Shortly thereafter, in a provocative action that could only raise suspicions as to his ultimate intentions, Charles dismissed the guard Parliament had appointed as its protection at Westminster, despite pleas from the House of Commons not to do so. On 29 and November 30, violent confrontations broke out at the House of Lords when an angry crowd assembled in order to protest the new guard that the King had appointed to replace that of Parliament and to put force behind the demand to get rid of the bishops in the House of Lords. 83. During the first week in December, the city oppositionists continued to mobilize the populace. Their aim was plainly to break the stalemate imposed by the House of Lords and to counteract the King's increasingly menacing actions. They started circulating a petition that conjoined Parliament's main demands with their own call for the reformation of city government. It called for the removal of the bishops and popish lords from the House of Lords, demanded parliamentary control over the militia, and protested abuses which had crept into the ancient constitution of the city. The petitioners added that whereas it had been divulged upon the King's late entertainment in the city that the city had deserted the Parliament, they abhorred the same and should always be ready to spend their estates and lives for safety. On December 11, John Fowke, the longtime city oppositionist and opponent of the East India Company, brought the Londoners' petition into the Commons, with some 15,000 signatures appended. There it was presented by Alderman Pennington. After this, Fowke was called in. He reported obstructions put by the Lord Mayor and aldermen to the petition's circulation, and the House promptly promised to look into them. On December 15, in an open call for mass support, clearly designed to further encourage their militant supporters in London, the Commons had the Grand Remonstrance printed and distributed. 84. On December 20, the Commons warned the House of Lords to cease its delay on the bill to impress troops for Ireland. And, on the same day, it pursued its investigation of the city authorities for having impeded the circulation of the citizens' petition of December 11. On December 21, the Commons gave the Militia Bill a first reading. On the same day, at the annual elections to the Common Council, the city oppositionists won a signal victory, decisively reversing the political composition of that body in their favor. In the words of one contemporary, by the concurrence and number of the meaner people, all such who were moderate men and lovers of the present government were rejected, and in their place were elected citizens who were ready to take their direction from the leading faction in the House of Commons and as forward to encroach upon their superiors, the mayor and aldermen, as the other upon the House of Peers. 85. The very same day, December 21, the King precipitated the final showdown with his ill-conceived dismissal of Sir William Balfour, famous in the city for his heroic defence of the Tower against the incursion of troops sent by the King and the army plotters at the time of the crisis over Strafford the previous spring, and his appointment in Balfour's place of the notorious royalist Sir Thomas Lunsford as Lieutenant of the Tower. This was an open play for power, tantamount to a declaration of war. Following a fast day on the 22nd, the House of Commons, on December 23, issued a sharp protest against Lunsford's appointment, but the House of Lords, still resisting the Commons' demands for a parliamentary veto of the King's appointments and for the exclusion of the bishops from secular employment, refused to go along. Simultaneously, the King announced his rejection of the Grand Remonstrance. The situation was now at a breaking point, with the key constitutional and strategic questions inextricably intertwined, and still to be resolved. It was at this point that the city opposition forces, with the new merchants in the forefront, unleashed a powerful series of petitions, demonstrations, and armed confrontations that ultimately proved decisive. 86. On December 23, the very day of the Commons' protest of Lunsford and of the Lords' defiance, divers Common councilmen and others of the City of London sought to throw their weight against Lunsford. They brought in a petition to the Commons declaring their fears of some dangerous designs from that citadel. And whereas the petitioners are informed that Sir William Balfour, a person of honour and trust, is displaced from the office of the lieutenant and the same place bestowed upon a man outlawed and most notorious for outrages and therefore fit for any dangerous attempt. The petitioners and many more, who have intelligence thereof, are thereby put into such a fright for fear and jealousy as makes them restless till they have discharged their duty in representing the same to this honourable House. 87. An examination of the 83 signatures on the petition against Lunsford gives an excellent indication of the composition of the city's revolutionary leadership at this high point in the struggle. Not one Levant, East India Company merchant is among the signers. Nor does there seem to be a single merchant adventurer or French company merchant. The only overseas traders who signed were from the colonial interloping trades. The petition is indeed testimony to the numerical preponderance within the opposition movement of men not at all involved in overseas trade and, in particular, to the special political position occupied by the new merchants, by virtue of their long-standing ties with the city's domestic tradesmen. The trader in American tobacco and interloper in the East Indies Samuel Warner, Morris's brother George Thompson, Randall Mainwaring, and Stephen S. Twick were the core members of the new merchant leadership who signed the petition. Additional colonial merchant signers included William Underwood, a trader in Virginian tobacco who imported some 18,500 pounds in 1640 and who kept a shop on the same street as John and Samuel Warner's. 88 George Henley, another major colonial trader, who brought in 32,430 pounds of Virginian tobacco in 1640 and was also very active in the Moroccan and Spanish trades, as well as in privateering. 89 John Pocock, a prominent dealer with New England. 90 The tobacco seller Maximilian Bard. 91 Michael Herring, a substantial tobacco trader involved during the 1630s in the Newfoundland fish oil trade with the American trade merchant Richard Hill. 92 Richard Hutchinson, another leading trader with New England where he owned land. 93 Lawrence Brinley, John Coke, Richard Hunt, Richard Warner, and Robert Winch. It is notable that among the traders with the Americas who signed the anti-Lunsford petition, Samuel Warner, Richard Warner, George Thompson, Randall Mainwaring, Richard Hunt, Lawrence Brinley, Maximilian Bard, John Coke, and Robert Winch all had signed the new merchant leadership's petition of the previous December in support of Joseph Hawes and in favor of an anti-Spanish offensive in the West Indies. 94 Clearly, these men were working together along a broad front, going well beyond their economic interests in the Americas to city and parliamentary revolution. Tellingly, it was none other than John Pym who brought their petition against Lunsford into the House of Commons, where it was naturally very well received. 95 The alliance between the aristocratic colonizing parliamentarians and the new merchant leadership was operating in high gear. Seeing that all hopes for parliamentary unity had been shattered, the city oppositionists felt no further need to hold back on their plans for religious reformation. Even as they came to the aid of the parliamentary leadership, they began, once more, to push for the root and branch reconstruction of the national church and, in the meantime, carrying out local reformation on a piecemeal basis. In late October 1641, the citizens appear, as noted, to have shelved their divisive demands on religion in deference to Pym. But on December 20, 1641, the radical London MP John Venn, a longtime supporter of the Massachusetts Bay Puritan experiment, along with the minister Cornelius Burgess, brought into Parliament a petition from London's Puritan ministers, asking that they no longer be required to use prayers against their conscience and calling for a free, national synod to decide on religion. 96 Then, On December 23, the very day that the citizens' petition against Lunsford was submitted, Alderman Isaac Pennington presented to the Commons still another petition, organised and brought in by London apprentices, this time for reforming the church root and branch. It was said to have been signed by 30,000 Londoners. The apprentices had already announced their intention if need be to overmatch a royal coup, and they appended to their petition a complaint that the city authorities had hindered them in their collection of signatures. They asked for the House's sanction of their proceedings. It is a sign of the parliamentary leadership's collaboration with the London movement and of its dependence on the unauthorised mass activities of the citizenry at this point that Sir Symonds d'Ewes was able to push through a motion, reported by the Speaker of the House to the apprentices, that approved their orderly manner and promised redress against the city authorities while saving consideration of the petition's content to a later date. 97 Also on December 23 the aforementioned John Venn, along with the colonial merchants John Warner and John Brett and several other citizens of St. Bennet Grace Church Parish, took the opportunity to deliver yet one more petition, to get rid of their scandalous minister William Quelch. John Warner was the only new merchant leader to have gained the position of alderman in the period before the Revolution. He and his brother Samuel were partners in a grocer's shop from which they sold the tobacco they imported from Virginia and the West Indies. John Brett, a brother-in-law and apprentice of Randall Mainwaring, was also a London grocer and had been involved in the triangular trades with Africa, the West Indies, and New England from about 1640.98. On December 24, the House of Commons gave the Militia Bill a second reading and went on to resolve that this House hold Colonel Lunsford unfit to be Lieutenant of the Tower of London, as a person in whom the Commons of England cannot confide. They also addressed a sharp rebuke to the House of Lords, condemning the delays and interruptions we have received in the House of Peers, by the great number of bishops and papists, notoriously disaffected to the common good. If Lunsford continued in his office, they warned, we hold ourselves bound in conscience to declare and protest, that we are innocent of the blood which is likely to be spilt, and of the confusion which may overwhelm the state. 99. The Lords defiantly put off considering the Commons' demands. But, in response, the London citizens brought in yet another petition on the same day, December 24, that demanded that the Lords cease to procrastinate and, specifically, that they pass the Impressment Bill and stop holding up the effort to raise an army for Ireland. The petitioners protested the Lords' long and unseasonable delay whilst the life, liberties and estates of the Protestants of that kingdom were destroyed and their own Irish estates to the value of above £1 million of moneys lay threatened with ruin. They called on the Lords to lay aside all things that may trouble the way and to give instant dispatch for the relief of that miserable realm and people. It is likely that some of the signers of this petition actually did have Irish holdings. But the timing of this petition, as well as the identity of its signers, leaves no doubt that its function was primarily political. The city oppositionists, with new merchant leaders prominently among them, were once more coming to the aid of their allies in Parliament. Among the signers are found, once again, Maurice Thompson and his brother William Thompson's father-in-law Samuel Warner, Maurice Thompson's longtime trading partner Thomas Stone, Randall Mainwaring and Maximilian Bard, as well as one William Melling, an active trader in Virginian tobacco about whom little is known. Company merchants were once again conspicuous by their absence. The petition signers were overwhelmingly domestic traders, a good many of them already established leaders in the city opposition who would be heard from on many occasions in the subsequent period. 100. On December 26, Lord Mayor Richard Gurney informed the King that Lunsford would have to be replaced or order would be entirely lost. This was a definitive sign that the aldermanic elite could no longer control the situation, and the King was compelled to dismiss Lunsford. The next day a crowd of citizens gathered at Whitehall to find out the response to their petition against Lunsford, but even on learning of the King's capitulation, they remained to press for action on their petitions against the bishops and popish lords brought in earlier in the month by John Fowke and Isaac Pennington. Later the same day, December 27, the subsequent Leveller John Lilburne violently confronted Lunsford with a band of armed men, the first of several clashes in this climactic period in which Lilburne would be involved. Crowds repeatedly gathered in Westminster during the next 2 days. Meanwhile the King and the Archbishop of York busily gathered troops of their own. The House of Commons, now entirely dependent on the citizens for its security, stood behind the citizens, refusing to support declarations from the House of Lords that would have banned the citizens' assemblies. As John Pym is reported to have said, God forbid that the House of Commons should proceed in any way to dishearten people to obtain their just desires in such a way. In this atmosphere of impending conflict, the Archbishop of York, with the backing of the King, led 12 bishops to declare that the citizens' intimidation had prevented a free parliament over the previous several days. The Commons responded by impeaching the bishops, and the House of Lords, now feeling itself provoked, had the bishops thrown in jail. Perhaps expecting a showdown, the Commons decided on December 31 to adjourn to Guildhall in London. 101. It now came down to a question of force, and Parliament had placed itself firmly in the hands of its supporters in London. On January 3, the King accused John Pym and 4 other leading MPs of treason. But on January 5 the Londoners closed their shops, stood armed at their doors, sheltered Pym and his colleagues, and rebuffed the King's efforts to seize the 5 members. On January 4, the day of the King's coming into Parliament to demand the surrender of the 5 members, the Common Council, on the order of the House of Commons sitting at Guildhall, elected a Committee of Public Safety for the city. This body assumed broad powers of initiating legislation in London, took the authority to call and dissolve the Common Council, and put itself in command of the city's militia. During the critical days of the winter and early spring of 1642, this committee guided the consolidation of the city revolution. London's militant mass movement, having provided both the indispensable instrument for defending Parliament's programme and the underlying cause of Parliament's dividing against itself, had thus saved Parliament from the King's coup d'état, and it is important to look a bit more closely at the citizens who made this possible, and how they operated. 102. I have already brought out the prominent place of the colonial interloping merchants among the leaders of the city petition campaign and the mass mobilization in defense of London. What especially needs emphasizing is the fact of broader political organization, the existence of some sort of party which is manifest in this series of actions, and particularly in the ability of the London oppositionists to respond, sometimes within hours of an event, with significant numbers of signatures on a petition or with a mass demonstration. This can be seen clearly with respect to the petition against Lunsford, which came just 1 day after his appointment as Lieutenant of the Tower, as well as the petition in favour of the impressment bill that was delivered on the very day of the Lords' deliberations on postponing action on that bill. Obviously, there was at least a hardcore of organisers with a well-developed network of followers who could be counted on at short notice. These men can be glimpsed in action in a Royalist report of December 9, 1641 concerning undue practices by citizens to get signatures to a petition to be presented in the name of the city to the House of Commons. 103. According to this source, William Hobson, mercer at the Maidenhead in Ave Maria Lane, summoned the parishioners into his own house with a constable betwixt 9 and 10 at night, and told those that refused to sign the petition that they were neither good Christians nor honest men, nor well affected to the Commonwealth, telling them he would dispatch his part, and then send it to the next common councilman. This Hobson is a dangerous and factious man, and used many false persuasions to draw men to write their names. In the next ward, Deputy Taylor, dwelling at the Hen and Chickens in Paternoster Row, warned most of the parish to his house, and there exhorted them to set their hands to the petition. It so happens that both this dangerous Mr. William Hobson and Deputy Taylor were connected with the new merchant leadership, and both may already have been active in colonial undertakings. Hobson was the father-in-law of Maurice Thompson's collaborator in the Americas and the East Indies, Samuel Penhoyer. 104. Taylor's uncle Robert Taylor migrated to Bermuda, and his step-brother Edward Rawson would become Secretary of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. 105. Both Hobson and Taylor would function as political intimates of the colonial interloping merchants throughout the following decade. There can be little doubt that much the same group responsible for the petition campaign of which the new merchant leadership was one, but by no means the only, important component guided the London crowds in the decisive days of later December 1641 and early January 1642. This is not at all to say that the masses of London citizens were, at every moment, acting at the behest of the radical leadership. Unquestionably, there was much spontaneity and independent initiative, and the mass citizens, at times, had their own demands. The fact remains that the demonstrations of the London citizenry, at almost every critical juncture, complemented the programs and the tactics of the parliamentary leadership and of the city oppositionists, and this was not accidental. William Lilly later stated that the demonstrators were set on by some of better quality, and the Venetian ambassador thought that the apprentices took part with the connivance of their masters, Puritans for the most part. In the words of one commentator, there was a kind of discipline in disorder, tumults being ready at command, upon a watchword given. And as another Drilly remarked, but how it came to pass that these multitudes should come down in such disorder, and yet be sent back and dissolved so easily at a word or beck of some men, let the world judge. 106. Who, then, was in charge? The king accused the two city MPs, Isaac Pennington and John Venn, of bringing down their myrmidons to assault and terrify the members of both houses, whose faces or whose opinions they like not, and by that army to awe the Parliament. Another observer thought the leadership of the crowds was the same as it had been in the crisis-filled days before Strafford's execution the previous May, and he said that the organizers of the tumults were John Fowke and Randall Mainwaring, who went from house to house and brought this Hydra's head to Westminster, and put in their mouths to cry no bishops, no popish lords, as they had formerly in the same tumultuous manner caused them to cry for justice against the Earl of Strafford. No doubt both the king and the other commentator were right. 107 Indeed, it seems fairly obvious that when the House of Commons, in cooperation with the Common Council, constituted the City Committee of Public Safety to take charge of London during the emergency, it merely elevated to formal political authority those in the city who had long been exercising it informally through their petition drives and their mass mobilizations. The Committee of Safety, or Militia Committee as it came to be called, originally consisted of 18 members, but 3 of these, Alderman John Gayer and Alderman John Garrard, both directors in the Levant, East India Combine, and Alderman Nicholas Rainton, were clearly opposed to the principle and practice of the committee and did not serve. 108 The remaining group of 16 was dominated by the New Merchant leadership. Included were the New Merchant leaders and city oppositionist organizers John Warner, Samuel Warner, Randall Mainwaring, and Stephen Estwick, along with Owen Roe, William Barkeely, James Russell, and Nathan Wright. John Fowke, the Levant Company trader, collaborator of Sir William Courtines, opponent of joint stock monopoly organization in the East Indies trade, and city oppositionist who recently had established connections with the New Merchant leadership, was also among the members of the committee. None of the remaining members was an overseas company merchant. But most of the militia commissioners had been leaders in the city movement from early on, as is indicated, for example, by the fact that 4 of the 6 persons who had represented Common Hall in the dispute over the right to choose sheriffs the previous June were also on the militia committee. 109 Finally, perhaps to ensure the closest coordination between Parliament's own Committee of Safety and the Committee of Safety in the city, Maurice Thompson's commercial and political partner Richard Shute was appointed treasurer of the Parliamentary Committee of Safety. 110 Shute, with Thompson, had delivered the citizens' petition of grievances to the king in September 1640. He would play a major leadership role in the city radical movement over the following 2 years, as would most of the members of the City Committee of Safety. Consolidating the Revolution. On January 11, 1642, the king fled London, but London's leading citizens were not yet quite prepared to admit defeat. In a last-ditch effort, they circulated a petition against what they saw as the Committee of Safety's unlawful usurpation of the rightful powers of the city's magistracy. Presented to Parliament on February 17, 1642, this document confirms again the social character of the forces behind a city conservative movement now firmly aligned with the Crown. Among the petition's 330 signers, there were at least 46 Levant Company merchants. No fewer than 25 of the 26 Levant Company merchants who had signed the petition of the previous summer against Common Hall's attempt to elect both city sheriffs also signed this petition against the militia committee. Also among the signers there were at least 15 past, present, or future East India Company directors, at least 22 merchant adventurers, at least 14 French Company wine traders, and at least 6 Eastland Company traders. The city's merchant community had once again shown itself firmly conservative, and, by now, fully royalist. 111. But without the king's person or the king's army, the conservative citizens had few real sources of power. On March 9, 1642, 21 radical Londoners presented a petition to the Common Council to urge that body to disclaim the citizens' petition against the militia committee, to express to Parliament its support of the militia ordinance, and to endeavour to have the petitioners against the militia ordinance properly punished. Notable among these radical petitioners were a handful of lesser traders with the Americas, as well as the later leveller William Walwyn. As it turned out, however, the militants had little to be concerned about. During the spring and summer of 1642, the city oppositionists had no difficulty consolidating their position by carrying through a full-scale constitutional revolution to break the old form of oligarchic rule. They abrogated the veto power of the Court of Aldermen over the Common Council, leaving the individual aldermen to cast their 26 votes together with 237 votes of the Common Councillors. They broke the Lord Mayor's power to convene and dissolve Common Council meetings. They took an important series of steps to destroy the stranglehold over elections to the Common Council hitherto exercised by small oligarchic cliques in the precincts and the wards. This helped ensure that all city freemen could exercise their right to vote. From the summer of 1642, the Common Council, for the moment led by its militia committee, assumed unquestioned leadership in the government of the city. 112. During July and August 1642, the city parliamentary movement removed the last obstacle to its complete hegemony within the city when it got Parliament to bring to trial and to remove the arch-royalist Lord Mayor Sir Richard Gurney. Gurney had continued to deny the Common Council's right to call and dissolve itself without the Lord Mayor's approval and had led a rearguard struggle by the aldermanic bench to maintain the old city constitution, obstruct Parliament's military preparations in the city, and support the Crown. On July 9, 1642, 64 Common Councillors petitioned the House of Lords to have Gurney stopped from hampering their proceedings. Symptomatically, among this petition signers there were 9 colonial interloping merchants, including William Barkeely, Owen Roe, Samuel Warner, Randall Mainwaring, Stephen Estwick, and James Russell, as well as Samuel Vassall, Michael Herring, and Richard Waring. There were, however, only 3 company merchants. All of the rest of the signatories were non-merchants. When Gurney was brought up for trial before Parliament, 5 of the 7 magistrates who gave evidence against him were new merchant militia commissioners, including John Warner, Randall Mainwaring, Stephen Estwick, Owen Roe, and James Russell. It was only fitting that on August 12, 1642 Common Hall elected Alderman Isaac Pennington the new Lord Mayor and that Pennington had his kinsman, the colonial trader and radical organizer Randall Mainwaring, chosen Deputy Mayor. 113 Over the following year these 2 officials, now in the highest seats of authority in the city, would lead London behind Parliament and toward further radicalisation. What transpired in the course of political conflict in London from the winter of 1641 through the summer of 1642 can be briefly summarised. The city oppositionists, through their petition campaigns and mass rising, had made it possible for Parliament to secure its legislation, indeed its continuing existence, against the king. In the process, they had carried out a revolution in London itself. The municipal revolt of 1641 to 1642 involved no mere replacement of inns by outs. The citizen militants shattered the old oligarchic constitution. In the process, they achieved at least a partial transformation in the social foundations of political power in the city. In attacking and destroying the traditional structure of governance dominated by the Lord Mayor and the Court of Aldermen, the London militants had essentially destroyed the hegemony in the city of the overseas company merchants, who traditionally had controlled the municipality precisely through controlling the Court of Aldermen. Over the previous period, overseas merchants had held a majority of the aldermanic positions, while wholesalers had held most of the rest. Not surprisingly, therefore, company merchants were at the heart of the two main mass petitions organized in London to stem the revolutionary tide, the first with 172 signatures against Common Hall's attempt to elect both sheriffs, the second with 330 signatures in February 1642 against the newly appointed Militia Committee. All told, 412 people signed these petitions, and between 1/4 and 1/3 were company merchants. 114 Similarly, around 245 people signed the four main pro-parliamentary petitions put forward during this period and mentioned above. But among these signers, there were no more than about 15 company merchants. 115. At the same time, in elevating to power the Common Council, initially led by their own Special Committee of Public Safety, the city revolutionaries carried near to the centre of authority in London, and to a very influential position nationally, the new merchant leaders who headed a powerful movement of citizens drawn from the ranks of London's domestic traders, shopkeepers, and artisans. As noted, there were 9 colonial interloping merchants among the active militia commissioners, while the 2 company merchants appointed to this committee refused to serve. Similarly, of the 28 common councillors who served on common council committees over the revolutionary period between the beginning of January and the end of July 1642, only 2 were company merchants. 116 Finally, new merchant leaders were at the heart of all 4 of the aforementioned pro-parliamentary petitions, and these 4 petitions were signed, almost exclusively, by non-merchants. It is true that greater numbers of company merchants ultimately would change sides or come out for Parliament, once the issues of the city's constitution and its political allegiance had been firmly settled. Moreover, as described below, the radical and largely non-merchant citizens who dominated city politics until the middle of 1643 would see their power recede significantly after that time. Nevertheless, the London militants who overthrew the old oligarchy and secured the city for Parliament had, by the summer of 1642, achieved a truly fundamental change, and they had done so on the basis of a movement composed almost entirely of non-merchants, over the opposition of the great mass of company merchants. Nor were they yet, at that point, ready to bring the revolutionary process to a halt. The politics of London's overseas traders at the outbreak of civil war. The Levant, East India Combine. The Crown's greatest success in London during the 1630s was in strengthening and consolidating the support over and against Parliament of the majority of the city merchant elite, as represented on the customs farms, the Aldermanic Court, and the East India Company Directorate. By 1640, the merchant elite was dominated largely by Levant Company merchants. This meant that, from the very start, a critical group of Levant, East India Company elite merchants was at the heart of the city conservative movement. From the summer of 1641 at the latest, the great bulk of the Levant, East India Company merchants threw in their lot with royalism. On the basis of the 2 main conservative petitions of this movement, 47 different Levant Company members associated themselves with the forces for order. Using additional scattered scoursers, it is possible to identify at least 6 more Levant Company members as allying themselves with London conservatism. This total of 53 does not, of course, exhaust the entire Levant Company membership, but it does include about half of those men who are known to have been active in the currents trade between 1634 and 1640, and about the same proportion of major men in that trade. Of some 85 Levant Company members who traded in currents between 1634 and 1640, and who were alive in 1641 to 1642, a total of 49 left evidence of their political orientation. Of these, 35 were royalists, 117, 11 were parliamentarians, 118, and in 3 cases the indications are contradictory. 119 of the 22 Levant Company members still alive in 1641 to 1642 who traded 1,000 hundredweight or more of currents in any single year during the decade 1631 to 1640, 11 can be identified politically, 8 with royalism, 120, and 1 with parliament, 121, while 2 left contradictory evidence. 122. Table 7.1. The Civil War politics of London's overseas merchants. Total. Royalist. Royalists who became parliamentarian. Parliamentarian. No. Information. New merchant leadership. 82. 1. 25. 55. East India Company Directors, 1640 to 1641. 33. 24. 0. 2. 7. Levant Company Currents Traders, 1634 to 1640. 85. 35. 3. 11. 36. Merchant Adventurer Cloth Traders, 1640. 74. 18. 5. 15. 40. Note. A New Merchants 1, see above, Chapter 4, Table 4.1. The case of the East India Company Directorate, at the core of the merchant elite, is naturally even more clear-cut. On the basis of the petitions, as well as additional evidence, no fewer than 24 of the 33 men who held positions on the East India Company Governing Board in 1640 to 1641 can be identified with the anti-parliamentary cause. 123 Only 2 were parliamentarians. 124. It is significant that on November 26, 1641, at the very height of the city and national political crisis, the East India Company membership elected as governor of the company Sir Henry Garway, one of London's most notorious royalists, and they re-elected him the following summer, just before the outbreak of the Civil War. Despite a parliamentary order of April 10, 1643 demanding Garway's immediate dismissal from all his commercial company positions, the East India Company Directorate retained Garway as governor until the regular company elections of July 1643. Even more recalcitrant, the Levant Company membership kept Garway as governor until 1644.125 during the spring of 1643, when London was preparing its defences against the King's armies. The East India Company's General Court voted to deny Parliament's request for the use of its ordnance on the bulwarks then being erected around the city. In July of the same year, the company refused to lend 6 guns for the equipment of parliamentary ships. 126 In light of this defiant royalist posture, it is understandable that Parliament kept a close surveillance on the company's correspondence. 127 The loans granted by the Levant and East India Companies to Parliament in 1643 can be understood only in terms of the company merchants' anxiety to be sure that their charters would be renewed. Although this quid pro quo was explicitly spelled out by Parliament, the Levant Company still had some difficulty raising the money from its members, and the House of Commons had to threaten reluctant subscribers with the immediate suspension of their privileges before the funds were forthcoming. 128. The ideological commitments of the Levant East India Company merchants were further expressed in their religious policies, particularly in the Levant Company's appointments of ministers. As already noted, the company chose clerics in sympathy with the anti-Puritan wing of the hierarchy even before the rise of Laud, and continued to do so in the period of Laud's ascendancy. It is not surprising that a company so strongly dependent on royal support as was the Levant Company failed to risk controversial clerical appointments during the 11 years of non-parliamentary rule and Laudian religious repression. Nevertheless, in view of the company's appointment of ministers so closely connected with Laud in the period before 1640 and its continuing identification with Royalist and Anglican ministers in the years following the fall of Laud, it is hard to believe that it would have pursued anything but an anti-Puritan religious policy, even had it been given the opportunity. The first preacher to be nominated by the Levant Company in the Civil War period was one William Bull. No direct evidence of Bull's religious orientation has been found, but the company's deliberations on his appointment bring out something of the motivation behind his hiring. Bull presented himself for the post of preacher at the Levant Company's factory at Smyrna on April 7, 1645, and was requested to give the customary sermon to the General Court. On April 17, his election was deferred, exception being taken to some passages in his prayer. A week later, at a meeting of the company's General Court, the city radical MP Isaac Pennington and one John Langley expressed their strong opposition to Bull. But the court overrode their objections and by a show of hands appointed Bull to a 5-year term. Still not satisfied, Pennington returned to the company several weeks later with the claim that some of the members of the House of Commons had attested to Bull's unfitness, and another company member, Thomas Barnardiston, produced a letter to the same effect. They suggested that Bull's appointment be referred to the Assembly of Divines for approval. However, this motion failed to get the court's support and Bull's election was confirmed. 129. The objections to Bull were undoubtedly based on his failure to conform to Puritan standards. Isaac Pennington, John Langley, and Thomas Barnardiston, the 3 Levant Company members who pressed the attack, were all committed Puritans, and both Barnardiston and Pennington were in these years playing leading roles in the Puritan parish of St. Stephen's, Coleman Street. 130. Langley, a recent entry into the Levant Company, was also a Puritan militant and in later years was apparently involved with the Anabaptists. 131. Clearly, these men were offended by the content of Bull's sermon and, more broadly, by his religious orientation. Their appeal to the judgment of the Assembly of Divines was an attempt to place the case before a body that, unlike the Levant Company, was puritanically inclined and might support their case. At the General Court, Bull was defended by a Mr. Brown, almost certainly Humphrey Brown, a leading trader and a director at one time or another of both the Levant and East India Companies. Brown had been a leader in the anti-impositions agitation within the Levant Company in the late 1620s. But by this time, like most of his colleagues, he had become a strong defender of the established political order and of an emerging Anglican orthodoxy. 132. He seems to have had little difficulty in getting the company members to maintain their support for Bull. 133. The remaining Levant Company appointments before the Restoration, in a period when it was probably somewhat risky to support pro-royal, Anglican ministers, provide further strong evidence of the company's establishment-oriented religious views. A Mr. Dillingham, elected in 1648, cannot be identified. But Nathaniel Hill, appointed minister at Aleppo in 1650, was probably the vicar of Ranyold who had been ejected from his post in 1643 because of his long absence in the Royal Army. 134. Of the last 4 ministers appointed in this period, 3 Samuel Rogers, John Dalton, and Robert Frampton can be identified. 135 and were clearly Royalist Anglicans. At the Restoration, Rogers and Dalton each received an honorary BA degree by the King's mandate in recognition of the inconveniences each had suffered in giving support to the royal cause. Frampton, who took a BA degree at Christ Church in 1641, had to defer his MA degree as a result of his refusal to take the covenant. During the Protectorate, he was warned by the government that he was preaching too freely for his own personal safety. He was made Bishop of Gloucester after the Restoration. 136. The foregoing picture of the Levant Company merchants' anti-Puritanism accords well with what has been shown to be their conservative political orientation. Substantial involvement in the Levant East India trades tended to be accompanied by a whole constellation of socio-economic characteristics, as well as a wide variety of family and business associations with other merchants in the group, and these all led in a conservative direction. It was, indeed, by the totality of his socio-economic position, his politically privileged commercial position, his high place in London's economic and social hierarchies, his solidarity with other company traders like himself, his self-definition in contradistinction to the city's shopkeepers, mariners, and small producers that the typical Levant Company merchant's conservative worldview was determined. Seen from this perspective, most of the apparent exceptions to the generalization that the Levant East India Company merchants held anti-parliamentary, anti-Puritan positions actually tend to prove the rule. By and large, the Levant East India Company parliamentarians and Puritans were at best marginal members of the group and exhibited social characteristics atypical of the group as a whole. They tended to be smaller traders, from non-London, low-status backgrounds, who entered the company by paying a fee rather than as apprentices to other company merchants. Most significant, however, is the fact that a majority of the parliamentary and Puritan Levant traders was actively connected with the new colonial interloping merchant leadership. Thus, Samuel Vassall, Matthew Craddock, and Nathan Wright, 3 out of only a handful of really prominent Levant East India Company merchants who opted for Parliament, were all leaders in the trades with New England, Virginia, the West Indies, and Africa, in conjunction with the other new merchants. Similarly, Richard Chambers and John Fowke, substantial Levant Company traders and leaders in the constitutional opposition to unparliamentary taxation in the late 1620s, also seem to have forged ties with merchants trading with the Americas before the outbreak of the Civil War. Other Levant Company parliamentarians included Gregory Clement, William Penhoyer, Samuel Moyer, and Richard Cranley, all of whom were involved with the colonial interloping group beginning in the 1630s, had joined the Levant Company in the 1630s by paying a fee, and were unconnected with other Levant Company families. 137 Finally, the Levant Company parliamentarians Thomas Barnardiston and Benjamin Whitcomb were, respectively, a member during the 1630s of the Providence Island Company and later an interloper in the East Indian trade, and a Massachusetts Bay trader by the 1640s at the latest. 138 That men such as these opposed the court and London's political establishment despite their Levant Company membership is congruent with the basic analysis presented here of the social and political structure of the merchant community. The only other Levant East India Company merchants for whom evidence has been found of parliamentary sympathy were Henry Hunter, John Langham, Samuel Eliot, Caleb Cockcroft, Caldwell Farrington, Simon Edmonds, Isaac Pennington, Thomas Soames, and William Spurstow. Hunter had signed the anti-parliamentary petition of the summer of 1641, although by late 1642 he was serving as a tax assessor in the London parliamentary bureaucracy. He was a son-in-law of the leading trader with Virginia, William Allen. 139 Little is known about Eliot, a small trader. What is interesting about all the other parliamentarian Levant Company merchants is that every one of them was a Puritan activist. Spurstow, Cockcroft, Farrington, and Pennington all participated together in the Puritan experiments at St. Stephen's Coleman Street throughout the period. 140 Edmonds was involved at the same time with the minister Edmund Calamy's Puritan Reformation in the parish of St. Mary Aldermanbury. 141 John Langham's religious inclinations were apparent in the support he received for the mayoralty of London in 1646 from the Scottish Presbyterian minister Robert Bailey. Moreover, he maintained as his personal chaplain, Thomas Burroughs, a leading Puritan minister who was ejected from his position at the Restoration. 142 Finally, Thomas Soames's Puritanism was manifest in his association with the leading Puritan militants John Warner and John Venn in a petition of December 23, 1641 against their scandalous minister, William Quelch. 143 It is more than likely that the religious solidarities formed by these Levant Company traders had much to do with inclining them toward Parliament, even in the face of the anti-parliamentary politics of most of their Levant, East India Company colleagues. By the early 1640s, at least in London, political and religious dissent had effectively merged. Just as political opponents of the court were led to enter into religious opposition to combat the uses of the ecclesiastical hierarchy against political nonconformity, those who fervently wished for godly reformation must have seen that this could not be achieved unless Parliament prevailed. This said, it needs to be emphasized that most of the aforementioned Puritan parliamentarians among the Levant, East India Company establishment were in no way radicals. Both Thomas Soames and John Langham, the most substantial of these figures, were at best lukewarm and temporary backers of Parliament. 144 Among the others, only Isaac Pennington can be described as either a leader of the London Revolution of 1641 to 1642, or a radical at any later date. 145 Like most of their colleagues within the Levant East India Combine, they were probably socially and politically rather conservative. But unlike most of their colleagues, including a few with strong Puritan sentiments, they seem to have been willing to back Parliament in the hope of achieving constitutional reform and, perhaps more especially, godly religious reformation, probably with the expectation that the truly revolutionary forces within London could be held within bounds. It seems clear that most of the Levant East India merchants were simply unwilling to believe that the achievement of reform of the state and church hierarchies and the maintenance of stability and the established order in London were really compatible goals. 146. The merchant adventurers. In the broadest terms, the merchant adventurers must be categorized with the Levant East India Company merchants in their alienation from the radical and largely non-merchant forces that dominated the city parliamentary movement in 1641 to 1642. It is true that by 1640 the adventurers had lost their once predominant position within the merchant community, but they were still, by any measure, the most important group of company merchants aside from the Levant East India Combine. Indeed, the adventurers' decline should not be exaggerated. In 1640, their trade may still have exceeded that of any other commercial line in total value, even if it no longer yielded the greatest profits. The adventurers still included among their ranks a significant, if sharply reduced, number of major traders, while on average their membership undoubtedly ranked very high economically in relation to the whole of the merchant community. Finally, the adventurers constituted a highly protected company, with politically sanctioned restrictions on entry that were vital to their operations. While no longer at the very top, the adventurers were still a substantial group of privileged merchants with much to lose from serious political or social disruptions. Like the bulk of the company merchants, they could not have looked with equanimity on the popular, militant upheavals of the London Revolution of 1641 to 1642. They must have been strongly attracted to the conservative pole, which was to a large extent organized by the city merchant elite, now led by the Levant East India Company merchants but certainly still including an important number of their own members. Both the Levant East India Company merchants and the merchant adventurers thus fell within the same broad social category of politically privileged company merchants, and this tended to lead the two groups in roughly similar politically conservative directions. On the other hand, it is essential to recognize the important socio-economic distinctions between these groups. In the first place, by 1640 the company of merchant adventurers contained significantly fewer members of the merchant elite as represented on the customs farms, the court of aldermen, and the East India Company Directorate than did the Levant Company, and included, on average, merchants of somewhat lower economic standing. At the same time, the merchant adventurers do not seem to have included at least to anything like the same degree those extensive networks of interlocking family-cum-business connections that constituted the Levant East India Group, nor as many multi-generational ties with their company or with the city. As a result, by 1640 the few elite and royalist adventurers appear to have been less well placed than were their counterparts in the Levant Company to win over a membership that was, in any case, less firmly predisposed to a fully consistent royalist standpoint than were the Levant Company merchants. Still, while a majority of the adventurers, like most of the other company merchants, supported Parliament in the constitutional struggles of the late 1620s, but by 1641 to 1642 they had moved into opposition to the mass-based London Revolution. Nevertheless, the adventurers were significantly less willing than were the Levant Company merchants to align themselves permanently and definitively against Parliament. It was not only that the handful of elite royalists in the company found it more difficult to organize a large and unwieldy membership. Perhaps feeling themselves in some sense to be out, numbers of adventurers appear to have been prepared in the end to accept the attack on the aldermanic elite, particularly when it became clear that it would be held within bounds in order to improve their own opportunities to gain office or personal privilege. While practically no merchant adventurers took part in the city revolution of 1641 to 1642, many more adventurers than Levant Company merchants were ultimately willing to come to terms with the parliamentary side as the city revolution came to seem less threatening than it had originally appeared. Finally, the adventurers' political position was immensely complicated by the problem of their chartered privileges. With their markets sharply contracted, the company's formal barriers to entry into their trade already far more crucial for the adventurers than for the Levant Company merchants because of the comparatively easier access to the North European cloth trade than to the Middle Eastern import commerce became an overriding political issue. As a result, a significantly greater element of pure economic interest may have entered into the determination of the adventurers' political position than in the case of the Levant Company traders. All else being equal, the Levant East India Company traders' economic objections to the government's unparliamentary taxes on trade naturally tended to predispose them in favor of the reform of the monarchy. But when it came to the crunch, their fundamental concern was to hold their own crown-protected privileged position and to defend the established socio-political order in the city. They were thus more than willing to sacrifice the ephemeral advantages of a more favorable policy on customs perhaps attainable via Parliament for the long-term security of their overall socio-political position in their company and in the city, supported by the king. In some contrast, perhaps because the very economic viability of their trade was so much more directly dependent on government-backed privileges, the adventurers' response was more equivocal, and they tended to be more opportunistic. Paradoxically, their opportunism was extremely difficult to put into practice. The fact was that Parliament remained by and large hostile to the adventurers' privileges. It was only in 1642 to 1643, as Parliament became ever more desperate for funds, that it reconciled itself to sanctioning the adventurers' charter. Parliament changed its mind when it was able to secure a series of major loans from the company as the quid pro quo for renewing the adventurers' privileges. When this happened, some adventurers did undoubtedly come to look more favorably on the parliamentary cause. In view of the merchant adventurers' complicated situation, it is not surprising that they turned out to be less steadfast supporters of London royalism than were the Levant Company merchants, although there was no tendency whatsoever among the adventurers to support the city revolution. Of the 74 men who were active merchant adventurers in 1640, evidence has been discovered on the political orientation of 38. Of these, 18 can be identified only with the city conservative and royalist movement. 147 were one-time royalists who had moved to support Parliament by the end of the Civil War. 148 and 15 eventually joined the parliamentary forces, apparently never having been connected with royalism. 149 However, these figures need to be explained further if they are to be properly interpreted. What is most striking in the first place is the adventurers' overwhelming refusal to support the city's anti-royal forces during the period of constitutional revolution that secured London firmly for Parliament. Only 3 adventurers can be identified as having taken part in the city's parliamentary revolution between July 1641 and July 1642. 150 Meanwhile, some 23 adventurers supported the conservative movement organized to oppose it. 151 Only one adventurer, the noted Lavella radical William Walwyn, was among some 175 or so different signers of the popular petitions, first, against Lunsford's control of the Tower of London and, second, against the Lord's delay of the impressment bill that highlighted the immediate pre-insurrectionary period of late December 1641. A second trader, James Russell, was the only merchant adventurer who secured a place in January 1642 on the Revolutionary Committee of Safety, or who was among the 21 citizens who petitioned in early March 1642 against the Royalists in support of the Militia Committee. Russell was also active not only in the Spanish trade but in Maurice Thompson's East Indian interloping project. The third and last merchant adventurer of 1640 for whom there is evidence of participation in the city revolution is Caleb Cockcroft. Cockcroft and James Russell were the only merchant adventurers among 64 common councilmen who petitioned Parliament in July 1642 against the Lord Mayor's refusal to put to the vote Parliament's order for war preparations in the city and, by implication, his right to control the Common Council's proceedings. As would be expected, the 23 adventurers who originally supported royalism included a strategic core with close family and commercial connections with the city aldermanic East India elite. No fewer than 11 of the 23 adventurers who opted at first for royalism maintained such connections. Anthony, Richard, and William Bateman were sons of Robert Bateman, who had been Chamberlain of London and on the directing boards of both the Levant Company and the East India Company. 152 Sir George Clark was one of the few merchant adventurers of the immediate pre-Civil War period who held an aldermanic position, and he was also an East India Company director. 153 Anthony Biddulph was Sir George Clark's brother-in-law, and the son-in-law of a great merchant adventurer, Alderman Robert Palmer. 154 Robert and James Fenn were sons of the alderman and East India Director Richard Fenn, another of the topmost merchant adventurers of the previous generation. Moreover, both married into other aldermanic families. James Fenn married the daughter of Henry Andrews, an alderman, merchant adventurer, Levant Company magnate, and East India Company director. Robert Fenn married the daughter of Alderman Edmund Wright. 155 George Franklin was an East India Company director, and the son of the leading merchant adventurer and Alderman Thomas Franklin. 156 William Williams, himself a Levant Company trader, was the son of the East India Company director and one-time treasurer of the Levant Company, John Williams. 157 Finally, Robert Gore was most probably the son of Alderman William Gore, who was a chief merchant adventurer and himself the son of one of the great Elizabethan merchant aldermen, Gerard Gore. 158 These 11 elite royalist adventurers were undoubtedly among London's most influential merchant citizens. It is therefore especially notable that they were distinctly unable, in sharp contrast with their elite counterparts within the Levant Company, to prevent a significant section of the adventurers from ultimately moving to support Parliament. While 12 adventurers without elite connections did at first support the royalist movement, 4 of these changed sides. 159 They joined 15 other merchant adventurers who had not previously been associated with royalism behind the parliamentary cause. 160 This made a total of 20 adventurers who ended up as parliamentarians, that is, about half the number who can be identified politically. What thus distinguished the adventurers' politics from those of the majority of the Levant East India Company merchants in this period was not any obvious difference in fundamental political attitude or ideology. Both groups, like the bulk of London's company merchants, tended to be conservative in their overall outlook. The difference between the two groups is rather to be found in the Levant Company merchants' deeper involvement with the leadership of royalism and the correlatively greater tactical flexibility and adaptability displayed by the adventurers. Especially from the autumn of 1642, the adventurers were significantly more attracted to the parliamentary side than were the Levant Company merchants. Their relatively weak connections with the city elite, and with company and city institutions in general, partly account for their relative openness to Parliament. But there seem also to have been positive forces at work. There was first of all the need to win their privileges. There were also the political demands of the Puritan movement. It should not be overlooked, therefore, that 9 of the 15 merchant adventurers who supported Parliament were active Puritans, while only 1 of the 23 merchant adventurers who were at some time royalists was involved in the Puritan movement. Samuel Avery, Caleb Cockcroft, and James Russell were all members of St. Stephen's Coleman Street parish and participated in its Puritan activities of the 1640s. 161 Thomas Stubbing took part in a series of Puritan initiatives at St. Dunstan's in the East, serving on the Committee of 30 that replaced the closed vestry. 162 Daniel Hudson was a contributor to the Fees for Impropriations and an original investor in the Massachusetts Bay Company. 163 Christopher Paca was elder of the 7th London classis and left money for non-conforming ministers. 164 Joseph Parker left bequests to poor godly ministers that have been silenced and had family connections in New England. 165 William Walwyn was the well-known sectarian Livella radical. And, finally, Bartholomew Rames petitioned Parliament in December 1641 with 5 fellow Puritan citizens against the scandalous minister William Quelch. 166 In contrast, the only royalist merchant adventurer who has been identified with the Puritan movement was Andrew Kendrick, another of the St. Stephen's Coleman Street Puritans. By 1644, Kendrick had aligned himself with Parliament. 167 This is not to argue that Puritan religious sentiments resulted automatically in pro-parliamentary politics. As in the case of numbers of the Levant, East India Company merchants, the increasingly intimate tie between Puritanism and popular revolution in London in the pre-Civil War period caused many citizens to relinquish any desire they might have had for religious as well as political reform in the interest of political privilege and social order. The point, therefore, is not so much that proportionally greater numbers of merchant adventurers than Levant Company merchants were affected by Puritan ideas. It is rather that the adventurers, far more than the Levant Company merchants, were ultimately free to come to terms with Parliament. Naturally they would have to align with Parliament if they wished to see Puritanism put into practice. The close involvement of the Levant East India Company merchants not only with the pre-Civil War city ruling groups but with the leadership of city royalism left relatively few of them by autumn 1642 either willing or able to follow a political course that had now to be carried out entirely within a parliamentary framework. In contrast, an important group of adventurers who had been tied neither to the radical parliamentary thrust nor to city royalism in the first stage of the conflict in 1641-1642 were able to play a leading role in organizing a middle course. When the revolutionary movement began to subside, after reaching its crest in the summer of 1643, these men were free to help consolidate a pro-parliamentary regime in the city, while at the same time pursuing their goals of moderate political and especially religious reformation. These merchants would, however, reaffirm their fundamental conservatism in the middle 1640s when they stood, once again, against rising popular movements for revolution, but this time in positions of authority within a politically Presbyterian city magistracy. 168. The colonial interloping merchants. It is, unfortunately, not possible to provide the same sort of quantitative analysis of the whole mass of merchants participating in the colonial trades as can be provided for the Levant East India Company traders and the merchant adventurers. This is because the colonial traders were, in general, much more obscure men than were the company merchants, and because the sort of numerously signed conservative petitions that give the best evidence of the company merchants' political identification have no real counterpart in the London opposition movement. On the other hand, there can be no doubt that major figures from the new merchant leadership played key roles in the city opposition at every pivotal moment in the struggle. Nor is there any question but that the new merchant leadership overwhelmingly supported the city opposition and Parliament. Of the leadership group of 82 identified earlier in this work, 25 can be identified with the city opposition and Parliament and none firmly with royalism. The one new merchant leader who seems to have leaned toward royalism was Richard Cranley. He, in fact, joined the parliamentary side, but certainly from a politically conservative position. Although little can be said in a positive way about the hundreds of other traders who were active in commerce with the Americas during the pre-Civil War period, the evidence on city constitutional royalism does allow a political characterization of this group of merchants, at least in negative terms. It is worth pointing out that of some 400 or more different citizens who associated themselves with the constitutional royalists' petitions of July 1641 and February 1642, only about 10 can be found to have been active in the colonial trades. The new merchants certainly had little interest in the cause of royalism. Their powerful attachment to the movement of opposition would be abundantly confirmed, moreover, in their heavy participation in the new institutions of parliamentary government that were constructed beginning in 1642, especially those of state finance. The nature of their contributions to the parliamentary cause will be traced in detail later in this work. At this point, it will be sufficient to note that, in sharp contrast with the bulk of the company merchant establishment, the new merchants and their friends played especially pivotal roles in the vast new parliamentary structure of direct taxation, in the machinery developed to milk the royalist estates for the parliamentary cause, in the provisioning of the parliamentary army, and in the new Commission of Customs. In January 1643, an 8-man syndicate, composed entirely of new merchants and led by Maurice Thomson, captured the new Parliamentary Customs Commission. Their success well exemplifies the radical transformation that had been brought about by the City Revolution in the structure of power and privilege of London's merchant community. Before the Civil War, of course, the customs had been, to a large extent, the private preserve of the Levant, East India Company elite. But the royalism of most of this group disqualified them from parliamentary service. It was entirely in keeping with the new balance of political forces that their places should be taken by the new merchant revolutionaries. 169. Radicalization, reaction, and revolution, 1642–1653. The Radicals' Offensive, 1642–1643. The constitutional revolution that shook the city and parliament during the winter and spring of 1641–1642 represented the convergence of two different political tendencies, an alliance between parliamentary reformers turned reluctant revolutionaries and city radical oppositionists. Pym and his colleagues pushed for constitutional innovation, specifically for parliamentary control over the king's councillors and the army, only as a strategic necessity in order to protect the parliamentary reforms already carried out. Indeed, consistent adherence to roughly the program sketched out in the Grand Remonstrance and little more was to remain the defining characteristic of Pym's party and its various middle group successors right through to 1648, distinguishing them from their parliamentary opponents, both more radical and more moderate. Unlike the parliamentary radicals, these men refused to admit that further substantive constitutional change in the direction of the reduction, let alone the destruction of the monarchy, was necessary to secure permanent peace and the protection of parliamentary liberties. Unlike the Peace Party, Pym's group would not sacrifice the gains of the legislative revolution of 1641 merely to restore order and social tranquility. 1. The attitude of Pym and his colleagues to the London revolutionaries was dictated by their general political objectives. They sought to make use of the city's political, financial, and military resources to achieve their own program with a minimum of socio-political disruption. They were willing to countenance revolution in the city, but only when this became indispensable to ensure that London's resources would be put at Parliament's disposal. They accepted autonomous action by the popular masses, but only as a necessary evil, for it posed a real threat, not only to their own fundamental conceptions of order and hierarchy, but to the short-term requirements of maintaining the support of as many as possible of the country's easily frightened gentry. As it was, the turn to London symbolized by the printing of the Grand Remonstrance probably lost Pym and his friends something like half of their former allies in Parliament and among the parliamentary classes in the country. Of course, the alliance between the city radicals and the parliamentary oppositionists was not simply a tactical makeshift, emerging haphazardly under the pressures of the moment. To an important extent it had been prepared in advance, through the forging of ties between the colonizing aristocrats and the new merchant leadership from the late 1620s onward. Pym and his friends were willing to resort to the London mass movement because they believed they could control it. Their confidence was founded, at least in part, on their close relationship with the colonial interloping merchants. It was based, more generally, on their successful collaboration with militant clerics and laymen outside the governing class in the Puritan opposition to Arminianism and Laudianism in London, Essex, and elsewhere, dating from the middle 1620s. Certainly, the experience of 1640 to 1642 confirmed the hopes and expectations of the parliamentary leadership. It was able for the most part, although not at all points, to hold the city movement within bounds. Meanwhile, the movement's militancy served it time and again in securing its goals. This was true at the time of Strafford's trial and the army plots in spring 1641, and again during the political crisis of the winter of 1641 to 1642, it would be true once more during the construction of a new parliamentary financial bureaucracy beginning in mid-1642. Nevertheless, while it was the agreement and cooperation between the party of Pym and the new merchant leadership that was perhaps most in evidence during the first phase of revolution, between 1640 and 1642, the major differences in outlook and socio-political position that divided these two forces and that led them at crucial moments in divergent political directions should not be overlooked. Due to lack of evidence, it is difficult to be precise about the new merchants' ideological positions at the outset of the Civil War. Nevertheless, their entire situation, in all its aspects, especially their subordinate relationships to the deeply entrenched aldermanic court, to the ecclesiastical hierarchy, and to the privileged London trading companies, led them to contemplate the thorough transformation of the old order. Each of these existing institutional structures restricted their freedom, channeled their activities in directions unacceptable to them, and ultimately provoked their opposition. Moreover, in struggling to weaken or overthrow the old institutional order, the new merchants found themselves obliged to make organizational innovations and to create new forms of solidarity that had in themselves radical political implications. These new organizational forms at first served as bases of activity within, and means of attack on, the ruling institutions, but often they ended up as substitutes for them. Thus, in commerce, religion, and politics, from the new merchants' East Indian Interloping Company, to their Puritan congregations and colonizing organizations, to their City Committee of Public Safety, these men consistently employed autonomous and voluntary modes to break the monopolies of the dominant official institutions and to begin to replace them. It cannot be denied, of course, that there were important ideological forces at work. Above all, the independent ministers, with their knowledge of the governmental and ecclesiastical systems of Holland and New England, and especially their experience with the religio-political experiments carried on by the exile English communities in these places. These would shape in important ways the new merchants' consciousness. But the new forms of political, religious, and commercial practice that these men initially developed as pragmatic and momentary weapons of struggle had, in themselves, significant ideological effects. It would therefore be a mistake to separate too sharply the new merchants' ultimate ends from the means they developed for achieving them. Finally, it must be emphasized that the colonial interloping leadership, considered simply as an interest group of overseas traders with a specific experience and specific goals, was relatively small and narrowly based, and this limited its power. To some extent its members overcame this weakness through their own internal solidarity. Their ability to act cohesively allowed them to exert an influence far beyond their numbers. In the long run, however, these men depended for their power not only on the alliances they could forge with political groups deriving from other social strata but also on their own direct social involvement with a much broader social layer. The parliamentary leaders were one group of indispensable allies. But the new merchants could exert their own powerful influence on the parliamentary nobles and gentry because they also maintained an intimate relationship with, and of course helped to lead, the city popular movement. The new merchants' social origins and their continuing participation in domestic commercial activities gave them strong and extensive ties to that broad layer of city shopkeepers, mariners, and artisans who largely made up the city radical movement. The majority of new merchants could, in fact, in 1640, be properly regarded as belonging to that layer. It was the new merchants' socio-political base in a city radical movement composed for the most part of non-merchant citizens that provided the new merchants much of their political strength, especially insofar as they wished to achieve goals to which the leaders in Parliament were either indifferent or opposed. At the same time, the new merchants were hardly unaffected by the movement that they helped to lead. Their own actions and ideas had been to a large extent shaped within the social milieu of the city's middling elements. Moreover, their political dependence on these elements could lead them to take positions that they might otherwise have avoided. The new merchants' powerful interest in overthrowing the core institutions of the city's old political and ecclesiastical order, their involvement in the largely ad hoc structures through which the opposition movement usually was obliged to express itself, and finally their social connections with broad strata of London's radical citizenry put them, from the start, both ideologically and strategically, at least a step ahead of their middle group allies in Parliament. Moreover, the new merchants did not prove reluctant to embrace new political and religious conceptions when the logic of the struggle seemed to make this imperative. In sharp contrast, the defining characteristic of the parliamentary middle group leadership was to adapt radical means to relatively conservative political and ideological ends. The new merchant leaders could not, in the end, trust their friends within the parliamentary middle group, for they viewed the constitutional innovations that accompanied the city national revolt of 1641 to 1642 as signaling the opening phase of a new period of revolution, rather than as the last unavoidable additions to an essentially completed program of reform. From that time onward, therefore, the new merchant leaders, with their allies in London, would find it necessary time and again to act on their own initiative, apart from and to some extent in opposition to their old parliamentary associates, not only in colonial and imperial affairs, but in the fields of religion and politics as well. Beginning with the city revolution of 1641 to 1642, they pursued with energy and independence their anti-Spanish offensive in the Caribbean and launched a policy of imperial conquest in Ireland, while developing their East Indian interloping venture. At the same time, they radically transformed the city constitution in the direction of popular control, moved to implement a thorough Puritan reformation in their localities so as to fashion a loosely defined independency, allied with the war party elements in Parliament for a more vigorous fight against the king, and pushed ultimately for parliamentary supremacy, something like a republican settlement in the state. The City Revolution and the origins of city radicalism. The revolutionary upsurge of the winter and spring of 1641 to 1642 marked a pivotal moment in the development of the opposition movement in the city, particularly for the colonial interloping group within it. It was at this point that the nature of the position that the new merchant leadership would come to occupy throughout the ensuing struggle began to be more sharply defined. Already the previous spring, in the struggle to protect Parliament while it passed its reform legislation and sought to rid the king of his evil counsellors, the radical citizens had proved their worth to the parliamentary leaders, both through their well-timed advances of money and through their mass mobilizations. At the same time, however, in the complex struggles over parliamentary finance, the Scottish army, and Strafford's execution, they had shown themselves to be a powerful independent force, unwilling to tarry for their more cautious parliamentary allies. It appears to have been the city oppositionists, in alliance with radical forces in the Commons, who, in the last analysis, made it impossible for Bedford and Pym to conclude that agreement with the king through which they hoped to settle the conflict in the late spring of 1641. In the winter of 1641 to 1642, the radical citizens had proved themselves, once again, absolutely indispensable for defending the parliamentary leadership. The Londoners' mass petition campaign, their revolutionary rising, and their overthrow of the aldermanic oligarchy had headed off a royal coup backed by a city-based counter-revolution. But as the price of their support, the radicals had demanded and received Parliament's tacit approval of both their anti-oligarchic constitutional revolution in London and their renewed campaign for the root and branch reformation of the Church, two efforts that must have profoundly disturbed, if they did not totally horrify, the majority of the political nation. This study has already dwelled at length on the leading role of the colonial interloping leadership in organizing the city petition campaign, the London Mass Rising, and ultimately the London Committee of Safety, which was the chief instrument of the city revolution in the winter of 1641 to 1642. Such traders with the Americas and interlopers in the East Indies as, in particular, Randall Mainwaring, John and Samuel Warner, John Fowke, Maurice, William and George Thompson, William Barkeely, Owen Roe, James Russell, Stephen Estwick, Nathan Wright, Thomas Stone, William Underwood, Richard Hutchinson, and Lawrence Brinley all were prominent in the crucial weeks of conflict. It needs to be emphasized once again, however, that these new merchant leaders were associated with a broader political organizing network, an admittedly amorphous party which, as a whole, carried through the London Revolution. What still needs to be asked, therefore, is which citizens aside from the tightly connected group of new merchants that must have formed one pivotal component made up the organization of London militants, and what were their general characteristics? Because so many of the activists are not identifiable and because in any case their viewpoints or interconnections cannot be fully confirmed simply on the basis of their signatures on one petition or involvement in a single action, it is impossible to answer this question as completely as one would like. Still, a number of features of this group that have not hitherto been adequately noticed do stand out, and indicate a pattern. Most important, the group of activists visible in this climactic period of struggle during the winter of 1641 to 1642 appears to have contained a disproportionate representation of citizens who associated themselves throughout the entire Civil War period with the radical sections of the London parliamentary movement. Perhaps most striking in this respect is the prominence in these events of three of the most famous representatives of what was later to become the Leveller movement: John Lilburne, William Walwyn, and Richard Overton. Overton signed both the petition of December 23, 1641 to remove Lunsford from his command of the Tower and the petition of December 24, 1641 urging immediate passage of the Impressment Bill. As a common councillor, he also backed the petition of July 1642, signed by 64 common councillors, asking Parliament to confirm the Council's newly won right to convene itself and take action without the consent of the Lord Mayor. Lilburne carried out an armed provocation against Lunsford a few days after the anti-Lunsford petition. Walwyn turned up several weeks afterward, along with 20 other citizen militants, petitioning the Common Council to take repressive action against those conservative royalist citizens who had dared petition Parliament against the city's Revolutionary Committee of Safety. It should be noted in passing that among Walwyn's colleagues on this occasion were the colonial traders Richard Hutchinson, John Jurin, and Lawrence Brinley. 2 In addition to these three later levellers, some of the chief leaders of what was later to emerge as the extremist Salters Hall Committee for Volunteers were also prominent among the revolutionary militants of 1641 to 1642, including Richard Turner, Jr., Harriet Washburn, Tempest Milner, Martin Pinder, and John Kendrick. In 1643 and 1644, the Salters Hall Committee would try to create a city army outside the control of the official parliamentary and municipal machinery and place it in the hands of the militant citizens themselves. 3 Finally, there was among the leading activists of the city revolution of 1641 to 1642 a disproportionately large number of citizens who were later to become political independents, relative to the number who would later emerge as political Presbyterians. Signers of the three key petitions of the winter of 1641 to 1642 advanced by the citizen militants against Lunsford, in favour of the Impressment Bill, and opposing the Conservative petitioners against the London Committee of Safety include 21 future political independents but only 10 future political Presbyterians. 5 Perhaps most significant of all, on the Committee of Safety itself, which was certainly the city's central revolutionary institution, there were no fewer than 14 future political independents, 6 and only a single future political Presbyterian, 7 as well as 2 citizens who fell somewhere in between, either trying to play both sides or to form a sort of bridge or conciliatory group between the two. 8. Not only did the Committee of Safety take charge of London at the height of the rising of December-January 1641 to 1642, equally important, it played the leading role in carrying through the subsequent constitutional revolution that broke the power of the oligarchy, introducing some of its most radical provisions. In particular, the Militia Committee took the initiative in attacking abuses that had crept into the city's electoral procedures, specifically the oligarchic control that small cliques in the precincts and wards had come to exercise over the Common Council elections. In their report on elections to the Common Council on March 2, 1642, the committee declared that common councilmen ought to be freely chosen every year in the ward mote by all, freemen of the city who do pay scot and lot. It went on to affirm that although precincts do meet, to consider who they think are fit to be common council men, yet we conceive their power extends only to present the names of such persons to the ward mote, and then the said inhabitants of the ward may in part or in whole approve or reject that nomination or name others to be in election with them as they find cause. 9 As Dr. Pearl has commented, this ruling, approved by the Common Council, struck directly at the power of the vestries, with whom the rulers of the precincts were practically synonymous. 10 It was only a first step toward the greater popular political participation that many of these militia commissioners would continue to advocate. Men from the Militia Committee and their allies would soon be launching direct attacks on the local vestries themselves. Indeed, during 1642 to 1643 this body would provide the pivotal institutional base for a radical political offensive that would threaten to further revolutionize not only the politics of the city, but those of the entire nation. especially in light of the overwhelming dominance of London politics by moderates, that is, political Presbyterians, during the middle and later 1640s, the predominance of future radicals and political independents during the determining stages of the City Revolution of 1641 to 1642 is a fact to be reckoned with. This is not of course to say that no citizens of relatively moderate political persuasion took an active part in the City Revolution, or that all of the city militants who were radical in outlook in these revolutionary days remained radical throughout the 1640s, rather than drifting over to political Presbyterianism. But the overturn of the old city oligarchy by means of mass mobilization in December-January 1641 to 1642 was indeed an extreme step, perceived as such by contemporaries, and in fact largely, though not exclusively, led by citizens who would remain at the radical end of the political spectrum. Here in the process of formation was something like a loose party of radical opposition that would retain a roughly consistent identity, a set of continuing, if often mutually antagonistic, core components throughout the whole period. Including types like the majority of new merchant leaders, most of whom would end up in the less radical wing of political independency, as well as more radical future political independents, along with outright future levelers and melding together political militants from diverse social strata. This radical alliance of forces would work together, even while its constituents fought more or less continuously among themselves, to push toward revolution right through to 1649. To explore the character and early development of this alliance, and especially the new merchants' place within it, will be the object of the remainder of this chapter. Puritan imperialism, Ireland and the West Indies. The additional sea adventure to Ireland. Perhaps the most striking evidence that the new merchants and their London collaborators had formed by 1642 something like a party of radical opposition, a party that would in many ways achieve substantial victory with the political independence triumph in 1648, is to be found in their leadership of one of the period's most spectacular undertakings, the additional sea adventure to Ireland. This venture, which manifested at once the group's commercial, political, and religious aspirations, demonstrates not merely the refusal of these men to wait for their colleagues in Parliament in order to achieve their goals, but also the impressive resources in men, money, and organizational ability already at their command. The Irish Rebellion, and the constitutional questions it raised, had been at the center of the developing political conflict in late 1641. Pym and his friends had had relative success in using this issue to discredit the king, strengthen their parliamentary allies, and push forward their program for reform. 11 But the Irish revolt was not merely a problem to be manipulated politically, it had to be dealt with practically. As early as the Grand Remonstrance, Parliament had recognized that it might be necessary to provide material incentives in order to raise the financial means necessary to send a military expedition to Ireland. Perhaps the proposition inserted into this document that the king set aside lands of Irish rebels, that out of them, some satisfaction made to subjects, for the great expense they are like to undergo in the war, was originally suggested by radical London citizens. 12 What is certain is that when, in early 1642, Parliament ran into difficulty raising loans through the official city government to finance an army for Ireland, divers well-affected persons from London were prepared to petition the Commons on February 11, 1642 for the right to raise forces upon their own charge and to maintain them for the reducing of the rebels of Ireland into obedience, and after to receive such recompense out of the rebels' estates as Parliament should think fit. 13 It was to become a familiar pattern. The most politically forward sections of the London trading community would step in to substitute their own private initiative and daring for the chronic passivity and caution of the official municipal authorities. Their plan envisioned the setting aside of 2.5 million acres in Ireland, which would eventually be turned over at specified ratios of loans to land, for those who would help finance the military expedition to Ireland. The citizens proposed that the expedition itself should be privately organized and carried out by promoters who would have the right to handpick the officers. 14. No list has been discovered of the original London backers of the Irish adventure. There can be little doubt, however, that they were drawn to a large extent from those colonial mercantile circles that played the leading role in directing this operation throughout its existence. According to R.P. Stearns, the key parliamentary supporters were those lords and gentlemen already familiar to Puritan enterprises at home and abroad, especially Lord Brooke, Lord Say, and the Earl of Warwick. 15 This adventure was, quite clearly, another project of the chief country and city backers of expansion in the Americas, the same men who took so great a part in the leadership of the city and national opposition movements. Two of the four treasurers for the adventure appointed by Parliament were leading colonial interloping traders, as well as important city militants who were soon to become leading parliamentary financiers, John Warner and Thomas Andrews. 16 Parliament insisted on asserting its own ultimate control over the project, but it recognized the venture's citizen promoters as the Committee of Adventurers in London and gave this body a good deal of the responsibility for actually organizing the expedition. The total membership of this committee has not been discovered, but it did contain much of the heart of the colonial interloping leadership, including Maurice Thompson, William Thompson, Samuel Warner, Thomas Andrews, Samuel Moyer, William Penhoyer, Gregory Clement, and Robert Wilding. 17. From the spring of 1642, investments in Irish rebels' lands began to trickle in from all over the country. By July, the Irish adventurers were ready to dispatch to Munster a major force of 5,000 foot and 500 horse led by an officers' corps that they themselves had chosen, under the supreme command of Philip, Lord Wharton. However, the committee's troops never reached Ireland. With the outbreak of civil war in England, Parliament could not spare such a significant force outside the kingdom, and it ordered the adventurers' troops to join the parliamentary army under Lord Essex. At the same time, Parliament extracted the very large sum of £100,000 from the London Committee of Adventurers to support its domestic efforts against the king. The colonial interloping leaders remained at the centre of the official parliamentary effort in Ireland. But from mid-1642, their role, and that of the London Committee of Adventurers as a whole, was reduced to advising Parliament on Ireland, to provisioning what parliamentary forces were already there, and to collecting and advancing money, only part of which was used in Ireland. 18 This would not be the last time that the parliamentary leadership would absorb an independent initiative by its militant city followers and turn their energies and resources to its own ends. Nevertheless, Maurice Thompson and his friends were not about to allow the exigencies of parliamentary politico-military strategy to prevent them from carrying out their plans for Ireland. During the spring of 1642 the main Irish adventure had difficulty getting organized, and for a time it looked as if it might never get off the ground. As a result, Parliament was disposed to regard favourably a proposal put forward on April 19, 1642 by some persons desirous to further the conquest of Ireland and relief of their brethren there to fit out 5, 6, or 7 ships with 500 soldiers for what came to be known as the additional sea adventure to Ireland. The promoters of this subsidiary plan for a privately run military expedition to Ireland asked for, and this time were granted, the same conditions initially requested for the original, main adventure, repayment of their expenses by an allotment of land according to their several subscriptions, as well as a commission securing them entire independence in their proceeding and, further, the right to hold and enjoy to their own use, without any account whatsoever, all ships, goods, wares, plate, pillage, and spoil that they might seize in the voyage. 19. The additional sea adventure to Ireland was the private project of the new colonial interloping leadership and its non-merchant political and religious allies, an early and spectacular project of London's Radical Party or Alliance. Appointed by Act of Parliament on June 17, 1642, the venture's 16 commissioners, besides Maurice Thompson, included George Thompson, William Thompson, Gregory Clement, William Penhoyer, William Willoughby, Samuel Moyer, and Richard Hill, all of whom were relatives or business partners of Thompson's in the colonial interloping trades. Richard Shute, probably Thompson's closest political companion and a colonial trader himself, Richard Waring, a signer of the colonial merchants' petition. Supporting the trader with the Americas Joseph Hawes, and Thomas Vincent, formerly an apprentice in the leather sellers company to the major new merchant leader Thomas Andrews and at this time a ship-owning partner of Maurice Thompson's and Gregory Clements, who was just becoming involved in the famous Iron Works project in Braintree, Massachusetts. 23 Other men on the commission: Sir Nicholas Crisp, John Wood, and Thomas Chamberlain had been leaders in developing the Guinean trade during the late 1620s and 1630s. 21 Also among the commissioners was Thomas Rainsborough, a seaman who as colonel in the new model army was later to play a leading role among the more radical political independents and levellers. 22 The last of the 16 commissioners was the great Providence Island and Saybrook projector Robert Greveley, Lord Brooke, a well-known Puritan radical. By June 29, within 2 weeks of Parliament's approval of their project, these undertakers had gathered together and dispatched an expedition of 1,000 foot soldiers, about 500 seamen, and 15 vessels. 6 months of private war and plunder in Ireland followed. Although it actually took part in a number of military and naval engagements, the additional sea adventure had only a small impact on Irish affairs because it soon ran out of funds, especially as money promised from the main adventure to Ireland was never forthcoming. 23 Nevertheless, the additional sea adventure is an extremely important expression of the new merchants' capacity, at this point, to organize themselves and their allies for their special political and religious, as well as their commercial, goals. Aside from the Guinea Company members John Wood, Thomas Chamberlain, and Nicholas Crisp, all of the aforementioned commissioners of the additional sea adventure were important participants in London's parliamentary cause, and all were to emerge as leaders of its more radical and ultimately political independent wing. The individuals charged by the commissioners with actually carrying out the Irish expedition further evidenced the radical Puritan orientation of the project as a whole. 24 The independent minister Hugh Peter accompanied the voyage as its chaplain and was one of the project's guiding figures. A former dependent of the Earl of Warwick, Peter had, of course, worked closely with Warwick and the Puritan Fefis for impropriations and the Massachusetts Bay Company in religio-political oppositional activities in London in the later 1620s. At the end of the decade, he had been removed from his Essex living for nonconformity. During the 1630s, Peter had exiled himself from England and had carried out pioneering experiments in independent church organization in both Holland and New England. In September 1641, Peter had returned from Massachusetts to England in order to represent the Massachusetts Bay Colony as its English agent and to support the parliamentary cause. Peter probably first had made contact with Maurice Thompson in the course of their various activities in Massachusetts, and he was to remain a very intimate political associate of Thompson's and of the new merchant leadership throughout the 1640s. From the start one of the leaders of London's Radical Party, or Alliance, Peter would emerge by the end of the period as one of the most important ministerial spokesmen for both the new model army and the London political independents, and would provide a crucial link between them. 25. The additional sea adventure's overall commander was Lord Brooke, but he did not actually accompany the voyage. The land commander and practical leader of the expedition was Alexander Lord Forbes, an old friend of Lord Brooke's and a kinsman of John Forbes's, a Puritan minister who had collaborated with Hugh Peter in establishing the Congregationalist organization of the Church of the English Merchant Adventurers Overseas Community in the Netherlands during the early 1630s. 26 Second in command of the land forces was John Humphrey, one of the leading lights of the Massachusetts Bay Colony and its first deputy governor. Humphrey had married the daughter of the Earl of Lincoln and during the 1630s was in close contact with the colonizing activities of the Puritan nobles Lord Say, Lord Brooke, and the Earl of Warwick. In 1641 Humphrey was appointed governor of Providence Island, but his plans to emigrate were disrupted when the colony fell to the Spanish. 27 The admiral of the fleet was Hugh Peter's brother Benjamin. The vice-admiral was the commissioner Thomas Rainsborough, the later Leveller. Rainsborough's brother William, also involved in the voyage, had lived in Charlestown, Massachusetts, before the Civil War. 28 The rear admiral was Maurice Thompson's brother Robert, a resident of Boston, Massachusetts, during the 1630s. 29 The investors in the additional sea adventure were of pretty much the same political stripe as were the active promoters and military leaders. The promoters organized the project in a remarkably short space of time, so they undoubtedly were obliged to rely to a large extent on previous acquaintances. That they were able so quickly to raise a total of £43,400 from some 180 subscribers gives an indication of the extent and quality of their network. This was a larger amount of money than the Virginia Company could attract for investment in its joint stock in some 12 years of operation. 30 Although it is not possible to give an exhaustive account of the subscribers here, some striking characteristics are clearly evident. In the first place, colonial interloping merchants made a very large contribution. In addition to the 12 previously listed colonial interloping traders who were commissioners of the project and naturally also investors in it, the project's financial backers included at least 21 other merchants active in the Americas, in interloping in the East Indies, or both. All told, these 33 colonial interloping trading investors committed some £12,460, close to 30% of the project's total fund. Of their number, no fewer than 23 were later political independents, as compared with 5 who were later political Presbyterians. 31. Aside from the colonial interloping merchants, there was only a tiny handful of overseas company traders among the investors, a further indication of the sharp divide that separated the politically and commercially radical new merchant group from the city's correspondingly conservative company merchants. 32 Among the remaining citizen subscribers, there were a substantial number of those leading non-merchant London oppositionists who, alongside the colonial interloping merchants, would identify themselves with the city radical movement of 1642 to 1643 and especially the victorious political independent army on its invasion of London at the end of the 1640s. In addition to the aforementioned later Leveller Thomas Rainsborough, these included Edmund Harvey, Richard Turner, Sr., Richard Turner, Jr., Thomas Hussey, Joshua Woolnaw, John Strange, Abraham Babington, Hogan Hovell, Francis Webb, Samuel Harsnet, Nathaniel Lacey, and Fulk Wormalaton, as well as Thomas Prince, the later Leveller. These men would help lead the citizens' radical offensive of 1642 to 1643 and take leading posts in the new political administration set up nationally and in London by the political independents at the close of the 1640s, the militia and assessment committees, the High Courts of Justice, and the Commonwealth Finance Commissions. Significantly, there were 4 identifiable ministers associated with the additional sea adventure, and at least 3 of them were religious independents who had worked closely with one another, as well as other leading independent clerics, during the 1630s: Hugh Peter, William Greenhill, and Jeremiah Burroughs. Peter's career has already been discussed. The careers of both Greenhill and Burroughs ran along similar lines. Like Peter, Burroughs had been a protege of the Earl of Warwick. Burroughs also had enjoyed the support of the great Puritan patroness Lady Jane Bacon, and so had Greenhill. Both Greenhill and Burroughs, like Peter before them, had been deprived of their livings for nonconformity. Both were suspended in 1636 by Bishop Wren of Norwich, as were William Bridge and John Ward, 2 other independent clerics from East Anglia. Following the loss of their ministries, Burroughs and Greenhill, as had Bridge and Ward, fled to Rotterdam, where all 4 associated themselves with the centrally important English independent congregation founded and developed there by Hugh Peter, in collaboration with William Ames, Thomas Hooker, and John Davenport. After Peter and Davenport had left the Rotterdam Church for New England in 1635 to 1636, Bridge and Ward were chosen ministers in their place. By early 1639, Bridge and Burroughs had assumed leadership of the Rotterdam Church. Just previously, Sidrak Simpson and Joseph Simons, 2 London independents who had been deprived of their livings and had initially joined the Rotterdam Church, had broken from the main body to found their own purer congregation. Meanwhile, Philip Nye and Thomas Goodwin, along with John Archer, were heading a closely allied independent congregation at Arnhem. Most of those clerics who would emerge as the central leaders of London independency in the early 1640s had worked closely together in the congregational experiments in Rotterdam and Arnhem. Hugh Peter, William Greenhill, and Jeremiah Burroughs were all part of that leadership and would soon be collaborating with the 5 dissenting divines of the Westminster Assembly. In fact, Burroughs, along with Shadrach Simpson, Philip Nye, Thomas Goodwin, and William Bridge, was himself one of the 5. Burroughs and Greenhill were especially close friends and, with the backing of Lady Jane Bacon, had been leaders of the Puritan community in Norfolk. In the fall of 1637 they participated in a dangerous mission, smuggling back into Norfolk several barrels full of seditious books and pamphlets. After they had landed clandestinely at Great Yarmouth, disguised as soldiers returning from the Battle of Breda, the militant Puritan and future regicide MP Miles Corbett gave them protection and hospitality at his house. During the late 1620s and early 1630s, Corbett, as Corporation Recorder of Great Yarmouth, had led a long fight by the town against the ecclesiastical hierarchy to retain as its minister the militant Puritan John Brinsley, and throughout the 1640s Corbett would remain close to these independent clerical radicals. 33. By 1641, Burroughs and Greenhill had returned from Holland, and, as noted earlier, they were the 2 ministers appointed by the radical London parish of Stepney when that parish secured from the Commons the right to appoint its own lecturers in September 1641. By 1644, Greenhill had gathered his own congregation. Burroughs never actually gathered a congregation, and this appears to have left him the freedom for a more active and direct role in radical politics. 34 Even by the end of the 1630s, Burroughs was enunciating some of those extreme political opinions for which he and a number of the other independent ministers would later become well known. In fact, by the winter of 1642 to 1643 Burroughs and Peter, along with the third leading independent cleric, John Goodwin, would be providing some of the key political and ideological leadership for the radical wing of the London parliamentary movement, with a critical core of new merchant leaders right beside them. Finally, there appear to have been only 3 MP backers of the additional sea adventure to Ireland, but 2 of these were significant figures indeed, Oliver Cromwell and Arthur Haselrig. These 2 men may originally have become associated with the new merchant leadership as a result of their involvement with Puritan undertakings in New England. Haselrig was Lord Brooke's brother-in-law and had been an important backer of the Saybrook colony. Both Haselrig and Cromwell seem to have planned to emigrate to Massachusetts. 35 The collaboration of both these leading figures with the new merchants and their London friends in the additional sea adventure to Ireland signalled an emerging alliance among the war party radicals in Parliament, those in the city, and ultimately, those in the army that would span the entire period, reaching its height in the Commonwealth. The additional sea adventure to Ireland was, in the words of R.P. Stearns, a distinctly parliamentary force that proceeded on the premise that the Irish and the Royalists were united even though civil war had yet to be declared in England. As Hugh Peter put it in the day-by-day journal he kept of the additional sea adventure's progress in Ireland, an Irish rebel and an English cavalier in words and action we found as unlike as an egg is to an egg. The commander of the venture, Lord Forbes, cooperated only with parliamentary garrisons in Ireland, or with those who, when challenged, claimed their allegiance to Parliament and indicated their willingness to accept officers appointed by that body. 36 The additional sea adventurers thereby showed themselves in practice to be politically a step ahead of their compatriots in England. The group was to occupy a similarly advanced position throughout the Civil War. Linking new merchant and non-merchant radicals, future political independents, and a few future levelers, the additional sea adventure may be considered in some respects the first autonomous project of that city militant Puritan party, or alliance of forces, buoyed up by new recruits from New England and very much religiously independent in character, that was to form the hardcore of city radicalism, political independency, and republicanism throughout the 1640s. Captain Jackson's voyage to the Caribbean. The additional sea adventure to Ireland, like many similar ventures of the new merchants and their radical friends, expressed not only a refusal to wait for Parliament in order to act, but also a reliance on autonomous and voluntary forms of organization. It should not be forgotten that in this very same period the new merchants were also stepping up their large-scale interloping project in the East Indies that had, typically, the dual purpose of allowing for innovative activity that was not possible within the officially established institutional and policy framework, and of providing a base for attacking and ultimately altering that framework. 37 In much the same way, in precisely the same months that these men were launching the additional sea adventure to Ireland, a number of them were carrying out an equally impressive, imperial venture in the West Indies. The Grand Remonstrance had made an anti-Spanish campaign of conquest in the West Indies a high priority for Parliament, but the parliamentary leadership's preoccupation with preparations for war against the king obliged it to postpone such a mission indefinitely. Parliament's failure to act did not, however, prevent Maurice Thomson and his friends from dramatically stepping up their activity in the West Indies. At the start of the 1640s, these men had begun to involve themselves in the rapidly developing sugar plantations on the islands, and in the associated growth of the triangular trades in sugar, slaves, and provisions. Meanwhile, between 1638 and 1641, Thomson, William Penhoyer, and some West Country merchants had dispatched Capt. William Jackson, an apprentice of Thomson's brother-in-law William Tucker, on a highly successful series of raids on Spain's possessions in the Caribbean. 38 Then, beginning in 1642, much the same group of men, this time in collaboration with the Earl of Warwick and other Providence Island backers, sent out Captain Jackson once again on an expanded version of his earlier marauding voyage. Jackson's campaign of pillage lasted for 3 years, during which time he took and ransomed Maracaibo, temporarily captured the island of Jamaica, captured Truxillo, raided the smaller towns of Costa Rica and the Isthmus, and carried out various expeditions on the coast of Cartagena and attacks against Guatemala and the small towns off the Gulf of Mexico. In March 1645, Jackson returned home via Massachusetts to divide the booty with his sponsors. 39 While both the additional sea adventure to Ireland and Captain Jackson's voyage to the Caribbean should be seen, from one vantage point, as at least partially successful attempts by the new merchants and their associates to implement policies and strategies on which the parliamentary leadership was as yet unwilling or unable to act, these projects should also be viewed, from a different angle, as privately run forerunners of more thoroughgoing government-sponsored ventures that were to take place following the political independence victory in 1649. Both the additional sea adventure to Ireland and Captain Jackson's voyage took on the aspect of colonial voyages of conquest, but they were of necessity limited to temporary occupations and short-term campaigns of pillage. With the political independence triumph, however, the new merchants and their friends would no longer have to satisfy themselves with such halfway measures as these, for the state was then prepared to take up where private initiative had left off. Indeed, the Cromwellian conquests of both Ireland and Jamaica can be seen, in important respects, to have grown out of the earlier campaigns initiated by the new merchants, and these traders would be closely involved with and profit from each. Of course, during the early 1640s, the new merchant leaders were hardly confining their thoughts and concrete initiatives to the sphere of imperial affairs, while passively awaiting more favorable political developments at home. The necessity of acting to secure a government that in structure and policy would be accessible to and sympathetic with their commercial interests had been brought home to them time and again through the 1630s and into the 1640s. On this ground alone they were probably more than normally fearful of a parliamentary compromise with the Crown for the sake of order, and a consequent return to the old type of foreign policy making in which commercial concerns were subordinated to the desires of court factions, the needs of government finance, dynastic considerations, and the monarch's ideological preferences. Equally salient, however, these men and their associates saw the city revolt of the winter of 1641 to 1642 as the opening step toward religio-political reformation. From that time onward, with or without parliament, they showed no hesitation in pushing forward their plans for furthering the revolution. During 1642 to 1643, they would work to implement their own ideas about religion, intervene in the disputes over the preparations for and the conduct of the Civil War, and, ultimately, Try to determine the specific form of political settlement. Toward religious independency. The new merchant leadership was strongly in favor of root and branch Puritanism and the end of episcopacy, as were almost all of the city oppositionists, whatever their precise political and religious positions. This preference was a natural response to the grip maintained by the Crown and the hierarchy over London parish patronage, and it expressed the citizens' desire for ecclesiastical forms that would allow them to shape their own religious lives. On this issue, the militant citizens were inherently more radical in terms of religion than their colleagues in Parliament, whose local patronage and control over ecclesiastical legislation already gave them a high degree of power over church affairs and who were, for the most part, repelled by both the Presbyterian and independent alternatives favored by most of the leaders of the city's mass movement. From November 1640, with their Root and Branch Bill, and again in August and September 1641, with their bill for parish appointments of weekly lecturers, the city oppositionists had tried to push their parliamentary allies toward more rapid and far-reaching reformation. But in both these instances, a parliamentary leadership still striving for unity had induced the citizens to hold back. By the end of the autumn of 1641, however, with the Grand Remonstrance issued, the city revolution in full swing, and Parliament firmly dependent on the citizens for its survival, London oppositionists, led once again by the radical London MPs John Venn and Isaac Pennington and their new merchant colleagues, saw no reason to continue to wait. They took advantage of the profound political crisis of late December 1641 to renew their call for root and branch reformation and began to implement once more their strategy for reformation on a parish-by-parish basis. 40. As noted, on December 20, 1641, John Venn, along with the minister Cornelius Burgess, brought into the House of Commons a petition from the city's Puritan ministers that requested that they no longer be required to use prayers against their conscience and that called for a free, national synod to decide the religious settlement. Then, on December 23, Alderman Pennington presented a petition from the city's apprentices, demanding root and branch reformation. On the same day, December 23, Venn, the colonial merchant leader Alderman John Warner, and John Brett, the New England trader and son-in-law of Pennington's close associate Randall Mainwaring, along with several other citizens of St. Bennet Grace Church Parish, took the opportunity to carry into the Commons a petition to eject their scandalous minister William Quelch. 41 These petitions seem to have set the agenda for the citizens' movement for reformation in London. Especially after the city revolution had been consolidated in the spring of 1642, the citizens sought to achieve reform directly by means of local, autonomous initiatives in the parishes, even while continuing to press for a national settlement via Parliament and the Assembly of Divines. Here, as elsewhere, the colonial interloping traders were in the forefront of revolution, as is evident in their roles in their own local parishes, most especially in St. Dunstan's in the east. In late March 1642, at just about the time they were launching their additional sea adventure to Ireland and their marauding voyage to the West Indies under Captain Jackson Key, new merchant leaders were working with other inhabitants of St. Dunstan's in the east to present to Parliament the following petition, reciting their frustrations at the hands of their own parish minister in the pursuit of the godly cause during the previous years. Humbly showeth that Dr. John Childerley, parson of for divers years last past, hath not preached unto them himself, and his place was supplied with negligent and scandalous ministers who were paid for all those sermons that were preached on the Lord's Day by the parishioners of the same parish. And whereas he that preached in the afternoon on the Lord's Day is lately dead, the inhabitants desired leave of the doctor to choose another to supply his room at their own charges, to which the doctor consented, and thereupon they chose one Mr. Simpson, whom they presented to the doctor, who refused to receive him. Whereupon they procured the order of this honourable house made the September 8, 1641, and presented it to the doctor together with the names of the inhabitants that desired Mr. Simpson to be their lecturer, desiring the doctor to accept him, if not for his promise yet upon that order, notwithstanding he doth still refuse to permit him to preach unto us. 42. The offending recalcitrant minister, Dr. John Childerley, had been chaplain to 2 archbishops before his appointment to the St. Dunstan's living by order of James I. In his will he professed himself to have lived in the faith and unity of the Holy Catholic Church. Childerley was declared by Parliament to be a royalist and dismissed from at least one of his livings, although he apparently stayed on at St. Dunstan's until his death in 1645.43. John Simpson, the minister the parishioners had chosen to be their lecturer, was characterized by calumny as a great antinomian. 44. During the interregnum he was one of the most prominent and more radical of London's Congregationalist ministers. He served in the New Model Army, and then became a strong radical opponent of the Protectorate. During the 1650s he was involved in one of the city's fiercest local sectarian conflicts, a popular struggle between Independent and Presbyterian factions for control of the parish of St. Botolph without Aldgate. 45. This St. Dunstan's petition that called for Simpson's appointment was signed by more than 150 parishioners on separate sheets circulated within the several parish precincts. Notable among the signers were the colonial merchants Maurice Thompson, his brother George Thompson, their brother-in-law William Tucker, William Allen, Richard Battison, and George Payne. 46. As had many others in the city, the Puritan parishioners of St. Dunstan's in the East had sought to initiate reformation in their parish under the sanction of the Commons Bill of September 8, 1641, which authorized parish appointments of weekly lecturers. Having apparently been thwarted temporarily by their minister John Childerley, they now sought to exploit the favorable political situation to have Parliament approve their selection of John Simpson as their lecturer. In this they succeeded, and Simpson's appointment was indeed confirmed by the Commons on March 22, 1642.47. The struggle to appoint the Congregationalist minister John Simpson at St. Dunstan's in the East offers striking evidence concerning the religious aspirations of an important group of new merchant leaders and the way it went about achieving them. In the realm of religious affairs, the new merchants of St. Dunstan's showed the same willingness to rely on ad hoc organization reflecting newly created solidarities and on the mobilization of the citizenry that was so characteristic of the initiatives of the group as a whole in every other field. It was through carrying out such organizing that these men could first put their conceptions into practice, and, ultimately, impose them over fields of activity from which they had formerly been excluded by relatively closed institutions. It is, in part, in such practical terms that one should interpret the strong tendency, not only of the group at St. Dunstan's in the East, but of the majority of the new merchant leadership to prefer independent religious forms, that is, forms of church organization and practice that called for local initiative and local control with neither bishops nor Presbyterian assemblies supervising from above, that emphasized the role of the godly or most forward elements, that elevated the role of the laity vis-a-vis the clergy, and that tended to disperse authority in religious affairs relatively widely among the laity of the Church. What might be termed de facto, or informally independent, Puritanism was, it seems, the more or less natural form by which popular meaning non-gentry forces could carry out Puritan reformation in England throughout a whole epoch. The state's failure to impose a more purely Protestant religion and its sometimes intense opposition to moves in this direction meant that Puritan reform had, of necessity, to be carried out piecemeal. In some instances, Puritan nobles and gentry, using their rights to appoint ministers and their other direct controls over local political and ecclesiastical life, could, on their own initiative, directly carry through aspects of the reform program on an official basis. But in the absence of such support from ruling class elements, and sometimes even in its presence, popular forces were obliged to pursue reformation by means of voluntarily constructed groups, which normally were local in scope, usually were distinct from the official parish, and often were composed of only a minority within it. It was only through unofficial autonomous organizations, involving highly participatory forms of church practice, that the godly, the self-appointed initiators of Reformation and the self-styled exemplars of the Protestant ideal could achieve a Protestant religious practice free from popish remnants and, most particularly, carry on those multifarious preachings, Bible expositions, and religious meetings so integral to their conception of a fully reformed church, but so difficult to come by within the state religious structure. Of course, in line with fundamental Calvinist principles, it was always the mission of the godly to reconstitute and discipline the whole society in accord with God's word. It was therefore always their intention, in the long run, to enforce universal acceptance of their purified religious practice on a national basis, backed up by the state's full political sanction. But in the face of the monarchy's apparently unshakable opposition to additional official steps to further purify the Church as a whole at the national level, there was always an imminent tendency on the part of the godly to attempt to articulate and reinterpret to themselves, in religious terms, their anomalous situation as a minority of saintly practitioners exemplifying true Protestantism amid an unregenerate mass of neuters and outright papists. Such pressures for self-identification through theoretical self-clarification and more formal church organization became particularly strong in periods of religious reaction and persecution by the official state church. At such moments, not only did the sustaining hope and expectation for a slow but steady reformation through bit-by-bit penetration of the established church structure appear illusory, but the felt need to harden and consolidate organizationally, as well as to explain and justify theoretically, the existing associations of the godly seemed absolutely essential. Explicit articulations of independent, or congregational, religious conceptions, with their distinctive and clearly non-Calvinist ideas of gathered churches confined to visible saints and of the autonomy of individual churches, thus appear to have had a basis in the actual religious practice of already functioning Puritan collectivities, congregations of self-selected minorities that almost always functioned somewhat apart from the rest of the parish. But it is no accident that the drive to theorize and formalize de facto godly religious practice became most intense in those periods of sharpest religious repression toward the end of the reign of Elizabeth, during the early years of James I's rule, and, in particular, from the onset of Laudianism in the later 1620s. At least a pivotal core among the new merchant leaders originally became attracted to independent religion in the course of their support for, and involvement with, the Puritan experiments in New England and Holland. The need to protect not only particular Puritan ministers but also already formed Puritan associations, indeed whole godly communities, from intense attack by the church and state authorities at the end of the 1620s was behind the movement to Massachusetts Bay, as well as emigration to the United Provinces. And it is notable that, particularly with the government's assault on their well-developed network of semi-official reformed institutions in London and East Anglia, many Puritans from these areas moved rapidly to develop, accept, and put into practice independent conceptions of church order, most extensively, of course, in the Americas and Holland, where they were adapted to new contexts. During the late 1620s and 1630s, such key new merchant leaders as Matthew Craddock, Samuel Vassall, Owen Roe, Thomas Andrews, Maurice and Robert Thomson, William Penhoyer, and Thomas Stone forged very intimate connections with the independent militants who formed the lay and clerical leadership of the colonizing movement to New England. This is prima facie evidence of their general sympathy with, though not their exclusive attachment to, independent ideas in this period, especially since many of these merchants, along with many of their colleagues, continued to express similar religious preferences throughout the subsequent era of revolutionary turmoil. 49. It is hardly surprising that the tendency to embrace independent religious views on the part of the new merchants, as well as significant numbers of their collaborators in the leadership of the city radical opposition, only intensified following the collapse of Laudian repression and the successful consolidation of city revolution. The failure of Parliament to establish a new form of religious settlement to replace the old, disintegrating ecclesiastical order left the new merchants and their friends little choice but to carry forward Reformation on their own. For this they needed little encouragement. And the mere practical fact that they were thus obliged to pursue Reformation by means of the initiatives of the most forward elements and on a parish-by-parish basis naturally intensified the predilection of a critical core among them to interpret Reformation in independent terms. It must be emphasized, of course, that London citizens could view their moves toward reform in other ways. And in this period especially, a great many saw local reformation as merely a first step in what they assumed would be an overall development toward a national Presbyterian framework. 50. Whatever the mixture of practical and ideological elements that went into shaping their religious conceptions, and I would assert the fruitlessness of attempting to separate these elements too sharply, the strong preference on the part of a majority of new merchant leaders for independent religion, which was manifested in their close association with independent ministers, had enormous political significance. The independent ministers and their congregations composed only a small section of the city's reforming religious community, but they could exert an influence far out of proportion to their numbers. First, the independent churches that arose in London during the 1640s were enormously cohesive bodies, with memberships capable of taking coordinated action at a moment's notice. As strictly voluntary organizations, they gathered their members out of the parishes to form ongoing and tightly knit religious groups. Moreover, they selected new recruits only from among those who were already in close fellowship with their congregations and who had undergone close scrutiny during an extended period of testing. Second, although officially autonomous and self-sufficient, the city's independent churches maintained close, and apparently somewhat formalized, associations with one another. The independent churches, as a group, therefore could easily take action together on issues of common concern. Finally, although they made every effort to distinguish themselves from the more radical and openly separatist sectarian congregations, the independents were in fact, in significant respects, close to the sects in terms of their fundamental religious views. Indeed, to many contemporaries they were indistinguishable from the separatists. In particular, both the independents and the separatists differed sharply from the rest of the reforming religious community in that they endowed each local church with the capacity for self-government and restricted church membership to those who were godly visible saints. Both the independents and the sects, therefore, broke in practice from the Calvinist conception of the church as a comprehensive body that included, and could therefore govern, the whole population, and that, by virtue of its Catholicity, possessed the capacity to carry out, in a unified way, its primary function as an agency to enforce uniformity, discipline, and social control. Because so much of the Puritan community was fiercely and irrevocably Calvinist, the independents tried to play down their congregationalism, and they emphasized that, unlike the separatists, they favored a state church and strongly supported the national reformation of the existing parish churches. But in the end the independents could deny neither the autonomy of their individual churches, nor the factual separation of their congregations from the parish churches, nor a certain kinship with the separatists, with whom they actually retained close ties. As a consequence, the independents tended to be grouped with the separatists especially by hostile contemporaries and came under attack for many of the same reasons that the separatists were assailed. The independents and the sects were therefore often compelled to collaborate, if only to defend themselves, and the consequences were far-reaching. The relatively better-off commercial elements, typified by the new merchant leadership, which apparently tended to constitute the core of the independent congregations, ended up working in tandem with the small tradesmen and artisans who seemed to have populated the separatist churches. This was an explosive socio-political combination, able, when internally unified, to exert a powerful influence on public affairs. 51. As close associates of the independent ministers and churches, many of the new merchant leaders became involved with their highly developed organizations. Here they found still another source of solidarity to bind their own group together. Equally important, they found in the independent congregations a further basis for reaching out and consolidating those ties with other non-merchant city radicals of disparate political, religious, and social backgrounds with whom they had to work if they wished to exert significant political influence. Indeed, the emerging radical political alliance in the city would find one essential source of its organizational and ideological cohesiveness in the participation of a significant proportion of its members in the London Independence religious initiatives. 52. As noted, a key group of new merchant political militants was instrumental in the choice of the independent minister John Simpson as lecturer at St. Dunstan's in the East in the spring of 1642, including Maurice Thomson, his brother George Thomson, their brother-in-law William Tucker, Richard Battison, George Payne, and William Allen. Allen, a citizen of Tower Street, London, provided a direct link between the St. Dunstan's petitioners and perhaps the most politically pivotal independent church in London, that of John Goodwin. 53 Goodwin had succeeded John Davenport as vicar of St. Stephen's Coleman Street parish when Davenport left England in 1633. St. Stephen's was one of the few parishes in London in which the parishioners maintained the right to appoint their own minister. Not coincidentally perhaps, St. Stephen's turned out to be a key organizing center for both political radicalism and independent Puritanism throughout the period. During the 1630s and early 1640s, many of its parishioners seem to have regarded the St. Stephen's Coleman Street Parish Church, in Ptolemy's words, as an implicit congregational church with an implicit congregational ministry. Even so, when John Goodwin moved in 1643 not merely to gather a congregation out of the parish but also to include within it certain outsiders and to exclude as unqualified a number of St. Stephen's parishioners, he aroused the opposition of some of the parish's leading members, notably the London MP and city radical political leader Alderman Isaac Pennington. By the middle 1640s, the parish was split into two conflicting factions. On one side was John Goodwin, supported by those who had joined his gathered church. On the other side were those of the parish exemplified by and led by Pennington. The latter parishioners appear to have gone along with the experiment of giving the St. Stephen's Parish Church an explicitly congregational form, of gathering it so to speak, and they were content, in the process, to admit godly persons from outside the parish into their congregation. However, because they wished to retain the parochial character of their congregation, they balked when Goodwin and his followers sought to assume authority over admission to the newly constituted church, with the right to reject those members of St. Stephen's Parish Church whom they judged to be insufficiently godly. Parochial independence, typified by Pennington, thus agreed with the Presbyterians, in contrast with the congregational independence, in supporting a parish-based church, and here they drew the line against John Goodwin and his followers. On the other hand, they were parochial independents because they agreed with the congregational independence, in opposition to many mainstream Presbyterians, in supporting the voluntariness and the autonomy of the local churches, in backing lay control of the church and especially of admission to the sacrament, and, perhaps above all, in supporting toleration for the gathered churches. They thus maintained a large area of agreement with the congregational independence, and this provided the basis for continuing collaboration. 54. This is not the place for a detailed account of the conflict at St. Stephen's Coleman Street. What is important for present purposes is that, although Goodwin was ousted from his position in 1645, there was never the sort of break between the two sides that would prevent their political collaboration. Both sides continued to supply numbers of leading figures in the radical, and later political independent, movements in the city. From Goodwin's gathered church came such major radical leaders as Mark Hildesleigh, Nathaniel Lacy, Daniel Taylor, Thomas Lamb, John Price, Richard Price, and his nephew Richard Price. Lacy, Taylor, and Hildesleigh all worked with the new merchant leadership in the additional sea adventure to Ireland and, by the middle 1640s, one of the Richard Prices appears to have entered the trade with the West Indies. Among those who remained with the official parish were the colonial interloping merchants James Russell and Owen Roe, both city militia commissioners, as well as Thomas Aldern, who was Roe's son-in-law and Russell's apprentice and, by the end of the 1640s, a trader with the West Indies in his own right. The Providence Island Company member Thomas Barnardiston was also a parochial independent in St. Stephen's Coleman Street parish. It is indicative of the nature of the conflict at St. Stephen's that all of these men, on both sides of the conflict, ended up as political independents and that Roe, Aldern, and Barnardiston, as well as Alderman Pennington, were among those who backed Goodwin's return to St. Stephen's Parish in 1649.55. Aside from those connected with John Simpson at St. Dunstan's in the east and with John Goodwin at St. Stephen's Coleman Street, other groups of religiously independent new merchant leaders associated themselves directly with the national leadership of the independence movement by gathering around the ministers Sidrak Simpson, Thomas Goodwin, and William Bridge, all of whom had been leaders in the Rotterdam and Arnhem independent congregations during the later 1630s and ended up among the 5 dissenting divines of the Westminster Assembly and as authors of the apologetical narration. Simpson was curate and lecturer at St. Margaret New Fish Street Parish during the 1630s, and prominent among his followers was the new merchant Thomas Andrews, who supported the separatist-backed Plymouth colony during the 1620s, traded with and patronized the New England colonies in the 1630s, and got involved in both interloping in the East Indies and trading with the West Indies in sugar during the 1640s. In 1642 Andrews became one of the few new merchants to gain the position of alderman, and, also in that year, his son Thomas married Damaris, a daughter of the great colonial merchant MP and London oppositionist Matthew Craddock. When Sidrak Simpson had left St. Margaret's for Rotterdam in the late 1630s, Thomas Andrews followed him there to join his congregation. When Simpson returned to London and assumed his lectureship at St. Margaret's, his congregation met at Andrews's house. 2 of Andrews's sons and business partners, Thomas Andrews, Jr., and Nathaniel Andrews, were also close to Simpson and both left him bequests. The colonial leader Samuel Warner was also an intimate of Simpson's, an overseer of his will, and most probably also a member of his congregation. 56 The great independent leader Thomas Goodwin had left Yorkshire for exile in Arnhem, where he was co-pastor of the English congregation along with Philip Nye. Like Sidrak Simpson, Thomas Goodwin returned to London in 1641, and he brought his congregation from Arnhem with him. It seems to have met, in fact, at St. Dunstan's in the east. Among the influential members of Goodwin's congregation was the leading new merchant Samuel Moyer. A signer of the new merchant's petition supporting the trader with the Americas Joseph Hawes and a key partner in Maurice Thompson's East Indian interloping project, Moyer was also a patron of the independent ministers John Owen and John Collins. 57 William Bridge had been pastor of the Rotterdam congregation at which Jeremiah Burroughs had served as teacher before he returned to England and gathered a church in Yarmouth. Maurice Thompson's partner William Penhoyer, who may have had family connections with Yarmouth, left money to Bridge, as well as to William Greenhill, and also made a bequest of £30 a year for 2 scholars and 2 fellows at Harvard College in Massachusetts. 58 Greenhill, a major participant in the Congregationalist experiments in Holland during the 1630s, was a most intimate associate of the independent clerical leadership, as well as the new merchant leadership. His appointment, along with his close collaborator Jeremiah Burroughs, in September 1641 as collecturer for Stepney Parish, one of London's main centres of religio-political radicalism throughout the interregnum, had initiated the effort to carry through a Puritan reformation of the Church on a voluntary, parish-by-parish basis. Since that time, Greenhill had participated in the new merchant's additional adventure to Ireland and would soon form his own gathered congregation in Stepney, eventually becoming Stepney's official parish minister. Like his partner William Penhoyer, Maurice Thompson was closely connected with Greenhill, although, like some others among his new merchant colleagues, he appears to have leaned toward parochial independency, seeking to avoid rending the parish by using it as the basis for forming a congregation. Thompson became a church warden in Greenhill's Stepney Church, but seems never to have joined his gathered congregation. Nevertheless, Thompson's daughter Maria was baptized in Greenhill's gathered church in 1648. Morris's relative and trading partner Edward Thompson, and Edward's wife, were also members of Greenhill's gathered church, as was William Penhoyer's wife. 59. From the late 1640s the independent minister George Cocken operated a gathered church at Soper Lane, London, and among its members were the important tobacco merchant William Underwood and Maurice Thompson's Guinean trade partner Roland Wilson. In 1648 the independent minister Thomas Brooks transformed the parish church of St. Margaret New Fish Street, where Sidrak Simpson had been lecturer, into a gathered congregation, and it is probable that William Penhoyer's brother and colonial interloping partner Samuel Penhoyer, who left money to Brooks and maintained a host of New England Puritan connections, was one of its members. 60 Stephen Estwick, the London Militia Commissioner and the interloping partner of Maurice Thompson in the East Indies, who was one of the city's leading independent militants, also was a patron of Brooks. Estwick attended the gathered congregation of Matthew Barker in his parish of St. Leonard's East Cheap. At his death, he left money for the independent ministers Joseph Carroll, George Griffith, Ralph Venning, and William Tuddy. Another key activist in the colonial trades, the city goldsmith and Bermuda Company officer Francis Allian, also patronized Carroll, Griffith, and Venning, as well as two other independent ministers, Thomas Elford and Thomas Gilbert. 61 Venning, along with William Cooper, presided over the parish of St. Olave's, Southwark, one of the centers of religio-political radicalism throughout the interregnum. Venning, as did Cooper, received a bequest from still another of the colonial interloping leaders, Jeremy Blackman, who was a resident of St. Olave's. 62 Finally, it seems that several important new merchants had, by the end of the 1640s, ended up in the Baptist wing of the Puritan movement. These included Samuel Moyer, Maurice Thompson's brother George, and Richard Shute. This evidence about the new merchants' proclivities for independent religion is of a relatively general type. It does not reveal precisely how well-formed or inflexible were their attitudes on some of the key theological questions that so agitated the city's ministry in this period: the nature of the church's membership, whether it should include all of the parishioners or just the visible saints, the role of the laity vis-a-vis the clergy, the distribution of authority within each church, the connection of one church to another, and the relation of church and state. It is not improbable that a good number of these traders would have embraced any sort of church framework that enjoined a fully reformed Puritan practice, allowed the congregations a modicum of local autonomy, gave the laity a leading role within the church, and allowed toleration for the gathered churches. Thus, while only relatively few of the new merchant leaders were outright Presbyterians, 63 at least a number of those who were apparently independents nonetheless retained close ties with Presbyterian ministers. Moreover, others with independent attachments were willing to take part in the watered-down and rather loose Erastian Presbyterian settlement established by Parliament in late 1645.64. Nor is this surprising. Independents, both congregational and parochial, had important things in common with Presbyterians. Like Presbyterians, independents were committed to maintaining a state church to ensure order, and parochial independents were even in favor of keeping the parish as the basis for establishing autonomous congregations. Also, like Presbyterians, independents were concerned with completing the reformation of religion on a national and official basis. They therefore shared with Presbyterians an aversion to the complete separation of church and state, and this point of agreement could have broad political, as well as religious, implications. Indeed, had the new parliamentary church allowed a certain degree of toleration and established the basis for a modicum of religious pluralism, the independents among the colonial interloping traders could almost certainly have lived with the basic structure it defined and might very well have sought to achieve some sort of unity with the city's Presbyterians. As it was, however, by the middle of the 1640s, London's governing authorities were employing the new parliamentary church and Presbyterian religion as central political weapons against both the city and army radicals and attempting to repress them as dangerous sectaries, hoping to outlaw both religious independency and separatism alike precisely in order to consolidate a political Presbyterian settlement of the conflict. This is not to say that the political Presbyterians' charge of religious sectarianism, with its implication of political radicalism, was entirely wide of the mark. Many of the new merchants and their London political allies certainly did favor religious independency and, from early on, they worked hand in hand with some of the period's key independent ministers in the leadership of a city radical political movement that would gather strength in 1642 to 1643. Further, a common religious involvement with congregational religious activities did help some of the economically more substantial city radicals, typified by the new merchants, to forge political ties with those less substantial citizen religious separatists who, throughout the entire period, provided a critical element within every radical political mass upsurge. It is certainly false that all of the city's leading political radicals were also independents or separatists, or that citizen Presbyterians were unrepresented in the radical leadership. 65 Nonetheless, religious independence did dominate the leadership of London's political radical movement to a striking degree, especially given their very minor position in the city in comparison to that of the religious Presbyterians. Moreover, separatists do appear to have constituted a disproportionately large element within that movement's rank and file. Depending as they did through much of the 1640s on the mobilization of masses of militant Londoners, the new merchants and their friends in the emerging radical movement could dispense with the separatists only at great cost. By the same token, precisely because those moderate forces in London that would emerge during the middle 1640s as political Presbyterians saw religious independency as leading inexorably to political subversion, they could not but make demands concerning the religious settlement part of their political program. In their view, independency would, first of all, corrode the national church and the local parish structures through which they hoped to enforce order and repress opposition. It would, in addition, give rise to a religious pluralism that would inexorably lead to political insubordination, most particularly among the citizens of the lower orders that populated the separatist congregations. Many of the city's political moderates saw no alternative therefore but to demand that a strict Presbyterian discipline and absolute religious uniformity be essential parts of any civil war settlement. It was not that religion could be reduced to politics. It was just that, from very early on in the struggle in London, the two were rightly seen as inextricably intertwined. The Radical Offensive, 1642 to 1643. By the winter of 1642, what I have called the radical wing of the London parliamentary movement had begun to put forward the essential elements of what would ultimately constitute a full-scale alternative program for carrying on the war. Radicals were demanding, in the first place, that the weight of war finance be shifted from those godly elements that had so far borne a disproportionate share of the cost by virtue of their voluntary contributions, that more equitable money-raising arrangements be devised, and, in particular, that Parliament put the squeeze on royalists to raise funds. They were asking, second, that delinquents be removed from all official positions, both secular and ecclesiastical, and that godly persons be put in their places. Finally, they were requesting that Parliament transform the whole conduct of the war by replacing the present wavering aristocratic military leadership with more resolute commanders and by allowing the radicals to finance and organize their own independent army of godly citizens. Insofar as this program tended to ensure the financial strength and military preparedness of the parliamentary forces, it fitted in perfectly with, and in fact buttressed, the policies Pym and his friends were already pursuing. Indeed, the close working relationship between the parliamentary leaders and the radical London citizens, facilitated by the long-standing ties between the colonizing aristocrats and the new merchant leadership, continued to constitute one vital feature of political development in this period. But the dilemma posed for Pym's middle group was how to make use of these very helpful citizens while preventing them from gaining the power to impose policies that the middle groupers opposed. This task was to prove especially difficult in the face of King Charles's absolute refusal to agree to a compromise settlement and the recurrent military emergencies. During the winter, spring, and early summer of 1642 to 1643, as in so many other revolutionary situations throughout history, the threat of disastrous military defeat gave increased credence to radical demands for a drastic reorganization of Parliament's military effort that had clearly revolutionary political implications. In these months, London militants sought to exploit what was perhaps Parliament's greatest politico-military crisis to gain their own independent citizens' army and to secure the removal of the Earl of Essex as commander-in-chief of the parliamentary forces. Lacking the support of either Pym or the official city government, they could not achieve these goals without conflict, but were obliged to seek to impose them by means of the mass mobilization of the London citizenry, the forging of an alliance with Parliament's war party wing, and the enunciation of the ideal of parliamentary supremacy based on popular sovereignty. Supporting the war effort, the army and the assessment. The city radicals secured from the start a pivotal position within the parliamentary military effort by virtue of their control of London's militia committee and, in addition, the dominant place of Londoners within Parliament's army. In July 1642, London provided 10,000 volunteers to constitute Parliament's army, under the command of the Earl of Essex. The following September, London contributed, as well, 2 more regiments of foot and 4 of horse for the parliamentary force. Not only was the regular parliamentary army for the most part composed of Londoners, in addition, during the initial phase of the conflict, the London militia played an absolutely indispensable military role, alongside the main force under Essex. Following Parliament's early defeats at the hands of the Royalists, the city's trained bands marched out of the city to save the day at Turnham Green in mid-November. Meanwhile, in the days just before the first major confrontation between the King's and Parliament's armies at Edgehill, it had been agreed that a new army of 16,000 men should be raised to act in conjunction with the city's trained bands, with the whole force to be placed under the command of the Earl of Warwick. It would be wrong to say that the city's radicals entirely controlled London's contributions to these military and troop-levying efforts, for the officers of the city's trained bands included a number of citizens who had played no leading role in the London Revolution during the winter of 1641 to 1642 and who would end up as political Presbyterians. The fact remains that the radicals were able to use their domination of the militia committee to gain a disproportionate share of the very top officer positions in the city's armed forces. No fewer than 5 of the 6 colonels who headed the 6 London trained bands were themselves members of the militia committee, and 4 would end up as political independents. Their control of this commanding position within the city's military establishment provided a critically important initial base on which the radicals would build their power over the course of 1642 to 1643, both in London and within the newly emerging parliamentary administration. 66. In order for Parliament to succeed militarily, it had to go about constructing an effective money-raising machine. Through assuming a central role in this process, the city radicals consolidated for themselves, at least for a time, an absolutely indispensable place in the parliamentary cause. During the year following the outbreak of armed conflict, working closely with the middle group parliamentary leadership, the city radicals succeeded in winning acceptance of almost the entirety of their program for financing the parliamentary military effort, and they themselves assumed a major part in putting that program into effect. They gained in this way an extraordinarily powerful foothold within the new parliamentary administrative apparatus, an achievement to be noted time and again by contemporaries. As Clement Walker would remark, these men, later political independents, became the publicans and sinners that handled most public treasure, the layers on, exactors, treasurers, etc., of taxes, the far more numerous and busy party in all money committees and gainful employments, engrossers of all great offices, and the great sharers of public moneys amongst themselves for compensations for losses and rewards for services pretended. 67. From this position, they were able to gain a leverage on the course of affairs far out of proportion to their influence within the official city government. The process of constructing a parliamentary financial machine began in June 1642, when Parliament passed its ordinance for bringing in plate, money, and horses. Although the Act was not specific in this regard, it seems that all well-affected Englishmen were expected to contribute voluntarily in proportion to their wealth, with the promise that their advances would eventually be refunded, with interest paid at 8%. Clearly, the same city oppositionists who had already taken outstanding parts in the City Revolution, the Committee of Safety, and the London Committee of Adventurers for Ireland, were expected to play a major role under this Act. 2 of the 4 treasurers appointed to administer the Act on a national basis, John Warner and Thomas Andrews, were leading new merchants and members of the Militia Committee. 68 Parliament already had chosen Andrews, Warner, and Towse to be treasurers for the Irish money, and all 4 men would occupy a long succession of such treasurerships throughout the Civil War years. To collect the contributions coming in under the Act for plate, money, and horses, Parliament set up receiving commissions in the various counties, and in London established a large-scale administration consisting of committees of 8 to 12 persons in every ward. The composition of these committees gives an excellent idea of the city's leading supporters of Parliament at the outbreak of the Civil War in the summer of 1642. That no fewer than 30 individuals from the colonial interloping trades held positions shows the pivotal place these men already occupied. 69. Since it called for no machinery for assessment or forced collection, the act for bringing in plate, money, and horses, not very surprisingly, elicited insufficient funds for Parliament, and the burden of financing the war fell most heavily on those citizens most strongly committed to the cause. On November 21, 1642, the leading city militant, Richard Shute, brought in a petition to Parliament, demanding that the costs of war cease to be paid only by the good and godly party. Shute was, as noted, one of the key political representatives of the new merchant leadership and its radical citizen allies. He had, with Maurice Thomson, delivered the mass city petition for the recall of Parliament in the autumn of 1640, and from that time on the two had been constant companions. Shute, Maurice Thomson, and their friends were, of course, deeply involved in the original Irish project and had been entirely responsible for the additional sea adventure to Ireland. They had undoubtedly also contributed more than their share under the Act to collect plate, money, and horses. Perhaps most important, as will be seen, Shute and his friends had, in early November 1642, just succeeded in gaining parliamentary consent to raise by voluntary means their own small independent cavalry force in the city. Obviously, they wished now to devote their scarce resources to their own project. They wanted, moreover, to shift the burden of war finance onto the royalists, by means of forced levies on malignants, a proposal to which I will return shortly. 70. Richard Shute and the radical citizens were at this point almost certainly working in close coordination with Pym and his friends in Parliament on the problem of financing the parliamentary cause. The parliamentary leaders were only too glad to take up the militants' grievances and to use them as the occasion to install the permanent system of taxation that they long had desired. On November 26, 1642, recognizing that the parliamentary army hath been hitherto for the most part maintained by the voluntary contributions of divers well-affected persons, who have freely contributed according to their abilities, Parliament enacted the ordinance for a weekly assessment on the City of London, a law that was soon extended to the country as a whole. 71. Naturally, the city militants who applied the original pressure in favor of the Assessment Act were very well represented among the Londoners chosen to administer it. The 12 commissioners appointed to oversee the act in the city included the new merchant leaders Maurice Thomson, Thomas Andrews, Samuel Vassall, and John Warner, along with John Fowke and Richard Chambers, the Levant East India Company oppositionists who had become associated with the colonial interloping group by 1640, as well as Richard Waring, an associate of Thompson's who had signed the American trade merchants' petition favoring the colonial trader Joseph Hawes and served as a commissioner heading the Thompson-led additional sea adventure to Ireland. The other commissioners were the city radical MPs John Venn and Isaac Pennington, the London treasurers and militia committeemen John Wollaston and John Towse, and the Levant Company trader Thomas Soames. The new merchants Andrews and Warner, along with Towse and Wollaston, were chosen to be treasurers to receive the money coming in under this act, the same post these four men previously had held for the Irish adventure and under the ordinance for bringing in plate, money, and horses. Of the 12 city commissioners for the Assessment Act, 8 also sat on the city's militant committee of safety. Except for Chambers, Soames, and Vassall, all of the commissioners would end up as political independents. 72. To carry out the Assessment Act in the localities, assessors were appointed in each ward, and once more the significant role of the colonial interloping merchants should be noted. The assessors included such immediate members of Maurice Thompson's circle as William Penhoyer, Samuel Moyer, Nicholas Cors Ellis, John de Thick, George Snelling, Richard Hill, Thomas Vincent, and John Brett. Richard Hutchinson, John Sadler, Edward Hurd, Lawrence Brinley, Michael Herring, John Pocock, and George Henley were other traders with the Americas also appointed assessors. 73. Supporting the war effort, the Navy and the Customs. During the subsequent months, Parliament put its assessment system into place, but collection was inefficient and took time. Parliament was therefore obliged to devise ad hoc arrangements to assure a steady flow of money in order to cope with what became a permanent financial crisis. Charles I had used the customs system as a source of advances on government income. but the Caroline customs farmers were at the core of city royalism and could hardly be expected to lend their support to the parliamentary cause. When in late December 1642 the old customers refused Parliament's request for a loan, Parliament promptly dismissed them and, in January 1643, appointed its own Commission for Customs. This new body was established with the explicit purpose of advancing money to the parliamentary government, especially the navy, and it was entirely in the hands of the new merchant leadership. The Customs Commission of Eight included Maurice Thompson and his partners in interloping in the East Indies Stephen Estwick, James Russell, and Thomas Andrews, along with John Fowke and Richard Chambers, as well as William Barkeely, the trader with the Americas who had worked from the 1630s in partnership with Thompson's brother-in-law Elias Roberts. The last member of the commission was the London goldsmith Francis Allian, an active participant in the Bermuda Company. 6 of the 8 customs commissioners were also city militia commissioners. All but Chambers were in the more radical wing of the city parliamentary opposition. All but Chambers ended up as political independents, and Thompson, Estwick, Andrews, Russell, and Allian can be identified as religious independents of one sort or another. 74. The special function of the Customs Commission was to support the parliamentary navy. In fact, in providing advances for the navy, the new merchant customs commissioners appear, to a significant extent, to have been providing the financing for their own critical role, and that of other colonial interloping traders, in organizing and actually carrying out Parliament's naval effort. At the start of the conflict, in the late spring of 1642, Parliament had succeeded in constituting the core of its navy by winning over to its support almost all of the officers of the existing permanent Royal Navy, who brought their ships with them. At the same time, it had seized control of national naval administration from the King. It secured the position of Admiral of the Fleet for the Earl of Warwick, and officially appointed him in early July. Then, on September 15, 1642, Parliament appointed a 12-person commission, composed half of MPs and half of civilians and led by Sir Henry Vane, to take charge of actually organizing and administering the new navy. 75 This commission included the leading new merchants Samuel Vassall and Richard Cranley, who were partners in shipowning and in the American trades, as well as Vassall's relatives and sometime shipping partners Squire and Alexander Bence, both MPs. Simultaneously, Parliament appointed Thomas Smythe as secretary to its newly established Admiralty, led by the Earl of Warwick. Smythe had been secretary to the old Admiral the Earl of Northumberland, and was a close collaborator of Maurice Thompson's. He had been one of the commissioners of Thompson's additional sea adventure to Ireland in June 1642, was a partner of Thompson's in anti-Spanish privateering, and was a part owner, with Thompson and the Earl of Warwick himself, of the ship Discovery. 76. In order to secure the wherewithal to carry out simultaneously the imposing tasks of waging war at sea against the King, of protecting its supporters' trade, and of preventing navigation to enemy ports, Parliament had to supplement its small permanent navy by hiring armed merchant vessels from private individuals. As was to be expected, the city's company merchants, overwhelmingly opposed to Parliament, were less than willing to offer their ships for Parliament's naval effort. In consequence, Parliament was obliged to turn for assistance once again to traders outside the city's merchant establishment, and in particular to the new merchant leaders. These men provided, by way of private contracts with the government, a large part of the parliamentary navy, and they also supplied, in Grenville's words, naval officers of a new type, who had been trained in merchant ships and replaced the old aristocratic commanders in Parliament's navy, under the command of the Earl of Warwick. 77 Within a month of its appointment, in October 1642, the Parliamentary Navy Commission is found signing an agreement with Maurice Thompson to hire his ship Hopewell for the Parliamentary Navy. Over the course of the Civil War years, Parliament would hire for its navy no fewer than 8 vessels belonging in whole or in part to Maurice Thompson, including the aforementioned Discovery, owned by a partnership that included Thompson, Thomas Smythe, and the Earl of Warwick. Parliament also hired at least 6 other ships owned wholly or in part by Thomas Smythe and 4 more ships owned wholly or in part by Samuel Vassall. Overall, no fewer than 60 ships belonging to new merchants have been identified as serving in this manner in Parliament's navy during the Civil War. 78. The ordinance that had installed the new merchant-led syndicate as commission for the customs, at a salary of £10,000 a year, made it clear that the commissioners would be expected to perform important lending functions, and they were in fact called on incessantly to keep the parliamentary navy from collapsing. The commissioners were obliged to advance £20,000 in the first place just to obtain the customs commission for a period of 3 years. In March 1643, Parliament required them to advance an additional £20,000 to hold onto their offices. 79 In May 1643, they were told that another £45,000 was needed, would they advance this sum upon their own credit or otherwise. They turned down this request, but in September, the customers lent £30,000 to the Navy Treasurer, Sir Henry Vane. 80 During 1644 in March, September, October, and November they lent an additional total of £61,000. Finally, in February 1645, after a year in which Parliament had begun to requisition the customs receipts directly, thereby preventing the customers from repaying themselves for their loans, Parliament demanded another advance of £70,000. Apparently this was too much for the syndicate, and it decided to withdraw in favor of a new group. 81. Supporting the war effort, delinquents' estates. Finally, between March and September 1643, Parliament began to put into effect the proposal, originally advanced by Richard Shute and the City Radicals the previous autumn, that the property of Royalists be sequestered to help finance the war and, in particular, to pay back sums lent by godly citizens. Parliament did not fully implement this program until mid-1644, but most of the commissioners who ultimately took over the task of compounding with delinquents were once again recruited from the same group of radical citizens that had first proposed the measure. It is not surprising that when Parliament faced such tasks as rooting out and registering all Royalists within the lines of communication, this was the commission of militants it assigned to the job. Its members included the London New Merchant Radicals Maurice Thomson, Morris's brother Robert Thomson, Randall Mainwaring, Richard Shute, Richard Hill, John Bradley, and Samuel Moyer, as well as such militant city allies of theirs as Sir David Watkins, Daniel Taylor, Mark Coe, Richard Solway, and William Hitchcock. Of the Commission's 23 citizen members, 8 had taken part in the additional sea adventure to Ireland and 12 were later political independents. 82. Thwarted revolution. Pym and his friends in Parliament had no objection to adopting the proposals for finance and administration put forward by the City Radicals and recruiting these same men to implement them. They probably had little choice in any event, for during the early years of the Civil War, the official city government, now dominated by the Common Council, although basically sympathetic to Parliament, took a very cautious political stance for both political and economic reasons. Many Common Councillors did not wish to be too prominently identified with the parliamentary leadership for fear of reprisals by a possibly victorious monarch. At the same time, they did not wish to sink too much of their own or the city's money in a potentially fruitless cause. Then, too, they naturally worried about the disruptive and possibly destructive effects of war on the economy. Finally, the city magistrates continued to face strong opposition from well-organized conservative and crypto-royalist forces in London itself, which were powerfully rooted in the city's overseas company trading community. During the fall and winter of 1642 to 1643, London opponents of Parliament were able to organize very effectively in favor of the king by helping lead struggles in the city for a speedy peace and to resist the new financial pressures on the citizenry emanating from Parliament's rigorous new tax machine. On both of these issues, they were able to mobilize significant support not only from among the broader populace, but also from what appears to have been a not insignificant minority within the city magistracy itself, thereby seriously threatening the pro-parliamentary Common Council majority and, more broadly, the parliamentary leadership. Even through much of the winter of 1642 to 1643, then, Long after the overturn of the old aldermanic oligarchy, numerous London magistrates, even among those strongly favouring Parliament, remained predisposed to search for an accommodation with the king on the basis of fewer assurances than the parliamentary leaders were prepared to settle for. 83 These men were inherently cautious, for they knew that their own position within the city was still shaky, subject as it was to the powerful conflicting pressures of London's well-organised crypto-royalists and of its rising radical movement. It was, indeed, the sluggishness of the official city government in responding to parliamentary financial and military needs that gave the radicals their opening. The radicals were only too happy to make up for the lack of militancy on the part of the magistrates. But their personal and financial sacrifices on behalf of Parliament were not made without strings attached. The opening of negotiations for peace with the king in November 1642 was the occasion for the initial salvo in the radicals' political campaign. On 11 and November 13, the godly and active part of the city, led by the leading radical and new merchant representative Richard Shute, deplored before Parliament the current moves toward accommodation with Charles I. The petitioners speak in the language of many thousand, said Shute, but they fear they are bought and sold. The godly citizens offered to raise at once 1,000 light horse and 3,000 dragoons, proposed to finance this force through voluntary contributions by establishing their own special independent committee in the city, and nominated as their commander Sir Philip Skippon, head of the city militia. Skippon had established a reputation not only for military competence, acquired in service with the Dutch under Sir Horace Vere in the Palatinate, but also for his militantly Puritan and parliamentary sentiments, demonstrated throughout the crisis of January 1641 to 1642. Skippon was able, by virtue of his honesty and courage, to retain the confidence of parliamentarians of all shades of opinion in the factional conflicts of the subsequent period. Nevertheless, he was especially close politically to the city's radicals, and largely for this reason they selected him for their commander. At the height of the city revolt of late December and early January 1641 to 1642, on the initiative of the London Radical MP John Venn, the Committee of Safety had turned to Skippon for his advice on how to proceed with the rising, and had associated him, on an ad hoc basis, to their body. During the late 1640s, Skippon would make vitally important contributions to the radicals' efforts, especially by organizing official and unofficial forces to save the city from the political Presbyterians in the summer of 1648 and by pushing forward in the House of Commons the radicals' program for electoral reform in London the following winter. The radicals accompanied their proposals with a sharp criticism of Parliament's war effort. Not only was the army badly paid and equipped, they said, but its leadership was weak, its officers being not so careful and diligent as they ought, nor all of them so trusty. Here was the first intimation of what would eventually emerge as an explicit demand for the replacement of the Earl of Essex and the vacillating military policy he represented with godly officers and a reorganized army that could be counted on to prosecute the war with vigor. Pym and his parliamentary allies, who would try to stick by Essex to the end, could hardly have welcomed such a caustic attack by lowly and disrespectful citizens, but at this point they were in no position to stand on ceremony. The king's army appeared to be carrying the day and his soldiers were already raiding the outskirts of London, while the official city government had failed to come through with needed financial aid. So the MPs swallowed their pride. Recognizing in their ordinance of November 14, 1642 that the petitioners already had advanced large sums of money and other supplies, and have set forth many soldiers under the Earls of Essex and Warwick, they accepted the citizens' proposals, and designated the radical Lord Mayor Isaac Pennington, along with his 2 sheriffs, to set up a committee to help put these into effect. The identity of the men appointed to this volunteer committee for raising a new city cavalry gives a further indication of the character of the forces behind the radical thrust at this point. Included were such radicals and future political independents as Christopher Nicholson, John de Thick, Hogan Hovell, Mark Hildesley, and John Kendrick, as well as the future Leveller William Walwyn. The radicals had taken a small first step toward gaining an independent military potential. 84. By the end of November 1642, with the negotiations with the king already collapsing, the radicals were determined to press their advantage and at the same time to head off mounting sentiment for peace in the city. On December 1 they brought in a new petition 85 that called on Parliament to give up all moves for accommodation, to send forth immediately into battle the Earl of Essex with an additional force of 6,000 men, to recall to the field the local forces from Kent and Essex, and to begin to finance these actions out of the estates of papists and malignants. Finally, they repeated a demand they had already presented on 13 November that the ministers in the city and country that had been declared delinquents, especially such as have been judged unworthy of their places, may be seized on, and so kept from opening their mouths against God, the Parliament, and all goodness, and other godly ministers appointed to supply their places. The approach of the petitioners was indeed peremptory. Ever since the sitting of this present Parliament, they stated, they had been ready, to contribute, subscribe, and lay out themselves in all those ways which they did either discern or were directed did tend to the maintenance of the cause. They had just recently advanced £30,000 and would be willing to raise £10,000 more immediately, but only so as it may be employed in the more speedy and effectual prosecution of the war which, would not have been drawn out to this length, had it not been for giving ear to those counsels of accommodation. In closing, their threat to withhold funds and to take action on their own could hardly have been more clear and insulting. The contemplation of their imminent danger, enforceth them humbly to remonstrate that if the destructive counsels of accommodation be resumed they shall think it necessary to look to their own safety and forbear to contribute to their own ruin. According to one hostile pamphleteer, this remonstrance was framed by the now principal designers and managers of public affairs of the city. But he correctly pointed out that the official city government explicitly had rejected it. The gap that separated the radical movement from the bulk of common councillors is evident. If one could discover the names of the 415 citizens who reportedly delivered the radical petition to Parliament, it would be possible to construct an in-depth profile of the composition of the city radical movement's leading members at this point. Still, in view of even the mere handful of individuals definitely linked with the petition, there can be little doubt about the constellation of forces behind it. Maurice Thompson's collaborator Richard Shute once again was the man who presented the petition before Parliament. Accompanying Shute was Sir David Watkins, who also had backed Maurice Thompson's additional sea adventure to Ireland and was to remain an outstanding leader of the radical offensive throughout 1642 to 1643. Lord Mayor Isaac Pennington, probably the most influential figure among the city radicals, was also a strong supporter of the petition, as was his deputy Lord Mayor and close political associate, Randall Mainwaring, a leading representative of the New Merchant Group. But the most striking set of names singled out by contemporaries as leading supporters of the petition were the independent divines Hugh Peter, John Goodwin, and Jeremiah Burroughs. All three were closely connected with the new merchants and major architects of the Radicals' offensive. 86 The prominence of these men at the head of the delegation that delivered the petition to Parliament points to the central role of at least certain key independent clerics in the development of the city radical movement and to the significance of Dutch and New England examples in shaping not merely the religious, but also the political, ideas on which this movement was based. Hugh Peter, who, as noted, had been associated with religio-political experiments in both Holland and New England during the 1630s, had at this point only recently returned from playing a major role in the New Merchant's additional sea adventure to Ireland. He was to remain a key spokesman for the New Merchant Group and, more broadly, for city radicalism and political independency throughout the period. By the later 1640s Peter would be putting forward ideas for social and commercial, as well as political, reform, derived explicitly from Dutch examples, which corresponded closely to the new merchants' interests and aspirations. John Goodwin was, of course, the minister of St. Stephen's Coleman Street, London, the Faubourg Saint Antoine of the English Revolution. In his tenure as vicar of that parish and his subsequent leadership of the gathered church there, Goodwin became associated with such new merchant militants as Owen Roe, James Russell, Thomas Barnardiston, and William Allen, as well as such other major city radical figures as Lord Mayor Isaac Pennington, Mark Hildesley, Nathaniel Lacey, Daniel Taylor, John Price, the two Richard Prices, and Thomas Lamb. Just a short time before the delivery of the Radicals' December petition, in October 1642, Goodwin appears to have been among the first to put forward publicly a justification of the war that went beyond the strictly legalistic and constitutional ideology of the parliamentary leadership. He had declared that, in its essence, it was a war for religion, and appealed specifically to Christians of ordinary rank and quality to support it for this reason. 87. By 1648 to 1649, both Goodwin and Peter would emerge as pivotal figures in the triumph of the political independence and the establishment of the Commonwealth. Still, at this earlier juncture, in the winter of 1642 to 1643, Jeremiah Burroughs probably was playing an even more crucial part than either of them in shaping city radicalism. This former dependent of the Earl of Warwick and Lady Jane Bacon had by this time, as noted, become lecturer in the radical suburban parish of Stepney and had recently backed the new merchant's additional sea adventure to Ireland. Most tellingly, Burroughs appears to have been one of the very few English theorists to come out explicitly for popular sovereignty and parliamentary supremacy even before the onset of the English Revolution. The reported occasion for Burroughs's striking pronouncement was a conversation he had had with John Michelson, parson at Chelmsford, Essex, concerning the revolt of the Scots and the possible grounds for justifying it. 88 This took place in August 1638, following a sermon Burroughs had delivered at the house of the Earl of Warwick. Michelson, whose testimony is the basis of our knowledge of this discussion, apparently had claimed that those who formed and supported the Scottish Covenant in 1638 had no legitimate authority to do so, since they were not magistrates and had no deputation from the supreme magistrate, the king. In response, Burroughs put to him the time-honored question, what if the supreme magistrate refuse or neglect that which he ought to do and is necessary to be done, may not the people give power to some other to supply his neglect and defect? Michelson replied strongly in the negative. Supreme power is in the supreme magistrate, he said, citing Romans 13 as had a long line of political theorists before him, and went on to claim that the supreme magistrate had this supreme power immediately from God. As Michelson recalled it, this argument hardly satisfied Burroughs, who once again fell back upon the point of the people's power, that they did originally choose their kings and prescribe them conditions and limited their power by laws, and buttressed his position by propounding the cases of elective princes as of the King of Poland, the Duke of Venice, and especially of a people going to the West Indies. Burroughs could not see how Michelson could fail to answer affirmatively the question if a king at his coronation should swear to observe ancient laws and liberties of the kingdom, yet afterward should exercise tyranny upon his people and make no conscience of his oath, whether it were not lawful to refuse obedience unto him, to resist him by force, and to defend ourselves and liberties by arms. Burroughs was subsequently brought up on charges of sedition for expressing these views and naturally claimed in his own defense that he had been misunderstood. Still, by the early 1640s, he was again putting forward very similar arguments in favor of popular sovereignty, views that not only justified parliamentary supremacy but that opened the way for a democratic interpretation. It is hard to avoid the conclusion that Burroughs, and perhaps others too, were in fact developing this viewpoint well before it became at all safe to express it with the flight of the king from London. In any case, the radical citizens were soon to express closely analogous opinions in almost identical language, and there is no doubt that Burroughs and certain others among his fellow independent ministers, who worked closely with the radical citizens and who were familiar with the continental and American religio-political experiments, had a powerful impact on the citizens' formulations. On December 1, 1642, the very day the city radicals, with Burroughs in their lead, had petitioned against any accommodation with the king and in favor of a more effective prosecution of the war, Burroughs brought forward to Parliament his tract The Glorious Name of God explicitly in order to provide the citizens' action with a theoretical rationale. In this work, Burroughs marshaled many of the arguments that the city militants would later advance to justify their mobilization of the citizenry for the purposes of defeating the king and establishing some form of parliamentary supremacy. Burroughs left no doubt whatsoever about the immediate, practical motivation for his work, the city being in great fear of a great army coming against it in the name of the king. It was necessary to set about vindicating the commission from this Lord of hosts to the subjects, to take up arms. 89 Burroughs not only provided a theoretical basis for parliamentary authority and parliamentary resistance to the king, but, equally significant for present purposes, called on Parliament to recognize that the burden of the great work in the state lay upon the religious party, and to see that their greatest strength in the coming battles lay in those that are called Roundheads. 90 Who, according to Burroughs, were these Roundheads, and what was the religious party? Burroughs left no doubt that at least its city component was concentrated in that radical group which has been identified here with the new merchant leaders and their non-merchant radical citizen allies. As he stated, they pray more for the king than any people do, yeah, they do more for him and his, in a right way, than any people do. Who have ventured so much of their estates to reduce Ireland to the obedience of the king, as those that are called Roundheads. Will it not be found that some few of these in the city of London have dispersed more for the king's service in this thing to keep this his lawful inheritance in his possession, than all those thousands that are now with the king in his army? 91. It is likely that Burroughs's ideas about resistance and parliamentary rights had already gained a certain currency within the city radical movement he was helping to lead. But despite their threats, the citizen radicals were not at this point yet ready to break with the parliamentary middle group leadership. In their petition to Parliament of December 1, they refused to specify their political principles and long-term goals, and continued to voice the middle group's tenaciously held fiction that the royal government's crimes were the fault solely of evil councillors and not the king. Still, it was indicative of things to come that when Richard Shute yet again came before Parliament on December 9 to deplore all moves toward compromise with the king, he drew his most vocal support from the Republican extremist Sir Henry Martin. On this occasion, Martin provoked the revulsion of most of his fellow MPs when, on welcoming Shute, he proclaimed to the House of Commons that we ought to receive our instructions from the people. 92. At this early stage, in December 1642, neither Parliament nor the London magistrates were prepared to countenance the Radicals' programme. The Commons refused to consider it until it had received the official backing of the city, so the Radicals took their petition before the Common Council. But, despite its endorsement by Lord Mayor Pennington, the petition was rejected by the city government. Indeed, during December and January, Pennington and his friends had their hands full warding off a powerful counter-offensive for peace, emanating especially from influential forces in London itself. Charles I made a pivotal contribution to the Radicals' efforts when, in early January 1643, he not only rudely rejected a very moderate petition for peace that had come from the city, while failing to give the slightest evidence of a willingness to compromise, but also made the provocative demand that, as a condition for a settlement, Parliament hand over to be tried as traitors the city radical leaders Lord Mayor Isaac Pennington, the London MP John Venn, the opponent of the East India Company, and Coubertin collaborator John Fowke, and the new merchant leader and deputy Lord Mayor, Randall Mainwaring, as well as citizen militants Robert Tichborne, Edmund Harvey, and Richard Brown. According to the Royalist news sheet Mercurius Olicis, Tichborne, Harvey, and Brown were three seditious subjects who had committed several outrages on citizens of London. Over the following months, they, too, would emerge as prominent figures within the city radical leadership and, along with Randall Mainwaring, would constitute a whole series of commissions, organized by Parliament, that had as their purpose either the collection by force of money or supplies required for the military effort or the repression or surveillance of groups of citizens thought to be hostile to Parliament. 93. Following Charles's dismissal of the Londoners' moderate proposals for peace, the city radicals once more brought before the Commons their petition of December 1, 1642, with its demands for a volunteer army and, more generally, for a more militant prosecution of the parliamentary cause. And this time they made somewhat more headway. On January 26, 1643, the Commons constituted an 18-person committee to treat with the citizens and directed this body to present to the House a revised ordinance for an army of volunteers, so we be not troubled for money and always be borrowing. But after that, the plan for a volunteer army appears to have died in committee. 94. Although a majority of the House was at this point still unready to entertain the Radicals' program, the Commons' reception of the citizens' petition does evidence the growing collaboration between the London Radical movement and Parliament's War Party wing. John Blackiston appears to have brought the citizens' proposal into the Commons, and Alexander Rigby moved the appointment of the committee. Both were War Party men and fiery spirits, both were later appointed to the High Court of Justice to try the king, both were religious independents, and Blackiston was later a regicide. The 18-man committee that was established was dominated by radicals. Of its 17 members still alive in 1648, 12 took their seats in the Rump, 10 were appointed to the High Court of Justice, 7 are among those characterized by David Underdown as revolutionaries, and 3 were regicides. 95. It was only in the middle of March 1643 that the radicals were able to take a substantial step toward the realization of their program. In the previous weeks, the king had once again destroyed all hope of a settlement by declaring Parliament's county associations traitorous and rejecting the House of Lords' proposal for a cessation of hostilities. Then, on March 11, 1643, when Pym went to the official city government for additional supplies of men and money for the parliamentary army, the magistrates told him that they had had great difficulty even in collecting the funds already promised and that they could make no further levies. This was the opening the radicals needed, and the same group of city militants that was behind the moves of the previous autumn and winter for an independent volunteer army came forward to make up for the official municipality's lack of fervor for the cause. On March 15, it was reported in Common Council that divers well-affected citizens did lately make offer to the Committee of the Militia, to raise at their own charge 3 regiments of foot consisting of 10,000 men or thereabouts for the better safety of the city. In view of the city's own failure to come up with funds, it was not an offer the magistrates could refuse. 96. The city radicals were now moving toward the crest of their power. No longer willing to keep their struggle within the narrow bounds set by the middle groupers in Parliament, they were ready to try to dictate terms. As Mercurius Olisus reported, on March 29 Hugh Peter preached a fast-day sermon in which he came to tax the Parliament, whom he accused, for abusing the people in that they had fooled them all this while with hopes and promises of a reformation, and now would leave the work and make peace without them. Therefore, concluded Peter threateningly, it did concern all of them that had taken the protestation to hold up their hands and stick unto the cause themselves, a statement that, according to Olisus, hath so wrought upon the factious and unruly rabble, that it is thought they will ere long as furiously affront the 2 houses of Parliament, as by the instigation of some of the 2 houses, they have done his Majesty. Olisus correctly observed that the city radicals were now entirely fed up with the middle group's dogged insistence that all the wrongs they had suffered proceeded from evil councillors, and were moving into firm alliance with the War Party MPs, backed up by masses of London militants. It was not by chance that Olisus singled out the fiery spirit Miles Corbett, MP, as one of the sympathetic listeners at Peter's sermon. The close link between Corbett and the independent ministerial radicals was of long standing. It was one of those key connections around which the emerging network linking War Party parliamentarians and city radicals was now being constructed. 97. The very next day, March 30, 1643, the city radicals brought in a new petition and remonstrance to Common Council and to Parliament in which they sought to spell out for the city and for Parliament their political platform. This document shows the significant distance they had travelled, in constitutional theory, beyond the narrow conceptions of the parliamentary middle group and toward support of a more or less full-fledged parliamentary supremacy and, in political and strategic practice, in the direction of a link-up with the War Party militants in the House of Commons and the mass mobilization of the citizenry of London. To begin with, very much like Jeremiah Burroughs in his discussion with Michelson, the citizens found that much of the confusion over the question of the locus of sovereignty and the rights of the subjects arose from the usual misconstruing and perverting the supposition of law, that kings can do no wrong, which being never intended of his personal commands and actions is notwithstanding made of to maintain them, and thereby in a mysterious manner to deceive the people. 98. According to Burroughs, the sovereign had supreme authority from God by virtue of his office, but only so long as he acted lawfully. As Burroughs had written in The Glorious Name of God, the sovereign's higher powers, that is, that authority that God and man have put upon such a man, must be subjected to, and not resisted, but if one that is in authority command out of his own will, and not by law, I resist no authority at all, if I neither actively nor passively obey. Even so, as long as it was admitted that supreme power did lie with the king, and that the king's power derived immediately from God, many found it difficult to conceive of the king's making an actually illegal command and equally hard to admit of the subject's right of resistance. This was the weakness of Burroughs's biblically founded arguments, as his opponents were quick to point out. As the Essex minister Edward Simmons put the question, does God really grant supreme power to the office of kingship, but not the king's person, as Burroughs seemed to be contending? That authority which God and man hath put upon a man, I demand again, is it only naked authority so put, without any relation to the man on whom put, that must be subjected unto, and not resisted? 99. The city radicals now cut through this entire complex of problems with a sharply anti-traditional and rationalist rephrasing of the question of legitimate rule. Their politico-theoretical apprehensions, they asserted, were grounded as well upon right reason as your own declarations. And they continued that originally the supreme power being in the whole people, parliaments were by them constituted to manage the same for the preservation and well-being of the commonwealth, so as properly in the parliaments of England, acting for the same doth the supreme power reside, from whose judgments there is no appeal being presumed ever to intend the proper interest of the commonwealth, that is the safety and freedom thereof, it being the highest of treasons through fear or favour to neglect the same. From these fundamental assumptions, it clearly followed that the king's calling and dissolving of Parliament and, in particular, the usage of passing bills of right and justice in Parliament by the king is but a matter of form annexed to his office and not a matter of will. Here was nothing less than a declaration of parliamentary supremacy founded on popular sovereignty as the goal of the revolution. 100. The radicals' phraseology was intimately linked with their strategic aim of harnessing the people's power to the parliamentary cause. As they reminded the MPs in the preface to their remonstrance, much of Parliament's strength resided in the affections of the people still manifested by their readiness from all quarters to rise and appear in considerable bodies for the carrying of this just and undoubted cause. 101. Clearly, these men were banking a great deal on the mobilization of the city masses. That they were aware of, or prepared for, the more explicitly democratic conclusions that might be drawn in thought and action from their own populist constitutional and organizational principles may however be doubted. From the leading names involved, from the nature of the proposals, and from the ideological statement that accompanied them, there can be no doubt that the political forces behind the drive in the city and in Parliament for an independent citizens' volunteer army were essentially the same ones that had dominated the Revolutionary City Committee of Safety, had organized the additional sea adventure to Ireland, had taken the dominant role in constructing the parliamentary financial machine, and had striven since the previous autumn for a reorganization of the parliamentary military effort, that is, what I have called the City Radical Alliance, with a central core consisting of many of the new merchant leaders and their non-merchant collaborators, and including, quite prominently, certain leading independent ministers. Once more at the center of the project were the leading radicals of the offensive of the previous autumn, Richard Shute, Isaac Pennington, Sir David Watkins, and Randall Mainwaring. John Fowke, the militant opponent of the East India Company and former associate of Sir William Coubertin, presented the Radicals' petition of 15 March to the Common Council. According to the Royalist news sheet Mercurius Olicis, the key new merchants, John Warner and Thomas Andrews, as well as John Towse and Fowke, were like to have had the greatest hand in promoting the associated petition and remonstrance within the city government. They were, in Olicis's estimation, four of the most seditious in the whole pack. All four of these men were members of the city militia committee, and the first three of them had consistently taken over the key treasurerships in the parliamentary financial apparatus. The 12-person committee that was charged by the Common Council with considering the petition for a volunteer army, and that ultimately approved it, was obviously packed with known supporters of the Radicals project. In addition to Warner, Fouke, and Towse, it included the new merchants and city militia commissioners James Russell, Stephen Estwick, and Owen Roe, along with the colonial tobacco merchant Michael Herring, as well as John Kendrick and Richard Turner, both of whom were soon to assume directing roles in the Volunteer Army project. Mercurius Olisus reported that when William Steele, the deputy city recorder and a leading promoter of the petition, was asked who had composed the petition, he replied, "It was drawn up by the advice of the best lawyers and divines in the city." Olisus added that Peter, one of the Amsterdamians that now rules the roost, and passeth in the number of their best divines, stood at the hall door and earnestly pressed every man as he went in to have a care of that petition. According to the later Leveller William Walwyn, leading political activists who would soon join the gathered congregation of the radical independent minister John Goodwin were also prominent among the key supporters of the petition for the Volunteer Army project and the accompanying remonstrance. These prominently included Richard Price and Price's uncle Richard Price. William Walwyn himself also backed the project. 102. In view of the pressing need to prepare for war, especially in the wake of the now imminent collapse of the Oxford negotiations, not only the city government but Parliament as well had little choice but to accept the Radicals' proposal for a volunteer army. On April 12, 1643, Parliament passed an ordinance establishing a subcommittee to sit at Salters Hall to carry out this project under the jurisdiction of the Militia Committee, which was the Radicals' main official stronghold within the city. As Dr. Pearl has pointed out, this was a great victory for the Radicals, for they now had what was practically their own financial and military organization within the city, with official status. 103. The rising radical tide was evidently by now engulfing much of the city. In the very same period that the militant citizens were presenting their volunteer army project to the city and to Parliament, the same group of city radicals that has already been observed in action securing the appointment of the independent minister John Simpson as lecturer of St. Dunstan's in the East was carrying out a local revolution in that parish. Before the Civil War a small, self-selected committee of substantial parishioners ruled St. Dunstan's in the East. This body carried on most of the parish's business and appointed its leading officers. Local government by such closed vestries appears to have been the London norm during this period. In the spring of 1643, however, the generality of inhabitants of St. Dunstan's decided that they could no longer tolerate this oligarchic rule. Their own account of their parish revolution is worth reciting in full. Whereas at a vestry held the 9th of April last Mr. William Brown and Mr. Bernard Hyde were then chosen church wardens of the same parish for the year ensuing, and the same day the major part of the rest of the inhabitants meeting in the same church and conceiving the choice of the vestrymen concerning choosing of church wardens without the consent of the rest of the inhabitants of the same parish to be illegal, although customary, made their choice and elected Mr. Robert Foote and Sergeant Major William Tucker to be church wardens, and a difference arising by reason of a double choice and being presented to the Honourable House of Commons was by them referred to the Committee for Examinations, who upon due hearing of both sides reported that their opinion, the selection of the said Mr. Robert Foote and Sergeant Major William Tucker to be church wardens of the same parish church was a due election, which report the major part of the parishioners now present do well like of and submit unto accordingly. At which meeting the 9th of April last a committee consisting of 30 persons inhabiting of the parish were elected and chosen instead of vestrymen to govern the affairs of the same parish church for the year ensuing, which are hereafter particularly named. Two phrases stand out in this account: without the consent of the rest of the inhabitants and illegal though customary. These echo the rationalist and anti-traditionalist formulations just then being employed by the London radical leadership in its petition and remonstrance to justify its plan for a volunteer army. They indicate that the parishioners of St. Dunstan's in the East held similarly advanced conceptions of popular rule. That the St. Dunstan's parishioners actually succeeded in their struggle to break the closed vestry demonstrates, moreover, that they had further strengthened a well-organized radical movement that already, a year previously, had been able to impose the selection of the independent John Simpson as parish lecturer over the objections of the parish minister John Childerley. Many of the same people led the fight to destroy the rule of the closed vestry as had initiated the struggle to hire Simpson, including once again a number of important new merchant leaders. Maurice Thompson's brother-in-law and partner William Tucker was one of the two new church wardens chosen by the parishioners to replace the old representatives of the closed vestry. The new Committee of 30, the annually elected body set up by the inhabitants to replace the closed vestry as the basic parish governing body, included the colonial interloping traders William Tucker, Maurice Thompson, William Allen, Richard Battison, and George Payne, as well as Edward Wood. It was expressive of the rising political temperature in the city that the St. Dunstan's parishioners appear to have petitioned the House of Commons to approve their small revolution in parish governance on April 12, 1643, the very same day that Parliament gave its assent to the Citizens' Project for a Volunteer Army. 104 No doubt many of same people were behind both of these initiatives. It was probably no coincidence that at precisely this moment several key groups of city independents broke from their previous policy and constituted public practicing congregations. At the start of the 1640s, those in London committed to religious independency seem to have consciously decided to refrain for the time being from gathering new congregations out of the parishes while undertaking to avoid controversy over the form of church government. They apparently chose this course not only in order to maintain their common front with the broader Puritan community in opposition to Laudianism and episcopacy and in support of Parliament and the city revolution, but also to prevent their adversaries from tarring the parliamentary political cause in general and the London Radical Party in particular with the independent sectarian brush. As recently as their previous major petitioning initiative, in November-December 1642, the Radicals had gone out of their way to complain to Parliament of the imputation cast upon the godly part of the city by the malignant party that they desire an independent government may be set up in the church. This was a charge given prima facie credence by the disproportionate role within the radical political leadership, especially in relation to their small numbers in the city, of independent ministers such as Jeremiah Burroughs, Hugh Peter, and John Goodwin, as well as of independent laymen. Nevertheless, in the first 2 weeks of April, perhaps feeling that with the radical movement in full swing there was both less to be risked and more to be gained for both the religious independent and radical political causes by their coming out into the open, the independents changed course. Dr. Nathaniel Holmes and Henry Burton became the first London independents publicly to gather congregations out of the parishes, and this could only have enhanced the radicals' momentum. 105. In the months following the collapse of the Oxford Treaty, supporters of Parliament were obliged to confront not merely the end of all hope of peace but the greatest military emergency of the war. Royalist troops appeared, increasingly, to be carrying the day throughout the country. As the politico-military situation became more threatening, the radical movement appears to have gathered force, and much of London appears to have been overtaken by a new wave of Puritan religious fervour, manifested especially in a rising tide of iconoclasm. On April 27, the Common Council moved to have Cheapside Cross pulled down and demolished, in regard of the idolatrous and superstitious figures there set about. About a month later, the House of Commons called on its committee for pulling down and abolishing all monuments of superstition and idolatry to take into its custody the copes in the cathedrals of Westminster, St. Paul's, and Lambeth. Meanwhile, the Common Council extended somewhat further the city constitutional revolution that it had carried out during the spring of 1642. On April 28, 1643, ruled that all aldermen's deputies, hitherto appointed at the will of the alderman, should be chosen from among the common councillors. On June 21, it ordered that, although Common Hall had previously been obliged to choose the city chamberlain from among 2 nominees of the Court of Aldermen and the 2 city bridge masters from among 4 nominees of the Court of Aldermen, Common Hall should now have the authority both to nominate and to elect these officials. 106. The growing royalist threat from without had its counterpart within London itself, for the city contained, as emphasized, a large group of wealthy and influential crypto-royalists. In early May, a number of leading Londoners were implicated in the plot against Parliament of Sir Edmund Waller. These prominently included Sir George Bennion, Robert Alden, and Marmaduke Rawdon, all of whom had been among the chief organisers of the Conservative Citizens' Petition of February 1642 protesting the new Revolutionary City Committee of Safety and, more generally, the City Constitutional Revolution. It will be recalled that company merchants made up a large proportion of the signatories of Bennion's anti-militia committee petition. Similarly, a major group of top company merchants revealed themselves to be among London's bitterest opponents of Parliament at this point, either as direct backers of Waller or as refusers to pay the parliamentary assessment. The latter included the customs farmers Sir Paul Pindar and Sir Nicholas Crisp, the great Levant East India Company merchants Sir Henry Garway, John Gayr, William Ashwell, Robert Abdy, Daniel Abdy, and Elias Abdy, and the important merchant adventurer Lawrence Halstead. The East India Company went so far, at this perilous time, as to resist Parliament materially, refusing Parliament's direct order to lend ordnance to the City Militia Committee and ignoring Parliament's call to dismiss Sir Henry Garway from his company offices. The Levant Company also expressed its political sympathies by similarly retaining Garway as company governor until early 1644.107 as they had since the start of the conflict. Polar political groups, one essentially royalist and dominated by company merchants as well as other wealthy citizens, the other politically radical and conspicuously including colonial interloping traders as well as non-merchant shopkeepers, ship captains, and artisans continued largely to set the terms of political conflict in the city. The great mass of citizen parliamentary moderates who would take control of London during the middle 1640s remained in the background, seeking to prevent either royalists or radicals from getting their way. Meanwhile, the Salters Hall Committee for Volunteers was attempting to raise troops and money under the Ordinance of April 12, 1643. Before long, however, there developed an intense jurisdictional dispute among the radicals themselves over the precise limits of the authority of this body. The Salters Hall committeemen were proposing to establish in the city and suburbs a voluntary collection to the value of one weekly meal from every inhabitant. They were aiming to use the proceeds to raise their own regiments of honest and well-affected persons, under command of known and trusted officers, to be appointed by themselves. However, this plan provoked the immediate opposition of the City Militia Committee, whose leading members had originally been among the chief organizers of the project and indeed the whole radical offensive. As these men quickly pointed out, Parliament had delegated the right to raise troops in the city to the Militia Committee alone, and had extended the Militia Committee's authority so as to cover the new volunteer army under the very ordinance that had established the committee at Salters Hall in the first place. In fact, the Salters Hall Committee was technically a subcommittee of the Militia Committee. 108. It has so far been impossible to discover the full character of this dispute and precisely who supported each side. However, given an understanding of the groups involved in the conflict, one may hazard an interpretation as to what was actually occurring, especially in light of what appears to have been the somewhat analogous conflicts that took place in the later 1640s between London's mainstream political independents and their more politically extreme allies. The situation and complaint of the Salters Hall committeemen should have been easily appreciated by those city radical leaders, prominently including a big group of militia commissioners, who had first been responsible for setting up that committee, for those men had found themselves in a similar position with respect to the moderate leadership in Parliament over the past year or more. The Salters Hall Committee, having taken over direct administrative responsibility for raising both men and money for the volunteer army, did not see why it should be deprived of the political authority to direct the army. But the city radical leadership exemplified by such militia committee leaders as Randall Mainwaring, John Fowke, John Warner, John Towse, and Thomas Andrews, and including such militant colleagues of theirs as Richard Shute, Sir David Watkins, and Isaac Pennington had no intention of ceding control over the new volunteer army to a different set of individuals of almost certainly lower social position and perhaps more extreme political convictions than their own, who might use this force for ends different from those they themselves desired. Ironically, however, there was substantial, if inexplicit, warrant for the Salters-Hall Committee's initiative in the very remonstrance by which the radical leadership had originally justified and explained that body. In their petition and remonstrance, the radicals had argued that the safety of the people is the supreme law and is the foundation and end of all just government, even parliaments themselves. They had admitted further that all just magistracy is a matter of trust only for the good of the people. They had been careful, however, to conclude from these premises that it was most agreeable to reason that those who by the consent of all are entrusted with the making of laws should direct those that are to put the same in execution. 109 But a different conclusion was also possible, since the safety of the people is the supreme law and since governments are established only for the good of the people, then the people themselves, should they feel their interests and safety endangered, might act directly to protect themselves. This is what the Salters-Hall Committee appeared to be about in the period of developing military crisis of the spring of 1643 and what the Militia Committee was unprepared to grant. Just as the middle group parliamentarians had created the potential basis for their own displacement by establishing the city radicals at the center of Parliament's financial military apparatus, so, in the same way, the radical leadership itself had created the potential condition for its own supersession by similarly installing representatives of the extreme radical wing within its own movement at the center of a new and vigorous city financial military machine. Here, then, was the defining dilemma of what might be called rather imprecisely and for lack of a better name the moderate Republicans and, indeed, the abiding problem of Republican theory throughout the whole period. Here also was the characteristic dilemma of the new merchant leaders, who were perhaps the representative socio-political group within this moderate Republican trend, although not by any means its only component. 110 Those who wished to push the revolution beyond the limits set by the constitutionally conservative parliamentary leadership toward the supremacy of Parliament based on popular sovereignty and a decisive demotion of the monarchy could do so only by way of the mobilization of the populace. But once the people were mobilized they might become a force of their own that could turn the revolution from the goal of rule by Parliament to that of rule by the people. Similarly, in the realm of theory, those who dared to put forward a rationalist theory of legitimacy by popular consent to replace divine right and custom-based conceptions opened the way not merely for parliamentary supremacy and republicanism, but for democracy. It was in part for this reason that most of those essentially conservative reformers turned revolutionaries in Parliament, typified by Pym and his colleagues, had stuck tenaciously to their less elegant, but less dangerous, method of justifying their reforms, that is, by way of detailed reference to historical and legal precedent, however fictitious, and by attributing all the deficiencies of the Caroline regime and its policies to Charles's evil counsellors. Correspondingly, these parliamentarians did actually attempt in practice to keep the revolution within certain strict political bounds, and thus within constitutional limits that could conceivably be justified by precedent, by tradition. Their aim to retain monarchy on something like the terms of the Grand Remonstrance did not therefore correspond only to their desire to maintain kingship as a source of social and political stability. It was also a way of keeping their actual political practice from too sharply discrediting a theory that was of great practical use to them precisely because it could be employed to put restraints on monarchy without opening the way to popular radicalization. In contrast, the new merchant leadership and its radical friends among the citizenry had less reason to be satisfied with the goals envisioned by Parliament. They thought they had much to gain from further revolution and saw the possibilities as well as the dangers inherent in their reliance on the city masses. They were therefore willing to take greater risks in theory and practice to win advances in politics and religion, as well as in commerce. They were the natural advocates of a clear-cut parliamentary supremacy and in this limited sense the natural republicans of the period, but, like the republicans of many periods, they occupied an inherently unstable political position. This was due to their restricted social base. They and their immediate allies were themselves substantial men and their correspondingly narrow theoretical position. Between the moderate middle group forces working for an ill-defined parliamentary monarchy and the democratic dynamism of sections of the London populace, they had constantly to maneuver within narrow limits, for to win a favourable settlement, they required the neutralization of the forces on both extremes simultaneously. In order to head off the drive for autonomy of the Salters Hall committeemen, the city's militia commission and its friends at the center of the radical leadership had an obvious route to follow. They brought their dispute before the Common Council, a body that they knew was far more conservative than they were themselves. There was little doubt which way the Common Council would rule, once it had appointed a 14-person committee to consider the question. This committee was loaded with well-known conservative figures, of whom at least 8 would end up as leading political Presbyterians, even neo-royalists. Indeed, the essential elements of that moderate political combine that would come to dominate city governance throughout the middle and late 1640s were, even now, beginning to be assembled. On the recommendation of this committee, the Common Council ruled that the militia committee was to have full authority over all troops levied in the city, including the new volunteer army. The Salters Hall committee might help the militia committee levy troops, but it was to be clearly subordinate to it. 111 Perhaps in an attempt to co-opt the extremist political forces concentrated at Salters Hall, the Common Council further ruled that the Salters Hall committee should nominate 21 of its members, 7 of whom would be chosen to be added to the militia committee itself. 112. If the city's radical leadership, specifically its less extreme wing centered in the city's militia committee, was thus moved to thwart the drive for autonomy by the Salters Hall committeemen, it did not draw back from the struggle for a city army of volunteers that it had set in motion and wished to continue. Indeed, from this time onward, the militia committee appears to have become even more radical in its political composition. The addition to the militia committee of 7 Salters Hall radicals, if somewhat discouraging to the subcommittee, served to sharpen further the militancy of the senior body. Moreover, at the very same time that the militia committee was adding the 7 men from Salters Hall, it was receiving a further 6-man infusion to its membership, which was also heavily weighted with radicals and future political independents. Among these 6 further additions to the militia committee were the Lord Mayor, Isaac Pennington, probably the key leader of the city radical movement, John Kendrick, soon to serve as a treasurer for the War Party's Committee for a General Rising, Richard Turner, Sr., father and constant political and economic collaborator of Richard Turner, Jr., the Salters Hall committeemen simultaneously being added to the militia committee, and William Hobson, who has already been described as a key organizer in the revolutionary petition campaign of December 1641. All of these men, except perhaps for Kendrick, would end up as leading political independents. 113. Still, it is unlikely that the militia committee's move against the committee at Salters Hall was achieved without some cost to the radical offensive as a whole. To achieve victory, the radical leadership had been forced to fall back on the conservative common councillors in order to defeat its own followers. It had thus revealed the limits of its independent power, as well as the boundaries of its radicalism. It had no doubt alienated in the process some of those very militant citizens whom it would still need in order to build a truly effective army and to provide a basis for its own power. Over the following period, the struggle to create an independent volunteer army in the city continued. Moreover, in the early weeks of July, the radicals added a new element to their program. Following a series of disastrous defeats of the parliamentary army under the Earl of Essex and some spectacular revelations concerning Essex's own equivocal attitude toward the Civil War struggle, War Party elements in both Parliament and the city began openly to advocate Essex's dismissal from the Supreme Command and his replacement by the godly General Sir William Waller. 114. On July 13, 1643, the new merchant leader and city MP Samuel Vassall, who appears to have been working very closely at this point with the parliamentary radicals, spoke before the House of Commons and presaged what was about to occur. As reported by Mercurius Olisus, Master Vassall moved exceedingly earnestly that their general should be pressed to speak more plainly, and that if after the expense of 2 millions of treasure without any effect he had a mind to lay down arms, there wanted not as good soldiers which would take them up. Which motion, though it took not in the House for the present, yet generally, they have designed Waller for the place, whose conquest are their daily discourse. 115. The dual thrust to replace Essex and to reconstruct the army reached its climax in mid-July with the project for a committee for a general rising. On July 20, a petition with some 20,000 signatures was brought into the House of Commons, calling for the establishment of a new 10,000-man citizens' volunteer army to be organized by a committee of MPs to be set up for this purpose. The petitioners did not hesitate to designate the names of those who would lead the committee for a general rising or to demand its full independence. That was clearly an affront to the authority of Parliament. But this was also a time of the most extreme military emergency, probably the very lowest point in the war for the parliamentary forces, as the House of Commons obviously well knew. As the Commons Journal reports, the House deemed the petition irregular, and contrary to the proceedings and privileges of Parliament, yet, notwithstanding, considering the great and invincible necessity the kingdom was in at this time wherein safety was to be preferred before privilege of Parliament, they took no further notice of it. The Commons went on to accept the petitioners' proposals, agreeing to a committee composed almost entirely of war party militants who would organize the new army and choose the new commander. Prominently included were such fiery spirits as Sir Henry Martin, Alexander Rigby, Dennis Bond, John Blackiston, William Strode, John Gordon, Thomas Hoyle, and the MP Lord Mayor Isaac Pennington. No fewer than 10 members of the 13-man committee would end up as political independents. 8 would be nominated to the High Court of Justice, which tried the king. 116. The General Rising initiative represented the culminating effort of that same city radical group that had been aiming to create an autonomous army since the previous autumn, and whose goal had already been partially realized through the establishment of the city's volunteer force the previous April. The new structure of authority that emerged at the height of the military emergency in July 1643 could hardly have been more to its liking. The parliamentary war party chiefs, prominent among them London's radical Lord Mayor and MP Isaac Pennington, had seized the initiative in the Commons from the vacillating middle group, which still clung to the Earl of Essex. As Mercurius Olisus put it, were their project to succeed, it would quickly ease close committee of all further trouble and draw the strength and riches of the kingdom to that one city under the command of this new authority. The meeting that organized the petition and mass demonstration that brought about the establishment of the General Rising Committee and Volunteer Army was held at Grocers Hall, the City Militia Committee headquarters, and it is probable that the Militia Committee, the stronghold of the city radicals and the new merchants, was one of the main forces behind the new enterprise. Moreover, at the same time that the city radicals were establishing the General Rising Committee, Parliament was calling on the City Militia Committee to exercise martial law in the city, thus elevating this body's authority above that of the city government itself, at least for the time being. The new merchant Randall Mainwaring, the Salters Hall Committee leader Robert Tichborne, and Edmund Harvey, 3 of the more radical among the militia commissioners and officers of the city-trained bands, were asked to take charge of this effort. That the war party radicals in Parliament, and their compatriots in the city who were organized around Richard Chute, Isaac Pennington, and the City Militia Committee, were now closely coordinating their actions is further indicated by the appointment of the key new merchant radical and militia committeeman Samuel Warner to be one of the new treasurers for the Committee for a General Rising. Warner was the brother and business partner of the colonial tobacco trader and city radical alderman and militia commissioner John Warner and father-in-law and business partner of William Thompson, Morris's brother. 117. For a short time, it looked as if the entire radical movement had unified itself at last and had finally consolidated an institutional base within the city. No doubt in order to provide the ideological rationale for the whole undertaking, the city radicals, now on the verge of realizing their long-sought objectives, chose this moment 25 July to republish their remonstrance of the previous spring, their basic programmatic document. 118 On July 27, the Committee for a General Rising, now called the Committee at Merchant Taylor's Hall, appointed Sir William Waller to be General of the Volunteer Army. Shortly thereafter, the London Militia Committee followed suit, picking Waller to head all of the forces already under its jurisdiction. If all went according to plan, the Radicals would soon have under their joint command an army far larger than that led by the Earl of Essex. But, Once again, for reasons that remain unclear, the radicals fell to quarreling among themselves. There seems to have been a competition between the militia committee and the committee for volunteers over recruits. The two bodies may also have differed about military tactics, whether to march out boldly as Sir Henry Martin seems to have wished, or to remain in place to protect London. In the end, the Committee for a General Rising simply disintegrated through its inability to construct an army of volunteers, and by the following autumn, it had ceased to exist. 119. With the collapse of the Committee for a General Rising, the Radicals lost their best opportunity to establish a real base of independent power in London. Given the moderation of the pro-parliamentary majority within the Common Council, they needed to focus the potential strength and revolutionary élan of the city populace by means of the creation of new institutions on a broad scale. It appears that at least part of the reason for their inability to do this successfully, except in such local instances as the small revolt at St. Dunstan's in the east, can be found in divisions among themselves, perhaps in particular over the question of how far it was safe to go in allowing popular participation without jeopardizing their own position of leadership. On the other hand, it is probable that, in this situation of unsurpassed military emergency, the London citizenry as a whole was more prepared than at any other time during the Civil War years to follow the Radicals' political leadership. As the politico-military crisis was transcended over the subsequent period, the Radicals' political influence waned correspondingly. At any rate, from late 1643, the city Radicals, in particular those moderate Republican types who, I have argued, found their chief representatives among the Committee of Public Safety, the Commissioners for the Additional Sea Adventure to Ireland, the chief architects of Parliament's financial administration, and the leadership of the city campaign for an independent citizen army, were in sharp eclipse as a political force. So were the colonial interloping merchants, who were at the center of all of these efforts of the Radicals. It was only from 1646 to 1647, with the onset of a new period of popular mobilization, this time heavily concentrated in the army rank and file, that these men would get another chance. By 1648 to 1649, they would come to power in London and nationally, riding the coattails of an analogously radical military officers group that made good use of the power of the genuinely democratic forces in the army, before finally destroying them as a threat to the new order. Political Presbyterianism. D. During the middle and later 1640s there was a significant reordering of political forces in London, or, more exactly, a full working out and clarification of the broad political divisions between Royalists and Parliamentarians that had emerged by the autumn of 1642. At each end of the political spectrum there continued to exist political groups that refused fully to reconcile themselves to the newly emergent city regime. One was basically royalist and covertly or openly devoted to the restoration of the pre-war status quo, the other was radical, tending to desire parliamentary supremacy, if not further democratization. But the most striking development of the middle and later 1640s was the eclipse of both of these political tendencies within the official municipal government and London politics more generally, and the emergence of a massive, if heterogeneous, representation of essentially moderate elements. The new balance of forces had significant implications for the political positions and roles of the different sections of the merchant community. The constitutional royalists made their major bid to retain city power in the winter and spring of 1641 to 1642. But this was thwarted by the city's revolutionaries, and London was secured as a stronghold of Parliament. Henceforth, the royalists gradually receded from the picture as an open political group, although they were able to make their influence felt covertly and indirectly when openings presented themselves. In turn, that alliance of city radicals, which had played the leading part in organizing the anti-royalist struggle and city revolution in 1641 to 1642, had attempted during the military crisis of 1642 to 1643 to push through a drastic reorganization of parliamentary, military and financial institutions that would have further revolutionized political institutions both nationally and within the city. However, the radicals planned to crystallize a new center of political power by means of the creation of a citizens' army under their own control collapsed, and they were henceforth obliged to organize themselves largely outside official city institutions. Although it is difficult to be certain of this, the radicals' capacity to win political support and more generally to exert power in the city appears to have been heavily based on their ability to link their politico-ideological program to building the parliamentary war effort and staving off defeat by the king. They accrued their greatest strength at the time of Parliament's greatest military emergency, when their dedication to the cause and their ability to organize in its support seemed most indispensable. As the military threat from the king declined after 1643, as the parliamentary war machine was perfected and put on a more solid political and financial footing during 1644 and 1645, and especially as the fundamental political problems ceased, after Naseby, to be victory over the king in order to avoid losing the civil war and became settlement with the king in order to secure peace and stability, the radicals saw their influence steadily decline. The moderates who came forward to dominate official city politics during the middle 1640s wished neither to restore the pre-Civil War political structure nor to push the revolution further, except in one critical respect: they wanted to complete the Puritan reformation of religious institutions. They were the primary beneficiaries of London's constitutional revolution of 1641 to 1642, although they were not, by and large, its chief creators. The primary makers of the revolution had been those Allied radical forces that had established a base in the temporarily all-powerful Committee of Safety, among which the new merchant leadership was one important element. The new merchants and their allies failed to extend their power into the official municipality. Nevertheless, the radicals' revolution had curbed the veto of the aldermanic court, had cleared that body of most of its outright royalists, and in this way had broken the strength of the old city elite, centered especially on the merchants of the great overseas companies. It had therefore paved the way for the elevation of the Common Council to a dominant position in city decision-making, and with it those moderate political forces that had made the Common Council their political base. The moderates certainly opposed royalism in London. In their view, the official city government of the pre-Civil War era dominated as it had been by direct recipients of court favors, as well as merchant magnates from the privileged overseas companies had been far too willing to sacrifice the citizens' interests to the needs of royal policy. The rebirth of absolutist rule in both church and state had to be prevented. This would require not only the preservation of parliamentary liberties and the newly won prerogatives of the Common Council. It would necessitate in particular the destruction of episcopacy and the creation of religious institutions, especially at the local level, under the control of citizens like themselves. From one viewpoint, then, the city moderates saw themselves as protagonists in that struggle for limited reform which had set off the revolutionary process in 1640 to 1641, and they were committed to defeating the king militarily in order to bring it to a successful conclusion. Their devotion to the cause, and effectiveness in supporting it, undoubtedly helped them draw support in London away from the radicals. Once the war had been won, they appeared well placed to consolidate their rule fully by helping underwrite a stable peace. At the same time, however, feeling themselves increasingly threatened by the rising movements of political and religious radicalism that had been unleashed by the Civil War, the city moderates saw the need for monarchy as the bulwark of the political order. Ideally, a restored monarchy would stand behind their own magistracy. Equally crucial, it would guarantee the imposition of that full-fledged Presbyterian religious system which they projected not only as the key instrument of godly reformation on a national basis, but also as the basic organizational form for transferring control of local church government into their own hands and as the central mechanism for the enforcement of discipline and order within the city. As newcomers to positions of authority in a situation of profound instability and continuing rebellion, London's political moderates could hardly feel confident of their hegemony. The apparatus of control offered by the Presbyterian church courts and supervisory assemblies was perfectly designed to supplement their authority. The fundamentally localist perspective from which these men viewed the world can therefore hardly be overemphasized. They were the archetypical burgher Calvinists, and only their obsessive preoccupation with city problems can account for their sometimes bewildering and, in retrospect, perhaps naive political maneuvers. The inseparability of godly magistracy and Presbyterian church polity was the basic ideologico-institutional premise from which they derived their rather variable political strategies for securing a national civil war settlement. From the near collapse of the parliamentary forces in the summer of 1643 through the parliamentary military victory in 1645, the London moderates did not hesitate to mobilize the city's financial and military resources in support of Parliament's war effort, but they rejected the radicals' plans for further institutional innovation in the city. Once the war was over, however, London's moderates confronted a difficult strategic dilemma. In certain respects, their predicament was analogous to that of the so-called parliamentary middle group: how to use, but control, the popular energies unleashed by the Civil War in order to defeat, but then come to terms with, a monarch who disagreed fundamentally with their goals. But the city moderates found their position considerably complicated by the lack of enthusiasm in Parliament for the pure Presbyterian church settlement that they, unlike the middle group, regarded as indispensable for any political settlement. Relatively few among the parliamentary classes wished to tamper with the distribution of power within the ecclesiastical structure, except in order to limit the authority of the bishops and church courts, and to ensure Parliament's ultimate control over the settlement of religion. Unlike the newly empowered political moderates in the city, the parliamentary nobles and gentry had traditionally dominated their parishes and their counties and, for the most part, had long controlled their local churches. Moreover, few of them faced, during the Civil War and its sequels, significant threats to their authority from religio-political movements drawn from lower social strata in the countryside, normally outside the political nation. As a result, they had little need for and a good deal of suspicion of the congregational consistory courts and the decentralized hierarchy of classical assemblies that were the defining features of the Presbyterian church order, for these institutions seemed to pose a not insubstantial threat to parliamentary and landed class control over religion, not only over the theological settlement but also over the government of the church at the national and, especially, the county and parish levels. Perhaps most directly problematic for the city's political Presbyterians, the powerful leadership of Parliament's middle group not only was overwhelmingly Juristian, as were the parliamentary classes more generally, but also contained pivotally important figures who were sympathetic to religious independency or separatism. Men of the middle group, like Lord Say and Seal, Nathaniel Fiennes, and Oliver Cromwell, were strongly opposed to the Presbyterians' new disciplinary order from a mildly tolerationist perspective, and they were willing to ally with religious radicals from the war party, notably Sir Henry Vane, to ensure a settlement that was both sufficiently Juristian and sufficiently careful of tender consciences. As a result, the long-term basis for any working arrangement between the middle group and the city's moderates proved increasingly tenuous. With Parliament's decisive military victories over the king in the middle of 1645, the magistrates moved to consolidate a new alliance with both the political descendants of Parliament's peace party, now led by the Earl of Essex, and the Scots, in what emerged as the tripartite coalition constituting political Presbyterianism. In the same way that the religious term independency is a misnomer for the parliamentary wing of political independency, and for analogous reasons the religious term Presbyterian is a misleading name for the parliamentary wing of the political Presbyterian movement. The political Presbyterians in Parliament, like their predecessors of the Peace Party, contained relatively few religious Presbyterians within their ranks. They defined themselves vis-a-vis their parliamentary adversaries, notably those of the middle group, by their willingness, in the last analysis, to entrust the constitutional settlement to a monarch whom they knew could not be counted on to defend that settlement, rather than seek to impose a settlement on the crown and endure the risks of political disorder and of the breakdown of social hierarchy that would be entailed. In contrast, it was the distinguishing feature of the middle group that its members were willing to accept the risks entailed by the military and popular mobilizations required to impose a peace on Charles I in order to secure a satisfactory politico-constitutional settlement. The Peace Party and moderate factions that would ultimately form the core of political Presbyterianism had thus initially in late 1643 and the first part of 1644 opposed Parliament's alliance with the Scots precisely because it meant intensifying the military conflict, and thus increasing the risks of political instability. However, in one of the more striking political reversals of the Civil War, they had themselves moved into alliance with the Scots during the autumn and winter of 1644 to 1645. The Scots had deserted their former Middle Group allies especially in response to the attempts by the Middle Group leadership, beginning in mid-1644, to ensure toleration for tender consciences, as well as in reaction to the rise of religious conflict within the parliamentary armies and to what appeared to them to be the growing likelihood that a parliamentary victory over the king would open the gates to political and religious radicalization. The Scots' overriding strategic objective was to impose a Presbyterian settlement in England, in order both to ensure that their own Presbyterian settlement would be safe from the sort of attack undertaken by Charles during the late 1630s and to secure social order against the sects. The old Peace Party and moderate factions that came to constitute political Presbyterianism in Parliament had little or no sympathy for religious Presbyterianism, but, as the Scots alienated themselves from the Middle Group/War Party alliance and made clear their lack of concern about imposing constitutional guarantees on Charles, these factions agreed to accept the Scots' insistence on a Presbyterian religious settlement in order to secure the Scots alliance and what they hoped would be the resulting ability to negotiate a settlement with the king. 1. It was the Scots' insistence on Presbyterianism that, in the first instance, makes it at all sensible to term the Scots-Essex Peace Party alliance political Presbyterian. In turn, it was precisely the centrality of the Presbyterian religious goal for the partnership between the Scots and Peace Party and moderate factions in Parliament that attracted London's moderates. The Londoners' adherence to what became the three-sided political Presbyterian alliance constituted by the Scots, Parliament's Peace Party and moderate elements, and themselves only made the Presbyterian Church settlement that much more central a goal for that alliance. If political Presbyterianism is thus a misnomer for the parliamentary party that provided such a visible section of the political Presbyterian leadership, it is more appropriate for the political Presbyterian alliance as a whole. This is because the parliamentary wing of this coalition turned out, in the last analysis, to be dependent on the Scots and the city to win its program, and because these forces were indeed centrally committed to religious Presbyterianism. London's magistrates, as had the Scots before them, began to forsake their former parliamentary allies during the summer of 1645 in order to secure the Presbyterian settlement that was their top priority. Ironically, however, the old Peace Party and moderate factions in Parliament with whom the citizens ultimately cast their lot were perhaps even less likely than their old Middle Group partners to succeed in securing their preferred ecclesiastical program. This was because the king, with whom they hoped to negotiate a settlement, could be expected to be even less willing to accept a Presbyterian religious order than was the Middle Group. Even so, by the spring and summer of 1646, much of the core leadership of the city's moderate forces, exasperated by Parliament's continuing rejection of its demands for an undiluted Presbyterian discipline, would actually move toward entrusting its program to the king and the old royalist party of the city, rather than risking further revolution and endangering its own newly consolidated position. The citizens' turn in the direction of Charles I and the city's royalists is understandable only as the outcome of some very wishful thinking and their increasingly desperate search for order. In the long run, the city moderates could count only on their own strength and, by the spring of 1647, they would take decisive steps to construct an army of their own to enforce the kind of settlement they preferred. To understand the evolution of the city moderates' politics, especially in relation to the various sections of the merchant community with which this work has been concerned, it will be necessary to narrate somewhat more extensively their rise to power within the city and to analyze the group of magistrates that assumed the leading roles. The moderates' offensive, from military victory to Civil War settlement. Although the city moderates' program was not fully articulated until after the decisive victory at Naseby, the general thrust of their politics was evident long before then. It was, intrinsically, neither reactionary nor revolutionary, but designed to consolidate their newly established political power. Between 1642 and 1645, the moderates were concerned with confirming the constitutional arrangements that had emerged from the city revolution of 1641 to 1642, with prosecuting the war, and with beginning the process of articulating the additional institutional bases they felt were needed for the successful maintenance of their authority. The majority of the Common Council had sought to contain the Radicals' offensive in 1642 to 1643, for this would have threatened both city and parliamentary political authority. 2 Similarly, in January 1644, the Common Council voiced strong objections when the still active Salters Hall Committee Radicals brought before Parliament their old plan for an independent volunteer army under their own control, to be financed by an assessment worth one meal a week on every London citizen. In response to the magistrates' appeal, Parliament promptly quashed the Salters Hall propositions. Meanwhile, the city government had taken it on itself to order that no citizens' petitions should be presented to Parliament without the consent of the Common Council. 3. On the other hand, the city majority's opposition to the Radicals' proposals throughout the period cannot be taken to indicate any unwillingness on their part to prosecute the war, or any underlying tendency to give in to the king. In the very days of late July and early August 1643, when the city magistrates were doing their best to undermine the Radicals' committee for a general rising, they did not hesitate to raise some £50,000 for Parliament to cope with the military emergency. Less than a month later, they played a pivotal role in turning aside a major royalist threat when they sent out 4 regiments of the city's militia under the Earl of Essex to relieve the besieged town of Gloucester. Meanwhile, on August 6, 1643, the Common Council denounced in the strongest terms the House of Lords' attempt to negotiate a peace treaty with the king, which, in the eyes of the magistrates, if yielded unto would be utterly destructive to our religion, laws, and liberties. The councillors expressed the hope to the House of Commons that you would be pleased to persist in your former resolutions whereupon the people have so much depended, and wherein you have so deeply engaged yourself. The city mobs that 2 days later disrupted the parliamentary motions toward peace may have had at least the tacit blessing of the city officials. 4. Over the following year, the city leaders actively supported the parliamentary efforts to improve the war effort. During the early months of 1644, they gave their blessing to the Scottish alliance and to the Committee of Both Kingdoms. 5. Meanwhile, they pressured Parliament to reform Essex's army by replacing scandalous, profane, and unfaithful officers with well-affected ones. 6. They did not even hesitate, between January and April 1644, to adopt the Radicals' plan to raise new city troops by way of a weekly meal assessment, once they had made certain that the additional forces would be firmly under the control of the properly constituted authorities. 7. In mid-May 1644, through official city petitions backed up by a mass demonstration outside Parliament, the magistrates brought the full power of the city into play to induce the House of Lords to agree with the Commons and renew the Committee of Both Kingdoms. 8. From late 1644 through the first half of 1645, they continued to support parliamentary efforts to reorganize the army and to appoint a new and more vigorous leadership. Indeed, during the politico-military crisis that followed the fall of Leicester in early June 1645, they intervened sharply to demand that Fairfax's army immediately be completed, as well as that Oliver Cromwell be appointed head of new forces to be raised in the Eastern Association, a request that fed directly into the army's call to make Cromwell Lieutenant General. 9. Throughout this whole period, in fact, the city's magistrates could be seen from one point of view as fairly consistent supporters of what has been described as middle group politics, the adoption of innovative and sometimes radical military and political strategic alternatives to prevent the king's victory in order to impose a settlement that realized the principles originally set out in 1641 to 1642, but did not go beyond them. The whole trend was symbolized by the election of Sir John Wollaston to replace the radical Isaac Pennington in the fall of 1643. Indeed, Wollaston's political orientation was probably a good deal closer to that of his middle group counterparts in the parliamentary leadership than it was to that of the majority of his more fanatical religiously Presbyterian and politically repressive colleagues in the city's magistracy. A wealthy goldsmith by occupation, Wollaston had been sufficiently committed to the cause of Parliament and city revolution to take up a post on the Committee of Safety in January 1642. On this heavily radical body, Wollaston represented a moderate wing, yet, especially because he sympathized with independency in religion, as indicated by his patronage of a host of independent ministers, he could not give his unqualified support to the political Presbyterian offensive that gathered force following his retirement from the mayoralty. Like his fellow Goldsmith and Militia Committee moderate William Gibbs, as well as such common councillors as Thomas Noel and Thomas Viner, Wollaston occupied a swing position in city politics, between the political Presbyterians and more radical forces on the Militia Committee and elsewhere. Wollaston approved of the political Presbyterians' moderate political goals, yet at critical moments, he was obliged to ally with the radicals in order to prevent the political Presbyterians from seeking to achieve their preferred settlement by means of either relying on Charles I or entering into a disastrous military confrontation with the army. 10. The city did not wait until the war was over to begin to advance its own positive program for a settlement. As early as January 22, 1644, the Common Council appointed a committee to consider a petition to Parliament that they would be pleased to speed the settlement of church government for the quieting of the minds of the people, and that private persons may be prohibited to anticipate the wisdom of both Houses of Parliament by assembling themselves together and exercising of church discipline without the warrant of the civil power, which tends much to the dishonour of Parliament and the disturbance of the peace of the Church, city, and kingdom. During the previous months, a number of London's independent ministers had, more or less suddenly, begun to take the audacious step of gathering congregations out of the parishes, sending a wave of panic and revulsion through the heavily Calvinist and Presbyterian ranks of the city's clergy. In late November 1643, London's Presbyterian ministers had organised a protest against the independents for their implicit attack on the parish churches, and the city's petition was designed to back them up. It was a harbinger of things to come. The magistrates would ally with the Presbyterian ministers of London to repress the independents and the sects for undermining the church's control over the parish and for thereby threatening the enforcement of social discipline and political order. 11. In May 1644, in preparation for the forthcoming negotiations with the king, Parliament asked the magistrates to consider what they wished to have included in any peace settlement. The city initially presented a 28-point programme, but the magistrates pared this down at Parliament's request to 6 central planks, and then ultimately sent it back to Parliament in October 1644 for consideration in the upcoming Uxbridge negotiations. The city's demands reflect very clearly the city magistrates' fundamentally corporate and localist consciousness and their concern to protect the municipality from threatening forces, both above and below, that might infringe on their powers and privileges. The magistrates asked not only that Parliament confirm the city's charter, customs, and liberties, but also that Parliament cede authority over London's defensive forces to the city itself. The city was to control its own militia and the Tower of London. Moreover, city forces were not to be sent outside London without the consent of the municipality. Finally, echoing a continuing fear of the religio-political radicalism of the city's suburbs, the magistrates requested that the militias of the parishes beyond the city but within the bills of mortality should be regulated by the Common Council. This demand would emerge as a central point of contention in the struggle between political Presbyterians and radicals in the city over the Civil War settlement. 12. At the same time, despite their intense fear of the radicals, the moderates understood the gap that separated them from the pre-war city ruling groups, in terms of both their social origins and their political methods. In early 1645, the Court of Aldermen, which still included a significant knot of covert royalists, attempted to reclaim its old veto over the Common Council's proceedings, but the Common Council majority firmly rebuffed it. 13. The problem that continued to haunt the moderates, however, was how to consolidate their newly won position of hegemony in London in a period of rising radicalism and social disorder without throwing themselves back into the arms of the old city elite. It was only following the final military defeat of the Crown, in the autumn of 1645, that the city moderates began to put forward the most distinctive point of their program, namely their support for a full-fledged Presbyterian religious settlement that would preclude any sort of toleration. The city first enunciated its views on the reformation of the Church in November 1645 in response to Parliament's decision to institute its newly arrived at religious settlement despite objections from the Scots and the London Presbyterian ministry. To the city magistrates, the new parliamentary programme was nothing less than a betrayal of the covenant. Parliament had accepted, in principle, the Presbyterians' demand for the establishment of parish elderships, whose holders would have the power to excommunicate. However, it had gone on to rule that, under the new dispensation, these elders would have the right to judge and punish only with respect to a small number of specified offences. A standing committee of Parliament, especially appointed for the task, would exert authority in all other cases. In response to the Parliamentary Order of September 23, 1645 that called for the selection of elders, the city clergy had noted 5 objections to the mode of election of these officers and the extent of their powers. But the city magistrates needed little prompting from the ministers to see that the effect of the parliamentary settlement would be to deprive the consistorial courts of their full disciplinary powers and thus to deprive the whole Presbyterian structure of its raison d'etre as an instrument of political repression and social control. They were therefore only too happy to frame their own petition protesting Parliament's new ecclesiastical structure and to forward it to the Commons, along with 2 other major petitions, one from 87 London Presbyterian clergymen and the other from 59 fervently Presbyterian citizens, which similarly questioned the legitimacy of the new religious settlement. 14. In these London petitions of November 1645 one can see the connection between abstract theology and practical religious problems in the minds of the citizens and clerics. Parliament's failure to recognize Presbyterianism as biblically directed was, at this juncture, the root of the problem. Given the assumption of Presbyterianism by divine right, the citizens and clerics felt fully justified in challenging Parliament across the board. They questioned, in particular, the following aspects of the proposed settlement: the elders' lack of power to test the communicant's biblical knowledge before administering the sacrament, the limited number of scandalous actions that would warrant suspension from the sacrament, the establishment of a standing committee of Parliament to take care of all cases of enumerated scandals brought by any of the classes, and the lack of provision for rooting out schism. As the city magistrates realized, if the proposed parliamentary ecclesiastical structure was allowed to stand, the two-sided thrust of their own program for reform would be severely blunted. If the number of enumerated scandals was limited, the real power of the consistory court would be restricted. If control of enumerated scandals was placed in the hands of a parliamentary committee, ecclesiastical power would be removed, once again, from the local level, as it had been before the Civil War. The citizens had not fought to destroy episcopal domination in London in order to deliver full control of their churches into the hands of Parliament. Nor did they intend to cede the task of imposing religious discipline and conformity, so critical for urban social control and political order, to a parliamentary committee. Such a body might be unsympathetic and, in any case, could hardly be expected to manage the enormous judicial task that would be thrust upon it. Only a fully empowered eldership could ensure that the Londoners exercised sufficient local control over religion and that the new church commanded sufficient disciplinary force at the level of the parishes. The House of Commons responded to these London petitions of November 1645 with extreme irritation and outrage, labelling the city's petitioning a breach of parliamentary privilege. The parliamentary leadership was, at just this moment, moving in precisely the opposite direction from that desired by its erstwhile London allies. Having revived Cromwell's Committee of Accommodation, it was seeking, once again, to forge Presbyterian independent unity through securing toleration for at least the independents within its new Erastian Presbyterian ecclesiastical system. The Commons betrayed its growing distrust of London by refusing to honour the city's request that it maintain control not only of its own militia, but also of those in the suburbs. Not surprisingly, these rebuffs by the Commons further inflamed the Londoners' opposition. The magistrates' response was, openly and provocatively, to strengthen their relationship with the Scots, as well as to more tightly coordinate their activities with the political Presbyterians in Parliament, led by the Earl of Essex and his Lieutenant Denzil Holles. The political Presbyterian alliance was beginning to operate in high gear. On January 14, the magistrates made a great public show of taking the covenant with the Scottish commissioners in London. A few days earlier, they had begun to weed out dissidents in their own ranks by moving to require all common councillors to retake the covenant. Rumours were already flying that the king would come to London, catalyzing a political takeover led by the Scots and the city, and based in an organised political Presbyterian citizenry. The parliamentary leadership, for its part, was doing its best to fan the flames of anti-Scottish sentiment by exposing, through the revelation of captured documents, the Scots' secret and independent negotiations with the Royalists, while decrying the Scottish Army's misconduct in the North. 15. On January 16, the magistrates presented a new petition to Parliament, demanding not only strict Presbyterian discipline, but the repression of independent as well as separatist congregations. The Common Council thus complained that private meetings, especially on the Lord's Day, of which there are at least 11 in one parish, are multiplied, whereby the public congregation's ordinary and godly Orthodox ministers are very much neglected and condemned, as if they were like the primitive persecutions or as if we were still under the tyranny of the prelatical government, and by reason of such meetings and the preaching of women and other ignorant persons, superstition, heresy, schism are much increased, families divided, and such blasphemies as the petitioners tremble to think on uttered to the dishonour of Almighty God. Worse still, the city had been informed that diverse persons have an intention to petition the Honourable House for a toleration of such doctrines as are against our covenant under the notion of liberty of conscience. In response, reported the magistrates, many of the city's local wards had used the occasion of the recent city elections in December 1645 to petition their aldermen for a speedy settling of church government within the city and against toleration. As the city itself had no power to suppress or overcome this growing evil of nonconformity, the magistrates were asking Parliament to institute speedily its new religious order according to our most solemn covenant with the Most High God, to prevent toleration, and to restrain private meetings contrary to the covenant. As the Arch-Presbyterian Scotsman Robert Bailey assessed the situation, "We have gotten it, thanks to God, to this point that the mayor, aldermen and common council and most of the considerable men are grieved for the increase of sects and heresies and want of government. They have yesterday had a public fast for it, and renewed solemnly their covenant by oath and subscription, and this day have given in a strong petition for settling of church government and suppressing of all sects without any toleration. No doubt if they be constant they will obtain all their desires, for all know the Parliament here cannot subsist without London, so whatsoever they desire in earnest and constantly it must be granted. Wherefore, albeit they gave them a baffling answer to their former petition a month ago, yet considering the address of this in all its progress, they have thanked them for it and promised a good answer speedily. The independents and all sects are wakened much upon it, and all will stir, which way we do not know yet. 16. Apparently acting in response to the city's request, the House went back to reconsider the powers they had placed in the Presbyterian eldership and the question of enumerated scandals. Nevertheless, relations between the magistrates and the House of Commons were soon inflamed once again, when the city accepted from the Scots, without informing Parliament, a letter discussing the Scots' programme for a settlement and thanking the city for its steadfast struggle for Presbyterian church order. When, in early February, the parliamentary leaders learned of this transaction from a common councillor MP opposed to the political Presbyterians, they expressed extreme anger at the citizens' pretension in functioning as an independent political authority and at their having hidden their actions from Parliament. Shortly thereafter, the House of Commons expressed its growing distrust of the city by again refusing the Common Council's recently renewed request to control the militia of the suburbs. 17 Meanwhile, the city's political Presbyterian leadership continued its drive to consolidate its control of the Common Council by starting to investigate those councillors who had refused to retake the covenant. 18. Parliament's ultimate resolution of the problem of how to enforce ecclesiastical discipline, that parliamentary commissioners be appointed in every province to judge enumerated scandals, was even less acceptable to the Presbyterians than the original proposal for a single standing parliamentary judicial committee. On March 11, 1646, on receiving a petition from a number of Presbyterian citizens protesting the new parliamentary religious amendments, the Common Council sent to Parliament a strong complaint against the proposed civil commissions. Being informed that commissioners are to be chosen in every province to have some superintendent power in church government, the same tends much to the discouragement of such as are willing to submit to the presbyterial government established by both Houses of Parliament, and that this and the want of further directions concerning the choice, employment, and indemnity of special elders is like to obstruct the prosecution of the votes passed the 20th of February last. The petitioners have thought it their duty to make the same known. In this instance, the Common Council initially directed its petition to the House of Lords, expecting from that body, where support for the political Presbyterians was growing, a more favourable response than from the Commons. But the Lords rejected the magistrates' actions as a breach of parliamentary privilege. The citizens did not even attempt to deliver their document to the Commons, but Parliament did not let the matter rest and, on March 17, sent a delegation to the city to explain to the magistrates just why it found their petition so offensive. Parliament reaffirmed its commitment to its recently passed church settlement and, by the end of the month, to Bailey's dismay, the Common Council had decided to back down and call off its campaign to alter that settlement. 19. By April 1646, then, the city's magistrates had been obliged to adjust their strategy to take into account Parliament's unrelenting Erastianism. Henceforth, they focused ever more single-mindedly on the problems of order and the post-Civil War political settlement. To the despair of Robert Bailey, the magistrates largely gave up their demand that Parliament make the church settlement more perfectly Presbyterian in structure and practice. At the same time, however, they sought more systematically to use the newly established Erastian Presbyterian ecclesiastical order as a vehicle to suppress all dissenting opinion in politics and religion and to achieve the sort of political settlement they desired. Correlatively, they assumed an ever more open and provocative role in national politics, seeking, in close coordination with the political Presbyterian leadership in Parliament and their Scottish allies, to pressure the Commons to agree to peace terms that were favourable to the King by threatening covertly, or even openly, to negotiate directly with Charles or even to welcome him back to London. As a result of this shift in political approach, the city political Presbyterian leadership alienated a number of its former supporters who had been ready to press for a Presbyterian reformation of the Church, but who were unwilling to accept the politically reactionary, if not openly royalist, drift of the leading magistrates. On the other hand, it came to attract a number of former constitutional royalists, who saw a growing convergence, in terms of strategy if not ultimate goals, between their own political desires and those of the increasingly repressive political Presbyterians. 20. The total merger, by spring 1646, of politics and religion, and of political Presbyterianism in Parliament and in London, was manifest in the city's declaration of April 14, which delivered a new message to Parliament, laying out the city's newly revised programme, and which sharply accelerated party political polarisation nationally. The Common Council noted the many scandalous and vicious pamphlets printed and published within the city, the frequent unlawful meetings of assemblies in private, the increase of heresies, sects, and schisms, matters of a very high nature and of ill and dangerous consequences, conferring much division and contention amongst the people, endeavouring a division between Parliament and the city and of both kingdoms of England and Scotland, and this chiefly for want of settlement of church government. 21. Then, having their instructions, according to City Militia Captain Thomas Jackson, from Sir Philip Stapleton to petition no more but to put forth a remonstrance, the party in the city took the audacious step of deciding to present its own program for the Civil War settlement to Parliament, and appointed a committee to draw up the document. The city was already, at this point, arousing suspicion that its Lord Mayor, Thomas Adams, was secretly intriguing to bring the king to London, and Adams was soon called for interrogation before Lord Say, Oliver St. John, and others. The political Presbyterian strength was meanwhile increased, as the House of Lords came, more or less systematically, to support the political Presbyterian side. On the other hand, the anti-political Presbyterian leadership in the Commons seems to have been able to solidify its control of that House in this period by politically exploiting the political Presbyterians' association with, and apparent dependence on, the Scots. The Scots' clear willingness to seek a settlement with the king independently of Parliament, already exposed on a whole series of occasions by the parliamentary leadership, appears to have exacerbated already widespread anti-Scottish feeling in the Commons and to have alienated a decisive section of uncommitted opinion from the political Presbyterians. Anti-Scottish sentiment was significantly strengthened following the publication in mid-April of the Scots' objections to Parliament's propositions for a settlement, before Parliament had had the opportunity to reply to them and following the King's flight to the Scots at the start of May 1646. In this situation, in order to secure the sort of settlement they desired, the logical strategy for the political Presbyterians and especially the city was to increase their pressure on the House of Commons from the outside, or even to seek to get around it. As Bailey had put it earlier, all know that the Parliament here cannot subsist without London 22. On May 22, the Common Council approved the draft presented by its committee and, 4 days later, this document was presented to Parliament as the City Remonstrance. A day earlier, on May 25, Charles bypassed Parliament and directly approached the Common Council with a compromise plan for a peace settlement. Meanwhile, the city's opponents of political Presbyterianism had begun to circulate their own petition to counter the City Remonstrance, and the magistrates immediately responded. On June 1, 1646, after long and serious debate, the Common Council therefore resolved that the manner of getting of hands unto a petition by divers citizens and others in and about the City of London and especially by some few members of this court in a clandestine manner intended to be presented to the Parliament is prejudicial to the city, tending to sedition and to the disturbance of the peace thereof. 23. London had come full circle from the revolutionary days of 1641 to 1642. At that time supporters of Parliament had seized the municipal institutions after a radical campaign conducted outside the official city, very often by popular petitions that the city authorities had refused to sanction. In mid-1646, the heirs of city revolution and civil war sought to impose order and to short-circuit a process of political radicalization in order to maintain the status quo that they had come to control. The city had relinquished its demands for a more perfectly Presbyterian church structure in favor of making the parliamentary church a more perfect instrument of its political goals. To the minds of these magistrates a durable settlement was thus predicated on two basic conditions: first, the establishment of a repressive Presbyterian church order to enforce religious uniformity, impose political order, and exclude from government as many as possible of the political Presbyterians' potential opponents; second, the restoration of monarchy to secure political obedience. The central points of their program, presented in their remonstrance to Parliament of May 26, clearly reflect their position as newcomers to power anxious to consolidate their recently won hegemony. Their principal demands included the suppression of all separatist and private congregations, proceedings against all Brownists, heretics, schismatics, blasphemers, and the like, the enforcement of obedience to the covenant on a universal basis, the exclusion of all those disaffected from the Presbyterian government from any place of public trust, the hastening of peace with the king, a pledge by Parliament to study all means to preserve the Scottish Union and Scottish friendship, and the application of the estates of delinquents to the discharge of the great public debts owed to the city and the citizens. The city's remonstrance provoked great consternation in the House of Commons, which ultimately came out against it, although the House of Lords approved it. In response, the city stepped up its pressure by organizing a petition among the citizens in support of its remonstrance and another against the parallel London petition to Parliament that was opposing the remonstrance. To squeeze Parliament even further, the city also showed itself perfectly willing to negotiate as an independent power. In late June 1646, the magistrates took the extraordinary step of drafting their own letter to the king expressing their desire for his return. This was an extreme provocation, for, as was well understood, the king's presence in London could serve as a rallying point for all strands of pro-royal opinion. Not surprisingly, a House of Commons aware of the danger and jealous of its prerogatives intervened to prevent the city from sending this letter. 24. Meanwhile, in driving to eliminate all dissent and disorder, the city government may have had in effect precisely the opposite to what it intended. The newly emerging Leveller movement appears to have succeeded, during the spring and summer of 1646, in exploiting growing fears of repression and of a constitutional sellout to the Royalists in order to attract increasing numbers of Londoners to its campaigns and its programme. The magistrates, for their part, sought to impose order by themselves, as well as they could. In particular, the Common Council did its best to come to the aid of the city's Presbyterian clergy who, led by Mr. Thomas Edwards, continued to spearhead the counter-revolution. On June 23, the Common Council appointed a city committee to root out persons involved in producing scandalous, base, and horrid pamphlets and books. And in August, the magistrates set up another committee to try to do something about ministers going away and leaving their parishes unoccupied due to the refusal of many people to pay tithes. 25. Over the summer of 1646, the political Presbyterians in Parliament and in the city appear to have reached the conclusion not only that they could not hope to implement their program until they disbanded the army, but also that they could not disband the army until the Scots had left the scene. This was because a decisive number of MPs continued to look to the army as a counterweight to Scottish influence in England. The political Presbyterians therefore adopted a plan to remove the Scots precisely as a means to win parliamentary support to dissolve the new model army. In this scenario, the city was to provide the political, and if necessary the military, muscle to back up the political Presbyterians' initiatives in Parliament. During the autumn of 1646, with the help of the city, Parliament did vote to send the Scots back home with a very large ransom, made possible by a loan from the Londoners of £200,000, and by late December 1646, the Scottish army had crossed back into Scotland. Many MPs now felt free for the first time to join the hardcore political Presbyterians in a move against the new model army. 26. Meanwhile, the city was pursuing its drive for order with ever-increasing single-mindedness. In October 1646, the city passed up the senior alderman traditionally in line for the position, and selected as Lord Mayor the noted Royalist and anti-Presbyterian Sir John Gayr. Gayr would patronize Anglican ministers throughout the interregnum. His election shocked Bailey, who had hoped for the victory of John Langham, a man who could have been expected to work more closely with the Scots and give greater consideration to the Presbyterians' special religious interests. The election showed how far things had gone toward a reconciliation of the political Presbyterians and the outright Royalists, and indeed toward the reassertion of Royalist power within the city. 27. The real crisis was not, however, reached until the following winter. 28. On December 10, 1646, diverse well-affected freemen and convenant-engaged citizens brought in 2 new petitions that asked the Common Council to present certain grievances to Parliament. This action set off the chain of events that resulted in the final split with the army and, ultimately, the army's invasion of London in the summer of 1647. The petitions, delivered to the magistrates by a great number of considerable citizens of known worth and of approved integrity to the Parliament, substantially repeated the city demands of the previous 12 months, except for one major addition: the enemies now being subdued, the armies may be disbanded that the so much complained of oppression by their means may be redressed. 8 days later the Common Councillors approved the citizens' demands and agreed to forward them to Parliament as their own. as they explained their central request that the army be dismissed. There are some officers and many common soldiers, who either have never taken the covenant or are disaffected to the church government held forth by the Parliament. The pulpits of divers godly ministers are often usurped by preaching soldiers and others who infect their flock, and all places where they come, with strange and dangerous errors. And then we humbly submit it to your lordships to consider what security or settlement can be expected, while they are masters of such a power, and what example, if not encouragement, the people may take from them, to refuse the covenant, or if they have taken it to condemn the same, to the great derogation of that church, which the Parliament has declared. A few days later, London's political Presbyterians appear to have tightened their grip on the municipal government by winning a smashing victory over their political independent opponents at the Common Council election of December 1646. The political Presbyterian alliance, strongly abetted by a revived royalism in London, was now ready to attempt to take power. In early March 1647, the city forwarded to Parliament a copy of a recently circulated Leveller petition and called for the repression of its initiators. At the same time, the magistrates expressed once again their opinion that social rebellion within the city or elsewhere could not finally be eradicated until the army, which gave its sanction, was irrevocably dispersed. Within the month, a joint city parliamentary committee was negotiating the details of the army's dissolution. As it turned out, however, disbanding the army was easier to demand than to accomplish, and a test of strength became inevitable. On April 16, 1647, Parliament gave the city permission to take full control of its own armed forces and to reorganize them from the top down as it saw fit. The Common Council then appointed a new militia committee to replace the now unreliable commission that originally had been chosen in the revolutionary days of January 1642 and then supplemented with extremist militants at the height of the Radicals' campaign for an independent volunteer army in the spring of 1643. This new body, fully in sympathy with the political Presbyterians' intentions, took charge of the climactic phase of the city's political offensive. 29. The new militia committee actually attempted to construct a citizens' force that could stand up to the new model army. But for both practical and political reasons, it was never able to create a really potent and steadfast city defense. 30. Certainly, the enormous risks to both persons and property that could have been entailed by an armed confrontation must have proved a major discouraging factor. It was, moreover, one thing to support a strategy of disbanding the army on the assumption that the army would act constitutionally and obey Parliament's order to dissolve. It was quite another to seek to impose the dissolution on the army by force. Once the army had made clear that it would resist, many supporters of the political Presbyterians' general political perspectives must have seen little choice but to desert the political Presbyterian cause simply because they believed that the city forces could not possibly prevail in combat against the new model army. 31. It is apparent, in addition, that even within the moderates' leadership there were wavering individuals who, in the end, like many of the parliamentary middle groupers, felt that the destruction of the army before the conclusion of a definitive settlement with the king would do more harm than good, and might open the way for the return of an unrestrained monarchy. 32. The upshot was that in August 1647, the army was able to march into London unopposed and to place the municipal government firmly under its thumb. It selected its own Lord Mayor, appointed its own militia committee, and ultimately imprisoned 5 key city leaders of the political Presbyterians' anti-army offensive. The following spring and summer, the same conflict was more or less reenacted. The army was forced to leave London to deal with new royalist risings. The municipality, once more free to pursue its own political aims, reinstituted the old, imprisoned political Presbyterian leadership, once again took control of the militia committee, brought crypto-royalists from the old elite into key directing roles as it had in 1647, and pressed Parliament to agree to a personal treaty with the king. When the army had dealt with its enemies in the counties, it returned once again to enforce its will on the city. This time, however, it more thoroughly and more permanently remodeled its government. 33. The composition of the political Presbyterian leadership. A full analysis of political Presbyterianism in the city would have to extend its purview beyond the confines of city government. The political Presbyterian Party often displayed the aspect of a mass movement, notably in its attempt to raise an army to counter the political independents and in its efforts through mass demonstrations to overawe Parliament. Ideally, one would investigate not only those who led the movement, but also those who composed its rank and file, and would try to find out just how the movement was organized. For practical reasons, in what follows I confine my analysis to the movement's leadership, the city magistrates who, alongside the city's Presbyterian clergy, constituted the movement's main directors and organizers. 34 In so doing, I will pay special attention to the place of the different merchant groups within the movement. In this way, I hope to lay the basis for comparing London's political Presbyterians with the city's political independents, whom I will discuss in the chapter that follows. The Common Council leadership of the political Presbyterian offensive can easily be identified by examining the handful of key committees that were in charge of all the most important city actions during the period. The first of these committees was appointed in October 1645 to consult with those ministers and citizens who objected to the new parliamentary religious settlement. This committee drew up the city petition on church government of January 14, 1646. It was also given responsibility for carrying out the investigations of the independent ministers Hugh Peter and William Hawkins for their attacks on the city government, as well as of those common councillors who had refused to take the covenant. 35 This committee was succeeded on March 9, 1646 by a new body including many of the previous committee's members, which was appointed to write the city's petition of protest against the proposed county church commissions for enumerated scandals. This latter group of men also produced the city remonstrance to Parliament of May 22. In addition, it was charged with composing the letter to the King of June 30, 1646, which called for his return and the settling of a well-grounded peace. 36 In December 1646, a third committee was set up to organize the city's political offensive against the army. This committee was responsible for drawing up the city's petition of December 18, 1646, which called for the army's dissolution. In March 1647, it composed the remonstrance that requested once again that the army be disbanded, and that those responsible for a recent Leveller petition be punished. The same men were also in charge of the city's negotiations with Parliament to work out the details of the army's dismissal. 37 Finally, on April 26, 1647, the Common Council appointed a fourth committee to direct the city militia and to see to the defense of the city and Parliament against the army. 38 Apart from these four committees, there were only three others that carried out any task that was politically relevant to the Presbyterian offensive of 1645 to 1647. These included a 12-man committee of June 23, 1646 to suppress subversive pamphlets, a 23-man committee of August 10, 1646 to try to protect tithes, and a 23-man committee of March 26, 1647 to see what was necessary to secure the city's defenses. 39 A total of 53 men served on the foregoing 7 committees, which directed city politics between October 1645 and April 1647.40. Certainly, not all of these committeemen were in sympathy with their committee's purposes. But in view of the overwhelming dominance of political Presbyterianism within the city government, it is reasonable to assume that most of them, especially those who were regularly appointed throughout the period, were in general accord with the political line that the committees consistently espoused. Undoubtedly, the whole group of committeemen included most of the core leaders of the city's political Presbyterian offensive. Discovering its political, commercial, and religious characteristics can deepen an understanding of political Presbyterianism in the city and determine the place of the major merchant groups in relation to it. Politics. In political terms, the group of committeemen was overwhelmingly parliamentarian in sympathy, composed of individuals who had played active roles on the parliamentary side from the outbreak of the Civil War in the autumn of 1642. As Dr. Pearl had justly commented, it is false to imagine that they were deeply conservative or neo-royalist in the early days of the conflict. 41 Only 2 of the 53 committeemen can be identified with the royalist movement of 1641 to 1642.42. On the other hand, however, it needs to be emphasized that few of the leaders of political Presbyterianism in the city had been prominent in the London revolutionary movement that, in late 1641 and early 1642, not only saved the city from royalism but also carried out the constitutional revolution that elevated the Common Council to the central position in city decision-making. Of the 53 committeemen, 12 served on 4 or more of the committees and were not selected for the political independent militia committee appointed by the army in September 1647, they may thus be taken to constitute a representative sample of the very top leadership of political Presbyterianism in the city. 43 Among them, 4 had been either members of the 16-person city militia committee that led the revolution of the winter of 1641 to 1642 or among the 175 or so different signers of the 3 key revolutionary petitions of that period against royalist control of the Tower of London, against the House of Lords' delay over the Impressment Bill, and against those who had dared to oppose the establishment of the Committee of Safety. 44 Similarly, 26 committeemen served on at least one of the 3 committees that took charge of the political Presbyterian offensive against the army between December 1646 and the spring of 1647 and were not selected for the political independent militia committee chosen by the army in September 1647, and may therefore be taken as a further sample of leading city political Presbyterians. 45 Among them, only 4 were on the Revolutionary Militia Committee of the winter of 1641 to 1642 or signers of any of the 3 aforementioned revolutionary petitions. 46 Finally, the Political Presbyterians Militia Committee of April 1647, the main directing body of their counter-revolution, included 20 members who were not also members of the Political Independence Army appointed Militia Committee of the following September. 47 Among them, only 4 were either members of the Revolutionary Militia Committee of the winter of 1641 to 1642 or signers of any of the 3 revolutionary petitions of that period. 48 The leadership of London political Presbyterianism thus contrasted sharply with that of the leadership of political independency in the city. As I will try to demonstrate fully in the next chapter, the latter did find its roots, to a very large extent, within the leadership of the city revolution of 1641 to 1642, as well as in the radical offensive of 1642 to 1643. For example, among the 27 members of the army-appointed Political Independent Militia Committee of September 1647 who had not also served on the Political Presbyterian Militia Committee of April 1647, 49 had been members of the Revolutionary Militia Committee of the winter and spring of 1641 to 1642 or signers of the revolutionary petitions. 50 and at least another 2 had assumed other top directing roles in the London uprising of that period. 51. In this light, Dr. Pearl's assertion that the political Presbyterians were men who challenged and displaced the aldermanic elite in 1641-2 and now wished to preserve their established position 52 needs modification. In fact, future political Presbyterians played only a limited role in the direct challenge to the aldermanic elite that took place during London's revolution of the winter and spring of 1641-1642, although they ultimately took a major part in the displacement of the aldermanic elite that resulted from the success of that revolution and that came with the elevation of the Common Council to a position of hegemony within the city government. The political Presbyterians, as emphasized, had thus been less the makers of the revolution of 1641, 1642, a role largely occupied by what I have termed London's Radical Alliance than its inheritors and consolidators. During the earlier 1640s, they had certainly been parliamentarians in opposition to the Royalists, but they had not, by and large, been revolutionaries. From the middle 1640s, they were increasingly obsessed with the rising tide of radicalization and with the restoration of political order and were ever more willing to go to any lengths to achieve this, often against the original instigators of the London Revolution. The increasingly reactionary political trend that marked the political Presbyterian offensive between the fall of 1645 and the summer of 1647 was to some extent a reflection of the changing composition of the city's political leadership over this period, that is, of the Common Council committees that made policy. As the political Presbyterians stepped up their campaign, they secured an ever tighter stranglehold on city governance and became decreasingly tolerant of the participation in government of potentially hostile political forces. 19 of the 53 aforementioned committeemen were unable to secure committee posts after the summer of 1646, 53 they were apparently excluded from an active role in city government in the climactic phase of the political Presbyterian assault on the army that began in December 1646. Among these 19 committeemen, 7 had taken part in the Revolution of 1641 to 1642, either as members of the Militia Committee of January 1642 or as signers of the 3 major revolutionary petitions. 54 As their offensive approached its most critical stages, the political Presbyterians thus relied more and more on conservative citizens and sought to cleanse their ranks of possibly unreliable individuals, especially the militants of the earlier, more radical, phases of the struggle. Finally, it appears that this reactionary trend was significantly accentuated with the renewed political Presbyterian offensive of the summer of 1648. The city leadership in this period can be identified once again by references to the key committees in charge of the short-lived city campaign, a 13-man committee of early May 1648 that drew up the petition to Parliament asking for city control of its own militia, the new 31-man political Presbyterian Militia Committee itself, and an 18-man committee of June 22, 1648 that instigated the petition to Parliament calling for a personal treaty with the King. 55 A total of 41 common councillors served on these committees. 24 of them had been among the committeemen of 1645 to 1647, so it is clear that there was no very great political discontinuity. 56 But it is notable that among the 17 who had not served on the committees during the city's original offensive of 1645 to 1647, but joined the political Presbyterians only in 1648, there were at least 5 Royalists. 57 The core political Presbyterian leadership of London thus entered into ever closer alliance with the old forces of Royalism in the city. Apparently, it was willing to risk not only the restoration of untrammeled royal power at the national level, but even the return of the old city ruling groups in order to ensure order in the city. Religion. In view of the fact that their activities were, in large part, aimed at achieving a more perfect form of Presbyterian Church, it is legitimate to assume that most of these committeemen, for one reason or another, supported a Presbyterian religious settlement. On the basis of supplementary information, moreover, it is demonstrable that the core leadership of London political Presbyterianism was closely tied to leading Presbyterian ministers and deeply involved in the construction of the official Presbyterian ecclesiastical structure in London, from the time of the promulgation of the parliamentary religious settlement in 1645 to 1646. Of the aforementioned 12 committeemen who served on at least 4 of the 7 committees, and who have been taken as representative of the top leadership of the political Presbyterian movement, 58 at least 10 were religious Presbyterian activists outside the municipal governmental framework, as well as within it. 59 6 were ruling elders in the London Presbyterian Provincial Assembly. 60 and 4 others can be identified as patrons of, and close collaborators with, Presbyterian ministers. 61. The city moderates' moves to consolidate their power in London are incomprehensible without reference to their overriding concern for specifically Presbyterian church forms. The leading magistrates' close connections with the Presbyterian ministers explain the relatively smooth coordination between the lay and clerical wings of the Presbyterian movement throughout the period, and help to account for the movement's power and effectiveness. On the other hand, although the leaders of the political Presbyterian movement were at all times closely wedded to Presbyterian church forms, the opposite cannot be assumed. There was, it is clear, a substantial minority of magistrates, including a number of committeemen, who were religious Presbyterians, but who were not willing to go along with the increasingly reactionary political goals to which the movement for Presbyterian religious reformation became connected during the middle of 1646. At least half a dozen committeemen of the period 1645-1647, including such central figures as John Warner and John Fowke, and also including Stafford Clare, Michael Herring, Alexander Jones, and Thomas Stiana, were proponents of Presbyterian religious forms, but refused to support the political Presbyterians' increasingly overt collaboration with the Royalists. These men are not found among the committeemen who took charge of the offensive against the army beginning in December 1646. Warner, Fowke, Jones, and Stiana sided with the political independents. 62. Socioeconomic characteristics. Perhaps the most striking feature of the political Presbyterian leadership is the sharp decline in influence of both those polar overseas merchant groups that played such essential roles in setting the terms of political conflict in 1640 to 1643. Political Presbyterianism evidently did not strongly attract either one. The overseas company merchants were far less prominent among the new moderate city leadership that emerged in the mid-1640s than they had been under the old order. Only 3 Levant Company traders and East India Company directors were among the 53 committeemen of 1645 to 1647, and 2 of these men had in fact been Royalists in 1641 to 1642.63, although few of the Levant East India Company merchants actually gave up their businesses and left London to join the Royalist camp following the defeat of City Royalism. Most withdrew from political activity and lapsed into a hostile neutrality, a crypto-royalism, waiting for better days. Better days did in fact come in the spring and summer of 1647, and again in the spring and summer of 1648, when the city government attempted, albeit hesitantly and inconsistently, to confront the army and impose a national settlement according to its own lights. During both of these periods there was a dramatic re-emergence of city royalists, and these were to a significant extent recruited from among the Levant, East India Combine. It is indicative of that trend that the neo-royalist Levant, East India Company magnate John Gayar was chosen Lord Mayor in the autumn of 1646, and played a key political role in the political Presbyterian onslaught of 1647. In 1648, among the 5 neo-royalist committeemen, there were no fewer than 4 major Levant East India Company merchants. 64. The colonial interloping merchants were also almost entirely absent from the political Presbyterian offensive. There were just 4 new merchants among the 53 committeemen. 2 of them, John Warner and James Russell, were clearly political independents. They served on no common council committees after the middle of 1646, they were expelled from the militia committee in the political Presbyterian purge of April 1647, and they were appointed to the new army-sponsored militia committee of September 1647.65. The other 2, Michael Herring and Thomas Gower, each served on only one committee. Only Gower took part in the climactic political Presbyterian thrust starting in December 1646. It is notable that at least 3 of these men, Warner, Herring, and Gower, were religious Presbyterians, and it is quite possible that the committee involvement of at least the first 2 of these was largely an expression of their religious concerns. The colonial interloping leadership, as a group, was to a great degree religiously independent and, ultimately, politically independent, too. Connected with the radicals from the start, they consistently lost political influence with the growing predominance of the moderates, to regain their strength only with the army's rise to power. There were, on the other hand, 5 identifiable merchant adventurer committeemen: Christopher Paca, Samuel Avery, Walter Boothby, George Whittam, and John Kendrick. All 5 had become leading London parliamentarians during the Civil War, although none of them had played a noticeable part in the city revolution of 1641 to 1642. 2 of these men, Avery and Paca, were among only 4 citizens to serve on all 7 of the key political Presbyterian committees, and were certainly among the most important, if not the most steadfast, leaders of the political Presbyterian offensive. At least 4 of the 5 were strongly religious Presbyterians, playing leading roles in the restructuring of the Church in London. 66 In their moderate politics and strongly disciplinary Puritan religion, these men were representative of those merchant adventurers who had sided against the king. To sum up, the city political Presbyterian leadership included a far smaller proportion of overseas traders than had previous city ruling groups. Only about a quarter of the committeemen were merchants, and if those known to have been either royalists or political independents are removed, the proportion is even smaller. Overseas traders composed perhaps half of the aldermanic court that ruled London in the pre-Civil War period. In contrast, the new governors of London appear to have been recruited to a far greater extent from the city's domestic trading community. The distribution of occupations among those 12 common councillors who served on at least 4 of the 7 key committees and formed most of the central core of the political Presbyterian leadership is probably typical of the top level of the movement. Apart from 3 merchants, there was a woolen draper, a goldsmith, a distiller, a fishmonger, a cutler, and a hosier, as well as members of the haberdashers, turners, and grocers companies who were not overseas traders, but whose occupations cannot be more precisely identified. 67. The reduced political role of the overseas merchant community during this period was probably inevitable, given the reduced role of the aldermanic court in relation to the Common Council, which undoubtedly at all times had a higher percentage of non-merchants within it. But the decreased prominence of the overseas merchants in the city's leadership unquestionably also reflected the new political realities of this period and indeed helped to determine them. This aldermanic court was demoted in the course of the same process of revolutionary conflict that brought about the decreased influence of the city merchant establishment, based in the great overseas companies. The leading overseas traders, dismayed by the alterations in the city constitution that reduced their influence, assumed for their part a very cautious political stance starting in 1642. They adopted a low profile and refused to commit themselves politically until the time was right. It cannot be said that the men who took their place in governing the city were drawn from very far down on the socio-economic scale. Indeed, some 60% of the committeemen are found among the list of London's leading inhabitants drawn up in 1640 for the king's tax purposes, a figure quite comparable to that for the overall group of Levant Company active traders in this period. 68 But these men were of a different type from the old city ruling elite, and undoubtedly distinguished themselves from it. Primarily local in the scope of their businesses and unconnected with the great overseas trading corporations, they differed from the city's establishment merchants in having no reason to support the monarchy and its court as a source of protection for foreign trade monopolies or a favorable foreign policy. At the same time, unaccustomed as they were by family tradition to rule, they need not have mourned the passing of the old domination of the aldermanic court. There may have been little in their situation to push them toward revolution, but there was no reason for them to refuse to identify with Parliament or to disdain to take over city leadership by means of the Common Council, once that body had been elevated to the central position in city decision-making. On the other hand, the relatively narrow sphere of their daily activities and their relative unfamiliarity with the commanding heights of governance may have left these men relatively unprepared to assume power. In their own insecurity as rulers, as well as the actual precariousness of their position in a period of political upheaval, we may discern perhaps the roots of their restrictive, repressive, and ultimately reactionary politics. The new merchants come to power. D. During the later 1640s, the city's political Presbyterians dominated London with comparatively little difficulty. Within the city government, opposition to political Presbyterianism was never significant. In fact, the city's political independence owed little of their ultimate triumph to their own political base in London, but depended almost entirely on the intervention of the army. It was the army that installed its city allies in power in 1647 and again in 1648, it was the army that ultimately allowed them to consolidate their position beginning in the winter of 1648 to 1649. Precisely because political independency was so weak within the official city before the army triumph and so dominant thereafter because its moments of political defeat and victory were so clear-cut, it is not difficult to identify the composition of its leadership. At the same time, because the continuities, in terms of personnel and program, between sections of the city radical movement of the early 1640s and London political independency were so pronounced, one can fairly well specify the political significance of the political independence movement. Political independency as it emerged in London during the middle 1640s must be sharply distinguished, in terms of political ideology, religious orientation, and social composition, from the alliance in Parliament that was also termed political independent, although misleadingly so. Political independency in Parliament was led, through most of the later 1640s, by royal independents, largely descended from the parliamentary middle group, who were neither politically radical, nor, for the most part, religiously independent. The royal or middle group independents had entered into an alliance, in 1644 to 1645, with descendants of the Parliamentary War Party, who were significantly more radical than they, both politically and religiously. The political independent alliance in Parliament had as its goal defeating the Royalists militarily. But the terms it sought in a settlement of peace went only a bit beyond the constitutional limitations that the middle group had been seeking to impose on the Crown since the winter of 1641 to 1642, although it was, by this time, prepared to grant some degree of religious toleration. The parliamentary wing of political independency, least of all its critically important middle group component, should therefore no more be understood as independent given that term's religious meaning and its connotation of political radicalism than the parliamentary wing of political Presbyterianism should be thought of as Presbyterian. On the other hand, just as one can appropriately apply the term Presbyterian to the extra-parliamentary Scottish and city components of the political Presbyterian political alliance, one can also, if one is careful, usefully apply the term independent to the crucial extra-parliamentary components of the political independent alliance, not only in the army but also in London. Political independency in London is thus best understood as composed of the politically less extreme and economically more substantial elements within that contradictory coalition of forces that composed what I have called London Radicalism, or the London Radical Alliance, from 1642 to 1643 onward. One wing of this broader radical alliance was constituted by the economically substantial, War Party, quasi-republican, and, to a great extent, religiously independent elements that composed the mainstream of city political independency, among whose most important representatives were to be found the colonial interloping merchant leaders. The other wing of this alliance was constituted by the socially and economically less substantial, religiously separatist, and more democratic elements, prominently including the Levellers and their political allies among the sects. The struggle against political Presbyterianism in London during the later 1640s thus ultimately involved a coalition of London's radical forces that was rather analogous to the alliance behind the city's radical offensive of 1643. However, during the later 1640s, London's political independence succeeded in taking power in the city as a direct consequence of the army's capture of the national state. They were, as a result, able to achieve a dual goal that previously had been beyond their capacity, to defeat the political Presbyterians and, with the bloody destruction of the Levellers shortly thereafter, to dispatch the Democratic wing of the Radical Alliance. The Commonwealth thus carried to a position of unprecedented strength both nationally and locally an enlarged version of much the same set of militant forces that had led the successful city revolution in the winter of 1641 to 1642 and the unsuccessful city radical offensive to carry that revolution further in 1642 to 1643. The political independence accession to power in London brought the colonial interloping merchants to the pinnacle of their influence. It will be the objective of this chapter to analyze the political independence path to power, and of the two that follow to examine the consequences of their victory. Political independence on the defensive, 1645 to 1647. Throughout the period of the political Presbyterians' ascendancy in London, the city's political independence maintained a relatively uncombative stance. This was especially true of the economically more substantial and politically more moderate elements among them, typified by the new merchant leadership. Despite their pivotal position at the heart of the parliamentary financial administrative machine, the city radical leadership, especially its top new merchants, never enjoyed great influence within the central city governing institutions. It had based its once substantial influence in London largely on its powerful grip on the City Militia Committee. That body played a dominant role in the city revolution in 1641 to 1642 and helped spearhead the Radicals' offensive of 1642 to 1643. But the Radicals' initiative had failed when the mass movement on which they had sought to build their power disintegrated, and henceforth their impact on city governing circles was in decline. As that broad grouping of political moderates that would form the core of political Presbyterianism in the city gained ever greater strength during the middle 1640s, those radicals who retained positions within the city government became progressively more alienated from the vast majority of magistrates, and ultimately were buried beneath the political Presbyterian avalanche. Especially from 1645, city radicals in general and colonial interloping merchants in particular played hardly any role in governing the city. The political Presbyterian leadership that rose to power from this point included, as noted, relatively few of those who actually made the city revolution, or, it may be added, those who led the city radical offensive of 1642 to 1643. Since political Presbyterians essentially monopolized the Common Council committees that took charge of the political Presbyterians' initiatives and excluded most individuals who were hostile, city radicals in general and new merchants in particular were essentially absent from the Common Council committees after the summer of 1646. Even that handful of new merchants who continued to hold the influential post of alderman in these years were rendered essentially impotent. Both Alderman William Berkeley and Alderman Samuel Warner, leading colonial traders, actually gave up their offices in 1645, almost certainly because their political positions clashed so strongly with those of the overwhelmingly political Presbyterian majority. Two other new merchant leaders, Thomas Andrews and John Warner, did retain their aldermanic posts, but were almost entirely inactive. Even Alderman John Fowke, the city militant leader and new merchant ally most willing to compromise with the political Presbyterian trend, was excluded from the key political Presbyterian committees after the summer of 1646. Given their weakness within the city, London's political independents had little choice but to look to the Middle Group War Party alliance that maintained a majority in the Commons until the end of 1646 and, in the last resort, to rely on the army officers to provide a shield against political Presbyterianism and a capitulation to royalism. Meanwhile, they sought to help secure an acceptable resolution of the conflict by means of winning away from political Presbyterianism those London citizens who were moderate in politics and Presbyterian in religion, but who were nonetheless uncomfortable with the political Presbyterians' accelerating drive toward a peace settlement that lacked constitutional guarantees and toward religio-political repression. To pursue this strategy, the London political independents had to avoid all taint of revolutionism, to stress conciliation, to place responsibility for the current divisions on the political Presbyterians, and to highlight the dangers both to Parliament and to the city inherent in the political Presbyterians' intolerant and crypto-royalist political approach. These erstwhile radicals no longer could aspire, as they had in 1643, to help dictate terms of a national political settlement. They had built their power and popular support for their program on their vanguard role in securing London for Parliament in the Revolution of 1641 to 1642 and in seeing to the military and financial security of the cause in the perilous times of 1642 to 1643. But their popularity with the citizenry, as well as with the MPs, appears to have waned precipitately as the overriding problem ceased to be winning a military victory over the king and came instead to be negotiating a stable peace with him. Doubtless, these men still held out hopes for a political settlement that would bring about parliamentary supremacy and the serious demotion of the monarchy. But, in practice, they had to resign themselves to the relatively conservative constitutional compromise envisioned by the middle group or royal independents who held the balance of power within the parliamentary political independent alliance through most of the period. They made clear, moreover, that, despite the preference of a majority among them for religious independency, they could live with Parliament's formally Presbyterian church settlement. In fact, Some of the leading religious independents among the political independents actually took part in the new parliamentary ecclesiastical system. But the one demand the city's political independents could not afford to relinquish was for toleration in religion, since this was the critical condition for their own political survival and especially the survival of their allies among the sects. To as great an extent as possible, the political independents now eschewed the old tactic of mobilizing their citizen supporters en masse, for this would have tended to alienate their allies within the parliamentary leadership and to repel those citizen moderates with whom they hoped to ally. Sitting uncomfortably between the increasingly dangerous political Presbyterians, on the one hand, and, on the other, an emerging movement of religiously separatist and democratic radicals that arose in response to the political Presbyterians' offensive, the bulk of London's political independents clung to the hope that the Erastian, mildly tolerationist, anti-political Presbyterian leadership in Parliament would secure for them a favourable settlement. The result was that, as the political Presbyterian offensive gathered steam, especially from the summer of 1646, the political independents found themselves under increasingly strong political pressures. From that time, if not before, what appears to have been a long-standing division within that wing of the City Radical alliance that had come to constitute political independency in London began more openly to manifest itself. One group comprised men who may, for descriptive purposes, be roughly termed the more conservative political independents. They appear to have remained more fully dependent on the parliamentary independent leadership, to have sought more diligently to pursue an alliance with religiously more tolerant and politically less royalist and repressive political Presbyterians, and to have had greater reluctance to resort to mass mobilization and alliance with the city's most militant forces. The other group contained those who may be termed the more radical political independents. These men appear to have been more willing to risk reliance on the populace and alliance with the separatist congregations and levelers. They also seem to have remained somewhat more open to relatively democratic ideas. Which individuals fell into each of these categories which were, in any case, hardly airtight is difficult to say. Nevertheless, there is reason to believe that the new merchant leaders, with their multifarious ties of office and interest to the parliamentary regime forged through service in state finance, army provisioning, and the navy, as well as through participation in Irish and American colonial policy making were, before the revolt of the army, especially chary about charting a course independent from that of the parliamentary leadership and were thus, for the most part, to be found among the more conservative political independents. The independents of John Goodwin's gathered church may be taken, in contrast, as representatives of the more radical political independents, drawn, as they tended to be, from further down the social scale than the uppermost independents and more willing to involve themselves in the mass organizing of the citizenry, to reduce the disciplinary role of the state in religious affairs, and, eventually, to work with the levelers. These two groups within London's political independency did pursue somewhat divergent tactics, especially in 1647. Nevertheless, all things considered, no section of London's political independency could amass the power to hold off the political Presbyterians. All of the city's political independents possessed one last potential trump card, on which all remained in the last analysis entirely dependent, namely, their tightening alliance with an army officer corps, including significant numbers rather close to them ideologically, that became increasingly troubled by the political Presbyterians' growing strength. 3. From December 1645, London's political independents found themselves increasingly endangered by and compelled to respond to the city political Presbyterians' ever more daring attempts to impose on Parliament their now explicitly anti-congregational, anti-tolerationist program. Over the previous 2 months, they had very likely placed their hopes in the revived Parliamentary Committee for Accommodation established precisely to achieve Presbyterian independent unity to defend them against the political Presbyterians and to secure toleration for them. To this purpose, some of the leading independents held meetings in London with less repressive Presbyterians to discuss what sort of toleration might be mutually acceptable. In this connection, the politically influential, moderate Presbyterian minister Stephen Marshall, father-in-law of the independent minister Philip Nye, sought, as he had previously, to achieve an agreement with the independents by granting them toleration, although denying this to the other, explicitly separatist, Congregationalists. But in the end, these efforts came to nothing. 4. Before the end of January 1646, the independent minister Hugh Peter was thus obliged to return from the army to London to assume a central role in organising a political independent counter-attack. Peter, it will be recalled, had served since the early 1640s as a leading representative of the London Radical Alliance in general and of the New Merchant leadership in particular. During the middle 1640s he had, in addition, become perhaps the chief public spokesman for the new model army, especially its top officers. Peter may have forged his initial connections with Maurice Thompson and William Penhoyer as early as their Massachusetts Bay fishing venture at the end of the 1630s. During the summer of 1642, he had served as chaplain for the New Merchant leadership's additional sea adventure to Ireland, and on his return from Ireland he had published a major propaganda document celebrating its achievements. From the autumn of 1642, along with those other independent clerical militants John Goodwin and Jeremiah Burroughs, Peter helped give political and ideological leadership to a London radical movement in which New Merchants played a central role. He was, in particular, a leading promoter of the Radicals' important petition and remonstrance, their statement of political principles of March-April 1643. After the Radicals' offensive had largely collapsed in the summer of 1643, Peter joined Maurice Thompson once more, this time in collaboration with three of Thompson's Anglo-Dutch East India interloping partners, on a commission sent out by Parliament to Holland to raise money there for distressed Protestants in Ireland. This commission returned to England in March 1644, having raised perhaps £30,000 for the cause. Over the following years, Peter was a leading promoter of Parliament's military and political effort, assuming a wide range of organising and propaganda tasks. During the spring of 1644, he worked with parliamentary committees seeking ways to shut off the king's supplies from the continent and, partly to this end, served for a time with the Parliamentary Navy under the command of his longtime patron and political collaborator, the Earl of Warwick. On this latter task Peter very likely collaborated, still another time, with the New Merchants. Between December 1643 and February 1644, Parliament had passed a series of acts to encourage private individuals to provide ships for the Parliamentary Navy and to set themselves up as privateers, especially to attack ships trading with ports held by the Royalists. The 12-person committee it established to supervise the sale of prizes taken included the New Merchant leaders Maurice Thompson and Thomas Andrews. From December 1643, Thompson was personally active as a privateer, seeking to intercept ships coming from Amsterdam and Rotterdam to Royalist ports and making use of the business agents he maintained in these places to supply intelligence on movements of vessels. From the spring of 1645, Peter served as radical chaplain and propagandist for the new model army, attempting to inspire its troops for battle, defending the adherence of many of the soldiers to sectarian religious ideas, and, from time to time, reporting for General Fairfax and the army to Parliament. He thereby won plaudits, and some material compensation, from the parliamentary majority, while earning from the political Presbyterians the sneering title of Metropolitan of the Independents. By early 1646, then, Peter had not only resumed the role he had played in 1642 to 1643 as a leading organizer and propagandist for London's Radical Alliance, in particular its emergent political independent wing, he was also providing perhaps the key political link between the army officers and London's political independent leadership. 5. On January 14, 1646, the magistrates of the city and the Scottish representatives in London, it will be recalled, had taken the covenant together, and 2 days later the city government had presented to Parliament a petition that demanded, among other things, the suppression of all private and separate congregations, explicitly including those of the independents. This ended, for the time being, all hopes for Presbyterian independent accommodation, and over the period that followed, In a series of politically charged sermons, Hugh Peter threw down the gauntlet to political Presbyterianism in the city. On January 23, Peter reported to Parliament on Fairfax's success at Dartmouth, and made a point of emphasizing how unified and active were the troops in support of Parliament, even though their judgments might differ. On February 1, at Magnum Church in London, Peter argued that the word uniformity is not in all the scripture, but the word unity. Going on to invoke the Dutch example, as he would again on countless occasions over the next several years, Peter pointed out that in Holland, an Anabaptist, a Brownist, an Independent, a Papist could all live quietly together, and why should they not here, the army, there are 20 several opinions and they could live quietly together. Peter then took up the city's recent petition for the outlawing of the independent and separatist churches and preventing toleration. He asserted that the magistrates were not fit for government, demanded why an independent may not be a common councilman, and asked rhetorically, as he would again and again of the common councillors, "Will ye bring yourselves into bondage?" 6. About the same time, in his Thanksgiving Day sermon celebrating the army's capture of Bristol, Peter preached that we have overcome Strafford, he was one mountain, we have taken Bristol, that was another mountain, and now the mountains to be overcome slavery and tyranny. Persuaded that if ever this kingdom brought into slavery, this city the cause of it. The Parliament voted ease or liberty for tender consciences, and what the Common Council to do with matters of church government they must petition forsooth they will have this and they will have that, and if ever this kingdom be brought into bondage, we may thank them. 7. The city was quick to respond. On February 9, taking notice of some strange passages delivered of late in some sermons and otherwise by Mr. Peter, Mr. Hawkins, and others within the city tending to the scandal and reproach of the court, the Common Council appointed a committee to launch an investigation of Peter, Hawkins, and any other like offenders and, at the same time, to examine those members of the Common Council who had failed to take the covenant with the rest of the magistrates on January 14. In late February, to head off the growing wave of repression in the city, representatives of London's gathered churches apparently held a series of meetings for the purpose of organising a mass petition to Parliament containing between 40,000 and 50,000 signatures of those opposing political Presbyterianism. Nevertheless, this campaign never got off the ground, perhaps because the city's more conservative uppermost independents, who appear to have maintained control of the radical cause throughout 1646, still hope to carry out their battles through more conventional channels. 8. At least through the end of the winter of 1646, via their own maneuvers and with the help of Parliament, the city's political independents did in fact largely succeed in thwarting the political Presbyterians' initiatives. Already wary of the city's political pretensions, the parliamentary majority, as noted, had refused, in November 1645, to include the city's demand to control London's suburban militias among the proposals it was to present to the king in the upcoming treaty negotiations. The city would not, however, accept that result, and in mid-December it called on Parliament to reconsider. About a month later, to counter the city, George Snelling, recently elected Radical MP from Southwark, presented to Parliament a petition from his district that asked the MPs to allow Southwark to control its militia on its own. Snelling, significantly enough, was an important figure among the new merchants. A former apprentice of the major colonial merchant Joseph Hawes, he had worked in partnership with Maurice Thompson and Samuel Vassall in the trade with Virginia as early as 1639 and with Thompson and Edward Thompson in sending supplies to the Caribbean in 1640, and he had supported the Thompson-led additional sea adventure to Ireland in 1642. In February 1646, Parliament refused again to place the suburban militias under city control. 9. In mid-March 1646, Parliament also turned down the city's protest against the provision allowing lay commissioners to try enumerated scandals that had been included in Parliament's proposal for the new church order, and went on to approve its own settlement of the church. 10 Shortly thereafter, to Bailey's dismay, the new merchant's longtime collaborator, the militant opponent of the East India Company John Fowke, who had, in fact, broken politically from the great majority of new merchants in order to support. Until this point, the city's petitioning campaign succeeded in convincing a cautious Common Council majority to cease its protests over Parliament's new ecclesiastical structure. Apparently hopeful that the city could now be induced to compromise, on April 2 Hugh Peter delivered before Parliament and the city government a thanksgiving sermon for the army's recent successes in Cornwall, in which he proposed a political marriage between Parliament and the city and called on the magistrates to be wary of the king's intention to come to London. "Remember what we fought for, prayed for, adventured for," he pleaded. "Let not all be lost in the kiss of a royal hand, nor suffer your eyes to be put out with court glitter and glory." 11. The fact remains that, by mid-April, the Common Council, in close concert with the political Presbyterian leadership in Parliament and aided and abetted by the Scots, had decided to present its own programme for a political settlement to Parliament in the form of the City Remonstrance. The city's political independents were thus suddenly obliged to step up their organising both inside and outside official institutions, and to coordinate their activities to as great an extent as possible with the political independent alliance that still retained leadership in the Commons. On May 19, having been several times revised in committee, the remonstrance was brought before the Common Council for a vote. At this point conflict erupted when some of the magistrates sought to interrupt the speech by the Common Councillor Stephen Estwick, who was inveighing not only against the remonstrance but more generally against the court itself for having dealt unfairly with Parliament. Estwick at first refused to back down, asking by what right he was prevented from speaking, but he was obliged eventually to agree to say nothing to the prejudice of the court, and the thing was passed over. Estwick had been an organizer of the city revolution of the winter of 1641 to 1642 and a member of the Revolutionary Committee of Safety appointed at that time, and had emerged in the subsequent period as a leading city radical, a well-known religious independent, and a major organizer of the new merchant leadership's projects for interloping in the East Indian trade and for organizing a colony on the island of Asada in the Indian Ocean. Before the vote was taken, the small phalanx of political independents within the Common Council did its best to support Estwick and to stem the tide. Alderman Thomas Andrews, like Estwick a radical militia commissioner, a religious independent, and a new merchant leader, active in both the East and West Indies, came out strongly and openly against the remonstrance, as did John Fowke and Robert Tichborne, a leading radical organizer since 1643.12. The interventions of these councillors did not, of course, prevent the magistrates from approving the remonstrance and presenting it on May 26 to a rather hostile House of Commons. On the day the remonstrance was delivered to the Commons, the radical London MP Isaac Pennington sought to convince Lord Mayor Adams to deliver unopened to the House the letter the city had received the previous day directly from the King. When Pennington reported to the Commons that Adams had refused his request, Col. George Thomson bitterly remarked that had such a thing been done by a Lord Mayor a year earlier he would have been subject to censure before the House and imprisoned. Thomson, brother and business partner of Maurice Thomson, had recently been chosen Recruiter MP for Southwark and would, over the subsequent period, play a leading political role among the more radical forces within the House of Commons. 13. Meanwhile, led by Hugh Peter and others, the city's political independents had held a series of protest meetings and had launched their own petition campaign to counter the political Presbyterians' remonstrance. They initially presented their petition to the Common Council on May 22, but the magistrates, led by Lord Mayor Adams, refused to give it serious consideration and advised the petitioners simply to present their document to Parliament themselves. On May 31, 1646, in a sermon at the Three Cranes, Peter attacked the Common Council's meddling in affairs beyond its jurisdiction, mocked supporters of the Covenant as wishing to make of it an idol, and denounced those who would compromise everything merely to achieve a settlement with the king. Characterizing the political Presbyterians as refined malignants, he declared that he saw no more difference between these times and the first times of troubles than a half-crown piece and 2 shillings and 6pence, and made clear that the political independents' hopes now rested heavily with the godly army. He concluded by voicing his concern that, although the new model army, like Jesus, went about doing good and working miracles, just as at length the people crucified him, so will men do with this army. 14. On June 2, 1646, the city's political independents delivered their petition, apparently drawn up by Hugh Peter and reportedly containing 20,000 signatures, to Parliament. The two men noted by contemporaries as heading this delegation are indicative of the Radicals' leadership at this stage. One was Robert Tichborne, a religious independent, a Salters Hall committeeman, and a city militia commissioner, who had played a leading role in the city's radical offensive in 1643. Although apparently not yet active in the new colonial interloping trades, Tichborne, a linen draper, would within a few years organize his own interloping syndicate for commerce with the East Indies. In the meantime, he would head one after another of the political independence initiatives in London. The other presenter appears to have been Samuel Warner, a religious independent and representative figure from the new merchant leadership who traded American tobacco in partnership with his brother John Warner and was the father-in-law of Maurice Thompson's brother William. Warner, one of the small number of new merchants and political independents who secured the post of London alderman, had been a militant in the city revolution of 1641 to 1642 and a member of the original City Committee of Public Safety, as well as a leader in the city radical offensive of 1643, having been a treasurer for the Committee for a General Rising. Both Tichborne and Warner typified the economically more substantial and politically more moderate wing of the London Radical Alliance that came, in this period, to constitute the leadership of political independency in the city. A deeply divided House of Commons agreed, by the narrow margin of 112 to 108, to thank the petitioners. Sir John Evelyn and Arthur Hasselrig, leaders of the Middle Group/War Party Alliance, served as tellers for the yeas, evidencing the ongoing cooperation in this period between the Independent Alliance in the Commons and a London radical movement under the control of the city's political independence. 15. Perhaps to avoid provoking a confrontation, or in deference to the wishes of the political independent alliance in Parliament, London's political independents at this point cut short their campaign of mass mobilization. Indeed, even as the city was seeking to negotiate directly with the king as an independent authority and welcoming Charles's provocative proposal to come to London, Hugh Peter went to great lengths to propose a compromise. Peter's last report of the English wars, published in the summer of 1646, may be taken to represent the political perspective, at that juncture, of at least an important section of London political independency. Its content was clearly designed to appeal to moderate London citizens who feared that a political Presbyterian settlement with the Crown would lack constitutional guarantees and who were willing to compromise somewhat on the issue of religious uniformity in the interest of avoiding political confrontation. Above all, Peter stressed his willingness and by implication the willingness of his political independent allies to accept the parliamentary ordering of the Church, despite its outwardly Presbyterian structure. Parliament had, of course, diluted the Presbyterian character of the new religious settlement by significant concessions to Erastianism and the promise of mild tolerationism. Even so, for the new merchant leaders and their non-merchant allies, many of whom preferred religious independency, the agreement to go along with a parliamentary settlement that was Presbyterian in structure represented a real concession. Peter could thus appear in a conciliatory light when he called for an end to all criticism of either Presbyterianism or independency until both of these concepts were better defined. What was unacceptable, Peter argued, was the political Presbyterians' use of Presbyterian religious structures and ideas in the service of political repression and crypto-royalism. This was most evident, he asserted, in the city's demand to exclude all who were not religious Presbyterians from political office. Peter called on the political Presbyterians to cease to make religion a stalking horse to politic ends and pleaded that the Hispanioized statesmen then being courted by the city were a far greater threat to the kingdom than the Anabaptists. 16. In the heat of battle the previous spring against the city remonstrants, Peter had already let slip his barely concealed preference for parliamentary supremacy and a moderate republicanism, when he had denounced those Londoners who made a fetish of the need to come to terms at any cost with the king, as if we could not live without one. Yet in the summer of 1646 Peter was anxious to play down the dilemma of the precise form of constitutional settlement and to stress instead the devastating consequences for London itself of a political Presbyterian accommodation with the king. As he warned those still undecided moderates in both London and Parliament, such a settlement would leave their fundamental liberties undefended. In Peter's words, the influence of the city is such that we could not have wanted it, and therefore their highest design now is to make it royal. I pray improve your interests and let London know that if they think a parliament sits the quieter by being so near them, so I think when the parliament doors are shut up at Westminster, their shops will hardly stand open in London. 17. In his last report Peter did not hesitate to lay out, in some detail, far-reaching plans for the post-revolutionary period, offering invaluable evidence of the programmatic thinking at this point of those political independent, quasi-republican elements in the city and the army that Peter represented. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Peter's last report, especially in view of the fact that the politico-constitutional character of the Civil War settlement was still so uncertain, is the extraordinary prominence given to long-term strategic issues of English foreign affairs. Peter demanded in the first place an immediate invasion of Ireland to teach the peasants liberty. This proposal may have had as one of its aims unifying leading city political independents and political Presbyterians around their common interest in the original Irish adventure and the conquest of Ireland. Both political Presbyterians and political independents in London had watched with increasing frustration as Parliament had seemingly lost interest in the takeover of Ireland and the promised carry out to Londoners of massive quantities of Irish lands that would accompany that conquest. Meanwhile, Peter proposed, the nation should send delegations to Sweden, the United Provinces, the Swiss cantons, and other religiously sympathetic powers to begin forging an international Protestant alliance. Such an alliance, he added, would be far more attractive to any of these potential allies if England could offer a strong navy. Indeed, as Peter would have occasion to re-emphasize at numerous points in the following period, building English naval power had to be a top priority. Finally, Peter did not hesitate to put forward, in explicit terms, a vision of the sort of large-scale imperialist campaign about which the new merchant leadership had fantasized for years, a two-pronged attack in the West and East Indies. As he stated, if our back door were well shut at home, how might Euphrates be dried up, I mean the West Indies and the East, to offer themselves to our devotion? Let us still remember the support of trade is the strength of the island, discountenance the merchant and take beggary by the hand. For Peter, Protestant imperial warfare would long since have occupied England's energies were we not more effeminate than our predecessors in Queen Elizabeth's time. As he continued, I must confess I am divided between Ireland and the Palatinate, only I quiet myself in this that we may do both. Such sentiments are explicable only by reference to Peter's long-time intimate connections with both the new merchant and landed class wings of England's Puritan commercial imperial leadership. Both the colonizing aristocrats and the new merchants had, of course, been voicing similar demands using similar rhetoric for at least a quarter of a century, and Peter was now undoubtedly functioning, at least partly, as their mouthpiece. Peter's emphasis on these ideas at this time is indicative of the prominence they continued to occupy in the plans for a settlement of at least some of the important sections of city political independency, sections that would in fact gain the power to begin to implement them under the Commonwealth. 18. Of course, despite Peter's pleas, the overwhelming majority within the city government persisted in its royalist-tinged quest for a repressive Presbyterian settlement, a course that, to Peter and his friends, was supremely self-destructive. As Peter had complained on another occasion, the political Presbyterians who ruled London were men that never lived beyond the view of the smoke of their chimneys, that measure states and kingdoms with their interests, by their private shop wards, an evaluation that accords very well with the interpretation of political Presbyterianism presented in the previous chapter. The political Presbyterians failed to share the vision held by Peter and his friends of a world to conquer under a new regime in which parliamentary liberties were secure. Equally to the point, they continued to be blinded, in their single-minded obsession with order, to the dangers even to their own continued rule that might result from the restoration of an untrammeled monarchy. As Peter's longtime collaborator Jeremiah Burroughs, the independent minister and political radical, put it in a sermon presented at his St. Michael's Cornhill lectureship just after the publication of Peter's last report, the city was unthankful to the army, the instruments of their deliverance, by whose means they enjoyed the clothes they wore, the bread they eat, the trading they had. They would stand upon terms or capitulate, what might they have then? In this situation, the fate of the political independence of the city came increasingly to depend, explicitly or implicitly, on the fate of the army. Peter therefore made sure to emphasize in his last report that the dissolution of the army ought not to be a work of haste, it was hardly gotten, and I wish it may be as hardly disbanded. 19. During the remainder of 1646, as the political Presbyterians pursued their plans for the removal of the Scottish military forces from England in preparation for an all-out attack on the army, the political independent leaders persisted, by and large, in projecting an image of responsible moderation. In June and July, certain elements within the more radical wing of London political independency, notably those from the gathered congregation of the independent minister John Goodwin, apparently attempted for a time to work more closely with the Levellers. In roughly the same period, John Price, another John Goodwin independent, put forward arguments going far in the direction of a full-fledged parliamentary supremacy. But, ultimately, the political independent leadership in the city went out of its way to head off a series of petition drives, emanating from the separatist congregations, to protest the imprisonment of the Leveller leaders William Larner, John Lilburne, and Richard Overton. 20. In the meantime, the city's political independence seemed to have sought to forge closer ties with the new model army. In fact, throughout the summer of 1646, while projecting a compromise settlement in London, Hugh Peter and other independent ministers simultaneously sought to prepare the army for a London-led onslaught. Peter is reported in June, at Headington Fort, as incensing the army against the city, telling them that after you have done all this, they would not have you live nor enjoy any places. In July, he warned the soldiers again that though you have conquered the kingdom, done all this service and now might expect your arrears, look to enjoy your liberties, yet and expect preferments, it may be you shall be cast into a stinking prison. Finally, in August, preaching at the Stepney pulpit of the independent radicals Jeremiah Burroughs and William Greenhill, Peter actually expressed the belief that a new war was in the offing. Though now had a month or two, a time of cessation, yet must look shortly for war. The king had rejected the Newcastle propositions, said Peter, and for refusing the offer of peace, he might never have it more, but he and his children, ere long might beg their bread. 21. Nevertheless, whatever their attempts to ready the army for conflict with the political Presbyterians, the city's political independents themselves offered little overt leadership against the growing wave of repression in London. Their temporizing stance in the face of the increasingly unrestrained campaign launched by the municipality against religious and political dissidents of all kinds became the object of bitter recrimination from rising, militant forces in the city. Indeed, the Levellers and their allies won increasing credibility and support for their political ideas in this period precisely because of their willingness to stand up against the political Presbyterians' onslaught as the political independents would not. 22. In the end, however, the political independents were forced back into the arms of the sectarian and democratic radicals by the political Presbyterians' unremitting attack. As late as February 1647, London's political independents decided to quash a proposed radical petition campaign to counter the city's very threatening petitions of the previous December. These petitions had called for the disbanding of the army, the repression of separate congregations and of lay preachers, and the removal from all government positions of those who refused to take the covenant. During the winter of 1646 to 1647, moreover, following the Scots' withdrawal from England, the Middle Group/War Party alliance definitively lost its majority in the Commons, and the city's political independents, who had so much relied on the power of that alliance, found themselves in a highly exposed position. Meanwhile, the Leveller leaders, strengthened by the adherence to their cause of a significant section of the separatist community, had launched their own courageous campaign and appear to have attracted the support of a growing number of lower-class, Congregation ally-inclined citizens. The upshot was that at least some important elements within the more radical wing of city political independency reached the conclusion that they had little choice but to throw their support behind the Levellers' important March petition. Point 23. The fact remains that London's Radical Alliance lacked the requisite power to turn back a political Presbyterian attack, which disposed of the authority of the city government, and appears to have commanded wide support throughout London's politically active population. As the political Presbyterians reached the peak of their influence, the city's political independents in general and the new merchants in particular were obliged to watch helplessly as the last bastion of their power within the official city was demolished. As late as the early spring of 1647, the Old City Militia Committee, established in early 1642 and enlarged during the radical offensive of the spring of 1643, continued to control the city's armed forces. But in view of the radical political makeup of this body, the political Presbyterian magistrates could not possibly leave it in place. On April 26, 1647, with Parliament's approval, the magistrates selected a new 31-man militia committee, which included only 8 of the men who had been serving on the committee until that point. Only 4 of the commissioners appointed by the political Presbyterians had served on the original, Revolutionary Committee of Public Safety of January 1642.24. Among the commissioners removed was the entire contingent of colonial interloping merchants from the old committee, including John Warner, Samuel Warner, Randall Mainwaring, James Russell, Nathan Wright, William Barkeely, Owen Roe, and Stephen Estwick, as well as John Fowke, the Levant East India Company oppositionist and Curetin collaborator who had become allied with them. At the same meeting of the Common Council at which they remodeled the Militia Committee, the political Presbyterians sought to have all of the councillors retake the covenant as a requirement for retaining their positions. When the councillors Stephen Estwick and John Brett attempted to resist this test, the Common Council expelled them from the court and had them forcibly thrown out of the meeting, citing their misdemeanors in the court and willful disobedience to same, to the great disturbance and disquiet of the whole court and retardation to the right proceedings thereof in great contempt of this court. Estwick, a central figure among the city's political independents and a new merchant leader, had come under fierce attack by the magistrates a year previously for having sought to oppose the city remonstrance. John Brett, who was the son-in-law of the longtime city radical and new merchant leader Randall Mainwaring, had, during the 1640s, entered into the new trades with New England, Guinea, and Barbados. 25. During the spring of 1647, the Levellers and their sectarian allies brought one after another petition to Parliament, but, according to William Walwyn, the uppermost independents stood aloof and looked on, whilst Mr. Stossmore, Mr. Hyland, Mr. Davis, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Thomas Lamb of the Spittal and very many more for many weeks plied the House. It was only when the ranks of the army began to move decisively against the political Presbyterians that the city's leading political independents decided to come out openly and definitively in opposition. On May 22, 1647, the Royalist Lord Mayor John Gayer received information that a number of the city's key political independents, who previously had opposed doing so, had made a decision to take advantage of the army's discontent to join the London mass movement against political Presbyterianism. About the same time, the army grandees, notably Oliver Cromwell, under pressure from the rank and file, decided to assume leadership of the army revolt, and their decision undoubtedly had a decisive impact on London's political independence. A series of meetings was held at Cromwell's house in London at the end of May between Cromwell and other army officers, and other meetings brought together city political independents, Levellers, and apparently Cromwell himself. The upshot was that the army leadership decided to secure the artillery at Oxford and to seize the king. Shortly thereafter, a newly united city radical movement launched its sharp petition against the political Presbyterians in the city government and in Parliament, presenting their document to the Commons on June 2, 1647. A day later Cornet Joyce captured the king at Holmby and Oliver Cromwell left London to return to the army. Hugh Peters seems to have played a decisive role at this critical juncture in convincing Cromwell to respond positively to the demands of the soldiers and to take the lead of the army. Peter fled London for the army with Cromwell on June 4, and, during the course of their journey, according to some sources, sought to convince Cromwell to bring the king to justice, try him, and cut off his head. Over the following period he sought to give inspiration to the soldiers' revolt and, very likely, helped ensure coordination between the army and London political independency. 26. London's political independence come to power. The army's invasion of London. In late July 1647, the army began its march on London to unseat the political Presbyterians. Predictably, one of its first demands was the re-establishment of the old City Militia Committee, which had been dominated by political independents. An overawed Parliament passed an ordinance to that effect on July 23, 1647. This time, however, Parliament's actions merely reflected the real contest for power being waged between the army and the city. When a crowd of political Presbyterian citizens besieged the Houses for their capitulation to the army, the MPs meekly reinstalled the political Presbyterian Militia Committee. Consequently, at the time the army finally entered London on August 6, 1647, it had still to confront a hostile city government that retained control of its own armed forces. The army's political initiatives after capturing London in 1647 may be viewed as constituting the preliminary steps toward the completion of the city revolution that the radicals had failed to achieve on their own in 1642 to 1643. The army's first move was to establish its own city militia, and the Militia Commission appointed by Parliament at the army's behest in September 1647 provides striking evidence for the continuity between the city radical leadership of the early 1640s and that of city political independency, for the close ties between the army officer leadership and the more moderate, political independent wing of the city's radical alliance, and for the central position within the leadership of London. Political independency of the new merchant leadership. Of the 36 persons appointed to the new Army Committee, no fewer than 21 had served on the City Militia Committee during 1642 to 1643, the period in which that body provided the key institutional base for the city radical movement. 27 Considering that the Army-appointed committee included, in addition, such established revolutionaries of the 1641 to 1643 period who had not previously served on the London Militia Committee as Edmund Harvey, John Venn, and Mark Hildesley, it can be seen how far the invading army leadership looked to the long-eclipsed alliance of city radical forces to represent its political needs. 28. Among the longtime radicals on the Army-appointed Militia Committee, new merchant leaders occupied a very prominent place. The Army-appointed Militia Committee included all the colonial interloping merchants who had served on the Militia Committee during the period of City Revolution and Rising Radicalism of 1642 to 1643, except for Randall Mainwaring and Nathan Wright, that is, John Warner, Samuel Warner, James Russell, Owen Rowe, Stephen Estwick, Thomas Andrews, and William Barkeely, as well as their friend John Fowke. Joining these traders on the Militia Committee were two additional new merchant leaders who were partners of Maurice Thompson's, the colonial trader and interloper in the East Indies Samuel Moyer, and Roland Wilson, a wealthy city trader from a company merchant family, but also a religious independent who was at this time becoming associated with Maurice Thompson in the Guinea trade. Also among the militia commissioners were Francis Allian, the Bermuda Company activist who had been a partner in Maurice Thompson's original customs farming syndicate of 1643, William Hobson, the father-in-law of Maurice Thompson's partner Samuel Penhoyer, and Richard Solway, not himself a colonial trader but an interloper in the merchant adventurers trade and the son-in-law of the new merchant Richard Waring. If the latter three are included within the new merchant group, the new merchant leadership controlled more than one-third of the positions on the Political Independence Militia Committee. 29. Shortly after taking power, the army also deprived the political Presbyterians of their control over the militias of the city's suburbs. In early 1647, the newly emergent political Presbyterian majority in Parliament had granted the city's long-standing demand to control the suburban militia committees. But when it entered London, the army reversed this decision, restored the suburban militias to suburban control, and had new suburban militia commissions appointed. Among the members of these new army-appointed suburban militia commissions, there were small knots of important new merchant leaders. On the Tower Hamlets body were Maurice Thompson and his radical colonial interloping associates William Penhoyer, Samuel Moyer, William Willoughby, and Martin Noel. The large Southwark Commission included Morris's trading partner, George Snelling, a recruiter MP, as well as such other colonial merchants as George Passfield, Morris's brother George Thompson, and Robert Houghton, a backer of Thompson's additional sea adventure to Ireland, who was active in the Bermuda Company, as well as in the trade with New England, where he had relatives and business partners and where he had recently invested in the Saugus Iron Works project. The inclusion of these men on these bodies points once again to the new merchants' pivotal position in the nucleus of the city radical movement and their importance in welding together the diverse elements of which that movement was composed. Point 30. Aside from refashioning the city's armed forces to its own liking, the army carried out a small but well-aimed purge of top municipal office holders. On October 24, 1647, Parliament impeached, at the army's instigation, 5 men who had played a leading role in the political Presbyterian thrust of the previous summer, charging them with threatening the Commons and fomenting a new war. These included the leading Levant East India Company merchants and crypto-royalists John Gayer, who had been Lord Mayor during the anti-army offensive of 1647, and Alderman John Langham. 4 days later, a body of soldiers was sent to Common Hall to make sure that the choice of a new Lord Mayor would conform to the army's wishes. The man elected was none other than the leading colonial tobacco trader and longtime leading radical politician John Warner. 31. While attempting to weaken the grip of the political Presbyterians and Royalists in the city, the army leadership and London's political independents also sought to distance themselves as much as possible from their sometimes indispensable, but politically problematic, allies among the separatists and levellers. Immediately following the army's march into London, several leveller leaders demanded that the Army Council establish popular citizens' militias for the city, the Tower, and Southwark. This proposal revived, in a different form, the old Salters Hall project for an autonomous citizens' army. But neither the army leadership nor the city's mainstream political independents could approve this plan, for they were painfully aware of the fragility of their own position within a city still strongly influenced by the political Presbyterians. The army instead established a new Tower regiment under the command of Robert Tichborne, the former Salters Hall militant and religious independent who, as noted, had emerged during the middle 1640s as one of the top leaders of London's political independence. The underlying conflict between the more moderate and more extreme wings of the long-standing but always tenuous London Radical Alliance had thus resurfaced. 32. By the autumn of 1647, the Levellers were approaching the height of their influence, marked by the circulation of the Agreement of the People and the Putney debates. On November 9, 1647, Parliament rejected the Agreement of the People, and immediately thereafter the Levellers countered with a mass petition. At just this juncture, a pamphlet entitled A Declaration by Congregational Societies in and about the City of London, as well of those commonly called Anabaptist as others, was published. In the name of the generality of people fearing God, this work repudiated such outrageous doctrines as polygamy, the community of property, and parity, while interpreting liberty narrowly as religious liberty. It was a scarcely concealed attempt by leading Congregationalists to discredit the Levellers by implying that the Levellers adhered to these awful notions, and, in the process, to distance the Congregationalists from their former radical allies. Although the declaration was published anonymously, its authors later identified themselves, and among them were several of London's leading political independents. They included Richard Chute, a religious independent and colonial commercial and political partner of Maurice Thompson's, who had helped lead the city's radical offensive of 1642 to 1643, William Greenhill, the independent pastor and lecturer of Stepney who had long collaborated closely with the recently deceased independent minister Jeremiah Burroughs, and was himself a leading London radical and New Merchant ally, John Simpson, the independent ministerial radical, whom the militant inhabitants of St. Dunstan's in the East, prominently including Maurice Thompson and his friends, had nominated to be their lecturer, and Thomas Brooks, the independent lecturer who became minister in 1648 of St. Margaret New Fish Street and who was patronized by such New Merchant leaders as William Penhoyer, Samuel Penhoyer, and Stephen Estwick. 33. While attempting at one and the same time to displace the political Presbyterian Royalist alliance and to hold off the Levellers, sections among the city's political independents now sought to exploit the growth of the mass radical movement in the army and the city to begin to advance their own preferred political alternatives. Their first efforts in this direction took place inside the East India Company at the beginning of September 1647, less than a month following the army's entry into London. It will be remembered that at this very moment the New Merchants were nearing the high point of their attack on the old guard of the East India Company. From the mid-1640s, they had been attempting to plant a new colony off the coast of East Africa on the island of Asada, while sending out a series of interloping trading voyages to India in violation of the East India Company's old monopoly privileges. Simultaneously, they were infiltrating the company itself in preparation for taking it over from the inside. Lacking secure monopoly privileges, the company's old leadership had been unable to attract money to its joint stock, and when Parliament refused in early 1647 to renew the company charter, it looked as if the corporation might collapse entirely. The East India Company temporarily saved itself in the summer of 1647 by launching the so-called Second General Voyage independently of the main joint stock. But for members of the company's old guard this was a Pyrrhic victory, for they succeeded in raising this temporary joint stock only by turning for assistance to the colonial interloping leadership. The New Merchants seized on the old leadership's desperate situation, supplied massive investment funds to the new undertaking, and thereby secured for themselves powerful positions within the company's directorate. No fewer than 6 of 16 special directors chosen to manage the Second General Voyage were drawn from among the New Merchant leadership, including Maurice Thompson, Thomas Andrews, Nathan Wright, Samuel Moyer, Jeremy Blackman, and William Ryder. The first 4 of these merchants would serve on one or another of the army-appointed political independent militia committees in the London area in 1647. Their struggle inside the East India Company was heavily commercial in character, but it also had an important and explicit political thrust. 34. According, then, to the East India Company court minutes of September 1, 1647, some of those merchants who had just been chosen to be managers of the affairs of this general voyage do refuse to take the oath which every man that is admitted into the freedom of this society takes. Whereupon some of these gentlemen declared that there were some things mentioned in the said oath which they conceived were not requisite. A great debate reportedly followed, which ended with the appointment of a committee, consisting of representatives of each side, to mediate the conflict. What was at stake was quite clear, as the interloper in the East Indies Alderman Thomas Andrews would explain. Some of the new directors whom he represented refused to take the oath to become company freemen so long as this oath contained the expression of allegiance to the King's Majesty. Those who would not take the oath were none other than the colonial interloping leaders who had just joined the company. This is evidenced by the fact that the New Merchants Maurice Thompson, William Penhoyer, William Harris, and Jeremy Blackman, as well as Alderman Thomas Andrews, were the ones chosen to sit on the mediating committee as representatives of the oath refusers. These men were all very active in the trades with the Americas, as well as interloping in the East Indies. They can be taken to represent the whole group of interlopers who had recently entered the company, and they obstinately refused to compromise on this issue. It is a sign of the New Merchants' intransigence at this point in their stand against the monarchy, as well as of their indispensability to the company, that the old, heavily royalist leadership was forced to give in to them. Despite the threat of such die-hard representatives of the company's old guard as Thomas Rich and John Holloway to withdraw their investments in the joint stock if the oath requirement was dropped, The old directorate agreed to allow the new men to enter the second general voyage and to take up leadership positions without having to declare their allegiance to the king. 35. A good idea of the new merchants' thinking at this point concerning a political settlement comes from the pronouncements of their longtime intimate, political collaborator and effective spokesman, the independent minister Hugh Peter. In his A Word for the Army, published in London in the early autumn of 1647, Peter sought first to defend the army's unconstitutional actions, its defiance of Parliament, its entry into London, and its remodeling of the city government. The first force ever put upon the Parliament was long before this, and that nearer hand. Did not the city remonstrance hang like a petard upon the Parliament door week after week, till were forced to speak pure London? 36. Peter went on to sketch the outlines of a civil war settlement. He began by repeating his long-standing demand for a tolerationist religious order, although one backed up by the state. To ensure that religious practice stayed within decent Christian limits, Peter proposed establishing a committee for union betwixt all men truly godly, that we may swim in one channel, with free and loving debates allowed in every county, that we may convince not confound one another. The idea was that no magistrate in matters of religion meddle further than as a nursing father, and then all children shall be fed, though they have several faces and shapes. To support preachers, he suggested tithes or something of analogy to them brought into a common stock in every county. Finally, to bring the Reformation to completion, especially by bringing the Word of God to the dark corners of the land, Peter outlined a proposal he had first presented in the spring of 1646. 2 or 3 itinerant preachers be sent by the state into every county, he asserted, and a committee of godly men, ministers, gentlemen, and others send out men of honesty, holiness, and parts into all counties recommended. Overall, Peter's program constituted precisely the sort of independent religious settlement generally desired by the more substantial and less radical elements among London's political independents, for it combined a significant degree of religious pluralism with enough state intervention to ensure religious order, official support for ministers, and the vigorous propagation of the gospel. 37. Although Peter stopped short of an outright call for a republic, asserting that not good laws but good men must save kingdoms, his references to Republican Venice and the United Provinces were indicative of the models he was working from. That Peter intended at least a severe demotion if not outright elimination of the monarchy was evidenced in his proposal for a council of state of 10 or 13 persons to serve as a permanent executive advisory committee, not to the king but to Parliament. A version of this plan would, of course, actually be implemented with the establishment of the Council of State for the Rump Parliament. Peter also called for frequent parliamentary elections and the redrawing of parliamentary electoral districts, demands that would draw strong support from among the more radical political independents during the following period. Significantly absent from Peter's program was any provision for the extension of the franchise so central to the concerns of the Levellers. Aside from state-guided tolerationism and a non-democratic version of parliamentary supremacy, Peter put forward a series of broad-ranging proposals for the reform of governmental administration and the law. To combat corruption, he asked that sufficient salaries be appointed to all places of trust, that temptations to deceit not take hold of officers. He demanded the reform of the laws concerning imprisonment for debt. Above all, he stressed the importance of quick justice, the reform of legal procedures to make them swifter, cheaper, and less exploitable by lawyers. Finally, Peter returned to his old theme of Puritan commercial imperialism. He repeated his desire that merchants may have all manner of encouragement. He suggested that English commerce would be the stronger if strangers, even Jews, be admitted to trade through the relaxation of civil and commercial restrictions on resident aliens. No doubt in part with his new merchant allies in mind, he demanded, once more, that the work of Ireland may not thus still be made a mock work, but that the business be carried on strenuously and vigorously by men to be confided. He called again, moreover, for renewed imperial action in the Americas, asserting that the time and energy being spent in legal quarrels were better bestowed upon the West Indies, to which we have been so often called, and would soon make an end of Europe's troubles by drying up that Euphrates. Peter's program was aimed to appeal to, and enunciate a program for, that broad alliance of radical, but non-leveller, forces especially in London, notably the new merchant leadership that had supported the army's march into London and that now looked to the army as the catalyst for reform, if not revolution. None of Peter's proposals was a utopian dream. All would, in fact, be implemented, or at least put forward with some chance of success, under the Commonwealth, with the active involvement and support of the city radicals, new merchant leaders prominently in the forefront. 38. One final proposal advanced by Peter in a word for the army seems at first to be somewhat out of context, namely, that the customs may be in very choice hands. But this suggestion appears less anomalous when it is noticed that Peter's pamphlet was published on October 11, 1647. On that very day, the fiery war party radical Miles Corbett, a longtime friend of Peter's and of the city radical movement, brought into Parliament a proposal from the radical new merchant leaders Maurice Thomson, Thomas Andrews, Richard Shute, Stephen Estwick, and Thomas Smythe that they be given the Customs Commission in place of the syndicate of political Presbyterians and Neo-Royalists that had taken it over in 1645. Peter's reference to the customs was surely inserted into his pamphlet to coincide with and to support the petition by these men. It shows just how closely Peter and the new merchant leadership were working at this critical juncture. 39. The army's invasion of London in 1647 and the uncompleted revolution it initiated there marked a crucial phase in the maturation of political independency in the city. The easy collaboration between the city's political independence and the army at the time of the army's invasion revealed the close working relationship that already existed between the politically less extreme and economically more substantial leaders of the old city radical movement and sections of the army's officer leadership. It also foreshadowed the alliance of radical forces, nationally and in London, that ultimately would carry through the revolution of 1648 to 1649, forsaking its middle group allies on the one hand, while holding off and ultimately destroying the democratic and separatist movement within its own ranks on the other. To explain fully how the political independence in London had forged ties with the political independence in the army and parliament during the course of the 1640s would require further research. However, part of the answer is certainly to be found in the collaboration that took place between the city-trained bands, which were to a significant degree under radical leadership, and the regular army. Important city radicals such as Owen Roe, Robert Tichborne, William Underwood, John Venn, John Warner, John Towse, and Roland Wilson, who held top officer positions in the city militia, built up close associations with some of the politically influential officers of the new model army through joint military operations and related activities. Some of them, such as Venn and Wilson, as well as other leading radical citizens such as Richard Solway, actually became officers in the parliamentary army itself. Contact between leading city and army political independence may also have been established through the work of such key city new merchant radicals as Owen Roe, Stephen Estwick, William Penhoyer, Richard Hill, Maurice Thomson, Richard Shute, Thomas Andrews, Samuel Vassall, and a number of others in army provisioning. Roe actually became the central arms administrator for Parliament's army under the Earl of Essex and supervised the officers of the ordnance. Common ties to the gathered churches of London and to their ministers offered still another basis for building connections between army and city political independence. 40. Finally, there can be little doubt that the multifarious organizations, committees, and associations that grew up in this period to oversee religious and political, as well as commercial, activities in the English colonies in America were essential to consolidating that alliance of political independence which connected army, parliamentary, and city radicals in 1647 to 1649. The additional sea adventure to Ireland of 1642 marked a crucial stage in the construction of a network of activists interested in Puritan imperial designs. That network would serve as a basis for radical political organizing throughout the whole course of the 1640s. This project involved not only all the new merchant leaders and many of their militant London friends, but also key parliament or army-based leaders such as Sir Arthur Haselrig and Oliver Cromwell. In addition, Parliament's Committee on Plantations proved disproportionately attractive to radical elements, 22 of its members during the Civil War period were from the House of Commons, and these included such war party radicals as Sir Arthur Haselrig, Sir Henry Vane, Dennis Bond, Miles Corbett, Cornelius Holland, Richard Solway, William Purefoy, Francis Allian, George Snelling, and Alexander Rigby, as well as, again, Oliver Cromwell. The Committee on Plantations had extensive dealings with the new merchant leadership, especially concerning Parliament's proposals for settling the governance of the Caribbean islands and for Virginia, and in this process important political and personal connections were undoubtedly solidified. 41. In fact, indirect but tantalizing evidence strongly suggests that Cromwell's connection with the new merchant leadership may have been even closer than it appears. Cromwell's personal secretary from 1646 to 1647 was Robert Spavin, a militant Puritan Republican of humble rural origins. Spavin turns out to have been a rather substantial colonial trader, closely associated with the new merchant leadership in a whole series of ventures in both the eastern and western hemispheres. A significant investor in the Second General Voyage of the East India Company, Spavin also was a backer of the new merchants' colonizing project on Asada in the Indian Ocean and was, in addition, a partner with Maurice Thompson and others in what was apparently a private plantation, independent of the main venture, on that island. Spavin was, furthermore, a partner of Thompson's close friend William Penhoyer in the related trade with Guinea. Finally, Spavin was a partner of Martin Noailles and one of Noailles' relatives in the West Indies, in plantation businesses in Barbados and Montserrat. In his will, apparently written in 1650, Spavin named Thompson, Penhoyer, and Noailles trustees of his estate. Of course, the relationship secured by the new merchants with Oliver Cromwell was not necessarily as close as that with his secretary. Still, according to one government report submitted after the Restoration, Maurice Thompson had always been violent against the kingly government, was intimate with Cromwell. Maurice's brother, Maj. Robert Thompson, according to this source, was so great with Cromwell that he nearly married his daughter. The capacity of these traders to build connections by means of their colonial interloping ventures and in other ways with the very top army leadership was impressive indeed. Heading the interlopers' petition 2 years later to the Commonwealth government for their own patent to trade in the East Indies was no less a figure than Lord General Sir Thomas Fairfax himself, 42. Certainly, contemporaries were well aware of the central place of colonial affairs in the evolution of political independency, not only in the city, but in Parliament and the army as well. As Clement Walker bitterly commented, the political independents have provided themselves of places of retreat in case they cannot make good their standing in England. Ireland is kept unprovided for, that they may find room in it when necessity drives them thither. If their hopes fail in Ireland, they have New England, Bermuda, Barbados, the Caribbee Isles, the Isle of Providence, Eleutheria, Ligonia, and other places to retreat to and lay up the spoils of England in. 43. Beyond the close personal and political relationships that already link certain of the city's political independence with their counterparts in the army and parliament, there appears to have been emerging, even at the time of the army invasion of London, some sort of ideological consensus uniting them. This was in evidence, as has been seen, in the writings of the army spokesman and new merchant representative Hugh Peter. It was also manifested in a remarkable political initiative that took place in the summer of 1647, the launching of the Articles and Orders of the Bahamas. The longer-term origins of this document are to be found in the series of sharp religious conflicts that racked the colony of Bermuda during the 1640s, provoked largely by the group of militant Puritan ministers that was attempting to impose on the colony a pure, congregational-type church structure. Apparently, these clerics and their followers had, by the middle 1640s, encountered insurmountable opposition from other factions on the island, and some of them, led by Capt. William Sale, began to plan an alternative colony of their own to be situated in the Bahamas. The Articles and Orders of the Company of Adventurers for the Plantation of the Islands of Eleutheria was thus, in the first instance, simply a founding document for the colonial project of this group of dissatisfied Bermudans. 44 One cannot ignore, however, that the Articles and Orders was published in London as a political broadside on July 9, 1647 and presented to Parliament a week later. This was at the very height of the confrontation between political Presbyterians and political independents, between the city magistrates and the army. In view of the document's sharply radical religio-political contents, and particularly of its very special group of English backers, it could easily have been viewed in some quarters as a political provocation. Certainly, one can hardly avoid the conclusion that its publication was inspired at least as much by the pressing ideological requirements of political conflict in England as by the projected needs of the new colony. The Articles and Orders of the Bahamas was, in fact, no mere colonial charter but a tract for the times, a political intervention in the struggle between political independents and political Presbyterians, consciously aimed to win English support for the Bahamas project more on the basis of its ideological thrust than of its commercial and colonial promise. This is indicated in both the document's relative neglect of actual conditions in the islands and its elaborate articulation of the venture's religio-political premises. To begin with, at a time when the political Presbyterians were fighting most uncompromisingly for the recognition of religious uniformity as the founding principle of the state, demanding the withdrawal of all political rights from those who refused to conform to the established religion, the Articles and Orders gave explicit support to the principle of religious toleration and the separation of church and state. Whereas experience hath shewed us the great inconveniences that have happened, both in this kingdom of England, and other places, by a rigid imposing upon all an uniformity and conformity in matters of judgment, and that practices have been made, factions fomented, persecutions induced, and the public peace endangered. And for that we well know that in this state of darkness and imperfection, we know but in part. That there are both babes and strong men in Christ, and that every member who holds the head and is of the body of Jesus Christ, hath not the same place and office nor the measure of light, who yet desire and endeavor to increase in knowledge. And in the meantime walk according to what they have received, in all godliness, justice, and sobriety. It is therefore ordered, that there shall be no names of distinction or reproach, as independent, antinomian, Anabaptist, or any other cast upon any such for their difference in judgment, neither yet shall any person or persons, assume or acknowledge any such distinguishing names, under the penalty of being accounted as enemies of public peace. That no magistracy or officers of the Republic, nor any power derived from them, shall take notice of any man for his difference in judgment in matter of religion or have cognizance of any cause whatsoever of that nature. 45. That the proposed colony is here referred to as a republic may or may not be significant. But the specific constitutional structure prescribed, and the language in which it is proposed, is so republican in form that it is hard to read the tract as anything else but an endorsement of this type of political order. The government shall be continued in a senate of the number of 100 persons. And whensoever any of them shall die or sell away his interest in the said plantations, then there shall be another elected in his room, by the major part of the said senate out of the other adventurers and planters resident in the said islands. And the same elections shall be made in this manner: first, 20 fit persons shall be nominated. Then those 20 reduced to the number of 4, by scrutiny, and out of those 4 one to be chosen by ballotines. And that the same Senate shall make election of all officers for doing of justice, and distributing and setting out of lands, and for the care and oversight of all public moneys. There shall be yearly a governor and 12 councillors chosen out of the said number of 100 senators, who shall take the daily care of things necessary for the prosperity of the plantation. 46. This, then, is an explicit plan for establishing in the Bahamas a self-perpetuating oligarchic republic clearly derived from continental models, Dutch and Venetian, with religious toleration as a first principle. It is impossible to prove beyond doubt that its author and its supporters intended at this very moment to push for such a settlement in England itself. That these men did, however, actually desire such a government is a reasonable presumption, especially in view of what is known about their political orientations and their subsequent political careers. Among them there were some of those figures from Parliament and the army, as well as the city, who would be instrumental in furthering the revolutionary overthrow of 1648 and essential to carrying on the work of the Commonwealth itself. Of the 26 citizens, parliamentarians, bureaucrats, and army men who were the chief backers of the Articles and Orders 47 of the Bahamas Project, there are only 3 men who can be termed central figures within the new merchant leadership, namely, Owen Roe, Gregory Clement, and Thomas Smythe, but they are major figures indeed. Roe had been a backer of the New Haven project, which was largely organized in his London parish of St. Stephen's Coleman Street, and served through much of the 1640s and 1650s as deputy governor of the Bermuda Company. A leading London radical and apparently a parochial independent, Roe became a member of the original City Committee of Public Safety in January 1642, assumed the position of sergeant major in the city's trained bands, became the chief of arms administration for the parliamentary army, was appointed to the army-backed City Militia Committee of 1647, and eventually became a regicide. Gregory Clement was a very close collaborator of Maurice Thompson's. He was a partner of Thompson's in privateering and colonial activities, and a commissioner for the Thompson-led additional sea adventure to Ireland. Elected recruiter MP for Fowey in 1648, Clement soon became a regicide. Thomas Smythe was also a commissioner for the additional sea adventure to Ireland and a partner of Thompson's in shipowning and privateering. Originally secretary to the Old Admiral of the Navy, the Earl of Northumberland, Smythe became secretary to the Parliamentary Admiralty Committee in September 1642 and then in December 1643 to the Admiral of the Parliamentary Navy, the Earl of Warwick. Later, Smythe was appointed to the Parliamentary Navy Commission, joined Maurice Thompson and his friends in an attempt to take over the Customs Commission in October 1647, and, under the Commonwealth, again became a commissioner of the Navy, as well as a commissioner for the sale of prize goods. 48 Two other Bahamas investors were also involved in enterprises in the Americas and/or connected with the new merchant group. One was Robert Houghton, the Southwark Militia Commissioner, additional sea adventurer to Ireland and trader and investor in Bermuda and New England. The other was John Humphrey, the one-time Massachusetts Bay Deputy Governor and Providence Island appointee for governor, who had also been a leading figure in the additional sea adventure to Ireland. 49. The Eleutheria project is significant because it shows the aforementioned London-based colonizing radicals working together with a group of similarly radical city, army, parliamentary, and bureaucratic personages in an explicitly oligarchic Republican and tolerationist project a year and a half before the advent of the Commonwealth. Most of these figures would continue to cooperate with one another in establishing the Commonwealth regime on similarly oligarchic Republican and tolerationist lines. Among the leading non-merchants involved in the Eleutheria project were Cornelius Holland, a backer of the New England Iron Works project in the 1640s and a Bermuda Company stockholder who, as link boy between Parliament and the Army, was one of the MPs most active in the Army's ultimate drive for power in 1648 and one of the handful of the Commonwealth's most influential politicians in the early period of the Rump. Gewilter Frost, another major backer of the New England Iron Works project in the 1640s, who first became politically active in 1639 to 1640 as a secret courier between the English opposition leaders and the Scottish Covenanters, who subsequently served as co-secretary of the Committee of Both Kingdoms, as sword-bearer and chronologer of London, and as commissary of provisions for Ireland, who assumed the sensitive positions of secretary of the Derby House Committee in the later 1640s and secretary for the Commonwealth Council of State in 1649. And who authored propaganda works for the new republic against the Levellers. Owen Roe's brother William Roe, secretary to the commissioners with the army in the north in 1644 and later scoutmaster general of the new model army, who married the daughter of the Commonwealth leader Thomas Challoner and ultimately became another of the republic's influential politicians. John Rushworth, secretary to the army generals. John Blackwell, son of a London grocer and a Puritan sectarian who became a captain in Cromwell's regiment, a deputy treasurer of war for Parliament in the mid-1640s, then a Commonwealth treasurer of war. Arthur Squibb, a Puritan sectarian who became an influential commissioner for the advance of money under the Commonwealth, a fifth monarchist and a nominee for the Barebones Parliament, John Hutchinson, an MP for Nottingham, who became a regicide and a member of the Commonwealth Council of State, and Thomas Westrow, a close friend of Cromwell's who became a Commonwealth MP. 50. Certainly, much more needs to be discovered about the aforementioned individuals and their interconnections, as well as about the other backers of the Eleutheria project. But it seems reasonable to view them as a representative group within an emergent alliance of city, army, and parliamentary radicals, which, while stopping far short of the demands of the Levellers, was aiming at a significant reconstruction of the English polity. This goal was unacceptable to the great majority of the gentry, and in particular to that special set of middle group or royal independent leaders who had hung on so tenaciously to leadership in Parliament and held out so unyieldingly for a settlement roughly along the lines of what they had proposed in 1642. It was the achievement of these radicals in 1648 to 1649 to wrest power, albeit partially and temporarily, from the middle group leaders, long accustomed to rule, and to move toward, if never quite to consolidate, a new form of rule in church, state, and the economy for England. Defeating counter-revolution, 1648. Neither London's political independence, nor their allies in the army and parliament, were as yet in 1647 at the point of seizing power. By the spring of 1648, John Warner, the army-sponsored colonial merchant Lord Mayor, was encountering difficulties maintaining order in the city in the face of riots inspired by political Presbyterians. Around the country preparations were in progress for a new round of royalist and political Presbyterian risings. During the spring and summer of 1648, much the same sort of political drama as had been played out in 1647 had to be reenacted. Royalist revolts broke out in various parts of the country, forcing the army to vacate London. The city political Presbyterians took advantage of the resulting power vacuum to reassert its authority in the city government. It released its former leaders who had been imprisoned by the army the previous fall, appointed again its own militia committee, and took the initiative once more to force Parliament to reopen negotiations with the king. The Scots made the decision to invade, and the struggle between the political Presbyterians and their enemies had, once again, to be fought out on the field of battle. 51. Parliament's Derby House Committee, now largely shorn of political Presbyterians and Scots, took charge of coordinating the military and political struggle against the Royalist rebels in the spring and summer of 1648. By this time, there was no possibility of trusting a virtually Royalist city government to help put down the various neo-Royalist risings that were threatening Parliament and the army. At the very time of the Kentish Rebellion in May and June 1648, the city government was petitioning Parliament for the creation of an association of Kent, Essex, Middlesex, Hertfordshire, and Sussex, the very counties most unsettled by Royalist discontent, and thereby signalling its sympathy with the rebels, if not its willingness to support them directly. In these circumstances, the political independent alliance in Parliament and the army leadership had little choice but to turn for support to the old radical leadership in the city, prominently including the new merchants. Only a month and a half previously, in March 1648, the Derby House Committee had negotiated what must have been one of the largest loan and provisioning contracts of the entire Civil War era with a syndicate headed by new merchant leaders and a handful of their city radical friends. This contract called for the delivery of some £83,000 in money, corn, ammunition, and other provisions, to make the soldiers in the Kingdom of Ireland take the field with cheerfulness that summer. The 10-person Syndicate 52 constituted a representative sample of the forces making up political independency in London. It included, in the first place, Maurice Thomson, Stephen Estwick, Richard Shute, Thomas Andrews, Thomas Smythe, and Thomas Vincent. All 6 of these men were at this time partners of one another in various colonial interloping projects, and the first 5 had joined together in October 1647 in an attempt to take over the Parliamentary Customs Commission. All 6 of these contractors were also veterans of the city radical movement, as were at least 3 of the remaining 4 men who made up the syndicate, namely, Thomas Player, Tempest Milner, and Maurice Gavin. Player and Milner had been leaders of the extremist Salters Hall Committee in 1643, and Gavin had been a leading activist in the city revolution of the winter of 1641 to 1642, a signatory of both the petition of December 1641, which demanded that the House of Lords take immediate action on the Impressment Bill, and the petition of March 1642, which called for sharp reprisals against those citizens who had dared to come out against the Revolutionary Committee of Safety. All 3 of these men had been appointed to London's Political Independent Militia Committee of the previous September. 53. As the Royalist revolt gathered steam during the late spring, contemporaries became aware of the continual endeavour of the grandees of Derby House and the army to put all the arms, garrisons, ships and strengths of the kingdom into the hands of anti-monarchical, schismatical independents. 54. In these processes, the new merchants took a leading part, carrying out a series of crucial military operations in support of Fairfax's army. On May 29, 1648, just a few days before Fairfax dispersed the main force of the pro-royal Kentish rebellion, Maurice Thomson and his old business partner William Willoughby were called in to help in the pacification of the county. The Derby House Committee asked them to produce 30 faithful men, such as you can be confident of, to take over the defence of the fort at Tilbury, and to make sure that these fighters were well paid and provisioned during the emergency. Then, on June 3, Thomson and Willoughby were requested to take into their possession all the ferry boats on the Thames, as well as all those in Kent and Essex, in order to prevent those who had been in arms against Parliament in Kent from passing into Essex to cause new disturbances there. On the same day, Maurice Thompson's brother George and his old partner George Snelling, the 2 MPs from Southwark, were called on by the House of Commons to take charge of securing the safety of that borough during the emergency. 55. 3 weeks later, the Derby House Committee once again approached Thomson for help on a similar mission of pacification, this time in the wake of the revolt of the Parliamentary Navy. Thomson was now asked to call together 2 of his Anglo-Dutch East India interloping partners, Nicholas Cors Ellis and Adam Lawrence, as well as the colonial trader Capt. John Limbury, and to travel with them into Holland in order to try to secure the recovery and reducement of the ships that had been taken over by the Royalists in the naval mutiny in late May. In 1643, Parliament also had sent Thomson, Cors Ellis, and Lawrence on a mission to Holland, accompanied on that occasion by the minister Hugh Peter, to raise money for distressed Protestants in Ireland. Thomson had wide-ranging connections in Holland, which probably originated with his re-export business in tobacco and which no doubt multiplied as a result of his involvement with the Anglo-Dutch merchants of the Coubertin project and its sequels. And this fact was clearly well known to the political independent leadership in Parliament. 56. During the next 2 months of crisis, other city radicals took a prominent part in securing London itself for the army. Here, Philip Skippon, a long-time political collaborator of the London radicals in general and of the new merchants in particular, played the decisive role. Skippon had made a central military contribution to securing London for Parliament at the time of the city revolution of the winter of 1641 to 1642, had worked with new merchant leaders on the Revolutionary Militia Committee established at that juncture, and had assumed the office of Commander-in-Chief of the city's militia, or trained bands. In the spring of 1642 Skippon had invested in the new merchant's additional sea adventure to Ireland. During the following autumn, the city radicals, led by Richard Shute, nominated him to serve as head of their Independent Citizens Volunteer Army. Shortly thereafter, Skippon was appointed Sergeant Major General in Essex's army and served with great distinction. He retained his rank and regiment in the new model army and became military governor first of Bristol and then, in January 1647, of Newcastle. In the spring of 1648, Skippon was again appointed commander of the city militia with the implicit task of keeping London secure from the attacks of the political Presbyterians and outright Royalists. Over the following summer, working closely with the Derby House Committee and also, apparently, the London sectarian congregations, Skipan managed to maintain control of most of London's official armed forces in the face of determined efforts by the city government to remove him. He was also able to raise, at the behest of the Derby House Committee, a less official supplementary cavalry force under the control of the city's political independents for the explicit purpose of countering the offensive of royalists and political Presbyterians. Skipan's efforts, perhaps more than those of anyone else, prevented the city's political Presbyterians from translating their political hegemony in London into military control. 57. Other radical citizens were also playing a part. On July 4, 1648, Roland Wilson, the Guinean trade partner of Maurice Thomson, was informed by the Derby House Committee that the enemy had plans to surprise several fortified houses in Surrey. He was therefore asked to take charge of raising a force of men and engaging in the defence of Marton Abbey. 58 At the end of August, with the threat of rebellion still a reality, Thomas Aldern and Richard Price were sent a warrant by the Derby House Committee to apprehend all persons engaged in the late rebellion in Kent and also to seize all arms, ammunition, and other provisions of war, sent from this city or parts adjacent, not having the authority of Parliament for their passage. 59 A parishioner of radical St. Stephen's Coleman Street, Thomas Aldern was active in the trades with New England and the West Indies and was closely connected with the new merchant leadership through the Bermuda Company Deputy Governor Owen Roe, a fellow parishioner who was his father-in-law, and the East India interloper James Russell, also a parishioner at St. Stephen's Coleman Street, to whom he had been apprenticed. 60 It cannot be determined which of two related Richard Prices was working with Aldern on this occasion, whether the uncle Richard or the nephew Richard. Both were members of John Goodwin's gathered church and one of them had recently entered the trade with the West Indies. Like many others in Goodwin's congregation, both Richard Prices were to play important roles in the establishment of the Commonwealth, as was Aldern. 61. Meanwhile, at the end of June 1648, under heavy pressure from the city, the House of Commons reversed its vote of no addresses and began to move toward renewal of the personal treaty. Shortly thereafter, the House of Lords endorsed a petition from 60 officers in the London trained bands urging that the King be brought to London for the opening of talks and, at the same time, took steps to undermine Skipan's control of the city's armed forces. Skipan was, however, able to retain a hold on London's militia, allowing the radicals of the city to attempt to mount a counterattack. In early July several of the most substantial of the uppermost independents went into action. In collaboration with the independent minister Philip Nye, son-in-law of the moderate Presbyterian cleric Stephen Marshall, the East India interloping traders Thomas Andrews and Stephen Estwick, both of whom were leading city radicals and religious independents, as well as their old collaborator John Fowke and the usually cautious middle group trimmers Sir John Wollaston and William Gibbs, began circulating a petition that explicitly opposed the personal treaty with the King, which the official municipality so fervently desired. 62. According to Clement Walker, the aforementioned effort by these men and others who hold rich offices by favor of the grandees proved that the political independents had no intent to make peace with the King. 63 However, Walker at least partially contradicts himself when he points out that even following the army's victories, leading political independents still had hopes that the Treaty of Newport would bring about a satisfactory settlement with the King. 64 Walker's inconsistency lay in his insistence on treating political independency, especially including its parliamentary wing, as a unified political party. What had, of course, been operative since 1644 to 1645 was a strategic alliance in Parliament between some of the more resolute middle group politicians, led by such aristocratic royal independents as Lord Say and Seal, who were in the last analysis constitutional moderates, and politically more thoroughgoing war party radicals. This alliance initially had been constituted to prevent a royalist military victory or a political sellout to the King by the political Presbyterians, and had until this point retained the support of both the Army Officer Corps and London's political independents. But its constituent elements differed among themselves on the preferred character of the Civil War settlement toward revolution. In fact, by the end of the summer of 1648, Following the New Model Army's crushing victories at Preston and Colchester, the political independent alliance was finally beginning to break apart. The middle group or royal independents saw some sort of deal with the king as unavoidable, despite Charles I's many misdeeds. In contrast, radicals in Parliament, backed up by compatriots in the army and London, were at this time beginning to view the king's defeat, following a series of useless bloodlettings for which Charles I could be held directly responsible, as opening the way toward a resolution of the conflict in which the king would be made to pay for his crimes, and the monarchy would perhaps be jettisoned altogether. As Walker comments, the victory did work like bottled ale with Scott, Thomson, Holland, Mildmay, and many others of the light-hearted saints who were so puffed with the windiness of it, that they began to swell with disdain and malice against the personal treaty 65. Walker's juxtaposition of these four men is significant, for at just this point, in late August-early September 1648, radical forces in the army, parliament, and the city were beginning to make preparations to forsake definitively their middle group friends and to move toward a revolutionary takeover. Holland, Scott, and Mildmay were clearly among the pivotal figures in Parliament behind this thrust, and they would continue to provide some of the top leadership for the new republic in its early days. Morris's brother George Thomson, an army colonel, an MP from Southwark, and a core member of the new merchant leadership, may be assumed to have represented an analogous group in London, as well as to have provided an important link among the radical forces in the army, parliament, and the city. In mid-September, negotiations took place among key army and parliamentary radicals, notably Henry Ireton and Edmund Ludlow, concerning the strategy for revolution and the most desirable form of political settlement, and it is possible that these negotiations ultimately included representatives of the London radical leadership. 66 Certainly, when the army moved to invade London in November-December 1648, its radical city allies were well prepared. What made it possible in the late summer of 1648 for the radical wing of the political independent alliance in Parliament and the political independents in London to contemplate breaking from the middle group parliamentary leadership once and for all is perfectly clear: it was the emerging likelihood of an army revolt against Parliament. During the summer and fall of 1647, when the army also had effectively taken political control, the top army leadership, most notably Cromwell supported by Ireton, had managed to hold the political independent alliance together and to keep the army ranks in tow, so as to allow the royal independents to seek, still another time, to come to terms with the king. At that juncture, led by Lord Say and Seal and the Earl of Northumberland, royal independents had advanced the heads of proposals as the basis for a settlement, proposing, among other things, that Parliament choose the King's executive officers for 10 years, after which time the King would be allowed to choose one of the 3 parliamentary nominees for each position, that Parliament control the militia for 20 years, and, even after that, have the right to veto any directives to the militia the King might give, that all peers created by the King after 1642 be prohibited from sitting in the House of Lords unless Parliament explicitly approved them, and, perhaps most important from the standpoint of the city's political independence, that the parliamentary Presbyterian Church be continued, but that independents and moderate Anglicans who wished to form churches outside the Presbyterian structure be allowed to do so. 67 In view of the fact that not only Parliament, but also, and above all, the army officers, approved propositions to the King roughly in keeping with the heads of proposals, the less extreme sections of the radical alliance that constituted city political independency had little choice but to go along, for they had no desire to throw in their lot with the Levellers and had no other significant force of their own. By the autumn of 1648, however, radical elements in the army's leadership led by Henry Ireton had decided that they were no longer willing to pursue negotiations with the King along the lines pursued in 1647. It was the army's break from the long-standing political independent alliance in Parliament that provided the indispensable politico-military basis for a parallel and associated break on the part of the city's political independents, the new merchants prominently among them. For the first time since the summer of 1643, the less extreme wing of the City Radical Alliance could reasonably make a fight for a political settlement directly in accord with its own interests and conceptions. The army's ultimate decision to move against both the king and parliament was conditioned by a powerful upsurge of the democratic and sectarian movement in the army rank and file and in London, as well as in the counties. First there was a Leveller petition of September 11 demanding the abolition of the veto power of the King and the House of Lords, then there were 3 mass petitions from the counties presented to the Commons on October 10 that called for an end to the personal treaty, and finally, in mid-November, came a series of petitions, sent by several regiments to the Army Council, demanding justice against the King. In the absence of this popular movement, the pressure it placed on the top officers for action and the power it generated for the army as a whole, the Army Council might never have taken its decisions of mid-November 1648 to defy Parliament and to accept Ireton's army remonstrance to justify its actions. 68 At this point, the position of the radical leaderships among the army officers and in London in relation to their Leveller and extremist sectarian supporters appears to have been rather analogous to that of the leadership of the City Radical offensive of the spring of 1643 in relation to some of the more militant representatives of its popular following. What distinguished the two cases, however, was the outcome of each. In 1643, the City Radical leadership, centered especially in the Militia Committee, refused to grant the demands for autonomy of the very militant Salters Hall Committee. As a result, it seems to have caused a certain degree of demoralization and disunity among the city's most active and enthusiastic political forces, thus contributing to the dispersal of its own key sources of power before it had been able to achieve its goals. In 1648, by contrast, the radical leadership did not make the same mistake. During the first part of November, apparently at the suggestion of Cromwell urged on, very likely, by Ireton, a group of city political independents invited Leveller leaders to hold a series of meetings at the Nag's Head Tavern in London with the goal of achieving political unity before the army took action. On November 15, this group, which included, at various points, the city political independents Robert Tichborne, Col. John White, Daniel Taylor, John Price, and Dr. William Parker, agreed to recommend that the date of Parliament's dissolution should be part of an agreement above law that would be drawn up by representatives of the army and the counties. This proposal was then sent to Army headquarters, where Leveller agents secured certain additions to Ireton's army remonstrance, specifically, future parliaments, as near as may be, an equal representative of the whole people electing, with the representative body forbidden to interfere with the fundamental liberties set forth in a settlement and agreement. Even then, the Levellers were not satisfied. They wanted a firmer grant of toleration and more tangible assurances that a new tyranny by the army and Parliament would not replace that of the King. It was necessary, said the Levellers, before the army marched on Parliament, for the army leadership, along with its friends in Parliament and the city, to take concrete steps toward accepting a revised agreement of the people. The Levellers presented their demands to the London political independents Hugh Peter, Robert Tichborne, Samuel Moyer, and Col. John White, and pressed them to communicate these to Ireton and the army leadership. To satisfy the Levellers and to ensure unity, the army officers, even as they were making their final preparations to march on London, agreed on November 26 to establish a committee of 16, composed of 4 representatives each from the Council of Officers, the City Political Independents, the House of Commons Radicals, and the Levellers, to draw up a new agreement of the people. The 4 men chosen to represent London's political independents were Robert Tichborne, Col. John White, Daniel Taylor, and Richard Price. 69. The 8 persons identified as representing the London political independents in the foregoing series of meetings were all representative figures within a city radical alliance that went as far back as the City Revolution of 1641 to 1642 and the Radical Offensive of 1642 to 1643, and that now, at least for this brief moment, included the Levellers. Hugh Peter was, of course, a representative of the army, as well as the London political independents. Robert Tichborne, as noted, was by this time among the top leaders of city political independency. Samuel Moyer, a representative of the new merchant leadership who was at this point active in interloping in the East Indies, was a member of Thomas Goodwin's congregation and had served on both the London and the Tower Hamlets militia committees appointed by the political independents in the fall of 1647. Dr. William Parker was one of the most prominent lay leaders of London's gathered churches and, like Samuel Moyer, apparently a follower of the independent divine Thomas Goodwin. Col. John White was a stalwart of the political independents in the city militia and was perhaps a member of Sidrak Simpson's gathered church. Daniel Taylor, a member of John Goodwin's congregation, had been a militant organizer for the city radicals as early as their petition campaign of December 1641 and a backer in 1642 of the new merchants' additional sea adventure to Ireland, while maintaining a host of connections in the colonies, including an uncle, Thomas Taylor in Bermuda, and a stepbrother, Edward Rawson, who was secretary for the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Richard Price was also a member of John Goodwin's congregation and one of London's most prominent political independent leaders, as was his kinsman John Price, the radical pamphleteer. 70 selected for their capacity to negotiate and reach a settlement with the Levellers. These men, with the exception of Peter, were drawn from the more radical wing of London political independency, within which John Goodwin's gathered church seems to have played a central leadership role. The outcome of these high-level last-minute meetings between the formally allied political independent, or moderate Republican, and Democratic sectarian wings of the emerging revolution was ostensibly to grant the Levellers much of what they had asked. Indeed, political friendship between the political independents and Levellers reached something of a high point in this period. The Levellers turned the mid-November funeral of the assassinated Leveller hero Thomas Rainsborough into a political demonstration, and, significantly, the independent cleric Thomas Brooks, patronized by such new merchant political independents as Samuel Penhoyer and Stephen Estwick, gave the funeral oration. 71 Nevertheless, despite their mutual sympathy and solidarity at this point, it is doubtful whether the Levellers and the political independent leaders actually interpreted their hastily reached political agreement in precisely the same way. By this point, the political independents and Levellers had reached divergent understandings of the crucial notion of popular sovereignty and, in turn, of what was the most desirable form of political settlement. In 1643, the concept of popular sovereignty was still at the stage of initial formulation, and in the wave of mass mobilization that swept the city at that time, it remained open to a possibly democratic interpretation. By late 1648, however, the political independent leaderships in both the army and London were defining the idea in highly restricted terms and articulating, from a variety of standpoints, notions of an oligarchic or guided republicanism, or perhaps more strictly speaking, since it was not necessarily proposed to abolish the monarchy, a parliamentary supremacy without much democracy, based on a limited franchise. As early as their important petition and remonstrance of spring 1643, the radicals of London had tended to emphasize the leading role and final responsibility not of the people but of their representatives. Still, they had left undefined the ultimate political implications of their central premise that the safety of the people is the supreme law. By 1648, however, this ambiguity was well on its way to resolution, at least in the minds of the revolution's leadership. In a pamphlet plausibly attributed to Hugh Peter and published in those critical moments of October 1648 when the parliamentary, city, and army leaderships were formulating their plans for their own particular kind of revolution, the dilemma was resolved in no uncertain terms: it is not vox, but salus populi that is the supreme law. If the common vote of the giddy multitude must rule the whole, how quickly would their own interest, peace, and safety be dashed? 72 The people's representatives, working from common plain, general and universal reason and moral principles, should retain authority, not the people themselves. Shortly thereafter, Henry Ireton, apparently working in close collaboration with Hugh Peter, made salus populi and popular sovereignty the central premises of the army remonstrance, probably the central ideological statement of the revolution of 1648. On the basis of these principles, he justified the army revolt and went on to argue for parliamentary supremacy, biennial parliaments, redrawn electoral districts to undermine the electoral influence of king and lords, and a written constitution. In combination with the somewhat expanded but still rather restricted franchise that was known to be preferred by Ireton and most of the army leadership, these provisions, if implemented, would have made for a radically transformed political order in England, but one in which popular sovereignty would have assumed an effectively oligarchic form. 73. It was the ambiguity of the army remonstrants and their knowledge of their differences with Ireton and his colleagues within the army, parliamentary, and London radical leaderships that accounted for the Levellers' great anxiety to impose constitutional limitations on any new government before the army could take control. But the Levellers were, in the end, unable to resist demands for unity, and with the enthusiastic support of its rank-and-file militants, the army marched in powerful and united fashion into London. The army commanders, and their political independent supporters in Parliament and in London, were thus able to solve the crucial question of power in the manner they desired, via the installation of a purged parliament, based ultimately on the army's force. In early January 1649, expressing the consensus of the revolutionary leadership in the army, parliament, and London, the Rump promulgated the theoretical foundations of the new regime. Sovereignty lay with the people, but popular sovereignty was to be subsumed under the sovereignty of the Commons. 74. With the establishment of the Commonwealth, the alliance of radical forces that had carried through the revolution thus decisively rejected the Levellers' alternative. But its rejection of a democratic constitution should not be understood as expressing merely the cynical self-interest of a newly empowered ruling clique, although that was probably part of the story. In December 1648 the Army Council did debate and ultimately ratify a revised version of the Second Agreement of the People, forwarding it to Parliament in January 1649. Moreover, a significant group within political independency in London, drawn apparently from its more radical wing, did throw its support behind the revised Second Agreement. This is evidenced by the apparent willingness of the longtime city militants and religious independents Samuel Moyer, William Hawkins, Daniel Taylor, Mark Hildesley, Richard Price, Col. John White, John Langley, and Abraham Babington to serve on the 12-man commission, named in the document, to carry out the task of electoral redistricting and to collect signatures for the Second Agreement. The revised Second Agreement did not, of course, fully meet the Levellers' demand for the democratization of the franchise, but it did go some way towards satisfying the Levellers by including quite radical provisions on toleration, the reapportionment of electoral districts, and the protection of individual liberties. Still, the telling fact is that, in the end, the revised Second Agreement attracted little enthusiasm from any quarter, either within the army or in London, and the reason does not seem hard to find. 75. As almost all sections of the alliance of forces that made the revolution of 1648 were aware, any fully democratic settlement would have restored the conservative gentry to power. This was simply because, with the important exception of London, relatively few areas in the nation had experienced significant radicalization during the Civil War years. In fact, in view of the ideological hegemony exercised by local landlords over most of the countryside and the relative immunity of agricultural laborers to radical politics in this epoch, relatively little mass radicalization could have been expected at this time from rural England, except perhaps for the rural industrial districts, under any conditions. In this situation, the militant minorities in Parliament, the army, London, and the counties who made the revolution tended to feel obliged to explain their actions, in various ways, precisely as the justifiable deeds of militant minorities. As a plain man had analyzed the practical implications of the Levellers' democratic politics at a Leveller meeting in Wapping in January 1648, we know that the generality of people are wicked, and if they come to have power and strength in their hand, we may suppose, and fear, that they will cut the throats of all those that are called Roundheads, that is, the honest, godly, faithful men in the land. Correlatively, in defending the revolution against its political Presbyterian critics in late January 1649, the Baptist minister Samuel Richardson had no qualms about admitting that the army and its friends were no more than a small part of the nation, but the better part. As a result, he asserted, even if the people declared against what they have done, yet it is to be justified, to be necessary, good, and lawful. Hugh Peter had said pretty much the same thing in his Salus Populi Solus Rex of the previous autumn. Symptomatically, even the very radical separatists who flocked to the Levelers' banner and were attracted to their democratic program tended to end up viewing their revolution as a revolution of saints, the creation of a godly few. If some of the Levelers' firmest supporters thus saw the necessity of downplaying democracy precisely to secure the revolution and open the way to further reform, it is hardly surprising that the political independents failed to raise a protest when the revised Second Agreement was ignored. Even when out of power and threatened by repression, the political independents had been dubious about the very radical ideological conceptions advanced by the Levelers and their sectarian friends. Now that they had themselves moved close to the seats of authority by virtue of the establishment of the rump, they had little motivation to fight for them. 76. In the revolutionary process that reached its climax with the execution of Charles I and the establishment of the Commonwealth, it was, not accidentally, the minister Hugh Peter who at every crucial moment set forth in pamphlet and sermon what was to be the next step. In these climactic moments Peter's pivotal role as link between, and mouthpiece for, the Allied army, city, and parliamentary radical leaderships was fully revealed. Peter helped inspire the army's march on London. In the period following the march, he helped effect and preached in favor of Pride's Purge, justified the Republican settlement, called on the army to root up monarchy not only here but in France and other kingdoms about, and came out strongly behind Ireton in calling for the trial and execution of King Charles. In view of Hugh Peter's central role in shaping and propagandizing for it, it is hardly surprising that the new republic Peter helped to usher in turned out to be the very best government his collaborators in London, especially within the new merchant leadership, could have hoped for. 77. The city radicals consolidate their power. The army's victory brought the colonial interloping leadership and its political independent allies in London to a position of unprecedented influence both locally and nationally. This is understandable from several vantage points. First, during the latter part of the 1640s, London had emerged as perhaps the greatest stronghold of political Presbyterianism and neo-royalism in the country. Almost the entirety of the overseas company merchant community had, sooner or later, associated itself with the Crown. In turn, a very strong majority of the most substantial citizens doing business domestically had come out strongly for political Presbyterianism, if not open royalism. More generally, the new regime had only limited support among socio-economically substantial and politically influential layers anywhere in the country. Above all, the landed class of the nation was largely alienated from the revolution of 1648. In consequence, the invading army and its allies in Parliament had little choice but to look for support to the city's political independence, its moderate republicans, with the new merchants prominently among them. London's political independents were the most influential political force still available to the new regime in what was undoubtedly the most strategically important locale in the country. In fact, the new merchant leaders and their London friends offered the revolution one of its few discernible sources of political support among the relatively wealthy and educated classes, that is, outside those artisan and craft layers from which much of the revolution's most militant support had been drawn, both in London and the army, among the separatist churches and the Levelers. Of course, the emergent alliance between the national rulers of the Rump and the less extreme wing of the London Radical Alliance was no mere marriage of convenience. Long in preparation, it manifested a well-established network of political, religious, and business connections among political and religious radicals in Parliament, the army, and London, as well as an emerging ideological consensus. In 1647, when they had first neared the seats of power, the city's political independence had tried for, but failed to secure, a dominant position in London and a pivotal supporting role nationally by destroying their major competitors on both sides, the political Presbyterians and the Levellers. By 1649, however, they were perfectly placed to complete their unfinished task. The requirements for securing the new regime, at least as these were conceived by the Commonwealth's national leadership, corresponded very closely to the requirements for consolidating their own position. With the help of the army's intervention in the electoral process, the city's political independence seized power in London through carrying out a mild revolution in the structure and functioning of city government. Simultaneously, they provided one of the pivotal socio-political bases for the Rump regime. They played a key role in helping to establish the Republic and in the rooting out of its enemies in the immediate post-revolutionary period. They supplied much of the personnel for the financial and administrative apparatus of the new regime, especially in state taxation, the navy, and the city militias. On the basis of their newly acquired power, they carried out important political reforms and religious changes in the city, while pushing for analogous measures on a national scale, where their influence was more restricted. Finally, and most significantly for England's politics, they were a central force in enacting and implementing that dynamic military commercial offensive that was perhaps the most characteristic feature of the Commonwealth's rule. The City Revolution. When the army invaded London in December 1648 for the second time in a little over a year, it carried out a reorganization of city politics designed to ensure the permanent hegemony of its own supporters. This meant not merely the replacement of its army's enemies by its allies in important individual positions, but enabling its London supporters to retain their political power over the long run. Throughout the middle and later 1640s, the influence of radical political forces within the official institutions of city government had steadily diminished, and at least part of the explanation for this trend clearly must lie with the radicals' inability to attract widespread support among the city's electorate. Those who held the franchise, assuming the elections were relatively free, must have favored, overwhelmingly, the political Presbyterians. Otherwise, the political Presbyterians' extraordinary dominance of the Common Council is hardly comprehensible. Those who took power at the national level in 1648 to 1649 were clearly well aware of the political weakness of their London supporters within the official city, and especially of their inability to win substantial backing at the polls. One of their first actions on seizing power, therefore, was to manipulate qualifications for voting and office holding so as to guarantee electoral victory by their city backers. A parliamentary ordinance of December 1648 deprived of the franchise all malignants, supporters of the king, and signers of the engagement for a personal treaty with the king, and prohibited them from holding positions on the Common Council. Its implementation drastically transformed the balance of power inside the official municipality. No fewer than two-thirds of the Common Council's incumbents lost their seats in the first elections under the Commonwealth held in late December 1648. The way was thus opened for a big influx of new Common Councillors, in particular, for the rise to dominance of the city's moderate Republicans, with representatives of the colonial interloping leadership prominently among them. 78. James Farnell has identified the figures who took control of city politics in 1649. Of the 17 persons he lists as composing the Common Council's new leadership, no fewer than 7 were colonial and/or East Indian interloping merchants, namely, Owen Roe, William Penhoyer, Stephen Estwick, Richard Hutchinson, Samuel Moyer, Richard Shute, and James Russell. All 7 had long associations with the new merchant leadership in a wide variety of commercial and radical political projects, and all were identifiable as religious independents, congregational or parochial. Among the remaining 10 Common Council leaders listed by Farnell, there were at least 5 others who, while not necessarily participants in the colonial and interloping trades before 1649, had nevertheless worked alongside the new merchant leaders in a long series of political and religious activities within the political independent movement, that is, Robert Tichborne, Daniel Taylor, Mark Hildesley, Edward Parks, and Nathaniel Lacey. Tichborne is familiar as a leading city uppermost independent, active in radical campaigns from at least 1643. The 1650s Tichborne would join with the aforementioned Richard Hutchinson, along with John de Thick, a partner of Maurice Thompson's in East Indies interloping, in a new private company for trade with the East Indies. Taylor and Parkes, though not overseas merchants, maintained close connections with Bermuda and New England. Both Parkes and Taylor had been outstanding activists in the mass petition campaigns that highlighted the city revolution of 1641 to 1642. Both Taylor and Lacy had been backers of the new merchants' additional sea adventure to Ireland. All of these men were connected with independent ministers. Hildesleigh, Taylor, and Lacy were members of John Goodwin's Gathered Church, and Tichborne belonged to the congregation of George Cocken. 79 Along with the new merchant leaders and a relatively small number of other relatively substantial citizens not too different from themselves, they would not only dominate the city government in the first years of the Republic, but share the Commonwealth's key administrative positions, especially in finance, the navy, and local military administration. The new Common Councillors made clear their radical politics and their intimate ties with the new regime at the national level in their very first actions as magistrates in early January 1649. When the newly elected citizens presented themselves for swearing in as Common Councillors before the Royalist Lord Mayor Abraham Reynoldson attempted to extract from them the traditional oath of allegiance to the King. The Common Councillors immediately protested to Parliament, and the House of Commons promptly forbade Reynoldson to persist with this requirement. Then, at the next Common Council meeting, held January 13, 1649, the new councillors brought in a major petition for approval by the city and presentation to Parliament. The central demands of this remonstrance represented the top priorities of the new rulers of the city and were at that very moment being echoed throughout the kingdom: execution of justice against the king, and the placing of the militia, navy, and all places of high office into the hands of none but constant and uniform supporters of the present government. Lord Mayor Reynoldson did everything in his power to obstruct this petition. According to the Common Council's own narrative of the day's proceedings, though was often and earnestly pressed for a long time by the major part of the court that it might be read to receive the sense of the court, yet the Lord Mayor wholly refused to suffer the same, or that the question should be put whether it should be read yet or no. After the fruitless expense of many hours, another question being drawn up, the major part of the court required it to be put, to be decided according to the right and custom of the court, and being denied therein declared how unjust and of what a destructive nature to the being of the court such a denial would be. Yet notwithstanding, the Lord Mayor with the 2 aldermen departed and left the court sitting, to the great grief and dissatisfaction of the same. 80. According to city custom, the attendance of the Lord Mayor and a certain number of aldermen was required for a Common Council quorum. By their withdrawal the magistrates thus hoped to terminate the meeting. But the Common Council continued to meet without the aldermen and the Lord Mayor. They elected their own chairman and went on to approve the petition for presentation to Parliament. Parliament not only accepted the petition, but voted to sanction the procedural innovation implicit in the Council's action. Henceforth, only Common Councillors were necessary to constitute a quorum, and 10 commoners could by themselves call a Common Council meeting. The Lord Mayor's consent was no longer to be necessary for either action. 81. Thus was finally settled a long-standing dispute concerning the distribution of authority among the major bodies that composed the city government. At the time of the city's constitutional revolution of 1641 to 1642, the Common Council had taken over, de facto, ultimate decision-making power in the city. Hitherto, meetings of the Common Council had to be called by the Lord Mayor, and the aldermen had held veto rights over all decisions taken. But at a Common Council meeting held in early 1642, the votes of the 26 aldermen were for the first time counted together with those of the 237 Common Councilmen, and the Court of Aldermen was thereby deprived of its veto. From that time onward, the magistrates adhered to this precedent, but without any explicit constitutional decision on the matter. In early 1645, when the tide was running strongly in favor of political moderation, the majority of the Court of Aldermen tried to reassert its old veto power. Only 5 aldermen opposed this initiative, and it is significant that these included all four of the colonial interloping merchants who were members of the aldermanic court: Thomas Andrews, Samuel Warner, William Barkeely, and John Warner. 82 In 1645, the Common Council was hardly ready to admit the aldermanic claims, and the matter was left in abeyance until the triumph of the army and the series of events just recounted. The leading participants in the Common Council's actions of January 13, 1649, which put the city government strongly on record against the king while at the same time accomplishing a small constitutional revolution in the municipality, can be deduced from the list of 20 men who were chosen to carry the petition to Parliament. They included the colonial interloping traders Owen Roe, Richard Shute, William Penhoyer, Thomas Barnardiston, Richard Hutchinson, Samuel Moyer, and Nathan Wright, as well as their aforementioned political independent friends within the Common Council leadership: Robert Tichborne, Edward Parks, Mark Hildesley, and Daniel Taylor. 83. Having refashioned the Common Council to its own taste, the new national government went on to cleanse the aldermanic court of potential opponents. During the spring of 1649, all those who refused to proclaim the establishment of the Commonwealth or the abolition of monarchy were excluded from its ranks. The Lord Mayor was replaced first, and it is striking that in April 1649 as in September 1647 the choice of his successor was made from the circle of new merchant leaders. Whereas when the army first invaded London the tobacco trader John Warner replaced the Levant East India magnate John Gayr, on this occasion the colonial trader and interloper in the East Indies Thomas Andrews took over from the Levant East India magnate Abraham Reynoldson. Both of these purges manifested the dramatic shift in the locus of power in London that had been brought about by civil war and revolution, especially within the ranks of the overseas trading community. 84. Subsequently, 7 other aldermen were forced out, including the Levant East India establishment merchants John Gayr, John Langham, and Thomas Soames, as well as the famous Levant Company parliamentary oppositionist Richard Chambers, a former friend of the new merchants. Chambers had served on the political Presbyterian Militia Committee of 1648, apparently having become alarmed by the radical turn of politics at the end of the 1640s. 85 This purge left only the radical Isaac Pennington, the old parliamentarian Simon Edmonds, and the royalist trimmer Richard Bateman as Levant East India Company representatives on the aldermanic court. The political Presbyterians Samuel Avery and Christopher Paca also trimmed their sails and remained the only aldermen identifiable as merchant adventurers. These last 4 men, Edmonds, Bateman, Avery, and Paca, were all, in 1649, still members of the syndicate in possession of the Customs Commission. It is not improbable that their desire to hold onto the customs helps to account for the willingness of such prominent political Presbyterian leaders to come to terms with the new regime. Securing the new regime against its enemies. London's revolution of the winter and spring of 1649 had a dual purpose: to establish the political independence in power, and then to bring the weight of what was by far the most important constituency in the country behind the revolution in progress and in support of the Republican regime. London's newly installed rulers, as their first act, had placed the city government on record in support of bringing the king to justice. Meanwhile, many of the same persons, as well as others drawn from similar city political groups, were also taking part, as individuals, in the king's trial. Indeed, in the proceedings against Charles I, as well as the subsequent series of state trials by means of which the Commonwealth disposed of its leading enemies, radicals of the city, with new merchants prominently among them, assumed the sort of leadership role at the level of national politics that hitherto had been inconceivable for citizens of London outside the top elite. 2 of the 3 lawyers selected by Parliament to serve as its prosecutors in Charles's trial, John Bradshaw and William Steele, had long been prominent representatives of London's Radical Alliance. Bradshaw had established his political credentials very early in the Civil War. In 1643 to 1644, he was a leading militant of the very radical Salters Hall Committee and represented its demands before the Common Council. In 1645, he served as counsel for John Lilburne in Lilburne's successful appeal to the House of Lords to overturn the Star Chamber sentence against him for publishing seditious books. Shortly after his nomination to the government's commission for prosecuting the king, Bradshaw was promoted to the presidency of the High Court. Not long thereafter, he became the first president of the Commonwealth's new Council of State. Steele had been a leading participant in the Radicals' offensive of the spring of 1643 and was a promoter of their quasi-republican petition and remonstrance. He was unable to serve as prosecutor in Charles's trial due to illness, not for lack of desire. In the summer of 1649, Steele was chosen London's first recorder under the Republic. It might be noted in passing that at the same time Steele was appointed, John Sadler, another radical lawyer from the same political circles, was chosen London's town clerk. Sadler was a member of Samuel Hartlib's group of reformers and, under the new regime, became an important advocate of the Rump's new departures in commercial policy and a leading propagandist for the Republican form of government, authoring Rights of the Kingdom, a defense of the Commonwealth. Archetypical representatives of what I have termed moderate republicanism in the city, both Steele and Sadler would play important roles in the movement for the progressive reform of the law under the Commonwealth. 86. The High Court chosen to try Charles I was very large, consisting of about 130 persons. Among them, there were about 20 well-established London radicals, including Philip Skippon, Isaac Pennington, Thomas Atkins, Thomas Pride, Richard Solway, Robert Tichborne, Robert Lilburne, Robert Overton, Josias Berners, John Bradshaw, Edmund Harvey, John Venn, John Fowke, Owen Roe, Randall Mainwaring, Thomas Andrews, Thomas Boone, Francis Allian, Gregory Clement, and Roland Wilson, of whom the last 8 were involved in the colonial interloping trades. 87. Radical Londoners were significantly better represented on the 34-person court, also headed by John Bradshaw, that tried the Duke of Hamilton, the Earl of Holland, and several others for treason 2 months later. In these trials, the aforementioned William Steele played a leading role in the prosecution, and later published his argument in Hamilton's case. Among the judges in these proceedings were the new merchants Samuel Moyer, William Underwood, Richard Shute, Owen Roe, William Berkeley, and Stephen Estwick, as well as their collaborators in the Common Council leadership Daniel Taylor, Mark Hildesley, and Robert Tichborne, along with 2 other prominent London radical citizens, William Wibbard and George Langham. It was expressive of the new constellation of power under the Commonwealth that joining these citizens on the High Court were a large handful of individuals who as early as 1647 had backed the Tolerationist and Republican articles and orders for Eleutheria, including William Roe, Robert Norwood, John Sparrow, and John Blackwell. 88. Over the following period, while the army roamed the kingdom putting down its enemies, the city's moderate Republican rulers continued to help the new regime maintain internal security. In March 1650, a new High Court of Justice was established to investigate and bring to justice plotters against the government, mutineers, and adherents of the king. No fewer than half of its members were Londoners. The justices included the new merchants William Underwood, Samuel Moyer, Maurice Thompson, Richard Shute, William Penhoyer, Maximilian Bard, Owen Roe, Thomas Andrews, Stephen Estwick, and William Berkeley, their Common Council collaborators Daniel Taylor, Nathaniel Lacy, and Robert Tichborne, such established London radicals as William Steele, John Sadler, John Langley, William Wibbard, Sylvanus Taylor, Josias Berners, Nathaniel Wetham, and Abraham Babington, and the Bahamas Project backers. John Blackwell, John Sparrow, Robert Norwood, and William Roe. 89. While helping the new regime prosecute seditious representatives of the old order, the Republican rulers of London were also aiding it in the repression of extremist radicals. The Levellers had hoped to revive their movement in the spring of 1649 by organizing a new campaign around their pamphlet, the second part of England's New Shens Discovered. But their hopes were irrevocably dashed when their one-time supporters within the particular Baptist churches refused to come to their aid. In seeking to win over the Levellers to the new republic, the particular Baptist minister Samuel Richardson assumed the leading role, much as he had done a few months earlier in the efforts to justify the establishment of the Commonwealth by a radical minority and to reconcile the political Presbyterians to the revolutionary takeover. For his services in the cause of the new regime, Richardson must have won the appreciation of the newly dominant moderate Republicans of London. It was probably no coincidence that, when Richardson published his Divine Consolation in 1649, Maurice Thomson wrote a commending epistle. 90. The social gulf that separated the group of silken independents, typified by the cosmopolitan nouveau riches of the new merchant leadership, from the artisan-based Leveller militants now fully manifested itself in the political arena. Many of the new merchant leaders and their friends had begun life among the city's humble shopkeeping and mariner elements. It was in fact their close and continuing connection with the city's middling and industrious sorts of people that had in part inspired their ideals, and that had enabled them to work so intimately and relatively successfully with the city's mass movements and sectarian churches, as well as with the extremely radical politicians who had emerged from them, during the greater part of the 1640s. But those days were now long past. As the Leveller William Walwyn sarcastically described the political independents' rapid rise to riches and office and their tendency to trumpet their success as a sign of God's favor, it seems your congregation is of near relation to those that hold prosperity a mark of the true church. 91 Walwyn oversimplified, but he was not entirely off the mark when he bitterly charged the political independents with betraying their former friends and supporters. They had but run with the stream, and turned with the times, changed principle with their condition. 92. Quite appropriately, it was the colonial interloping leader Thomas Andrews, a longtime member of Sidrak Simpson's gathered congregation, who, as first Commonwealth Lord Mayor of London, met with Oliver Cromwell to arrange a city feast for Parliament, the Council of State, and the army officers, after they had bloodily destroyed the Leveller dissidents at Burford in May 1649. Nor was it surprising that the preacher at that feast was the longtime comrade in arms of both the new merchant leadership and their political independent friends within the army, the independent minister Hugh Peter. 93 When the House of Commons arranged its own occasion to thank God for reducing the Levellers, it chose, in similar manner, the great independent clerics Thomas Goodwin and John Owen. Peter, Goodwin, and Owen, with their independent clerical colleagues Joseph Carroll and Philip Nye, became the leading political propagandists for the Commonwealth. 94 These were the ministers supported by the new merchants and many of their political independent friends in the city. On the issue of Leveller subversion, as on the general question of who was to rule under the Commonwealth, they and their patrons were as one. Staffing the new regime, the militia. While carrying through their small constitutional revolution, cleansing their own house of opponents of the regime, and helping the new government destroy its more radical and more conservative opponents, the moderate Republicans of London played an important role in the purges carried out by the Commonwealth at all levels of government and took a truly pivotal position in the new national administration. One of the London radicals' first demands on coming to power within the city was that places of public trust, especially in the militia and the navy, be cleansed of unreliable elements and replaced by trustworthy men like themselves. For this, the new regime needed no urging, and in the restaffing of strategic governmental positions that followed, the colonial interloping merchants and their radical city friends were assigned the central role. Given the pivotal importance of London's armed forces to the Commonwealth's security, especially in view of the festering hostility to the regime within London, the city and suburban militia committees had, of necessity, to be revamped. In May 1648, London's political Presbyterians had, once again, installed their own city militia commission, so the new regime was obliged to turn once more to its allies in the city to create a new one. On January 17, 1649, Parliament appointed its own militia commission and, as in September 1647, this body was dominated by that radical leadership which had launched the city offensives of 1641 to 1643, which had formed political independency in London from the middle 1640s, and which had come to constitute the core of the city's newly empowered ruling group. Of its 37 members, 15 had been members of the City Militia Committee in 1642 to 1643, and 3 others had been leaders of London's radical upsurge of that period. Similarly, 24 had been members of the Army-appointed Militia Committee of 1647. Looked at from a slightly different angle, the committee included 12 activists in the colonial interloping trades: Thomas Andrews, Roland Wilson, Gregory Clement, Owen Roe, William Underwood, John de Thick, Samuel Moyer, Stephen Estwick, Richard Shute, Francis Allian, John Pocock, and the Coubertin collaborator and East India Company opponent John Fowke, one additional overseas trader with whom they often worked on both commercial and political affairs, Richard Solway, and 3 other citizens with whom they were closely allied politically on the new Commonwealth Common Council: Robert Tichborne, Mark Hildesley, and Daniel Taylor. 95 As on the occasion of the Army's previous invasion of London in 1647, the city's suburbs were given control of their own militias, and once again, small groups of new merchant radicals were strategically placed on the new commissions. In Tower Hamlets, Maurice Thompson, Samuel Moyer, William Penhoyer, and William Willoughby were again appointed, as were George Thompson, George Snelling, George Passfield, and Robert Houghton in Southwark. 96. Staffing the new regime, the Navy. As had the city militia, the Parliamentary Navy had been filled with subversive elements. To confront the problem, the new regime turned immediately to its friends among the new merchants. This was to be expected, in view of their service to the Parliamentary Navy throughout the Civil War period, as well as their close connections with the new leaders of the Navy under the Commonwealth. At the outbreak of the Civil War, much of the English Navy had taken Parliament's side. Nevertheless, Parliament had nowhere near enough ships to confront the Royalists and interrupt shipping to Royalist strongholds, and was obliged to turn to private ship owners for help. Colonial interloping traders, as noted, appear to have provided a disproportionate number of the ships for the Parliamentary Navy and, in addition, to have carried out themselves, on a private basis, a great number of privateering ventures under parliamentary commissions to capture ships bound for Royalist ports. In this way, they achieved positions of influence and trust within the Earl of Warwick's naval administration. 97. It was only natural, then, that in late May 1648, in the wake of the Royalist naval uprising, the Derby House Committee called on Maurice Thompson and some of his friends to go to Holland to seek to recover the ships in revolt. Nor was it surprising that, half a year later, the new Republican government turned to the new merchants for the task of politically cleansing its navy and helping to organize a new naval administration, and even less so in view of the fact that the leadership of Commonwealth naval policy making and administration was in the hands of intimate friends of theirs. In the earliest days of the Republic, Miles Corbett, who had collaborated closely with the new merchants and the city's independent ministers on a long series of radical political and religious projects during the 1640s, headed up Parliament's Committee of the Navy, which was in charge of financing the Navy and overseeing naval administration. During the course of the following year, George Thompson, Morris's brother, succeeded Corbett, and in 1650 formally became the Navy Committee's chairman. 98 Meanwhile, shortly after Pride's Purge, on December 15, 1648, the House of Commons ordered its Committee of the Navy to confer with Mr. William Penhoyer, Col. William Willoughby, Mr. Samuel Moyer, Alderman John Fowke, William Berkeley, and Maurice Thompson, and such other persons as they think fit for the present supply of the Navy with money or any other Navy business. 99 All these men were, of course, at the heart of the new merchant leadership, and this parliamentary order gave the signal to hand over to the new merchants a dominant role in all aspects of Commonwealth naval policy and administration. In order to assure the Navy's loyalty to the new regime by removing its former political Presbyterians and Royalists at all levels, the Commons appointed, on January 16, 1649, a 16-person commission for the regulation of the Navy and the customs. It was entirely in the hands of Maurice Thompson and his new merchant friends, and included, besides Maurice Thompson, Robert Thompson, William Willoughby, Thomas Andrews, Thomas Andrews' son Jonathan Andrews, William Berkeley, Stephen Estwick, Richard Hill, Samuel Moyer, the brothers Samuel and William Penhoyer, James Russell, Richard Shute, and Richard Hutchinson. John Langley and John Holland were the only commissioners who were not colonial interloping merchants. No fewer than 10 of these commissioners had been among the backers of the new merchant's additional sea adventure to Ireland in 1642, 10 were also contemporaneously participants in Maurice Thompson's challenge to the East India Company, both inside and outside that corporation. 100. In the first uncertain months of the new regime, the Committee for Regulating the Navy and the Customs, or the Committee of Merchants as it was sometimes called, not only sought to ensure the political reliability of the parliamentary navy but also took initial responsibility for creating a new, more efficient naval administration for the Commonwealth. The committee members prepared a model of all positions and personnel in the navy and shipyard, and saw to it that salaries were raised and that workers were paid more promptly. In an effort to reduce corruption, they banned the old custom whereby workers accepted perquisites for their work. Simultaneously, they sought to carry through a political purge designed to root out elements sympathetic to the recent royalist rising within the fleet. 101. Meanwhile, on February 15, 1649, the Parliamentary Navy Committee had called on the Commission for Regulating the Navy and the Customs to nominate what was to be a permanent committee in charge of day-to-day administration of the Navy and the shipyards. All 5 of the persons ultimately chosen to constitute this Navy Commission were also members of the Regulating Committee, and they included Morris's brother Robert, the New England merchant, and Morris's longtime business partners William Willoughby and Thomas Smythe. Willoughby, a ship captain and ship owner with many ties to New England, had worked closely for many years with Thomson and Gregory Clement in privateering in the Americas, as well as in the tobacco trade with Virginia. Smythe had been a promoter of the Republican Bahamas project of the summer of 1647, had petitioned with Maurice Thompson, Stephen Estwick, Richard Shute, and Thomas Andrews in their bid to take over the customs in September 1647, and was a member of Maurice Thompson's 10-person syndicate that undertook the £83,000 Irish Army provisioning contract in March 1648. For a time, the Navy Commission and the Regulating Committee worked together on naval administration, but eventually the Navy Commission alone assumed this task, directly implementing the policies decided on by Parliament, contracting for vessels for the state service, constructing, repairing, and supplying ships, providing ordnance, and so on. 102. During the summer of 1648, Trinity House, the corporation of shippers, had taken part in the movement to bring back the king and supported the Navy's revolt against Parliament. On June 29, 1648, Trinity House had petitioned Parliament that since His Majesty's evil counsel were removed from him, and no face of an enemy appearing to obstruct, that, by the settling of His Majesty in his just rights, this miserable distressed kingdom might a happy and lasting peace. A few weeks later, the Earl of Warwick referred to rumours circulating in Holland that Trinity House was encouraging seamen to join the service of the ships in revolt. 103. When the political independents came to power, therefore, they had to put the government of Trinity House into commission in order to destroy its royalist influence. On February 23, 1649, a committee of 9, expanded to 12 later in the year, was appointed to govern Trinity House. 104. In view of his service to Parliament against the rebellious ships, it is understandable that Maurice Thompson was appointed to this committee. Joining him were his partners in East Indian interloping, Samuel Moyer and Jeremy Blackman. George Passfield, a trader with the West Indies, was another member of the committee. The importance of the Parliamentary Commission for Trinity House during the early years of the Commonwealth has sometimes been missed. In fact, this body played a part in formulating Commonwealth commercial policy. This becomes less surprising when it is noted that alongside the new merchant leaders on the Trinity House Commission sat a number of truly pivotal figures in the Commonwealth with whom the new merchants would collaborate on many occasions, in particular, the Republican kingpin Thomas Scott, as well as Col. Richard Dean, appointed in February 1649 one of the 3 commanders of the fleet. To fill out the foregoing picture of new merchant domination of Commonwealth naval administration, it should be added that the Commission for the Sale of Prize Goods, as well as the new syndicate organized in 1650 that won the Navy supply contract, were both under the influence of colonial interloping traders and their moderate Republican political allies. The 16-person prize goods commission included the new merchants Robert Thomson, Maurice Thompson, Robert Dennis, William Bark-Ely, Nathaniel Andrews, George Passfield, and Owen Roe, as well as their political allies on the Common Council Mark Esley and Daniel Taylor. 105 The eight-man syndicate that took control of the lucrative business of supplying the Navy included the colonial interloping traders Thomas Aldern, Nathaniel Andrews, John Limbury, and Dennis Gauden. 106 Finally, it should be pointed out that the man appointed to be Treasurer of the Commonwealth Navy, perhaps the key figure in naval administration under the Commonwealth, was the New England merchant, interloper in the East Indies, and Commonwealth Common Council leader, Richard Hutchinson. 107. Staffing the new regime, finance. To finance the Commonwealth, the new government felt obliged to remodel the entire financial administration and to place its friends in the most crucial positions. This meant appointing, once again, essentially the same group of individuals that had taken over leadership in the Common Council, that had staffed the city militia, and that had assumed charge of the Navy. Basically, there were three categories of financial administration: taxation on internal and external trade, sale of property formerly in the hands of persons or institutions opposed to or dissolved by Parliament, and direct taxation. Leaving aside the Crown lands and the Bishop's lands, administration in all of these areas was placed in the hands of much the same interlocking groups, with the new merchants again in a central position. In January 1643, at the time of the Radicals' offensive, the Parliamentary Customs Commission had been captured by representatives of the new merchant leadership and their friends, specifically Maurice Thompson, Stephen Estwick, Thomas Andrews, William Bark-Ely, Francis Allian, James Russell, John Fowke, and Richard Chambers. In 1645, these men had lost the commission to a group of wealthy political Presbyterians. Even following the army's invasion of London in 1647, Thompson, Andrews, and Estwick, along with Richard Chute and Thomas Smythe, had failed in their effort to get back the commission. However, with the triumph of the political independence, the new government felt obliged to reward its friends. Maurice Thompson's Committee for Regulating the Navy and the Customs was given charge of nominating the new 5-person Customs Commission. Chosen were the interloper in the East Indies Stephen Estwick, along with Robert Tichborne, Mark Esley, Daniel Taylor, and Edward Parks, the Common Council leaders who worked with the new merchant leadership on so many other political and administrative bodies in these years. When Parks died in 1652, he was replaced on the Customs Commission by Maurice Thompson's brother George. 108. The Excise Commission was the only one of the financial plums that had eluded the new merchant leadership entirely in the early years of the Civil War. It had gone to a heterogeneous syndicate of London citizens, including several of the few establishment company merchants who chose to support Parliament rather than the King. But in September 1650, the Commonwealth bestowed the Excise Commission on a 6-man syndicate led by Maurice Thompson and his former colonial merchant partner George Snelling, the MP and Militia Commissioner from Southwark. 109. The former committees in charge of overseeing national taxation and of compounding with delinquents were consolidated during the Commonwealth into a single 7-person body, the Commission for the Advance of Money of 1650. The leading colonial interloping radicals, Samuel Moyer and James Russell, served on this body, alongside the New England trader and colonist Edward Winslow and the Bahamas Project promoter Arthur Squibb. 110 The 15 trustees for deans and chapter lands included the new merchants Owen Roe, Stephen Estwick, and Roland Wilson, their radical friends from the Common Council leadership Robert Tichborne, Daniel Taylor, and Mark Esley, and Samuel Penhoyer's father-in-law William Hobson. 111. The remarkable eminence achieved under the Commonwealth by the new merchants and their London radical colleagues, both nationally and in London, reflected the pivotal position they had come to occupy as backers of the revolutionary government. That England's new rulers not only understood and appreciated their supporting role but sympathized with many of their aims and ideals was to be amply demonstrated in the policies considered and adopted by the new republic. Political independence, new merchants, and the Commonwealth. The establishment of the Commonwealth, I have tried to argue, represented the triumph of an emergent alliance of radical forces in the army, parliament, and the city. In part, of course, this alliance consolidated itself in power simply in response to short-term tactical exigencies. The hardening belief, following the Second Civil War, that Charles I would never abide by any peace agreement, along with the intensifying pressures exerted by the army's rank and file, induced these forces to break definitively from their former middle group allies and to seize state power. Subsequently, the threat posed by democratic militants to the new regime's stability, in the face of its already narrowed socio-political base, led them effectively to destroy the levelers. These steps were motivated, in the first instance, by immediate, practical considerations. Nevertheless, they had far-reaching consequences for imparting political definition to the new Commonwealth government. Taken together, they meant the defeat and loss of influence of an extraordinary range of political tendencies across the entire spectrum of political forces that had fought against the king since 1642. Almost the whole of the old parliamentary party that had defeated the royalists lost control over the political process, from crypto-royalists through political Presbyterians to the most radical of the middle group independents, and accepting only the radical wing of the political independent alliance. Simultaneously, what might be generally termed the democratic wing of the revolution suffered definitive defeat. The victorious revolutionary alliance thus defined itself, in negative terms, as constituted by those elements that had refused both to bargain further with the king and to accede to the demands of Leveller radicalism. The fact remains, as I have tried to argue, that the coalition of forces that came to power in the Commonwealth was hardly a tactical makeshift constructed on the spur of the moment. Nor were the steps it took to consolidate its rule merely pragmatically motivated. Nor was the political outcome it achieved, by which its more moderate parliamentary and political Presbyterian opponents and its more radical sectarian and democratic opponents were simultaneously dispatched, accidentally arrived at. The radical alliance that made the revolution and then crushed the democratic movement within its ranks had been long in preparation and, by 1648, possessed certain rough and ready political and organizational foundations, a functioning network of political connections, and an emergent agreement on certain ideological conceptions, reform ideas, and policy departures. As a result, the Commonwealth took on a rather distinctive political character and projected a definite if limited radicalism that distinguished it from all English governments that preceded and followed it. Of course, from the standpoint of the Levellers and their allies among the sects, the radicalism of the Commonwealth was pale indeed. Once they had seized power, the leaders of the new government showed little interest in allowing the people greater political participation or in instituting social reforms that might restrict property rights. Nevertheless, the conservatism of the rump can be and has been exaggerated, especially when its political character has been compared only with that of the democratic and separatist militants and not with that of what had been, and what was again to become, the established political mainstream. In comparison with any of the other English governments of the 17th century, before or after the interregnum, always dominated by the greater landed classes, the Commonwealth represented a truly radical departure. This was so with respect to the political attitudes of a significant section of its leadership, the social and political character of its main supporters, the institutions through which it governed, the constitutional ideas by which it justified those institutions, the religious conceptions and policies that it expressed and implemented, the range of reforms it seriously considered, and its positive political achievements, above all in the realm of commercial and foreign affairs. In the first place, then, compared with any regime that preceded or followed it in the 17th century, the rump possessed a very radical leadership. The men who seized power with the army's march on London in December 1648 and who determined the character of the revolution in the period through the king's execution were, in their overwhelming majority, war party radicals, radical political independents, and regicides. According to Blair Worden, the triumvirate of Thomas Scott, Thomas Chaloner, and Henry Martyn, all self-conscious Republicans, composed the revolution's top political leadership during this period. Among their most important collaborators at this juncture were the long-established parliamentary radicals, reformers, and architects of the Revolution of 1648 Cornelius Holland and Sir Henry Mildmay. Their allies at this point also included John Blackiston, John Carew, Sir John Danvers, Gilbert Millington, Humphrey Edwards, Sir Gregory Norton, John Venn, Miles Corbett, William Purefoy, Augustine Garland, Lord Grey of Groby, Sir James Harrington, John Lisle, Nicholas Love, Sir Thomas Roth, Luke Robinson, and Alexander Rigby, along with the army leaders Oliver Cromwell, Henry Ireton, and Thomas Harrison. This list reads like a roll call of Parliament's most radical activists during the whole of the Civil War period. It is quite true, and needs to be emphasized, that the Republicans Chaloner, Martin, and Scott and their radical friends did not, for long, rule by themselves, but were soon obliged to integrate into the top Commonwealth leadership a number of very major figures who were politically more moderate than themselves. The fact remains that, throughout the Commonwealth period, these radical figures exerted a powerful and often dominant influence on the formation of government policy. That persons with their political outlook could, through so much of this epoch, maintain the political initiative even if they were often frustrated in the achievement of their goals had an enormous impact on the political complexion of the Commonwealth and would have been unheard of in any other English government of the 17th century, before or after the interregnum. Point 1. The same point can be demonstrated from a slightly different angle. Worden has singled out from among the Rump's 220 to 230 members the Commonwealth's leading parliamentary activists. Of the 33 MPs he lists, 14 were regicides and 22 were among those categorized by David Underdown as revolutionaries. Correlatively, almost half were either religious separatists or parochial or congregational independents. The Rump leadership was thus constituted in large part by what was, in ideological terms, a tiny radical minority within England's political class. Representatives of that radical minority had carried through the Revolution of 1648, with the help of militants in the army and London drawn largely from social layers well beneath their own. Point 2. Second, the organized political groups on which the Commonwealth rested were significantly more radical politically and religiously and were drawn from layers far lower on the socio-economic scale than were any of the primarily noble and gentry groups on which all 17th-century governments before 1647 to 1648 and after 1660 were essentially founded. Above all, of course, the Commonwealth depended on the army. The army's officer corps, recruited mostly from the lower ranks of the landed class or from entirely outside it, was notoriously heterogeneous ideologically and far from uniformly radical in either political or religious terms. Witness its leader, Oliver Cromwell. The fact remains that the army leadership had distinguished itself precisely by its willingness to break from even the most politically adventurous of the middle group or royal independents in order to make the revolution and found a new regime. In so doing, it embraced, at least formally though not, in the case of a number of its top leaders, really substantively the very radical ideological outlook expressed in Henry Ireton's Army Remonstrance, adopted by the Army Council in November 1648, and in the revised Second Agreement of the People, approved by the Army Council in January 1649. In the years that followed, moreover, both at the behest of its own membership and sometimes in response to pressure from its rank and file, the Army Officer Corps gave serious consideration to a range of opinion and actual backing to concrete proposals for political, legal, and religious reforms that would have been dismissed as extremist by the majority of the political nation either before 1648 or after 1660. Besides the army, the Commonwealth relied politically, to a far greater extent than did any other English government before or after the interregnum, on citizens of London from outside the city's established governing circles, that is, outside that aldermanic elite, heavily composed of great merchant leaders of the overseas chartered companies, which had traditionally ruled. In fact, as has been emphasized, the new ruling group in London on which the Commonwealth depended excluded not only the heavily royalist old city elite, but also those magistrates, drawn largely from what might roughly be called the second rank of London citizens, who had constituted the political Presbyterian leadership. The Rump was thus obliged to look to the long-standing City Radical Alliance, now largely shorn of its democratic and separatist wing, not only to staff important administrative posts and to offer financial support, but also to provide crucial assistance on internal security and general political collaboration. Prominently included among these newly ascendant political independent groups were, of course, representatives of the new merchant leadership, as well as a number of other important city socio-political forces. It is true that, precisely because its main sources of support were so narrow, and its roots within those broad-landed class layers that composed the traditional political nation so restricted, the coalition of forces that made the revolution and led the Commonwealth government found that there was a large gulf between what it wanted in the abstract and what it could hope to achieve yet still retain power. In order to consolidate the regime, on the one hand against royalist and political Presbyterian resistance and on the other against the levelers' subversion, the Rump had to find allies. In particular, to have a hope of stabilizing the new government, the Commonwealth government had to find some way to neutralize, and to win at least the passive support of, the staunchly conservative and largely alienated mass of the nation's gentry, which held the key to the success of any English government. To consolidate their rule, the new Commonwealth governors thus had little choice but to welcome back to the House of Commons well over 100 MPs who had more or less explicitly rejected all aspects of the Revolution of 1648 to 1649. This large anti-radical bloc put major direct constraints on what the Rump leadership could hope to do. At the same time, the Commonwealth leadership had little alternative but strictly to self-limit its own radical program so as not too much to offend and provoke moderate opinion in the country at large. As a result, partly in consequence of the opposition from returning Conservative MPs and partly in consequence of their own concern to achieve stability for the regime, the radical leaders of the Rump either failed to have passed or found themselves actually opposing not only the series of reform demands that had initially emanated from the levelers, but also less extreme if still highly controversial reform proposals that were forwarded from the army and from the often still militant separatist churches of London. 3 These latter propositions were largely designed to help the poor at the expense of the rich, especially through changes in the law and in judicial procedure, to eliminate government interference in religion and moral conduct through granting unrestricted toleration and abolishing tithes, and to increase popular participation in government, especially in London. But they made relatively little headway within the Commonwealth government, and the result was that those militant elements from inside the army, as well as from the sectarian churches of the city, that continued to agitate for such reforms became progressively more alienated from the regime. The ultimate result of the aforementioned constraints on Rump policy making, in the context of the Commonwealth's initial defeats of its democratic sectarian, its political Presbyterian, and its parliamentary middle group opponents, was, however, less to eradicate the Rump's radicalism than to give it a highly distinctive form. What the Rump leadership wanted that it could also achieve the new regime's actual ideological coloring, and the policies it was able to implement turned out to correspond, to an extraordinary degree, to the ideals and aspirations of that rather narrow alliance of political independent forces that had assumed power in London in consequence of the Revolution of 1648. The perspectives and policies that were acted on by the Commonwealth leadership, especially by those self-styled Republican and Radical groups in Parliament that continued to play a central role in governing the nation, strongly supported by the political independent coalition that ruled London, had this in common: they were largely unacceptable to, or inadequate for, both the overwhelming majority of the conservative gentry and the plebeian levelers, as well as the less radical though still politically extreme saintly radicals, heavily recruited from the ranks of artisans and small tradesmen, who remained politically active in the army and London. The moderate Republicans who ruled the Rump and the city wanted parliamentary supremacy, rejecting both the balanced constitution of the gentry and the levelers' democracy. They wanted sanction for voluntary gathered autonomous churches and a significant degree of toleration, but also a state-regulated and state-supported religious settlement and government control of moral conduct, This was in some contrast with both the religious uniformity required by the gentry and the untrammeled liberty for religious experimentation and the abolition of tithes demanded by the levelers and the separatists. They wanted the moderate reform of the law and of government in the interests of progress, economy, and efficiency, in opposition both to the gentry, which steadfastly supported the maintenance of privilege and the common law, as well as the lawyers' vested interests, and to the groups of levelers and some of the sectarian churches, which wanted legal reforms in the interests of the poor, however these might threaten property and the common law, and which were overtly anti-lawyer. Finally, and perhaps most characteristically, the moderate Republican alliance that made the revolution and, to a large extent, ruled the Commonwealth wanted commercial expansionism and imperial aggression on the world scale. It has been rightly argued that, under the Commonwealth, the Rump leadership found itself very limited in what it could achieve. It has, however, been less clearly seen how relatively radical the Commonwealth still turned out to be, and very closely what it did attempt and actually accomplish conformed to the hopes and dreams of London's newly ascendant political independent ruling group, in particular of the new merchant leadership. The aim of this chapter and the one that follows is to make that demonstration. Oligarchic republicanism. It would be wrong to argue that, in constructing the revolutionary institutional foundations of the new regime, the revolutionaries of 1648 to 1649 were self-consciously applying well worked out and clearly understood political theories. But it would also be misleading to understand their actions as purely pragmatic responses to situational pressures. By the end of the 1640s, most of those who actually made the revolution of 1648 knew that they wanted parliamentary supremacy. They understood that this meant the severest restriction on, if not the total abolition of, the constitutional powers that had formerly accrued to the king and his nobles. They had gone at least some way toward articulating the constitutional ideas that might justify and satisfactorily explain their actions, and they knew they had the support of influential social forces for both their political conceptions and the revolutionary constitutional innovations that followed from them, not only in the officer corps of the army but also in the new leadership of London. Indeed, London's political independents, or moderate republicans, had played a not insignificant role in advancing the ideas through which the revolution was justified. As early as 1643, war party militants, especially in the city, had begun to advance conceptions of parliamentary supremacy based on popular sovereignty. In fact, the quasi-republican petition and remonstrance, which highlighted the Londoners' campaign for an independent citizens' army in the spring and summer of 1643, was specifically designed to oppose and go beyond, both tactically and ideologically, the strategic perspectives of the middle group leaders in Parliament and the vague conceptions of a traditional balanced constitution that they used to justify those perspectives. By the end of the 1640s, in such documents as the Articles and Orders of the Bahamas, which was jointly supported by new merchant, army, and parliamentary radicals, as well as in the writings of the new merchants and army officers' intimate associate Hugh Peter and in the declarations of Peter's close collaborator Henry Ireton, these ideas had been further articulated and given a somewhat oligarchic definition, especially in opposition to the democratic conceptions of the levelers. Specifically, Parliament's own understanding of salus populi rather than any direct expression of vox populi through more democratized institutions was to be the practical principle of legitimacy. In this revised form, which I have termed in a rough and ready way moderate republican, these conceptions provided the basis for the series of epoch-making political and institutional transformations through which the Commonwealth was established: the execution of the King, the abolition of the House of Lords, the abolition of the monarchy, and the declaring of England a free state. It is crucial, then, to emphasize that the radical alliance that came to power in 1648 to 1649 distinguished itself politically, and not just tactically, from its former allies of the middle group, and that it went about justifying its actions in terms of its own ideological perspectives. During the first year or so of the new regime, the Commonwealth debated and decisively rejected schemes for the preservation of kingship and the House of Lords that had been advanced by various more moderate political forces. The revolutionary ruling group also ensured the continued influence of its own political perspectives by defeating moves to readmit all members ousted in Pride's Purge and for an act of oblivion for the Rump's enemies. 4 Moreover, the Commonwealth's new rulers did not hesitate to frame these actions in terms of their own particular version of popular sovereignty. On January 4, 1649, in overriding the Lords' refusal to cooperate in trying the king, the Commons proclaimed that the people are, under God, the original of all just power, a foundational political principle that could have been accepted by only the tiniest minority of the traditional political nation. But, in the very same resolution, the Commons also declared that the Commons of England, in Parliament assembled, being chosen by, and representing the people, have the supreme power in the nation, a proposition that, in the eyes of the Leveller Democrats and their separatist allies, rendered the acceptance of popular sovereignty without much practical significance. Underdown writes that the Commons had proclaimed the sovereignty of the people in the January 4 resolution, but by declaring themselves the repositories of that sovereignty, they had at once sought to escape from the dangerous logic of their own principles. His sentence captures precisely the position and outlook of the new Commonwealth ruling group, and most particularly its supporters in London. 5 The Commonwealth's new leaders had achieved, by way of revolution based heavily on popular mobilization, an extraordinary, if still quite restricted, freedom of action over and against the country's traditional rulers. They now sought to make use of what they emphasized was a popularly derived parliamentary supremacy in order to govern without popular interference, according to their own lights. In so doing, they received the dynamic, and unreserved, support of the city's new rulers who, as noted, took the lead both in demanding the king's execution in January 1649 and in celebrating the Levellers' destruction the following June. Religious Reformation. The Rump's religious perspectives were, in crucial respects, analogous to its political principles. They amounted on the one hand to a disavowal of the religious programs of almost all sections of the old parliamentary party, and, more specifically, to a rejection of episcopacy, of a national Presbyterian structure in any form, and of religious uniformity. On the other hand, they meant a dismissal of the demands of the Levellers and the separatists for the full separation of church and state. Grossly speaking, the Commonwealth's religious settlement represented the victory of congregational and parochial independent perspectives. It brought mild toleration, complemented by the continuation of a national church, and state intervention to enforce and regulate social behavior. As such, it conformed, almost perfectly, to the specifications of London's new rulers, who used their newly won hegemony to establish an analogous regime in the city, with the goal of installing a new religious pluralism within a context of state-assured social discipline. In fact, London's magistrates played a not insignificant role in constructing a new religious order in the city, while they also helped establish national religious policy. During its first 2 years, the Commonwealth established the main lines of its state-backed tolerationist perspective. On August 7, 1649, the Commons defeated an ordinance calling for the endorsement of Presbyterian government and use of the Directory, recommitting this legislation as showing insufficient respect for tender consciences. This negative action was confirmed a year later when the Commons passed the so-called Toleration Act repealing compulsory churchgoing. Nevertheless, the Commons proved unwilling to go any further than this in reducing state intervention in religious affairs, passing a bill in June 1649 for maintaining ministers partly out of state funds and refusing on a series of occasions to abolish tithes. 6. London's new political independent rulers clearly approved this direction, but wanted the state to take further steps to regulate public behavior. It also wanted the Commonwealth to assume greater responsibility for propagating the gospel. On January 23, 1650, the city drew up for presentation to the Commons a petition to the following effect: as this Parliament hath expressed their tender care of men conscientiously dissenting, so you would be pleased to improve your authority to the uttermost for the interest of true religion and suppressing of all such principles and practices as would raise the foundations of piety and civil government. and that more clear and numerous laws be made or supplied against unlawful swearing, cursing, and profaning of the Lord's day. The city went on, in its petition, to express its joy at the recent act for propagation of the gospel to the Indians in America. However, it demanded that similar efforts also be made within England itself, calling for the spreading of the gospel to dark corners of this land. Here London's new political independent rulers were taking up the proposals of the new merchant's old friend Hugh Peter, who had become during the later 1640s perhaps the country's most prominent supporter of systematic internal missionary work and had made it a cornerstone of his program for the post-revolutionary settlement. Peter proposed that the government take responsibility for funding and organizing the perambulations through every county of full-time itinerant ministers, and his idea appears to have won the enthusiastic support of various wings of religious independency, in London and elsewhere. 7. Within a week of the city's petition, the Commons had called for the framing of a series of bills to implement the city's requests and, during the following spring, these bills were put forward, considered, and passed into law. In April, the House approved a new law better to enforce the Sabbath. In May, it passed a harsh act, carrying the death penalty against incest, adultery, and fornication, and in June, it legislated against swearing and cursing. In addition, it sought to repress ranter publications and activities. 8. During the same period, the House also moved to have the gospel propagated throughout the British Isles. It had already established a commission for such missionary work in New England, among whose 16 members were the colonial merchants Robert Thomson, Robert Houghton, Edward Winslow, and Richard Hutchinson, along with the new merchants' ally from the London Common Council Edward Parkes, also well connected in New England, and the Republican city recorder William Steele. 9. In the early months of 1650, the Commons established committees to propagate the gospel not only in the country's religiously backward and outlying regions, the so-called dark corners, but also in such heartland areas as Wiltshire and even Suffolk. But, in the end, commissions were established only for Wales, the 4 northern counties, and Yorkshire. 10. Apparently, more conservative MPs opposed their extension into England for fear that the itinerant preachers might disrupt the socio-political stability of the counties. The transformation in the official religious outlook that was the consequence of the Revolution of 1648 and the installation in power of new ruling groups at the levels of both the central state and the city government was manifested in governmental clerical appointments, both nationally and in London. During 1649 to 1650, the first 2 years that the London moderate Republicans held power, the Common Council hired 23 different ministers to preach before it on various occasions. Among them, at least 16 were either parochial independents, congregational independents, or separatists. Then, in March 1651, the Common Council chose as its more or less permanent preacher the independent minister George Griffith. 11. In contrast, of the 14 different ministers hired by the Common Council to preach before it at various feasts, fasts, and special occasions during 1646 to 1647, the high tide of political Presbyterianism in the city, 10 can be identified as religious Presbyterians. 12. Presbyterian ministers were, of course, overwhelmingly dominant in number during the whole interregnum period in London, while independents constituted a small minority. That the Common Council, now dominated by political independents, made the appointments it did was hardly surprising. Its leaders were themselves, for the most part, parochial or congregational religious independents and were already, as individuals, patronizing the very same ministers or others of much the same stripe. 13. The national government's clerical appointments show how closely the Commonwealth and the city's new rulers were in tune with one another on religious matters. During the course of its existence, between December 1648 and April 1653, the Rump made 69 preaching assignments for fasts, thanksgivings, and humiliations. Of these, at least 55 appointments went to parochial independents, congregational independents, or separatists, and about the same number went to ministers who were also hired by the London Common Council in 1649 to 1650.14. The Council of State's ministers came from the same independent group. They included the Congregational Independents John Owen and Thomas Goodwin and the Parochial Independents Joseph Carroll and Peter Sterry, as well as the new merchant's intimate friend Hugh Peter. Peter was eventually chosen as official preacher of the Council of State. The Commonwealth religious establishment, its outlook and personnel, was not of course extremely radical. Nevertheless, it represented quite a sharp departure from everything that had come before, for it reflected a standpoint that had been held by only a tiny part of the old political nation, or for that matter of the old parliamentary party. This standpoint happened, of course, to be the one preferred by London's political independent rulers, the new merchants prominently among them. 15. Progressive reform of the law and governmental administration. Radical elements within the Commonwealth leadership sought significant changes in the law and in governmental administration, just as they had in the Constitution and in official religious outlook and practice. These changes were not, once again, extremely radical if the standard for radicalism is taken to be what was desired by or acceptable to the Levellers and some of their separatist allies. The Levellers and their friends wanted changes in the law that would have infringed on property rights and that would have undermined legal professionalism, and very few who were influential within Commonwealth governance wanted such things. Nevertheless, as in the cases of both political ideology and religious outlook, what was distinctive, as well as genuinely radical, about Commonwealth legal and governmental reform efforts easily can be missed if the reference point is the Levellers and the sects, rather than the traditional political nation before and after the interregnum. Here again, the Commonwealth-specific reform thrust was significantly shaped by what I have termed moderate Republican forces and was especially congenial to, and influenced in important ways by, the new political independent ruling group in London and its close allies. Cheap and efficient government. Something of the general direction of reform desired by the city's political independents can be gathered from their efforts to clean up and streamline city government. During their first year or so in office, London's new rulers revamped the effective salary and expenditure structure for city offices. With the goal of making offices accessible to more citizens, as well as reducing corruption, they raised the salaries attached to some offices and, in particular, reduced the enormous entertainment requirements that had hitherto attached to the offices of sheriff and Lord Mayor. The magistrates went on, moreover, sharply to curtail the sale of offices so as to prevent extortion and help ensure that persons who were appointed were chosen on the basis of their ability. Finally, the Common Council, through the establishment of a standing committee, took direct control of the city chamber away from the Court of Aldermen, while banning the former practice whereby the aldermen received from the chamber interest-free loans. By thus reducing privilege, cutting down corruption, and opening careers to the talented, the new Common Council leadership hoped to pave the way for a cheaper and more effective administration of the city. This was precisely the sort of serious reform in the interest of progress and efficiency next to impossible to carry out under the pre-Civil War aldermanic elite, but by no means socially revolutionary that conformed most closely to the ideals of the new merchant moderate Republicans now so firmly ensconced near the sources of power. 16. It seems also to have been just the sort of reform most seriously considered by the Commonwealth government in the content and administration of the law. Law reform. During its first year of existence, the Rump, concerned basically to consolidate its rule, achieved little in the way of changes in the law. However, from the fall of 1649, led by the Republican politicians Thomas Challoner and Henry Martin, radicals in the Commons did mount a serious drive for reform. In the period from September 1649 to April 1650, these forces managed to pass a series of reforms in the laws for the relief of poor men imprisoned for debt, but overall their efforts met with defeat and their campaign soon petered out. The next flurry of activity in support of the reform of the law seems to have been given its impetus, at least to a significant degree, by the city. 17. On January 23, 1650, at the very same meeting at which it drew up its aforementioned plans for religious reformation, The city framed a program for the reform of law, to be presented to the Commons. It proposed that all the statutes may be so clearly collected, that every man may know his duty and danger, and the laws be so devised, that no mere form or subtlety of words may undermine or destroy the people's just rights. To these ends, it demanded that no writ of error may issue out of any court till the same court hath heard and allowed all the errors to be assigned, and that writs and proceedings of law may be plainly written in English and, so expressed that people may know both how and when they may receive their right. In addition, the city asked that local commissions in every county and city be established to register all land transfers. 18. During the following year, the Rump responded positively to at least part of the city program. Under the leadership of Sir Arthur Haselrig, the Commons effectively gave its approval on February 4, 1650 to a new law for redress and prevention of mischiefs and delays arising to people out of the cumbersome procedure of appeals by writs of error, and officially passed it on 11 March. 19. A push from the army in the aftermath of Dunbar appears to have been required for the Commons to act on the city's demand that proceedings of law, both oral and written, be in English, but this too was incorporated in law in November 1650.20. The Commons failed to act on the question of county registries. The city's proposals had not, obviously, come from nowhere. Every one of them, and others like them, already had been, or were in the process of being, placed on the agenda by a loose alliance of legal innovators who composed a distinct stream of legal reform opinion. This trend has been termed moderate, but again, that appellation is appropriate only if the reference point for radical is levelers and separatists. 21. A better label might be progressive. The movement's leading figures were drawn, to an important extent, from that distinctive minority at the radical end of the political spectrum that had given outright support to the revolution of 1648 but had opposed the levelers. In fact, it included some of the revolution's leading ideologists, theorists of precisely the position that parliamentary supremacy was based on popular sovereignty, but that Parliament was itself the self-sufficient repository of sovereignty to which much of the Rump's radical leadership and its political independent supporters in the city were committed. Prominent among them was the city and army radical Hugh Peter. So was John Bradshaw, President of the High Court of Justice that tried the King, who had justified the proceedings and parliamentary sovereignty in terms of popular consent. Also included in this group was the attorney John Cook, a leading publicist for religious independency and in favor of the army, who had defended John Lilburne before the House of Lords and who had gained national prominence in January 1649 when he assumed the positions both of the government's solicitor, directed to prepare the charge against the King, and its prosecutor before the High Court of Justice. A theorist of republican rule, Cook defended the Commonwealth in his pamphlet Monarchy No Creature of God's Making. Henry Parker, another of the same group of legal reformers, had served from 1645 with John Sadler, London's Republican town clerk under the Commonwealth, as secretary to the House of Commons and, from 1649, as secretary to Cromwell's army in Ireland. One of the era's leading radical political theorists, Parker was perhaps the first in the Civil War period, clearly and publicly, to offer a theory of parliamentary supremacy based on popular sovereignty. In common with much of the Commonwealth leadership, however, he saw Parliament as the ultimate authority, with no appeal permitted beyond it to the people. Finally, Henry Robinson, also part of this group, was another of the period's most prominent theorists of religious toleration and oligarchic republicanism, and a leading reform writer in the fields of commerce, medicine, education, and the law. 22. Besides their commitment to religious toleration and oligarchic republicanism, all of the aforementioned writers had in common the goal of reforming the law so as to make it more accessible and effective by streamlining, shortening, and reorganizing its cumbersome and obscurantist procedures and institutions. That goal was certainly in keeping with the aim of the levelers and separatists to make the law more accessible to the poor and to prevent it from being used to exploit the poor and line the pockets of the lawyers. Yet these reformers did not, for the most part, share the anti-common law and anti-professional bias of the leveller and separatist wing of the legal reform movement and were explicitly hostile to demands for democratizing legal institutions or decentralizing state power. They sought above all the rationalization and professionalization of the law in the interests of efficiency. 23. It was only with the establishment of the Hale Commission in December 1651 that the drive for legal reform under the Commonwealth was renewed, having apparently run out of steam temporarily with the enactment of the law for legal proceedings in English. In view of the 26-person House of Commons committee that chose it, the Hale Commission appears to have been the product of a joint effort by radical forces in the Commons, the Army, and the City. The nominating committee included, on the Army side, the radical officer MPs Thomas Harrison, Nathaniel Rich, and Philip Jones, along with the pro-reform grandees Charles Fleetwood and Oliver Cromwell. Among its civilian members were the long-established radicals John Carew, Augustine Garland, John Dove, Miles Corbett, Dennis Bond, Henry Mildmay, Henry Hayman, Francis Allian, Thomas Westrow, Arthur Hasselrig, and Gregory Norton. Carew, Garland, Dove, Corbett, Bond, Mildmay, Allian, Harrison, Norton, and Cromwell were all among those MPs designated by Underdown as revolutionaries at the time of Pride's Purge. Corbett, Bond, and Hayman had been prominent collaborators with the London radicals in their struggle for an autonomous citizen army in 1643, as well as on many subsequent occasions. Hasselrig and Cromwell were both longtime promoters of colonial enterprise and both had been supporters of the new merchants' additional sea adventure to Ireland in 1642. Francis Allian was the London goldsmith active with the new merchants in the Bermuda Company, as well as on countless political and financial committees over the entire period. Thomas Westrow was a promoter of the Republican-oriented Bahamas Project, which had significant support among the radical citizens. Finally, John Danvers, a regicide MP who was acquainted with the new merchant leadership through his numerous activities relating to the Bermuda colony, played an especially important role in designating the Hale Commission's membership, and he helped to give it its radical composition. 24. The Hale Commission's membership reflected the radical opinions of its nominators, and the oligarchic republicanism associated to an important degree with London's new ruling group was well represented. The Commission's 21 members included the new merchant's clerical collaborator Hugh Peter, the colonial interloping leader Samuel Moyer, Josias Berners, a Baptist Republican attorney of London who was a friend of Moyer's and served with Moyer on the Commonwealth Committee for Compounding, Sequestration, and Advance of Money, the East India Company oppositionist and longtime associate of the new merchant leadership John Fowke, the Commonwealth Town Clerk of London John Sadler, a leading Republican propagandist for the Commonwealth, the Commonwealth City Recorder William Steele, who had backed the Radicals' petition and remonstrance in spring and summer of 1643 and had been appointed in 1649 a solicitor for the government in the trial of Charles I, and John Sparrow and John Rushworth, who were both promoters of the quasi-republican Eleutheria project starting in 1647.25. The Hale Commission's proposals have been interpreted as an expression of the aforementioned movement for progressive legal reform. In view of the fact that the Commission's chief, Matthew Hale, was a major figure in that movement, as were two of its three other leading members, the moderate Republicans John Sadler and William Steele, that seems hardly controversial. 26. This characterization also fits, of course, with the fact that much of the Commission's membership was derived from London political independency. The program proposed was quite radical in its attack on the slowness and inaccessibility of legal procedure, as well as its assault on the privileges of the lawyers. But it was far from what the Levellers and the sects desired, in that it was not decentralizing, democratic, or anti-professional, nor did it reduce the role of lawyers. Echoing the Levellers, the Hale Commission proposed new county courts possessing wide jurisdiction so as to make justice more accessible to people who lived outside London. But whereas the Levellers had wanted these courts to be self-sufficient, decentralized, and staffed by elected laymen, the Hale Commission proposed courts in which the judges were appointed by and firmly under the control of the central government and from which appeal could be made to the central courts. the Commission also suggested the formation of a new Court of Appeals. This, too, had been a proposal of the Levelers and Fifth Monarchists, who saw it as a way to control and discipline judges. But a Court of Appeals could also be conducive to more efficient and effective justice, especially since the only method of appeal in common law had been on technical grounds, by writ of error. This writ was not only unsuitable for the purpose of a substantive appeal, but could be manipulated by lawyers to delay proceedings. As noted, both the city leadership and the law reformers in Parliament had sought the reform of the writ of error. It appears to have been their concerns and desires that were motivating the Hale Commission when it called for the abolition of the writ of error and the establishment of a Court of Appeals. The Hale Commission also proposed county commissions to register land transactions similar to those already suggested to the Commons by the London Common Council, the complete abolition of fines on original writs, and the liability of copyhold land for debt. Finally, the Hale Commission recommended that limitations be placed on lawyers' incomes. It also presented a program for improving legal education and raising the standards of legal practice. As the Hale Commission's most recent historian concluded, the Commission's work clearly disappointed the Levelers and Fifth Monarchists, but also appalled conservatives. This was no doubt just what was intended by the Commission's anti-democratic but moderate Republican supporters. 27. It is true that the Rump ultimately approved nothing of the Hale Commission's program for the reform of the law. The Commission's proposals were apparently thwarted by conservative forces in the House, supportive of the common lawyers, drawn heavily from among the many late returning MPs. 28. Nevertheless, the fact that the Commonwealth government could even place the set of proposals seriously on the agenda shows how significantly the political universe had been transformed. Neither the Stuart parliaments before the Civil War, nor the middle group MPs who often led Parliament in the 1640s, influenced as both were by the common lawyers and conservative opinion more generally, would seriously have considered these legal departures any more than they would the Rump's parliamentary supremacy or its pluralist, tolerationist religious settlement. The new merchants and commercial policy. Under the Commonwealth. The Rump's policy accomplishments were to a significant extent restricted by its narrow socio-political base. There remained one field in which it was able to achieve really striking successes, and that is the realm of commerce and diplomacy. England's dramatic rise as a military commercial power in this era was perhaps the achievement most characteristic of the Rump's overall political orientation. Contemporaries saw a clear connection between Republican politics and overseas commercial and military power, and the Rump was a prime piece of substantiating evidence. Nor was this a coincidence, for the radical political groups that came to power in 1648 to 1649, both nationally and in London, placed commercial and colonial expansion near the top of an agenda that also included, as has been described, oligarchic republican governing institutions in politics, independent, tolerationist, and a settlement of religion, government discipline of social conduct, and the progressive reform of judicial procedures and institutions of the law. The ideological Republicans Thomas Scott, Thomas Chaloner, and Henry Martyn, in association with their radical allies in the House, provided the Commonwealth's leadership in the initial period of its consolidation. Nevertheless, as has been emphasized, these forces were soon obliged to share power, as well as to compromise their goals in one sphere after another. Still, in the field of overseas policy, the Republicans and their friends do seem to have retained the initiative and, to a very great extent, to have succeeded in implementing their plans. By the fall of 1649, these men had succeeded in constituting what was an effectively coordinated radical party. This party's core was composed of Martyn, Chaloner, and Sir Henry Neville, all friends, the most closely knit grouping in the House. It prominently included such intimates of theirs as Edmund Ludlow, Cornelius Holland, Henry Smith, Lord Grey of Groby, Augustine Garland, Luke Robinson, and James Chaloner, and it achieved its cohesion and identity through the common commitment of its members to a Republican political outlook. Over the following year, the Martin-Chaloner Neville Group expanded its influence by forging close ties with the House of Commons faction around Herbert Morley and by strengthening its working relationship with its old Republican ally Thomas Scott, as well as with Arthur Hasselrig. Still, as explained, despite their organization, the Rumps Republicans showed themselves ever more clearly limited in their ability to win significant domestic reforms. In Wharton's view, the result was that, as these factions found themselves increasingly frustrated on the home front, they devoted themselves ever more single-mindedly to the promotion of ambitious diplomatic and commercial initiatives. In so doing, they were able to draw especially broad support in the Commons from MPs who were not perhaps self-conscious ideological Republicans but who had long been attached to the successive wings of parliamentary radicalism, the old Parliamentary War Party and its successor, the radical wing of the Parliamentary Political Independent Alliance. As the architects of the Rumps diplomacy, these men, working together, appear to have exerted a powerful influence over foreign and commercial policy making throughout the entire Commonwealth period. 1. The imperialist Republicans of the House did not act alone. Their confidence and competence in the field of commercial and foreign affairs appears to have derived, at least in part, from their ability to forge close connections with that powerful mercantile nexus that had come near to the centers of both national and municipal power with the Revolution of 1648 to 1649, namely, the new merchant leadership. Throughout the Commonwealth, new merchants played a very direct and immediate role in the processes of commercial and foreign policy making at all levels. This influence was made possible, in part, by the predominant position they, and powerful non-merchant political independent allies of theirs, had achieved when they captured the city's government. It was also partly conditioned by their extraordinary penetration, already discussed, of all levels of militia, naval, and financial administration within the Commonwealth. It was actually realized not only by way of the direct advisory role played by new merchant leaders for Parliament and for the Council of State on all aspects of commercial policy making, but also by the ability of key new merchant MPs and close London allies of theirs to participate directly in policy making within the Commons itself, in close collaboration with Rump Republican factions. Of course, even under the Commonwealth, relatively few merchants or Londoners were members of Parliament, which remained overwhelmingly a landed class institution. It has not been widely noticed, however, that beginning in 1645 a small but significant contingent of London citizens were elected as recruiters to the House of Commons and that, almost to a man, they strongly supported the political independence and became leading backers of the Rump. These included Francis Allian, Thomas Atkins, Thomas Boone, Gregory Clement, Nicholas Gould, Edmund Harvey, Thomas Rainsborough, Richard Silway, Philip Skippon, George Snelling, George Thomson, and Roland Wilson. All of these men, except Boone, are on Underdown's list of parliamentary revolutionaries. Along with a few other earlier elected MPs recruited from the ranks of the overseas and domestic trading community, they were able to exert an influence on the Commons policy making in general and overseas affairs in particular far beyond what their numbers would seem to warrant. 2. The disproportionate influence exerted by businessman MPs within the Rump appears to have derived primarily from two sources. In the first place, these men had the ability to work very cohesively with one another, a capacity undoubtedly related in part to the membership of many of them in the same new merchants' commercial and political networks. George Thomson and George Snelling, the two MPs from Southwark, as well as Gregory Clement, were longtime major partners of Maurice Thompson's going back to the pre-Civil War era. Roland Wilson, the trader with Guinea, and Thomas Boone, a member of the Asada interloping syndicate, became associates of Thompson's in the later 1640s. Francis Allian was a city goldsmith who had played an active role alongside the new merchants in the Bermuda Company and had been in close touch with Maurice Thompson from the early 1640s when he took part in Thompson's customs syndicate. Richard Silway was another citizen who was often politically active with the new merchant leadership, although he does not seem to have participated in their trade. In the second place, these businessman MPs were either themselves among the leading politicians of the Rump, or had established close ties with the rump leadership that was itself unusually well connected with commercial and colonial affairs, most notably the imperialist Republicans. As Dr. Worden has shown, the groups of merchant MPs were able to build their influence especially as they forged ever closer connections with the powerful Martin Chaloner-Scott and Morley factions in the House. It might be noted in passing that Thomas Chaloner himself, perhaps the key figure in shaping Commonwealth commercial policy, was particularly closely connected with both the new merchant MP Thomas Boone and the new merchant's close friend Richard Solway. At the same time, perhaps a third of the 33 persons designated by Dr. Worden as constituting the Rump's activist corps, including Francis Allian, George Thomson, and Roland Wilson, as well as Thomas Chaloner, Miles Corbett, Sir John Danvers, Sir Arthur Hasselrig, William Lent Hall, Richard Solway, Henry Vane, and John Venn were either themselves active in commercial or colonial affairs or both, or very closely tied politically to others who were so active. 3. Commonwealth commercial policy was thus, to a great extent, an expression of the aims of the imperialist Republicans and the new merchant leadership. The new merchants sought to influence the government so as to further their own immediate interests. But since the new merchants represented the most dynamic areas of English commerce, their success in shaping policy in their own interests tended, to a striking degree, to further the interests of English commerce more generally. The Rump's Republican faction sought to make commercial policy serve the goal of enhancing English world power, especially in order to validate their own leadership, to give legitimacy to the Commonwealth, to prove the superiority of the Republican form of rule, and, not least, to protect the Republic from its many enemies abroad. But since the growth of English power tended, at this historical juncture, to depend directly on the construction of a powerful navy and indirectly on the growth of English commerce, the effect of their interventions tended to be very favorable to the development of all facets of English trade. The upshot was that government support for commercial development tended, under the Commonwealth, to be raised almost to the level of a principle. Military security and naval build-up. Initially, beginning in the winter and spring of 1649, the Commonwealth was obliged to focus its military efforts on Ireland, which, among other things, provided the main base for Royalist privateers. The government immediately established the revolutionary goal of constructing a permanent fleet, breaking with Parliament's previous reliance on hired merchant ships to constitute its navy. To this end Parliament did not hesitate to authorize the expenditure of vast sums, raising the money largely through increases in customs revenues. S.R. Gardner estimated that the Commonwealth government devoted 20% of its budget to the Navy. Between 1649 and 1654, the Navy added 147 ships to its arsenal. Meanwhile, the Rump was able to recruit well-trained and politically committed officers, most notably the Republican-oriented generals at sea, Robert Blake and Richard Dean, but also including ideologically driven radicals at less exalted ranks. In addition, by offering higher pay, providing for a fairer distribution of the yield from captured prizes, and campaigning to root out corruption in naval administration, it was able to attract more competent and devoted ship commanders, sailors, and shipyard workers. 4. As Cromwell brought the Irish under control in the period between the spring of 1649 and the spring of 1650, the Commonwealth was increasingly able to frame objectives for its naval campaigns against the Royalists that furthered not only the immediate military defense of the new state, but also the improvement of conditions for the pursuit of commerce. Indeed, naval operations initially designed for military defense became, over time, more oriented toward commercial expansion and maritime hegemony. From the time of the Royalist naval revolt in 1648, Royalist privateers and their European allies had succeeded in partially paralyzing English trade. Yet a healthy commerce was seen by Commonwealth policy-makers as indispensable, not only to the nation's wealth and to government finance, but also to the maintenance of those marine capacities on which the Navy itself depended. To the primary end of making the European shipping lanes once again safe for English trade, Over the course of the summer and autumn of 1650, Blake carried out a devastating naval campaign in Iberian waters. He succeeded in blockading, then destroying, Rupert's royalist fleet, which had taken refuge in Lisbon under the protection of King John IV. Meanwhile, in retaliation against the Portuguese for protecting Rupert, Blake seized the Portuguese sugar fleet in September 1650. He then imposed a humiliating peace on the Portuguese government in order to demonstrate to other European nations how the Commonwealth intended to treat countries that harbored disruptors of English commerce. The upshot, within a few years, was the opening of the Portuguese colonies to English trade and religious toleration for English merchants in Portugal. Blake's intimidating actions also succeeded in inducing the King of Spain to allow the English the crucial right to use Spanish ports not only in Spain itself but also in Italy and Sicily for supplying their military and commercial operations in the Mediterranean and, ultimately, by the end of 1650, to grant diplomatic recognition to the Commonwealth. They set the stage, in addition, for William Penn's marauding voyage to mop up French privateers in the Mediterranean in early 1651. Taken together, the naval campaigns of Blake and Penn largely succeeded in reopening English trade along its traditional routes, above all with the lucrative regions of southern Europe and the Mediterranean. 5. It was the new revolutionary leaders of the Commonwealth, with their reformed naval administration, who were most responsible for the rapid naval buildup and the spectacular destruction of royalist opponents at sea, a fact well understood by contemporaries, even hostile ones. By the autumn of 1650, Crowe Earl, the unofficial agent in England of the French government, was warning Cardinal Mazarin to establish relations with the Commonwealth, describing the Republic's new governors as follows. Not only are they powerful by sea and land, but they live without ostentation, without pomp, without emulation of one another. They are economical in their private expenses, and prodigal in their devotion to public affairs, for which each one toils as if for his private interests. They handle large sums of money, which they administer honestly, observing a severe discipline. They reward well, and punish severely. 6. The Commonwealth alliance of ideological Republican leaders, longtime radicals in Parliament, and colonial interloping merchants in London, provided the initiative at all levels for building up and deploying the Navy. The Admiralty Committee of the Council of State took charge of naval policy making. On this body, Sir Henry Vane was, at least for a time, the dominant force, but he was joined in leading the committee by Col. Valentine Walden, Col. William Purefoy, Dennis Bond, Anthony Stapley, Thomas Scott, and Thomas Chaloner. 7 Chaloner and Scott were at the core of the emerging imperialist Republican leadership. Stapley was a mainstay of the Republican faction around Herbert Morley that worked closely with Chaloner, Scott, and their friends, especially on overseas policy. Stapley was also actively involved in the movement for law reform. 8 Bond had, from early on, established a reputation for himself as a fiery spirit and was among the very close parliamentary collaborators of the new merchant leadership. All of these men except Vane and Bond were regicides, and all but Walton were in the forefront in framing rump overseas policy.